Chapter 1 just dumped. Gold-digging girlfriend regretted it. Brain depository. Jinling University. Men's dormitory downstairs. At this moment gathered no less than thousands of people, and many girls also appeared in the field. Quick look. Mayor Goddess came to the dormitory downstairs. Hey, it's hard to find Yi Xian. Nonsense. Who would I look for if not him? The scene is boiling. The dormitory building balcony is full of crowds of eaters. Not far away at the moment is also looking at the scene. Lu Mayer is one of the 4 major school flowers of Jinling University, which makes many people envious of the tight. Looking at the thousands of people watching, Lu Mayer's mouth hooked up the curvature. She enjoys this feeling of being in the limelight, because it would give her a feeling of being superior. At the moment it's like the illusion of a queen looking down on the worshipping populace. At least that's what Lu Mayer thought. Something wrong? Yi Xian frowned as he looked at the gold-worshipping girlfriend in front of him. Just yesterday he found out that Lu Mayer had cuckolded him. This was undoubtedly something that no boy could bear. However, what's more, he didn't expect that today. It's dare to find himself in such a high-profile manner, which could be considered a slip of the tongue. Yi Xian, let's break up. Wow! The moment the powerful news came out, thousands of people were boiling with fervor. Dao Dao gazed incredulously at the scene. Originally they thought it was a dog food picture, but they never thought it was actually a breakup. The sudden turn of events really let the crowd perk up their ears into a melon. May child goddess. Surprisingly, it is to break up. Did not pay attention to the explosion of the full field. These she had expected. Scornful mouth hooked up the irony. Before it is I am too simple. I am now already dating Wang Xiao. In the future, you and I are destined to be the people of 2 worlds. Blame it on, you are incapable. Lu Mayer looked at Yi Xian with disdain. This guy is nothing but handsome. Or Wang Xiao is good to him. Compared to his own Wang Xiao, this guy is not worthy of mentioning shoes. He himself did not know how to see such a waste in the first place. Simply blinded his own dog's eyes. Ding! Detecting the host being broken up by gold-digging girlfriend. Activating the godly hero system. Yi Xian froze when he heard it. System? It's been 4 years. System, has it finally been activated? Just did not expect that it was activated in such a way. This system is really strange. Seeing Yi Xian froze, the corner of Lu Mayer's mouth curved up in a condescending arc. Looking at Yi Xian contemptuously, this world is very realistic. The life that you can't live even if you work hard for your whole life, while other people have it at birth. This is the gap. The words that killed Yi Xian were undoubtedly rubbing Yi Xian's dignity under his feet. Good. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up in a curve. This woman was so stupid, but he also had to thank her. If not for this breaking up, he wouldn't have activated the system. Thinking of this, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse and went along with it. I agree. Lu Mayer froze, although she green Yi Xian, but this guy's reaction was not right. Shouldn't this script be that guy begging himself to stay and be his spare tire receiver? Detecting that the host is disliked by his gold-digging girlfriend. Gifting Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1. Giving $30 million of extended version Bugatti Veyron X1. Detecting the host's shyness. Granting 10 billion renminbi and 10 times the consumption rebate. Oh, the system's words made Yi Xian stare at this operation. Awesome house, car, ticket. For a moment, Yi Xian thanked Lu Mayer's ancestors. Ding! For the host to better pretend. The system has equipped the host with a beautiful personal butler. The absolutely beautiful butler still has 5 seconds to arrive at the battlefield. Beautiful personal butler? The system's words drew Yi Xian to a standstill. But what the hell is 5 seconds to reach the battlefield? Boom! Right at this moment, the sound of a beast supercar came out. Then a lengthened version of the Bugatti Veyron appeared in the crowd's field of vision. And in the back was followed by a BMW X5. The cool models immediately drew everyone's eyes. It was hard not to attract attention to such a super luxury car. The car stopped in the field and pushed the door to get off. Dressed in OLE uniform. Light chestnut color hair in the golden sunshine under the background to add a touch of hazy beauty. Especially that face. Throw out Lu Mayer do not know how many streets. In a flash, all eyes were attracted to it. And the sound of swallowing saliva came out from the throat. Seriously. At that moment, they even thought about children. Young master, Muyu is late. Her pretty face was full of apologies and a nice gentle voice sounded. Then her gaze fell on the opposite side of the dumbfounded Lu Mayer. Miss Lu Mayer, you didn't pass the family test. You can't become the young master's fiancé. Afterwards, it was to take out the contract and car keys. Young master, this is the Imperial Abyss 1 villa you just bought. And the $30 million extended edition Bugatti Veyron. Respectful attitude. Obviously Su Mu you dutifully told. This kind of scene to see Yi Xian are frozen. Good guy system opening so powerful. What? The surrounding thousands of people instantly exploded. Full of incredulity looking at the field turn. Grandma drop. The TV series do not dare to act so. What is the situation? That Yi Xian is actually a hidden god. $30 million supercar. And that Emperor Abyss 1 villa. Appearance. The Emperor Abyss 1 villa market value 1 billion it, and also has a price. The absolutely beautiful goddess respectfully called young master, plus the luxury car and the mansion. How is it possible? Lu Meier heart panicked. The test. Test? She did not pass the Yi Xian family test. Lu Meier's mind went blank, completely losing her ability to think. How could this be? That Yi Xian is not poor. 3 years she sidetracked for a long time. What did he miss? Endless regrets in this moment surged in the heart. Yi Xian, in fact, I still love you. I take back the words just now. Okay, Z. Right at this moment, another $10 million Lexus nanny car appeared in the middle of the field, once again attracting the attention of the crowd of people. The nanny car's automatic door opened and 2 little ones appeared in the field. Poop. Found poop. The 2 little fairy-like munchkins appeared in the center of the field, and Didi took a step to hug Yi Xian's thigh. Blanche. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Xian once again in unison. My ass. Yi Xian. Actually have a child. In an instant, everyone was petrified on the spot. But, see here, Lu Meier staggered on the soles of her feet, pretty face white, for a time as if a clown froze in place. The scene, as if a slap hard in her face, just still smacked Yi Xian no money. Now people directly into the hidden god. Moreover, there are 2 fairy-like cute children, actually as Yi Xian's child. Smacking the face for a moment is good. Keep smacking the face straight. Mr. Yi, the president has been a bit busy lately, and said that the 2 little ones should let you bring them for a few days. Next to the temperament super good special secretary, respectfully said, the president said, Xin Tong Tong are your daughter. If you do not believe can do paternity test. Detect host with daughter first meeting. Reward full face value. The voice fell. Yi Xian face value obviously raised a large section, which let the sight of Sumuyu lightly eat. The young master feels. Become handsome again. What day? System these 2 little guys really old son-daughter? Back to the host. It is true. The system went on to explain. 4 years ago, the host came to this parallel world. This system is afraid that the host is lonely, so it rewards you with an absolute beauty. The encounter one night will have 2 daughters. Mr. Yi, the company is rather busy, so I'll leave first. Special assistant Xiao Shi, nodding politely at Sumuyu, turned around and drove away in the Lexus nanny car, leaving behind the crowd that was cluttered in the air. Yi Xian only came back to his senses after a little while, and couldn't help but be a little confused. What the hell? Lousy is having a child or twins here. Chapter 2 Puppy is so handsome, 10 times more handsome than in the picture. Baba, give me a hug. The 2 little guys' good-looking eyes were full of thirst, which made Yi Xian's heart melt as he looked at them. Perhaps it was because of the blood relationship. I'm really your poop. Hugging the 2 little ones, Yi Xian's heart was flooded with unprecedented feelings. Of course, there's a picture of you in Mama's room. Xin Tonton spoke in a single word. Xin puffed out. It's just that Mama won't let us look for you. Humph. POA. Tongtong misses you so much. As she spoke, Tongtong Moas kissed the handsome side of Baba's face. Xin wants it too. Unwilling to show weakness, Xin also gave a kiss. Jealousy made one's face turn pale. This moment really envied everyone around. Young master. Then Muyu first goes back to clean up the villa. Sumuyu ate the young master and the 2 little misses dog food. The corner of her mouth hung up in a curve to solicit. Really stayed on. She was afraid that she didn't even need to eat dinner. Go. Yi Xian waved his hand. With 2 little cotton padded what beautiful personal butler in gold worshipping. All unimportant. Gar. Right at this moment, Xin Ton's little tummy protested and called out, which caused the 2 little ones to skim the corners of their mouths in aggravation. POA Xin is hungry. Aha, Tong Tong is also hungry. The 2 little ones knew that they were going to see POA today, and were so excited that they hadn't even eaten breakfast until now. Obviously seeing POA was much more important than eating breakfast. Go. Yi Xian hugged the 2 little ones and walked towards the extended supercar. Baba will take you to eat a big meal. As the beastly supercar rang out, it drove off towards the school gate, leaving a cloud of blue smoke as well as a messy crowd in its place. A breakup farce directed by Lu Meier came to a dramatic end. For a time, many girls looked to Lu Meier eyes full of sympathy. If they are Meier goddess, I'm afraid that now has long been crying in the toilet. Too poor. The opportunity to marry into a wealthy family was lost like this. Ding. Detecting the host's first time driving a supercar. Gifting divine car skills. Immediately after, Yi Xian's mind warmed up with a lot more information. Driving again. Feeling unprecedentedly skillful. In terms of car skills alone, Yi Xian is now equivalent to at least a 30 to 40-year-old driver. Feeling surprisingly good. The system was really not letting go of any opportunity to give away favors. POA. You're so handsome. Aha. 10 times more handsome than in the picture. Xian Tongtong's voice came over at this time, and Yi Xian's mouth curved up when he heard it. That's true, and don't look at who I am, Popa. He. The two little guys giggled. Beautiful big eyes smiled and curved into a crescent moon, with Yi Xian's angle looking over the past adorable. Soon, arriving at one of the few top restaurants in Jinling. Sir, what do you want to order? In the box, beautiful waitress good sound voice inquired. See the face value super handsome. Beautiful young lady face slightly halo red. After all, full great face value is not to say. Seriously, how nice it would be to have an encounter with such a handsome man. Xin. Tongtong, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Looking at the two little ones' expectant little eyes, he handed over the menu and said with bravado, and also wanted to try out how effective the consumption rebate was. Really duh. Long live POA. After ordering the dishes, Yi Xian looked at the menu. You guys, 2 bottles of 82-year Lafite. Take it away later. Yes, sir. The waitress sucked in her breath when she heard 2 bottles of 82-year Lafite, knowing that a bottle would cost 68,000, 2 bottles of 13 or 40,000, which was almost a year's salary for her. Detecting the host dining in a restaurant does not match the host's compulsion. Gifting divine cooking ability. The voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian froze. This will do? In passing, pulling up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God level car skills, God level cooking skills. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent. Wealth, 10 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian hooked up the curvature. This feels quite good. Sure enough, having a system boost is different. He is a good person, but he is not a good person. If the system had come a few years earlier, he would have been able to buy the whole world by now. Right. Do you guys have a picture of Mama? Yi Xian coughed dryly. Speaking of which, 4 years ago, he only knew that the encounter was a great beauty. As for the appearance, he only saw it in a daze back then. Of course there is. Xin proceeded to take out her cell phone, fiddling with it a bit and handing it to her dad. POA. This is our Mama. Isn't it pretty? Seeking his eyes, there was a red-skirted girl in the cell phone, with a stunningly beautiful and fragrant face that even the personal butler Sumu could not compare to. As for the figure, can raise the two little ones so aura, can be imagined. It's quite beautiful. Yi Xian coughed dryly. He didn't realize that he had slept with a worldly fairy back then. After understanding, Yi Xian also knew that the two little guys' mama's name is Xiaobingning, nowadays operating a Bingning high-grade cosmetic company, and it is also a well-known enterprise in Jinling. Xia's group's 1,000 gold. Mama, of course, beautiful rarely have time to accompany us. Xin said at this point, beeping her little mouth. Tong Tong and Small Chicken Pecking Head nodded. The two little guys cute look like people cannot say like. Joking. This kind of cute baby no one can resist. After eating, came to the cashier. Sir, here are your 2 bottles of 82 Lafite. Your consumption this time totaled 358,000. The lady at the cashier, with her red flushed face, said, feeling like she saw her future husband's appearance. Swipe your card. Yi Xian reveals a charming arc, but let the receptionist lady almost sink. My god, la feel like falling in love with this handsome man. How to do? Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 358,000 RMB and obtaining a consumption rebate of 358 million RMB. A small test. It feels great. Detecting the host's improved impression of the system, granting 1 billion renminbi. This impression of the system can be given money. Worthy of being a divine system, the impression of a good gift of 1 billion is really no one. Simply trenchless. Leaving the restaurant, he arrived at the Imperial Abyss Villa complex in about a quarter of an hour. At this moment, the sales office supervisor Chen Tianhe with a cadre of men to personally meet. Jokingly, this is a by a billion king of the building of the god of the rich. No way they do not pay attention. Welcome Mr. Yi to come and stay at the Imperial Abyss Villa. Chen Tianhe bowed as a sign of respect. This kind of divine tycoon was fully qualified to let him do so. Wow. Looking at the super beautiful Imperial Abyss Villa, Xian Tongtong's two little ones blinked their big eyes as if they could talk. POA. Is this our home? So beautiful. The two little ones fell in love with the place at the first time. The saleswomen at the sales office loved seeing Xian Tongtong. Such a good-looking munchkin. They also super want one. Boing boing. Seeing the array of red banners being pulled up, Yi Xian looked at the sales office with a bold idea. Supervisor Chen, which is the most expensive set here besides the one villa? Looking at Chen Tianhe's badge, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Yi, follow me. Chen Tianhe personally led the way, and then came to the miniature property. In addition to Villa 1, the most expensive is Villa 8. regardless of the light, location or layout is the top choice. Priced at 800 million renminbi. 800 million. Hearing this price, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth grinned a trace of arc. This is not a chance to brush money again. Chapter 3, Try to Ask. What is the concept of earning $30 billion in a second? I'll take it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and Chen Changhua almost didn't choke on his own saliva. Mr. Yi, you want to buy Villa 8. Actually, this information makes it a bit confused. That is 800 million ah. As for the sales one by one to look at Yi Xian is full of like, this if their boyfriend that how good, absolutely less struggle for 20 years. No. Looking at Chen Changhua reaction, Yi Xian slightly frowned. Okay, of course. Chen Changhua pressed down the shock in his heart and then instructed his men. Apply for Mr. Yes Villa No. 8 sales contract. Not long ago, the appearance of beautiful women sales with a sales contract came, but also deliberately will be the top of a button to unlock, revealing the beauty of the mountain peaks. Obviously a spell may be able to become too little fairy stepmother. After signing the contract, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Brush card. The sales office was very efficient. The ticking of the swipe card ended. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 800 million renminbi and gaining wealth of 8 billion renminbi. As expected, the consumption rebate 10 times chopped 8 billion, which put Yi Xian in quite a good mood. How about? Yi Xian looked at the miniature villa property and pondered for a moment. Supervisor Chen, how many villas are left in Imperial Abyss today? This. Chen Changhua froze for a moment, then took out his cell phone and logged into the property sales website. Ahem, Mr. Yi. There are a total of over 40 sets of villas left in Imperial Abyss, totaling almost 3 billion. 3 billion. Hearing this number, a rebate of 10 times consumption, that would be 30 billion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be better to wait if he didn't swipe the money at this time. Good. Yi Xian looked at the miniature villa without much consideration. I'll take it all. PFF. Chen Changhua's entire body went numb. He almost didn't kneel on the ground. His eyes widened. Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to buy all the villas in Imperial Abyss? Yi Xian waved his hand, then took out his bank card. Swipe the card first. The real estate license will be sent directly to the one villa when you guys are done. Hiss. The sales office crowd. All of them sucked in a breath of cool air. Look at Yi Xian's eyes have changed. Bold and horizontal. Too bold. Rich people. I don't know if you're a rich man or not. $3 billion? Not even with a blink of an eye. He. Baba is so handsome. Xan Tongtong's face was filled with happiness and admiration when she saw Popa making a big splash. Excited heart. Trembling hands. Chen Changhua swiped his card to finish. Looking at the 3 billion arriving in the account, his brain was blank. As if he was dreaming, as if it was unreal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3 billion renminbi and gaining 30 billion renminbi in wealth. Unsurprisingly, Yi Xian once again rebate 10 times chopped 30 billion. This money earned not too easy. The size of the horse in front of him is a younger brother existence. Try to ask. What is the concept of earning 30 billion in a second? I guess none of them have ever experienced it. Mr. Yi, take your time. Supervisor Chen with a group of sales 90 degrees bowed and bent over to send off. Joking? This kind of big brother, they wouldn't dare to neglect the slightest bit. Hurry! Everyone stop their work and handle the real estate matters for Mr. Yi. Chen Changhua breathed a deep sigh of relief, then waved his hand. After it's done, I'll treat you to a celebration banquet. Also, this month's bonus is tripled. No, 5 times. Long live the supervisor. Sales office sales. Incomparable excitement. My god, bonus doubled 5 times. Everyone can get at least more than 100. 000. Too valiant. Squeak. On the other hand, with the sound of brakes stopped came to the front of the Imperial Abyss 1 villa. The stunningly beautiful private butler, Su Muyu, was already waiting for a long time with 8 maid dress looking girls. Welcome home, young master. Su Muyu bowed and said, while the 8 maids behind her bowed in unison, their sweet voices ringing in their ears. Young master. Wow. Xan Tongtong saw so many beautiful maid sisters. Her eyes flooded with little stars. So many beautiful sisters. Mama feels like there are so many more love rivals. Tongtong is very agreeable little chicken pecking rice nodded his head. Yi Xian bitter smile. Obviously did not expect Su Muyu so dedicated. Alone looks extremely eye-catching. The days ahead were really getting more and more exciting. Young master is so handsome. The maids peeked at their own young master. That face value and temperament was completely their Prince Charming. In the future there will be a blessing for the mouth. Oh no, a blessing for the eyes. Muyu, take Xan Tong to visit the villa. Okay, young master. Su Muyu's sweet voice came out. Her eyes then fell on the beautiful maids. Any of them had a higher face value and figure than Lumiere. Half an hour later, Su Muyu came to the balcony. Young master, You called me. Sumuyu looked at the handsome and bold young master in front of her. Her face was flushed. She was really afraid that one couldn't control herself and lost her temper. However, the young master is really too handsome. Yi Xian looked at Sumuyu beside him. Wouldn't it be a pity to not use such a tool person? By the way, how much do you and the maids get paid? Sumuyu did not expect the young master to ask himself this question. Then said, back to the young master. Muyu's annual salary is 5 million. The maid's annual salary is 1 million. That's so. Yi Xian pondered for a moment while Sumuyu panicked, thinking that the young master thought the salary was too high. Young master, if you feel the salary is high, I can reduce the salary by 3 million, and the maid's salary to 500,000. Not for any other reason, just because such a handsome young master. She truly didn't want to find the next family. At first she thought it was a greasy old man. Give me your card number. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said. Sumuyu blushed, took out a bank card. A heart apprehensive, the young master will not dismiss himself. What to do? I don't want to leave such a handsome young master. Ding dong. Just at this time, Sumuyu's cell phone received a text message. Dear CCB user, your tail number 3284 account. On March 8, 2024, 130 million renminbi arrived. Construction bank. Looking at the cell phone text message, Sumuyu's beautiful eyes gave a start, full of incredulity. This is fraud? Can't is the construction bank official sent Muyu. This is you and the maid's salary for the next 10 years. When Sumuyu heard her own young master's words, her mouth opened wide in surprise, her face excited without any concealment. It wasn't because of the 10 years salary given, but she could stay by the young master's side. Thank you, young master. Sumuyu's face was red with excitement. If it was possible, she really wanted to go up and kiss the young master. Then said, I'll go and send it down to the maids. If they know, they must be super happy. Go. Yi Xian smiled faintly. It wasn't bad for the absolutely beautiful butler toolman to try something small. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 130 million renminbi and gaining wealth of 1.3 billion renminbi. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian hooked up the corners of his mouth. It won't take long for him to buy the whole world if this trend continues. Chapter 4. This is Poop's gold-digging girlfriend's cousin and her dad. Poopa, where are we going? Xa and Tongtong sat in the car and asked Poopa expectantly, feeling that even the air was sweet when she was with Poopa. Century City, to go shopping. Really? When they heard that they were going to the mall to buy things, the two little ones' eyes were glowing with stars. It's true that shopping is a girl's instinct, and it has nothing to do with age. Of course, Yi Xian drove towards Jinling Century City with a kick of the gas. Behind him came the voices of the maids saying goodbye. Young master goodbye. Sweet voice into the ears. Yi Xian's mouth corner hooked up curved. This visual and auditory enjoyment. And now there is a stunningly beautiful wife and two super cute little cotton patties. The pinnacle of life is just like this. And this is only the beginning. Soon, Jinling Century City. Parked the car, took the two little ones and entered Century City, going straight to the luxury goods. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Natural luxury when the first choice. Welcome. Arriving at a high-end luxury flagship store, the two little ones were incomparably curious as they looked around, especially as the shiny things made them very excited. Wow, Poopa, look, that bag is so pretty. Just as they entered the store, they saw the bag displayed in the most prominent position. Mama would look super pretty if she wore it. Yell. Right at this moment, an inopportune teasing voice came over. Isn't this the schoolgirl of Jinling University? Searching his eyes, Yi Xian clearly recognized that the person was Lu Shallow, the cousin of his gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend Lu Meier, whose reputation was no less than that of Lu Meier, and was also a member of the gold-worshipping female family. Mr. Zhao, this is the boyfriend my pretty cousin blindly found. Glancing at Yi Xian, she then said in an overbearing manner. However, he is now dumped by Meier. Oh. Hearing Lu Qianer's words, the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Yi Xian. Kid, so it's a college student. I'm the director of Ding Sheng Group. Do you need me to introduce you to a job? The color of mockery was not hidden at all. The middle-aged man naturally would not put a brat in his eyes, and now in front of his woman, he naturally had to support the face, although it was for fun, but also to show off the machismo is not. POA, who are they? Xa and Tonton looked curiously at the two people who appeared, feeling that they were unfriendly to POA and must be bad people. Oh, Yi Xian glanced at them and said, this is POA's gold-worshipping girlfriend's cousin and her father. Put. The middle-aged man's lungs almost exploded with anger. Lu Qianer's pretty face was ironic. That kid was truly detestable. For a while, the two of them looked like they had eaten a fly. Mr. Zhao, this bag is so beautiful. I want it. Lu Qianer rubbed against the middle-aged man's arm, which made the middle-aged man's eyes blaze. Yesterday this didn't make a lot of effort. Giving some benefits is not unavoidable. $30,000? See the price of the bag. The middle-aged man froze, to know that his annual salary is only $1.5 million. Naturally will not buy such an expensive bag to play with the woman. At least in his opinion is not worth it. Shallow child. What's so good about this bag? Next to the latest model of this year. Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth. Naturally saw the middle-aged man's mind. The two men's relationship from the first meeting to see the door. After all, the man can be Lu Shallow father. This bag, I'll take it. Lu Qianer did not leave a few steps. Is to hear a familiar voice? Turn his head to look but found that the voice of the person is Yi Xian. How can it be? That kid? But a poor can afford a $300,000 bag? Okay sir. The store attendant nodded respectfully, then inquired, by the way, we still have black and red models of this bag. I don't know, would you like to pick it out? No, I'll take them all. Ha, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. That kid wants all of them. XIN Tonton. Feel free to buy whatever you like. Aha. XIN Tonton proceeded to pick out hair cards, bracelets, perfume. Sir, your current purchase totaled $1.2 million, cash or credit card please? After scanning the code, the beautiful front desk lady inquired. Swipe card. Receiving the bank card. Yi Xian's ears rang with the rebate voice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending $1.2 million renminbi and gaining wealth of 12 million renminbi. What? Watching Yi Xian three people leave, Lu Qianer was full of disbelief. 1.2 million said to spend on spending. That kid can't be that he's not being adopted, but a rich second generation. Detecting the host hitting the face of his gold-digging girlfriend's cousin, granting 1 billion renminbi, just left the store. Yi Xian froze. Good guy rebate 10 times chop 12 million even if hit the face of gold-worshipping girlfriend cousin can also trigger the reward. This system is very good. Well, go to the next one. Yi Xian in a good mood, took the two little ones to the luxury shoes and clothing area. Such a good opportunity to brush money naturally more good. POA. This dress is super pretty. Buy it. POA. Look at these shoes. Buy. Yi Xian did not even think about it and said, the degree of luxury and transgression to see the sales of envy, to not be so spoiled female fanatic, good like, and also so handsome, even, they all want to be the daughter of a handsome man. Calling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million renminbi, and gaining wealth of 21 million renminbi, after leaving, and then successively strolling several luxury goods area. Together total spent almost tens of millions. Such a scene if let the outside world know will be shocked off. Grandma, this is the rhythm of the interpretation of luxury to the extreme. Ding bell. Just at this time, XIN cell phone ringing up. Hiran Xiaobingning called video. Click to connect. Ma. XIN sweet voice came out. Tong Tong also came up on the side, obviously missing a day without seeing her. XIN, Tong Tong, want mama did not. The opposite side of the beautiful girl. Pretty face reveals a smile doting asked. Yi Xian somehow thought of when the encounter scene, which let it knit up his eyebrows. What is the situation? Sick this is. Well, ma, we're in Century City. POA bought us a lot of things. Tong Tong said excitedly, then God helped. POA, come on ya mama called. When Yi Xian heard this, he coughed dryly and looked at the overwhelmingly beautiful girl across from him. Hello, come to Nine Dragons Villa at night. Meet up. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobingning said, after all, this side sooner or later, and she could see that the two little guys were very happy with that guy. Good. Yi Xian saw the stunning girl and nodded his head to say yes. He just didn't expect that their first meeting after many years would be in such a way. Soon after, it was hanging up the phone. On the other side, ding dong, the middle-aged man received a message from his friend. Yi Xian, 23 years old, residing in the Imperial Abyss 1 villa, driving a $30 million extended edition supercar, suspected to be the fiancé of Xiao's group's $1,000 gold. Xiaobingning. What? See here, Mr. Zhao's back spine cold. This good friend is a hacker expert. The reason why it's can have today's achievements. Good friend funding credit. Only, this message almost didn't let him scare the piss out of him. Buying all the villas in Imperial Abyss. Xiaobingning's fiancé. Gulp swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect Lu Shallow's cousin's ex-boyfriend to actually be a hidden god. Brother Zhao. What's wrong? Pa. Lu Shallow just finished. Directly by the middle-aged man jerked over on the ground. And then from the wallet to pull out a bunch of banknotes sprinkled on its body. Incomparably skillful operation as if he had done it an unknown number of times. Mad. I was almost killed by you. Drilling into the car. The middle-aged man glared at Lu Shallow. Bitch. Break up. Brother Zhao. You. Before Lu Shallow could finish, The car had already driven away into the distance. Just now he said that he would properly hurt himself at night. How could it be like this? Chapter 5 Mama, you can't steal the poop from us you know? Happy. Back in the car. Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth to spoil. Get along although short, but on this feeling it's but more and more enjoy. Aha. XA and Tonton two little guy small chicken pecking rice nodded head. Cute D voice responded, super happy day? Thank you poop. Moo-ah. The two little guys on the left and right gave the poop a happy kiss, which made Yi Xian's heart like a kitten scratching. It turned out, this is the feeling of being a father so marvelous. This feeling, completely unable to use words to describe, can only think unspeakable. A foot throttle scampered out. Yi Xian enjoys quite good pushback feeling. If this supercar can be more comfortable, it would be better. For a moment, Yi Xian thought to himself, detecting the host's dissatisfaction with the supercar, gifting the Lamborghini Devil's Son. With a slight spit, the system directly gifted a Lamborghini Devil's Son, a supercar he had heard of, said to be a private customized version worth 100 million. Half an hour later, Kowloon Villa. Wow, we're back at Mama's house. Xian and Tonton saw the familiar villa in front of her, excitedly chirping and not forgetting to call Mama. Mama, quickly come out we're back. The two little ones dressed in nice clothes, ran into the villa. Looking at the elegant layout of the villa, it can be seen that Xia Bingning is a very self-disciplined person. Good smell of rice from the kitchen overflow nose. It can be seen that the cooking skills are still very good. That girl will also cook? Right at this moment, the good-looking girl wearing a red dress and apron came out from the kitchen with dishes. You're here. Xia Bingning's face flickered with a blush. Although she was the president boss of a high-grade cosmetic company, but the romance aspect stopped at that night encounter 4 years ago. Seeing Yi Xian's blazing gaze staring at himself, Xia Bingning's face reddened 1 point more. What are you looking at? Ahem. I didn't expect you to cook. Xia Bingning blankly eyed Yi Xian and said in a bad mood. Otherwise, it's not like I don't trust the two little ones to the nanny. Sorry. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him. In the past 4 years, you've suffered a lot, right? Xia Bingning's heart was inexplicably sour, then smiled. It's fine, it's all in the past. Detecting Xia Bingning's favorability towards the host has been increased, gifting the ability of sound presence. Yi Xian was stunned upon hearing this. Goodwill enhancement. This can be done. POA quickly taste it. Mama's cooking skills are superb. Xian Tonton was at the side, eating melons and saying, good, clip a mouthful of food. Taste the flavor. Have to say that the taste is very good. Of course, with his god-level cooking cannot be compared, just with the ordinary people compared to the already extremely good. Next, Xia Bingning took out a contract from the side. Yi Xian, this is the marriage agreement I drew up. Xia Bingning's face slightly swooned. If there's no problem, sign it. Marriage agreement. Yi Xian froze upon hearing it, then his gaze fell on the contract, followed by the voice of the stunning beauty ringing in his ears. As compensation, I will give you $10 million every month. In addition, I can be your girlfriend to meet your friends and relatives. Said here, Xia Bingning clenched her slender hand, in order to let the two little guys not lack of fatherly love is also spelled. And she, but did not know, Yi Xian at this moment then the Xia group has money. At least now she does not know. It is also this meeting, so that the two life trajectories quietly intertwined again. Of course, this is an afterthought. After dinner, it was already late at night. Ahem. So what? Should I go back first? Looking out of the window, Yi Xian dryly coughed and said, after all, the two of them met for the first time, and really stayed a bit awkward. POA. No, don't go okay. Upon hearing this, Xian Tonton's face was filled with nervousness. Her small hand hurriedly pulled on Popa's hand to prevent him from leaving, fearing that what she experienced during the day was just a dream. It's getting late. Seeing the appearance of the two little ones, Xia Bingning's heart was unable to bear it. Why don't we just stay here? Deeply relieved. Anyway, the two sooner or later will have to live together, in advance to adapt to a good. But Xia Bingning himself did not realize, quietly her heart has been messed up. Xia Bingning thought so. I'll go brush the dishes. Xia Bingning sensed that the atmosphere was a bit odd. Small Wolf drilled into the kitchen, completely unable to see the domineering president should have the aura. A heart is more thumping violently beating. Yi Xian, tonight you will sleep in the second bedroom. After brushing the dishes, Xia Bingning looked to the side of the guest room and said, but not before it finished. The two little ones were not happy. It is not easy to poop and paw together. How can they not sleep together to sleep? No, we want to papa mama, together with sleep. Xian Tonton pitifully shook Xia Bingning's slender hand. Okay mama. Spoiled cute picture. See Yi Xian mouth corner curved up, not ashamed to be their own little cotton jacket but this kind of sugar-coated bomb is afraid of the gods cannot stand. You guys. Obviously. The two little guys will mama pinch dead. Know this kind of most effective law. The two little guys pushed and shoved. So into the master bedroom. Yi Xian. You visit. Xia Bingning's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. She has never been with a boy this close contact. In addition to the night encounter 4 years ago, I go to the bath. Taking a change of pajamas, she drilled into the bathroom. I'll be able to sleep with Puppy at night. So happy. Xin Tong Tong chirped at the side, blissfully unaware of the invisible wave of divine assistance to Papa Mama. In the bedroom, it was neat and clean, with a nice scent that was the same as that of Xia Bingning's body. Clatter. Soon, Xia Bingning put on good clothes and came in. Looking at the beautiful face girl in front of him, Yi Xian gulped and swallowed saliva, and was directly stunned in place. Xia Bingning felt the blazing gaze. Her face reddened. What are you looking at? Wife, you're so beautiful. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he continued. It's hard to imagine how much luck I had 4 years ago. Put. Xia Bingning gave it a blank look, but strangely enough being looked at by it didn't offend her. I didn't expect you to be so oily. How could I? Yi Xian said with a solemn face. I swear, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Che. The two little ones felt neglected at this point, puffing their fragrant cheeks. Mama was so bad, actually grabbing poop from them. Papa, I want to hear a story. Aha, me too. Xin Tong Tong twittered and pulled the poop, then looked at Mama vigilantly. Mama, you can't grab the poop with us, know it. Xia Bingning. Hearing this, Xia Bingning's beautiful eyes widened, her face reddened. Who grabbed that guy with them? What are you talking about? However, she didn't say it, because then she was afraid of making a fool of herself. Poof. Xin Tong Tong glanced at Mama, with a look that she would never try to lie to them in general, which made the corners of Xia Bingning's mouth twitch. Are these two little guys crazy? Detecting the host being guarded by two daughters, rewarding 1 billion renminbi. Put. The system's sudden words directly amused Yi Xian. However, Xia Bingning's face reddened 1 point more, thinking that guy was probably making fun of her. Damn, the three of them were up to no good. They left that guy overnight. I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do. Chapter 6, Stinky Mama. You're still arguing. We all heard you call Puppy your husband. That guy, glaring at Yi Xian. This is only the first time they met and made themselves crazy. This would be great if they were to get along for a long time. Let me tell a story about the ugly duckling. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian spoke. After a swan egg was hatched by a mother duck in a duck's nest, it was treated as an ugly duckling by everyone because of its distinctive looks. As a result, it has been beaten, ostracized, and ridiculed everywhere since it crawled out of the eggshell, not only among the ducks, but also among the chickens. Under the sound presence ability, the two little guys are like walking into the world of the ugly duckling. That is, Xia Bingning on the side are all stunned. That guy's voice, so magical. Even before her eyes, she was presented with the world of the ugly duckling, the image of a swan egg being ostracized after being hatched by a mother duck, and then being mocked by other animals. No wonder, he had made the two little ones like it so much in such a short time. One had to admit, the story was so much better than the one she told. As the story progressed, the two little ones blinked their eyes in anticipation, quietly admiring Poop even more. Poop's storytelling turned out to be so good. Soon, the story ended. Whoosh, Baba, the ugly duckling is so brave. Xin Tong Tong chattered excitedly. Those animals are so hateful. So the ugly duckling is a white swan. Seeing the two little ones' excited look, Xia Bingning is deep meaning to look at Yi Xian, which although it is a fairy tale but let her all from it to draw positive energy, quietly on its impression has a slight transformation. Stick to yourself, don't give up on your dreams. It's super nice to listen to. Poop, one more okay. Spoiled and cute. Looking at Yi Xian's heart is happy. The system operation is also more satisfied. The sound is simply open the magic weapon. Good. Then, I'll tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Coughing lightly, the sound presence was once again enhanced. Then under Yi Xian's narration, the two little ones entered the world of Little Red Riding Hood. From the beginning when Little Red Riding Hood encountered the Big Bad Wolf, then the Big Bad Wolf ate Grandma and Little Red Riding Hood, and then was saved by the hunter. A scene of thrilling images, as if that Little Red Riding Hood is themselves. In this way, Yi Xian continued to tell Snow White, Little P, the little girl who sells matches, accompanied by one wonderful fairy tale telling. The two little ones fell asleep at some point. I didn't expect that you were quite good at telling fairy tales. Xia Bingning looked at the sleeping two little ones. Every night storytelling was her biggest headache, but in this guy it seemed quite simple. Your family man is awesome in many ways. Looking at the stunningly beautiful and pouring girl in front of him, Yi Xian was arrogant, causing Xia Bingning to snort a laugh. This guy seemed to be a little different from what she had imagined. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Xia Bingning blankly eyed Yi Xian. Quietly the two of them had gotten a lot closer. At least that guy was a lot better than her at bringing up children. Good night. Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth and slept like this. The next day, early morning, the golden sunrise poured into the room. The stunningly beautiful face of Xia Bingning struggled her eyes and then opened them, realizing that there was no longer a figure of Yi Xian beside her, and subconsciously couldn't help but tighten her heart. What's wrong with myself? Xia Bingning's eyebrows knit up. But the heart is rising this uneasiness. Oneself will not be afraid of that guy leaving, right? Day. Hidden Xia Bingning heard downstairs with the sound of cooking, cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then thought of yesterday. I actually listened to a night of fairy tales, some incredible. That guy will not be cooking it. Thinking of this, Xia Bingning carefully got up, afraid of waking up the two little ones. Oh, just opened the door to the room. The aroma came straight from downstairs. Xia Bingning could not help but energize the spirit. Only a trace of sleep dissipated. What is that guy doing? So fragrant. Voodoo. Can't help but swallow the aroma. Even the small abdomen are protesting the grunt. Taking small steps to the downstairs, he saw a large bowl of soup noodles on the dining table. Actually, it's soup noodles. Xia Bingning incredibly looked at the soup noodles on the table. Obviously she didn't expect that the bland soup noodles could be this delicious. I didn't expect that guy to have two tricks up his sleeve. Wife, you're awake. Seeing the frozen Xia Bingning, Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth. This kind of a good-hearted and beautiful wife would be a pity if he didn't take it. Just made soup noodles. Taste your family man cooking. You. Good. Taste buds wide open. Xia Bingning, also lazy to count someone to take advantage of the words. The heart is humming. This guy actually said his own man. Baird. After eating a mouthful of soup noodles, Xia Bingning's beautiful eyes lit up. Yi Xian, you cook so well. That's for sure. When Yi Xian heard this, he arrogantly said, I'm my family Bingning's man. You. What are you talking nonsense about? Xia Bingning's face was red, but it didn't delay her from eating the soup noodles in the slightest, a heart fluttering violently. That guy's guts were getting bigger and bigger, but why didn't she resent it at all? She is a domineering female president. How? Toughness cannot be up. So strange. I feel that in the future there is a possibility that we will really become two people. Xia Bingning blankly eyed Yi Xian. Her face reddened, but she didn't say anything else. After all, she had originally thought about this possibility. Naturally, when I signed the agreement contract with you, I already gave you this opportunity. Speaking here, Xia Bingning continued. However, if we don't have feelings before the end of the agreement marriage, we will still separate. Then what? Xia Bingning pursed her vermilion lips. Husband? Oh no. Yi Xian, can I have another bowl? A momentary slip of the tongue. Xia Bingning, Tang's face flushed red spread to the root of the back of the ear. My God, just now, actually called him husband. That guy should not hear it. What did you call me? Yi Xian was quite stunned, incredulously looking at Xia Bingning. Hey, husband? Don't say a bowl. 100 bowls are no problem. Stinky mama. Right at this moment, Xa and Tonton did not know when she came downstairs, and puffed, you're grabbing poop with us again. Poof, a minute ago. They got up and realized that the poop was missing. They hurriedly got out of bed, then followed the soup noodle scent and came downstairs, and sure enough, they saw Mama snatching the poop from them. They were so angry. Mama is so hateful. How could she do this to them? Go. Xia Bingning glared at the two little ones. What are you talking about? Stinky Mama is still sophomoric. We just heard you call out to POA husband all, and also pampered saying another bowl. Xia Bingning, you guys, how can you eavesdrop on me? Truly, Xia Bingning was numb, not expecting the embarrassing scene to be seen by all of these two little ones. Xin Tonton, come eat noodles. Yi Xian rounded off the scene and said, if he continued like this his own wife would have to find a crack in the ground. Wow. As expected, the lure of the soup noodles successfully diverted the attention of the two little ones. Papa, is this the noodle you put down? It smells so good. Soon, the two little guys were captured by the soup noodles, successfully harvesting two little fans. As for Xia Bingning similarly eating the bowl of soup noodles, eating 2 big bowls in the morning, it should have no effect on weight loss. Chapter 7, 3, $8 billion? Isn't the young master a bit of a loser? Hiccup. Xia Bingning burped unimaginatively. 2 big bowls of soup noodles. She had set her own record. So angry. What if she gained weight? She blamed that guy for making the soup noodles so delicious. I'll go to the office first. Feeling Yi Xian's gaze and the fact that the two little ones had just been aggressive, the 36th plan was the best way to go. Poop. Mama is too hateful, actually robbing you from us. Xa and Tonton was obviously very vindictive, spitting at Mama. Obviously after seeing Popa they Mama instantly didn't smell good. Alright, how could Mama snatch the poop from you guys? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth revealed an intriguing arc, and then said, "Go, today, POA will take you guys to a good place." Okay. Xian and Tonton was excited to help Popa clean up the dishes. They couldn't bear to see Popa toil alone. If this scene was seen by Xiaobingning, she might be jealous. She had been cooking for the two little ones for more than 3 years, but she didn't see this treatment. Leaving the villa, he came to the largest market in Jinling. Before, he had no money on him, naturally would not come here. Now it is different. The next moment Yi Xian left the villa. A figure in the dark narrowed his eyes. "Hey, young Zhang, there's a kid who spent the night in Xiaobingning's villa, and has a very good relationship with Xiaobingning's 2 daughters. Hearing this person's words, an icy voice came from the opposite side. "What did you say? Keep a close watch and find out that kid's identity for me." "Yes, young Zhang." The corner of that person's mouth hooked up in curvature upon hearing this. Then he looked towards the direction where Yi Xian had disappeared. That kid is going to be in deep trouble. Xiaobingning is not someone who can be messed with. Jumbo Pavilion. Purpose is very clear to come here. For years he understands very clearly here antiques fake 1 times 10. Honesty completely, do not have to worry. Ding. Detect the host to enter the curio store. Gifted divine level treasure appreciation ability. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian froze. Divine level treasure appreciation? This ability is good. Is the system worried about being fooled? Although he doesn't care about this, because being deceived would only make him earn more. Then Yi Xian's gaze fell on a white jade bowl in the store, on which there was a string of information. Han Dynasty White Jade Bowl, Han Dynasty Authentic. Jade bowl slightly greenish white, wall thin as paper, round, open mouth, circle foot, inside and outside the light vegetarian. Appraisal price, 300,000 RMB. Little friend, how can I help you? At this time, a middle-aged man came close to the front, looking at the hands of the jade bowl, smiled and said, "Little friend, friendly eyesight. This is the Han Dynasty White Jade Bowl, is considered a medium-priced jade. I observe that the little friend has a destiny. So, 400,000 how?" Oh, hearing the boss's words, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder the system gave himself the divine level treasure appreciation ability. This wrongdoer can be really some diaphragm if he is when. Boss, although the treasure pavilion has no fakes, this jade bowl is worth 300,000 at most. Cough cough. Zhao Tianlai dry cough, old face a red. Ashamed, little friend seems to be a connoisseur. However, also let our small store earn some 310,000 how? 300,000. Bland voice came out with, "I bought more than one today." Good. Zhao Tianlai clenched his teeth and set the price at $300,000. The boss is a fastidious person. In that case, I'll take all the antiques in your store. Zhao Tianlai, little friend, are you sure? Xian Tonton saw the boss's appearance and snorted. Although she didn't know what she was doing, she felt that poop was super powerful. Half an hour later, Zhao Tianlai summarized the prices and took a deep breath. This store now has a total of 328 antiques, totaling $150 million. Swipe the card. Yi Xian took out his bank card and handed it to Zhao Tianlai, while Zhao Tianlai's eyes jumped. Today he met a big customer, this is. Tick. Swiping the card ended. Yi Xian then dialed Su Muyu's phone. "Muyu, I bought some antiques at the Jinling Fong Market Jumbo Pavilion. You bring them back to decorate the villa." "Okay, young master." Sweet voice came out. Su Muyu didn't dare to procrastinate in the slightest. That dude, what a hoity-toity. Jumbo Pavilion's crowd of employees looked at Yi Xian's eyes changed. It seems that people don't even blink. Ding. Congratulations to the host for consuming 150 million renminbi, gaining wealth of 1.5 billion renminbi. A voice came from his ears, and the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God level car skills, God level cooking skills, God level massage, God level treasure appraisal. Voice, items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version of the Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times the consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son. Wealth, 41.8 billion renminbi. Go. Poop will take you guys to buy something else. In the staggering gaze of the crowd of Jumbo Pavilion bosses, the trio left the store, leaving the crowd in the wind. The rich man's world is so exciting. On the other side, Imperial Abyss 1 Villa. Excuse me, you are MS Su, right? Chen Shangha came to the front of the villa and greeted Su Muyu rather respectfully. After all, this was considered to be Yi Xian's beloved. Oh, Su Muyu saw the visitor and couldn't help but frown. "You are? Miss Su, I am Chen Shangha, the supervisor of the Imperial Abyss sales office. This is my business card." Chen Xianghe handed Su Muyu the business card in his hand, then asked his men to open the car door. A box of real estate certificates appeared. This is Mr. Yi buying all the villas in Imperial Abyss, together with number 8, a total of 45 villas, worth 3.8 billion renminbi. What? Once this statement came out, Su Muyu once again looked at the box of real estate certificates. The whole person was not calm. This young master, he bought all the villas in the Imperial Abyss Villa Complex. The maids sucked in a cool breath to make sure they weren't dreaming. 3.8 billion. Isn't the young master a bit too much of a loser? Time quickly came to nightfall. Let's go. Go home. Yi Xian drove in the direction of home, and Xin Tone nodded her head one after another. I'm super happy today. Thinking about the many things they bought, the two little ones chattered. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Yi Xian received a call from Xia Bingning. Hey, wife misses your man so soon. Answering the phone laughing and joking. Xia Bingning's face reddened when she heard it. You, who is your wife? Xia Bingning sheepishly looked to the employees working outside the office, and deeply breathed out. She tangled for a long time before making this call, because, since eating that guy's soup noodles in the morning, it felt like the other meals couldn't raise her appetite in the slightest. Seriously, you come to the villa. I'll take Xin Tong and them out to play together tomorrow on my break. Between words, Xia Bingning's face was red. She still lied for the first time, but the thought of that guy's delicious cooking couldn't stop her mouth from watering. Okay. Yi Xian didn't think much and agreed. The corner of his mouth arched. Xia Bingning just hung up the phone. The special assistant Xiao Shi came to the office. Mr. Xia, there are a few important meetings tomorrow. You see, put off all of them. Xia Bingning instantly refused. Hearing Xiao Shi froze, incredibly confirming, push them all off. General Manager Xia, are you sure? Chapter 8, Wife, my mother-in-law is here? 9 Dragons Villa. Wow, go poop. So awesome. The two little ones looked at the super high cooking poop in the kitchen, their eyes filled with stars. Kada. Right at this moment, Xia Bingning came to the villa and happened to hear the two little ones marveling, and couldn't help but seek her eyes to look. Hand shadows fluttered, and the knife awnings danced. Beautiful radish flowers appeared on the plate. 5-star chefs here were ashamed of themselves, obviously in order to make delicious food for the two little ones. Yi Xian, who spoiled his daughter, was also desperate. That guy, cooking skills are even better than one would expect. Xia Bingning also gathered around and quietly watched. From her perspective, Yi Xian was super handsome and had a charismatic look when he got serious. Good guy. Fortunately, I came early today. Otherwise, wouldn't have been able to discover this awesome cooking skill of his. Ding. Detecting wife Xia Bingning's adoration. Gifting martial arts master. Yi Xian, who was in the middle of his busy work, suddenly had a lot more information in his head. Fist, palm, knife and sword techniques, all reached the level of a grandmaster, which made Yi Xian flinch. It even felt like, at this moment, he could smash a cow to death with a single punch. Well, soon, a large table of dishes appeared on the table. Gudu. The two little guys involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Poop was too handsome. Just in time. Let's eat together. Seeing Xia Bingning, who had come out from her bath, Yi Xian placed the last dish on the table and said with a smile, Good. Xia Bingning, who had wanted to be reserved, saw the tantalizing meal with all its colors and flavors and swallowed what she was about to say. Wow, poop is super delicious. Xin Tong ate the delicious meal, her eyes full of happiness. I, then, am not polite. Xia Bingning had been planning for so long, for this moment. Originally she hadn't eaten much at noon, and when she saw Yi Xian's meal, her appetite was suddenly wide open. Come, eat more. Yi Xian gave Xia Bingning a few pieces of meat in a soft voice, but Xia Bingning's face turned red. Thank you. A quarter of an hour later, Xia Bingning dried out a bowl of rice without feeling anything. Go and serve another bowl of rice. Her pretty face was a little embarrassed, and she got up in a slight panic. Did not stand steady, screamed. Yi Xian got reaction of the grasp of its unbearable surplus, a grip slender waist. Feel super great. Good pain. This want to stand steady Xia Bingning, but ankle pain, once again fell in Yi Xian's arms, and bears are touching Yi Xian arm, which let her face swish red. Don't move. You seem to have broken your foot. Yi Xian looked at Xia Bingning's ankle. Wait, I'll go get the medicine box. You slow down. Hiss. Yi Xian, who had returned, took an ice pack and applied a cold compress to the ankle while massaging it. Like this kind of broken foot injury, if not dealt with in time, it is likely to fall into trouble. Warm words, listening to Xia Bingning's heart swirled, or the first time the opposite sex cared about her like this. Okay. After a while, Yi Xian got up and held Xia Bingning's fragrant shoulder. Get up and walk 2 steps to try. Xia Bingning felt the intimate move. Her face reddened 1 point more. Thin as a mosquito voice. She quite enjoyed this feeling. Really good. Xia Bingning walked 2 steps. Her face was full of incredulity. I didn't expect. Yi Xian, your massage is so great. POA is great. Xin Tonton clapped her little hands and applauded. So it turned out that Popa knew so much. Right. Popa, what were you looking at just now? Xin asked suspiciously at this point, thinking about how serious Popa looked just now. I was looking at the white landscape. Hi. Nothing. Yi Xian, who had a bald mouth, hurriedly changed his words, which caused Xia Bingning to frown. White scenery, what was that? Hurry up and eat. Wife, I'll help you serve dinner. Thanks. Hearing that guy call his wife, Xia Bingning's sweet voice thanked, somehow feeling Yi Xian back. There are some small woes. White scenery. White, could it be that just now he saw? Thinking of this, Xia Bingning's cheeks turned red. The next day, early morning, ding bell, the sun was rising. Xia Bingning was woken up by the ringing of her cell phone, and connected over. Hey, Mom, what did you say? Hearing the words coming from the opposite side, Xia Bingning sat up, all her sleepiness dissipated. You came to the 9 Dragons Villa, and now you're in front of the villa. What are you doing with such a loud voice? Open the door in a hurry. Xia Mother's voice came from the opposite side, and at this time, Yi Xian also woke up slowly. Yi Xian, hurry up. My mom is here. Yi Xian froze when he heard it and was also a bit confused. My mother-in-law is here. Xia Bingning, hurry up. White eyes Yi Xian. What time is it for this guy to take advantage of himself? Ahem. Well, Yi Xian dryly coughed. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to be unclothed at the moment, and the 2 little ones were also woken up by the conversation at this time. POA. Mama, is our grandmother here? In the room, there was chaos. 5 or 6 minutes later, Ka-ching, opening the door to the room. The entry point was a middle-aged woman, but well-maintained, looking at most around 30 years old. This, after Yi Xian saw the visitor, he was surprised and looked at Xia Bingning. Wife, are you sure this is auntie and not your sister? Xia Bingning, you're crazy. Xia Bingning heard that guy's name for himself, calling himself wife in front of his mom. This guy already has a way to take death? You are Xiao Yi, right? Quite good at talking. Xia Mother heard, her face showed a smile. From the name calling, it seems to get along with her daughter is not bad. Cough. You are really an aunt. Yi Xian coughed dryly. What's that? I saw that you were so young. I thought you were Sister Bingning. Sorry, auntie. Hey, what's wrong with that? Mother Xia waved her hand and came inside the villa. There are so many people who misunderstand like this. After all, there is no woman who doesn't like others praising her youth. And for a while, her impression of Yi Xian was much better again. Auntie hasn't eaten yet, right? Yi Xian looked at the current time and continued. You guys chat. I'll go make breakfast. Oh, Xia Mother saw the figure that entered the kitchen skillfully busy, narrowed her eyes. Bing Ning, Xiao Yi, will also cook it. Aha, of course. Xin Tontong at this time, not letting go of any opportunity for Popa to make a splash. Popa's cooking is super yummy. Well, not long after, the scent of egg fried rice overflowed from the kitchen, and Xia Mother's eyes lit up. This Xiao Yi, cooking is not simple. Chapter 9 Bing Ning, can't see that Xiao Ye is quite good at pampering people. 9 Dragons Villa, dining table. Ooh, taking a bite of the egg fried rice. Xia Mother praised and gave a thumbs up. Xiao Yi, awesome. Men who can cook are all very caring. This Xiao Yi, handsome, good cook, and is the biological father of 2 little ones. If he can come together with his daughter, it would be more than suitable, but still need to observe first. After all, it is about the daughter's life matter. Soon, breakfast was over. Auntie, I heard that the Jinling ancient-style neighborhood is quite lively. Why don't we go there to play? Thinking of swiping money, Yi Xian voiced out a suggestion. Swiping money while still being able to take down his mother-in-law naturally had no reason not to go. Oh, after hearing this, Xia Mother froze, and then said, good, taking this opportunity to also observe her son-in-law to be. Mother Xia agreed. As they spoke, they came outside the villa. But, going to drive 2 cars? Xia Bingning frowned and said, after all, she and her moms are both supercars. In the past, when she took the 2 little ones out, she let Xiaoxi come. Do mine. Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth, pressed the car key. The cool extended version of the Bugatti Veyron lights up. The system obviously had foresight. Bugatti Veyron Extended Edition. Xia Mother was surprised to look at Yi Xian. Xiao Yi, this car is yours? According to the information she had gotten, Yi Xian should be a student and from an ordinary family. Aha. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said with a smile, I did business during college and earned a little money. A little bit of money? Xia Bingning looked at the lengthened supercar, which was said to be worth $30 million. Right, called a little bit of money. Coming to the car. Mama, look at the bag that Papa bought for you. Xa and Tong Tong saw the bag in the car and said with an assist, "This bag, it can't be a limited edition. The price of one is $300,000. Buy 3 at once." Xia's mother is also stunned. People to buy a bag for his girlfriend such as this will not be allowed. Since the prospective son-in-law directly to the daughter with 3. Buy so expensive to do. Xia Bingning face slightly red. Yi Xian waved his hand, "Small money. Look good on the buy." Bingning, can't see that Xiao Yi is quite good at pampering people. Mom, hearing the words of her mother, Xia Bingning glared at her. What will spoil really? Ancient-style neighborhood. Auntie, feel free to buy whatever you want today. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled as he said, such a good opportunity to brush up on money could not be missed. POA, we want it too. The 2 little ones chirped and pouted at this time. Xia Bingning snorted with a smile. These 2 little ones really can't steal the poop from them. Soon, came to the luxury goods area. Welcome, how can I help you? The beautiful waitress had pear swirls hanging at the corners of her mouth, giving a sense of Miss Neighborhood graciousness. Grandma, that dress is so pretty. Xa and Tong Tong blinks her bright eyes and says, the sales lady reveals a smile. 2 little beauties with superb vision. This is our store this year's latest models. Well-known designer Design Cloud Brocade Cheongsam. From the production to the finished product lasted half a year. The process is extremely complex, so the selling price is quite expensive. Need 3 million renminbi. Auntie, I think this dress fits your temperament. Help me wrap it up. Mother Xia froze upon hearing this. Isn't it a bit expensive? It's fine. Good things can only reflect their value when worn on an ant. When Xia Bingning heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this guy's mouth smeared with honey? Right, this shawl is also good. Yi Xian said as he looked at the shawl on the side that sold well with the Cheongsam. Sir, this is the wolf shawl. 300,000 RMB each. After a pause in her voice, the salesman continued. We have a total of 6 models here. I don't know which color does Mr. need? 6 models. Listening to the salesman's words, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Then I'll take them all. It just so happens that Auntie and Bingning you have 3 each. Cough cough. Xia Bingning was stunned to hear this. Buying 6 wolf shawls at once. Crazy? Okay sir? The salesgirl looked enviously at Xia Bingning. Miss, your husband is so generous. I'm with him. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but she finally sighed when she saw the 2 little ones. Baba, look at this dress, super nice. Buy it. Seeing the 2 little ones gathered around a tang suit, it was clear that it was also a luxury item. In no time, a bunch of them were bought, and the salesman's sweet voice at the cashier's desk said, Sir, a total consumption of 8 million renminbi. Xia Bingning, Yi Xian, this is too much, right? Truly, Xia Bingning didn't expect these clothes to actually cost so much money. Swipe your card. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, not caring. It's my honor to spend money on Auntie and you 3 mothers. He, little Yi has made you break the bank. Mother Xia accepted it openly, because this would make her daughter owe her prospective son-in-law more not. Her impression of Yi Xian for a while mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, the more she looked at it, the more satisfied she was. It's fine. Auntie happy is most important. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face, looking at the salesperson's eyes are full of little stars. My god, such a bold boyfriend, they also super want one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 8 million renminbi, gaining wealth of 68 million renminbi. 2 hours later, the big bag left the luxury goods area. Xia Bingning looked at Yi Xian with a complex color. This expense alone was more than 10 million. That guy, so rich, is he really just a student? Whoosh. Shortly after leaving the luxury store, the group came to a rather lively place. Pupa, look at the beautiful bracelets on the stage. Xa and Tong Tong was full of excitement as she looked at the stage and smiled. It would be super pretty if I wore it. Everyone, is there anyone else coming up to challenge? At this time, the host on stage was wearing a smile. Today is the last day of the poetry fighting competition. The one with the highest score in the arena will be awarded with $500,000 worth of hibiscus seed jadeite, an opportunity not to be missed. Poetry fighting competition? Yi Xian couldn't help but stare when he saw it, seriously doubting if this was a deliberate arrangement by the system. POA will win it over for you guys. Okay, yes. Xa and Tong Tong blinked her crescent moon-like eyes in anticipation when she heard POA's words. Go Pupa. The 2 little ones put up their pink fists to cheer for POA. Xia Bingning was stunned. What is that guy up to again? Fighting poetry. Oh, Xia Mother's eyes glowed brightly as she asked her daughter. Bingning, Xiao Yi will still be composing poems? I don't know. Dryly coughing, and at this moment, Yi Xian had already come to the stage. The host saw the high-color handsome man, applause to encourage this handsome man. Several judges, at this moment, also looked over. They organized the poetry fighting conference aiming to promote the traditional Chinese culture. This poem is titled Song of Long Hate. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. In order to win the prizes for the two little ones, he also put up a fight. The Han Emperor's heavy coloring thought of the country. The imperial household sought for many years but could not. The Yang family has a daughter who has grown up, raised in a deep bosom and not yet recognized. It's hard to give up your natural beauty, once chosen on the side of the king. Smiling back 100 winks. The 6 palaces have no color. Under the utility of sound prosperity. In an instant, the crowd seemed to have traveled to the era of Tang Ming Emperor Yang Yuan. In front of their eyes appeared Tang Ming Huang, great selection of the world's beautiful women. Once fancy young family gold Yang Yuan, and ultimately often accompanied by the side of the king, and even saw the city of stunning Yang Guifei look back, led to 6 palaces of powder and beauty dim. The opening of the Yuan dynasty, 1,000 years of love. Xia Mother felt the incomparably shocking poetry. Her face was full of shock. Bing Ning, Xiao Yi, literary talent is so high. Chapter 10 Yi Xian, say it clearly. Who is your wife? Not bad. Xiao Bingning looked at Yi Xian and took a deep breath. She couldn't help but feel more than a little strange in her eyes. Obviously that guy's talent made her quite surprised. Mama lies. That's right, POA is obviously super powerful. Xin Tonton, on the other hand, was not happy and looked at Mama with a puff of air, although they could not understand what Popa was chanting, but it must be super powerful. The crowd of onlookers is also frozen at the moment. This poem can be too much better than the previous ones, and the mood is so magical, like a personal experience is so magical. This dude, awesome, so handsome, so talented. Oba, if my boyfriend should be so good. Mud, if I had this talent, I'd get the goddess in a minute. Handsome man, good like how to do? The crowd in the arena, hot discussion. The girls look to the stage as full of admiration and worship. This kind of handsome and talented boys is difficult to let people do not like it. Spring cold, give bath watching pond. Hot spring water slippery, wash gel fat. Servants help up the week. Is the time of the new grace? The cloud sideburns and flowery face of the golden steps. The hibiscus tent is warm for the spring night. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on the king does not go to court in the morning. There's no time for pleasure and banquets. And spring is a special night for spring excursions. The harem has 3,000 beauties, 3,000 favorites in one. Poetry is gradually getting better and better. The judges are also stunned. The road eyes look at the field eyes have changed. Good. What a spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king does not have an early morning court. Wonderful. The judges were in awe. They couldn't imagine that a young man actually had such literary attainments. They had to say that this was the best young man they had ever seen. They had never thought that there was actually a young man with such high literary attainments at the moment. Poetry, mood, rhyme. In particular, the feeling that it was like being in the scene made people sink into it, unable to extricate themselves. Pa 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 pa. The end of the poem. The 4 judges the first time to stand up and not stingy applause, as a way to show their admiration. On this level they do not admire, cannot people are really powerful. Back to God over the crowd, is also resounded warm applause. So talented. Handsome, I love you. God, don't recite poetry. Go home with me. My family's 5 gold mines are for you. Several girls had boldly shown their love. Perhaps they could catch the attention of the male god. If they could meet, really any result, it's acceptable. Pupa is super awesome. The 2 little ones clapped and applauded excitedly, their eyes full of admiration and fondness. Pupa was fantastic. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes and hummed petulantly. What's there? Just know how to show off. This Nizi. Xia Mother saw her daughter's appearance. Faintly smiled faintly. Wouldn't, is jealous. As a passerby, Xia Mother murmured meaningfully. It seems that this niece was a little bit of the future son-in-law fell into the minions. Detecting wife Xia Bingning jealousy, grant 2 billion renminbi. Yi Xian, who came to the stage, could not help but stare. Wife jealousy, 2 billion? Cannot help. Look to Xia Bingning just to see its muttering look. Coughing. I did not expect that girl will still be jealous, but this feeling is quite good. Such a beautiful wife. If he cannot take him, might as well take a block of tofu, hit dead. The system is getting more and more good at playing. Jealousy can cut 2 billion. Look. Yi Xian gave the 2 brocade boxes to Xin Tonton. Popo won it. Wow. Thank you. POA. Love you so much. Muah. The 2 little guys kissed POA left and right, looking at the surrounding crowd enviously. Damn. They also want to be kissed by the 2 cute little guys. What to do? Ka-ching. When the girls saw this scene, Dao Dao's heart was broken and her pretty face was lost. This. How can? That handsome guy is obviously so young. How come he got married and has a child? Why does it feel so hard to be in a relationship that ended before it even started? How is it? your family man is awesome. Seeing his jealous stunning wife, Yi Xian joked. Xia Bingning heard, her face vacillated a mass of redness. You, blindly say what? Stealing a glance at the mom, Xia Bingning really strangles someone's heart have, in front of the mom said is their own man, crazy without trace in someone's soft ribs pinched a hand. However, this kind of action is the surrounding girls envy the quality of the wall separation. My days, too sweet good jealousy. After strolling for a while, he came to a Chinese restaurant. Mama, look at the beauty. Xa and Tonton flaunts holding a hibiscus seed bracelet, which was won for them by Popa. Xia Bingning. These two little ones, are they irritating her? So angry. It feels like I've been hurting them for nothing for more than 3 years. What's there? Xia Bingning is not used to it. Rolling her eyes. It's not like I don't have it. Auntie, eat something. Seeing the muttering of the mother in 3, Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth to solicit the inquiry. I'll do anything. Bingning pointed. Mother Xia felt her sour daughter, sort of giving her some comfort. After ordering the dishes, she watched the waiter leave. At a certain moment, Xia Bingning's gaze fell on the card seat not far away. Zhang Xiaotian? Obviously, that was one of the people who pursued her. But at this moment, it was staring at Yi Xian with a mischievous face, which made its pretty face cold. I'm going to the restroom. After getting up, Xia Bingning came to the restaurant's long corridor. Bingning? What a coincidence. Zhang Xiaotian coughed dryly and said sheepishly. Zhang Xiaotian. Xia Bingning's eyes narrowed with a stern aura. I'm warning you, Yi Xian is my boyfriend. If you dare to make a move against him, I will make the Zhang family disappear from Jinling. Bingning? You? Zhang Xiaotian's eyes jumped wildly. He knew that Xia Bingning wasn't joking, and she had the strength. After all, behind it was the Xia group, and Xia's group is Xia Bingning 1,000 gold. Even now and its father fell out is only temporary. Scram! Before Zhang Xiaotian could finish, he was chided by Xia Bingning. Don't challenge my patience. Gulp! Zhang Xiaotian swallowed his saliva. His heart was set on killing Yi Xian, but he didn't dare to disobey Xia Bingning's admonition. Damn it! Zhang Xiaotian slammed his fist on the wall, his face full of displeasure. That Yi Xian, what kind of luck did he have? Actually letting Xia Bingning do this for him. Xia group, it can only be mine. Clicking his fists tightly, at a certain moment Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were full of blazing heat. Xia Bingning and Xia's group can't be missing one by one. That kid since he was looking for death that would fulfill him. Bingning, what are doing here? Yi Xian's skeptical voice came from the back. The pretty face of ice-cold Xia Bingning immediately turns halo red. Yi Xian, why did you come out? Xia Bingning looked at the direction Zhang Xiaotian left and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately that Zhang Xiaotian left. Aren't I worried? What if such a beautiful wife was abducted by someone? Hearing a certain guy's words, Xia Bingning couldn't help but laugh out loud and gave him a blank look. Abducted? You think I'm a 3-year-old child? Nope. You, who is your wife? Humph. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian, turned around and walked towards the restaurant. Her mouth said so in her heart but it was sweet. Nonetheless, she did not resent that guy's name-calling, but enjoyed it. Oh, this niece. Seeing Xia Bingning's pretty back, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth revealed his aunt's smile. It's getting more and more interesting. Returning to the dining table, Mother Xia glanced at her daughter whose face was slightly dizzy. The youngster was still really bloodthirsty. Little Yi, I think you guys should find a time to get a license. Xia mother thought for a moment and continued. Xinxin Tongtong is so old. After receiving the license you can also take care of it in name only. Ahem. Aside ready to pressure the shock of the Xia Bingning, after hearing the tea all sprayed out, the little wolf incredibly looked at the summer mother. Mom, what do you say? What on the collaterals Chapter 11, Ice Ning's wife, can I say you took your book backwards? After dinner, hiccup, the two little ones burped, and Xia mother and Xia Bingning also had smiles on their faces, obviously super satisfied with this dinner. Right, little Yi. Mother Xia thought of something, looked at Yi Xian and asked with a smile, where do you live now? Residence Yi Xian didn't hide it, and said truthfully, Imperial Abyss 1 Villa. Xia Bingning froze when she heard it, and looked at Yi Xian incredulously. That $1 billion Imperial Abyss Villa king of the house. Emperor Abyss 1 Villa she naturally knows. That is Jinling nearly the most expensive villa, and even if the money are not necessarily able to buy down. Ahem, is it? Xia mother was stunned. Obviously did not expect their prospective son-in-law to live in the villa so expensive. We must know that when Xia father also wanted to buy, one does not want to give up. The second set of villas are not for sale. It will not be done. Unexpectedly, it was actually bought by Xiao Yi. For a while, Xia mother looked at her son-in-law's eyes more satisfied. Not only good cooking, but also so rich. The most important thing is that the face value is also super handsome. You say angry people not angry people. This kind of son-in-law, but it is difficult to find by lanterns. His daughter really found a very good potential stock. Of course, if Xia mother this idea by Xia Bingning no, I do not know how it will be the reaction. After chatting for a while, the two little ones yawned. Xin Tonton. Go back to bed in your room with grandma. Xia mother was very eye-catching, God help said. After all, so good to let the little two get along with the opportunity alone. She will not let go. Maybe in the next year she can also hold on to the big fat grandchildren it. For a while, Xia mother so thought. Cannot help but the corners of the mouth are hanging up the arc. That picture alone think let a person look forward to. Yes. Xin Tonton tilted her head. Seemed to understand, followed grandmother to the second bedroom. That kind of appearance is not general cooperation. Although I do not know why grandmother so, but feel very fun it. Mom, you guys. Boom. Xia Bingning has not finished. The closing sound has sounded, leaving Xia Bingning frozen in place in the head confused. The atmosphere has become charming in a flash, which makes the beautiful beauty face cannot help but red halo points Sue. Especially, in the living room lighting reflection appears particularly charming, which makes looking at the Yixian Ku cannot help but swallow saliva. Half an hour later, came to the room. At this moment Xia Bingning is sitting on the edge of the bed reading a book. Yes, reading a book. It was still a serious kind of book. It was just that the book was held upside down, and it wasn't a big problem. You're here. Xia Bingning stole a glance at Yixian, forcing herself to be calm, while in her heart, she was panicking, her head secondarily floating with images of a scene that might happen next. For some reason, the more she thought about it, the faster her heart beat, which was never seen before. My family Bingning really uses her energy. Smiling at the absolutely beautiful president, Xia Bingning arrogantly apparently unaware of her situation. That's for sure. This young lady is the owner of a billion-plus company. Is that so? Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth, looked at his own wife to take the opposite of the books, joked and laughed, but Bingning wife, can I say that you booked to take the reverse? Yeah. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xia Bingning looked at the book cover, her face flushed red. You, poof, indeed. One sentence made our goddess Bingning break. At that moment, Xia Bingning hated to find a crack in the ground. Too embarrassed, careless, how could this low-level error occur? Why just not be careful? Good gas. Just, that guy is also too hateful. Right, they do not just take the book down, as to say it, humph, so want to hammer him to death? How to do? Okay, don't be reserved. I'm not going to make a move on you. White eyes Xia Bingning, he is not that impatient, although the absolute beauty is very beautiful. However, this statement but let it some relief can have a little lost. The mood is very complex. This moment it does not know whether to be happy or to be sad. Could it be that their own charm is not enough? Tired day, right? Yi Xian looked at the stunning president who had a slightly tired face. Let me help you massage it. This is not. Before Xia Bingning could finish her sentence, Yi Xian had already pressed his large hand on his fragrant shoulder. Then, okay, because Xia Bingning realized that guy's massage was quite comfortable. Detecting the host massaging for his wife Xia Bingning, gifting physique-enhancing liquid unlimited and a box of Indian divine oil. The system's voice. Heard Yi Xian froze. Physique enhancement liquid he can understand. It should be to enhance the physique. But what the hell is the Indian Kingdom divine oil? Also a box. For himself? Don't know how long it took. Xia Bingning beautifully slept over. Under the light reflection. Xia Bingning absolutely beautiful face more charming 1 point. That kind of appearance so that Yi Xian cannot help but have a kind of want to chirp on the impulse of a bite. But at this time, Xia Bingning's mouth arched. That moment of beauty. As if a ray of sunshine poured into Yi Xian's heart. This kind of quiet look. At this moment Xia Bingning is like a piece of mud out of the water lotus. Attracted Yi Xian only have to watch from afar, do not dare to disturb the slightest. All quiet and beautiful. The next day, early morning, the golden sunrise poured into the room, reflecting on a handsome side face. Will be already super high face value set off more handsome 1 point? Hanging those small fresh meat at least 18 streets. Well, struggling with his sleepy eyes, Yi Xian woke up from his slumber, and what caught his eyes was his beautiful face, and under the golden sunlight, the surrounding light was dimmed. Voodoo. Looking at Xia Bingning's beautiful and uncharacteristic face, Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur, so beautiful. Then with a flip of his right hand, he took out a copy of the physique-enhancing liquid and drank it. In the next moment, a stream of warmth filled the entire body as if it had been baptized. A dark feeling that could only be implied. This is such a marvelous feeling? Detecting the host's use of the physique enhancement liquid, the realm has been raised to martial grandmaster perfection. Buzz. An invisible aura rippled out with Yi Xian at the center, and Xia Bingning woke up as a result, which was just coincidentally Yi Xian's reaction. In a flash, Xia Bingning's heartbeat accelerated. She is not experienced in love does not mean that it is white. The eyes fell again on the beautiful face. Yi Xian eyes surging with the blazing ghosts and gods toward the summer ice Ning Ju lips printed up, everything in the unspoken. Chapter 12 My man, who dares to speak ill of him? I, Xia Bingning, will abolish him. You guys are awake. When he came out from his room, he smelled the fragrance of breakfast downstairs, while Xin Tonton was eating it. Come, eat while it's hot. Xia mother smiled slightly. Xiao Yi, Auntie's cooking skills are not better than yours. Which is not true. Auntie's cooking skills are already very good. Yi Xian said with a faint smile. This he didn't lie. This cooking skill of Mother Xia was at least 10 times stronger than before he got the divine level cooking skill. Little Yi, have some chicken soup to replenish. You were exhausted yesterday. Mother Xia carefully filled a bowl for Yi Xian. Young people are exuberant, but they should also pay attention to moderation. PFF. When Xia Bingning heard her mother's words, her face flushed red, spreading to her neck. Mom, what are you talking about? Crazy. Xia Bingning wasn't stupid. Of course she heard her mom's meaning, and couldn't help but think of the massage yesterday. Ahem. So what? Mom, yesterday the words were not finished. It was interrupted by Xia mother. Well, Mom is a person who has come over. I understand. Xia Bingning. What just understand. They just press massage yesterday. Mom will not misunderstand it. Finished. This jumped into the Yellow River also cannot explain. All blame that guy, who let him massage level so good. After breakfast. Bing Ning, today I'll take Xin Ton to the amusement park. Xia mother had long thought of a good plan, and left the villa with the two little ones, leaving Xia Bingning in the wind. Where is Mom going with this? That. What? Mom and the two little wanna go. The atmosphere is obviously slightly awkward. Xia Bingning dry cough. Today you have something, if nothing, with me to go to a charity gala. Oh, hearing Xia Bingning's words, Yi Xian agreed after thinking for a moment. Good. After all, something like a charity gala must be an excellent place to brush up on money. Soon, arriving outside the villa, Xia Bingning pressed the car key, because Yi Xian's car was driven away by his mom. Wife, drive my newly bought car. Yi Xian took out the car key and pressed it, and the next moment an incomparably cool supercar was parked not far away. Lamborghini Devil's Child. Seeing the car, Xia Bingning's mouth twitched. Yi Xian, this car, you bought it new. Crazy. Of course she knew about this car. When it was sold publicly it also caused quite a stir across the net. After all, it was one of the few cars worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It's all been said. This is small money for the man in your family. Yi Xian arched his arc and smiled slightly. Go, hubby take you for a ride. You, Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but didn't say it after all. Although she didn't know how rich that guy was, but from the look of it, she was afraid that he was at least richer than her. Just how did that guy do it? To know, before the Bugatti Veyron, she bit her teeth can still buy, but in front of the eyes of the Lamborghini Devil's son she did not dare to think. Too defeatist, coming to sit in the car. Xia Bingning was heartbroken, like it was her money that was spent. Boom! Beast roar sounded. The next moment, the Lamborghini Devil's son turned into a black mane had already scurried out a dozen meters away. A sense of pushback. This is really a penny for a penny. Xia Bingning felt the comfortable backrest and layout of the luxury interior. Every part of it highlights the high. Yi Xian, you. After a pause in the voice, Xia Bingning bit her lower lip. Next time you spend money can you give me a word? Or you can counsel with you. This, good wife's honor. Yi Xian froze upon hearing this, then nodded. Xia Bingning's face reddened, but she didn't refute anything. After all, the two had already agreed to marry just short of receiving a license, and there was nothing wrong with calling it that. Soon, arriving at the Charity Gala Hotel, the cool drift accurately parked into a parking space, which made many car owners around it a shock. Lamborghini Devil's Child. In fact, that cool look envied blew up the crowd. That legendary hundreds of millions of level supercars were actually seen by them. Let's go. Pushing the door to get off. Feeling the envy of the crowd, Yi Xian was not surprised. You knew it would be like this. Xia Bingning's face was slightly flushed, but still held Yi Xian's arm, and so the two entered the charity gala. And Xia Bingning so also counted as equivalent to publicizing her identity with Yi Xian. Aha! Just entered the charity party. Is a woman looked over? Xia Bingning, that really came. Shen Ao Shui was full of jealousy. That obviously had two children from unmarried pregnancies, but her fame still pressed her head, which made it very unbalanced. When she was in school, Xia Bingning was on top of her, regardless of face value or ability. Originally, she learned that Xia Bingning's pregnancy would let her out of bad temper, but she did not expect that it still does not affect her charm, and there are still many people who pursue her. Ao Shui, I didn't expect Xia Bingning to come too. Prince Tian narrowed his eyes. A flash of heat flashed in the bottom of his eyes. Once upon a time he was also one of Xiaobingning's suitors, but for the sake of the family marriage, it was only then that he came together with Xiaoxue. It is said that after giving birth to a child, the woman will become unattractive, but this seems to be completely ineffective for Xiaobingning. Not only did her charm not diminish, but she was even more beautiful than before. That kid beside its body won't be her boyfriend. Prince Tian's astonished gaze fell on Yi Xian. This was the first time he had seen Xiaobingning so holding a member of the opposite sex. What could that kid do? Oh, Shen Ao Shui heard Prince Tian's words. His sight then noticed Yi Xian, but when he saw his handsome face, his heart was suddenly clustered with jealousy. Damn! Why? That could find that handsome boy, and more importantly, she had given birth to a child. Invisibly, she lost in a mess. I didn't expect that actually raised a little white boy. Shen Ao Shui coldly smiled, then teasingly laughed. Yell, isn't this our Bingning female president? How? Gave birth to a child so quickly to raise a little white man. Snap. Shen Ao Shui has not finished. Xia Bingning pretty face icy cold. A slap directly pumped up. The bottom of the eyes flooded with a stern aura. Shen Ao Shui, believe it or not I tear your mouth. You dare to hit me. Shen Ao Shui covered the side of her face and looked at Xia Bingning incredulously. A little white boy. You dare to. Snap. Xia Bingning directly domineering to protect the calf. Say one more word. I'll let your Shen family have no foothold in Jinling. You. Two slap marks on Shen Aoshue's face, which made the Prince Tian on the side even more jealous. That Xia Bingning actually hit Shen Aoshue for that kid. Although the Shen family was not as good as the Xia family, it was not to be underestimated. Bingning, long time no see. Prince Tian's gaze landed on Xia Bingning, and he finally sighed. Only he didn't understand why Xia Bingning, who couldn't look at any man, was so defensive towards this person. Prince Tian. Xia Bingning furrowed her eyebrows. What? You want to get back for Shen Aoshue? He's my man. Who dares to speak ill of him? I, Xia Bingning, will abolish him. Oh, Yi Xian was shocked by the sudden scene. Good guy, this nymphette didn't expect to be so powerful when she got angry. But this feeling of being defended by a stunningly beautiful wife is quite good. Chapter 13. Not to mention 200 million, or even the stars in the sky. I think I can get it for you. The crowd took their seats. Xia Bingning blushed slightly. Yi Xian, you won't mind. She was aware that many men were most afraid of girls being stronger than them. It was just that Shen Aoshue said that she was fine, but she couldn't denigrate Yi Xian. How could it be? Yi Xian looked at the stunning beauty beside him. Seriously, I quite like this feeling of eating soft rice. Put. Xia Bingning heard someone's snide words. What are you talking nonsense about? You live in a billion villa, drive 100 million supercar, still need to eat my soft rice? Obviously, she was very clear about someone's old bottom. Of course I want to eat. Yi Xian smiled faintly without caring. What's important is to be able to get up close and personal with Bingning's wife. When Xia Bingning heard Yi Xian's words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but arc up, which caused Shen Aoshue on the side to hate her teeth, and Prince Tian similarly narrowed his eyes. That brat, what virtue and ability. Looking at his original internalized woman, talking and laughing with other men, Wang Zitian's heart is naturally uneven. Next, please welcome the first auction item. At this time, a woman wearing a slit cheongsam appeared on the stage. Then the beautiful necklace appeared. This item is called the Heart of the Ocean. The internationally renowned gemstone design master M.S. Joel personally designed. The starting price of $10 million. All funds from this auction will be used for charity. Wow! When these words came out, the crowd was immediately in an uproar. And it was obvious that this Heart of the Ocean was much more than this price. Young Wang, this necklace is good. Shen Aoshue looked at the field and glared at Xia Bingning as she spoke. Then I'll auction it to you as an apology for not standing up for you just now. Prince Tian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the two were now lovers, even though it was a family marriage. Ao Shui doesn't blame you. Shen Aoshue looked fiercely at Xia Bingning. Blame it on the fact that the Shen family is weak and not comparable to the Xia family. Don't worry. Wang Zitian smiled faintly, looking deeply at Xia Bingning. After the marriage of my two families, the Wang family will definitely increase its influence, and it is not impossible to annex the Xia family at that time. While the two were talking, the bidding had already come to $15 million. $20 million. Wang Zitian raised his number plate to bid. A sudden scene to see the bidding crowd have retreated. After all, Jinling Wang family is the same as Xia Bingning were the Xia family general existence. Shen Ao Shui proudly look at Xia Bingning, but is a look not useful little white girl? How to compare their future man Wang Xiao? Oh, listening to the bidding, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted up and proceeded to quote, $50 million. Plain voice pierced the charity auction house. At that moment everyone clamored to look at the source, and when it fell on Yi Xian couldn't help but stare. Jinling Xia family's 1,000-year-old boyfriend. What? Shen Ao Shui heard the bidding. her face icy cold. It's that little white boy again. Yi Xian. You. Xia Bingning froze. That guy was crazy to bid on such a necklace. Even though it's beautiful, it's not a problem. Yi Xian pulled Xia Bingning's delicate hand. Without a trace glanced at Prince Tian. That guy seems to have no small hostility. This gift, as a token of love for you. That kid. Prince Tian heard this. Teeth clenched, the bottom of the eyes flooded with a stern aura. Xia Bingning, but he originally pursued the woman. Cannot help but knit up between the eyebrows. $60 million. This price is already almost the limit price of the heart of the ocean. And this is also the Prince of Heaven's test. Young Wang, that kid is actually competing with you for something. Shen Ao Shui narrowed her eyes. The corner of her mouth smiled coldly. She might not dare to be too reckless with Xia Bingning, but Wang Xiao was different. After all, they were of comparable status. Naturally, there would be no general scruples with her. I'd like to see how bold he is. Wang Zitian smiled deeply. There weren't many people in Jinling who dared to so blatantly grab something from him. 100 million. Plain voice sounded again. Prince Tian's eyes narrowed. Shen Ao Shui's mouth smiled more brightly for a minute. This kid really doesn't know how to write the word death. $110 million. Prince of Heaven hidden has been Silk Su unhappy. Xia Bingning naturally perceived this, just about to be ready to remind. 200 million. Yi Xian already had a price called out, which made Xia Bingning secretly say bad. Yi Xian, this is too high. Xia Bingning frowned. On one hand, she was heartbroken about the money. On the other hand, she didn't want to offend Prince Tian because of this. It's fine. Yi Xian favorably scraped Xia Bingning's nose. Don't say 200 million. It's the stars in the sky that I'll think of getting for you. This kid is really rich and generous. Prince Tian cold smile. 200 million he is not unable to take. Just used to buy this kind of a necklace is really not cost effective. Bingning, this boyfriend of yours looks quite rich. Prince Tian laughed and said, continuing, since this is the case, then I will be a man of honor. Shen Ao Shui saw here, not only did not get angry but the corners of his mouth showed curvature, because he knew that Wang Xiao was angry. That little white boy really thought that he could do whatever he wanted if he had Xia Bingning to cover him. Jinling, this territory. High society is not as simple as imagined. Good. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the heart of the ocean at 200 million. Yi Xian took the necklace and then handed the bank card to the staff. Tick. With the successful swipe of the card, Yi Xian looked at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of him. Bingning wife, come, I'll help you put it on. You. Xia Bingning reacted. Yi Xian had already put the heart of the ocean on her neck, especially when that guy's fingers touched the skin, making it feel like electricity running through it. A red haze rose, and sweet dog food poured all over the field centered around the two. Bastard! Shen Ao Shui's face was ironic to the extreme. That little white boy. Old lady, see how long you can be complacent. Something looking for death. Wang Zitian this moment is really moved to kill. Even if Laozi will not have a relationship with Xia Bingning, but it's not a little white boy can provoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 million renminbi and gaining 2 billion renminbi in wealth. Putting on the necklace, Yi Xian's ears rang with a system voice. Following that, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Martial Arts Grandmaster Perfection. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to Tomato Reader Great. Ability, Divine Car Skills, Divine Cooking, Divine Massage, Divine Treasure Appraisal. Voice, items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1. 30 million extended version of the Bugatti Veyron X1. 10 times the consumption rebate, permanent. Lamborghini Devil's Son. Physical Enhancement Liquid Unlimited. A box of the Indian country's divine oil. Wealth, 45. 9 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian hooked up the curvature. This handsome scene. See Shen Ao Shui envy and jealousy. Damn. Why? The good ones are all that Xia Bingning's. I, Shen Ao Shui, am not convinced. Wang Xiao. Shen Ao Shui's face was icy cold, and her gaze fell on Yi Xian. How about secretly find a chance to kill that little white boy? This matter is not urgent. Prince Tian looked at Yi Xian not far away. After all, it's about Bingning. We still need to think long and hard. At least, that brat's death can't be involved with us. Quietly, a plan had already sprung up in Prince Tian's mind. No matter in public or private, that kid must die. Chapter 14 Bingning, I have a little bit of money here if you're short of money. I listened to Wang Xiao. Shen Ao Shui heard Wang Zitian snapped and nodded heavily. As long as there was a killing intent for that little white boy, when the time comes, he himself will use strong medicine to sleep with that kid, and then take a video to save it. Xia Bingning Lao Auntie let you know how it feels to be green. Let's go. Prince Tian glanced at Yi Xian and left with Shen Ao Shui. Yi Xian was unaware of this. After all, he wouldn't waste time on people who were no threat. Yi Xian, I'm going to the restroom. Between the charity gala going on, Xiao Bingning said with a slightly reddened face. Originally just wanting to attend the gala. This guy was good enough to spend so much money for himself. Restroom. Seeing the absolute beauty, Yi Xian slightly smiled and said, do you need to come together? You, think beautifully. Blankly glaring at someone, Xiao Bingning got up and walked towards the direction of the restroom. Mr. Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a waiter walked up. Someone from the backstage box said they want to see you. Oh, hearing the waiter's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Alright, lead the way. Soon, arriving at the box. Boom! Just after arriving at the box, the door of the room was unlocked, following which 5 or 6 men appeared in the arena. All of them were practiced from the aura of their bodies, and in the box, sitting on the card seat was clearly a youth. It was Zhang Xiaotian. Yi Xian. Zhang Xiaotian saw his target arrive and then stood up. I'm looking for you to tell you that Xiao Bingning is mine. Zhang Xiaotian, you stay away from her. Otherwise, speaking of which, 5 or 6 men surrounded them, and Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flared with a stern aura. This young man, let you disappear. Is that so? Yi Xian looked at Zhang Xiaotian in front of him. Although he hadn't seen him before, but he should be Xiao Bingning's suitor. However, what kind of thing are you? Unbridled. How do you talk to my young master? A man was furious and was about to whip away with a slap. Splat. Before he could get close, Yi Xian's palm landed, and the man directly flew out 7 or 8 meters away, falling to the ground alive or dead. How dare you? Waste him. Zhang Xiaotian saw Yi Xian dared to touch his man. He directly ordered. The remaining men swarmed up, because they knew that this kid's strength was very good. Slap. A few slaps went down. A group of men were all led over. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yi Xian. You, how is it possible? These few men were all their Zhang family's good hands, in whose hands they actually couldn't go more than a single move. You, what are you doing? I'm warning you. I'm the youngest member of the Zhang family. You dare to touch me. Snap. A backhand slap directly smacked Zhang Xiaotian to death in the past, flopping the body down on the ground. Detecting the host's first murder, granting the corpse-destroying artifact 10,000 copies of bone-eating scatter. Smoked to death? Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Xiaotian. That bastard is so weak. Bone-devouring scatter? A corpse-destroying artifact? With a flip of his right hand, several black light masses respectively failed to enter Zhang Xiaotian's body, and then a magical scene appeared. Zi-la-la. In less than 3 seconds, all the people in Zhang Xiaotian turned into flying ash and evaporated. Good guy. Looking at the empty box, Yi Xian stammered. Worthy of being a corpse-destroying artifact, simply killing people to get rid of the necessary things. And 10,000 copies of bone-devouring scatter. Does that mean it's enough to support him to kill 10,000 people? It feels pretty good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then left the box and raised his head. Back in the charity gala venue, Xiao Bingning had already returned from the restroom. Where did you go? Xiao Bingning asked Yi Xian. She had been back for a while. Oh, nothing. Yi Xian waved his hand and then said, just now, a Zhang Xiaotian approached me and said that he told me to leave you or make me regret coming to this world. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Bingning's pretty face chilled. That Zhang Xiaotian looked for you, and threatened you. Xiao Bingning's eyes narrowed. She had warned Zhang Xiaotian before. It seemed that he did not take her words to heart. She really thought that she had fallen out with her father, so she dared to do so. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Xiao Bingning's cell phone rang. Hello, Xiao Shi. Answering the call, Xiao Bingning frowned, but she had said not to contact herself without something important. What? There's a problem with the company's capital chain? I know. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning's pretty face colored slightly. Yi Xian, I might have to make a trip back to the company. Come along. Yi Xian saw Xiao Bingning's appearance. It seemed that his wife's company had a problem with its funds, so a good opportunity to brush money just came to a stroke. Okay. Thought for a moment. Xiao Bingning nodded. Two people relationship, sooner or later the company will know. Half an hour later, Ice Ning Makeup Company, President's office. Xiao Shi, what's going on? After coming to the office, Xiao Bingning asked the special assistant Xiao Shi while Xiao Shi nodded at Yi Xian. General Manager Xia, half an hour ago the companies in various fields that cooperated with us have destroyed their contracts. Xiao Shi made some remarks, and Xiao Bingning pondered for a moment. It seems that there are people behind the scenes targeting the company. In this case, the Public Relations Department. Urgently, Public Relations. All departments as usual. After a pause in her voice, Xiao Bingning continued. I'll solve the money matter. Methodically going down with one order. The strong woman's side manifested itself. Looking at Yi Xian slightly stunned, he had to say that this time Xiao Bingning was very charming. Wait a minute. Xiao Shi was just about to leave when Yi Xian called out. Bingning, I have a little here if you lack money. As he spoke, Yi Xian fiddled with his cell phone to transfer a sum of money to Xiao Bingning. It would be better to wait until then if he didn't swipe the money at this time. Ding dong. Xia Bingning then received a funds arrival message on her cell phone. Dear Construction Bank user, your tail number 3258 account. On March 12, 2024, 1 billion renminbi arrived. Construction Bank. Looking at the sound of the funds arriving on her cell phone, Xia Bingning, who had wanted to raise money, froze. 1 billion. Yi Xian. You're crazy. What? Xiaoxi's incredulous gaze fell on Yi Xian when she heard her own president's words. It can't be. Mr. Yi is transferring 1 billion to the president. Ahem. Is the father of the two little misses so rich? This money, take it first for emergencies. Favored rubbed Xia Bingning head, which made Xiaoxi stared wide-eyed. What did he see? Will not be killed to silence it. You. Xia Bingning's face reddened. Of course she knew that Xiaoxi was also present. Thank you. However, this 1 billion will be your share in the company. According to the proportion you can get 40% shares. Under Xia Bingning's insistence, Yi Xian became the second owner of Bingning Makeup Company like this. But this was not what Yi Xian was concerned about. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 billion renminbi and obtaining a wealth of 10 billion renminbi. As expected, hearing the sound of the system chopping 10 billion, Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth. This time, the Ice Ning Wife Company didn't come for nothing. Cough cough. This kind of operation to see Xiaoxi dry cough. Charming atmosphere quietly rose. Himself. Is not a time to find a reason to leave. Chapter 15. My name is Yi Xian, your president's fiancé. Go. Xia Bingning obviously also sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Her face slightly reddened for a minute. I'll take you to meet the employees. Well, at least you're the boss of the company now. Who? Xiaoxi heard her own president's words. Deep sigh of relief finally passed, and then stayed on. She felt that she had to go crazy. In truth, the dog food is too sweet. She feels that her existence is redundant. If possible, she really wants to evaporate. General Manager Xia. Mr. Yi, please. The very eagle-eyed Xiaoxi pushed open the door of the room. Jokingly, this is her two top bosses. How could she dare to slack off? Compared to ending the atmosphere of just now, right now is not a thing at all. Coming outside the office. Pay attention. Xiaoxi's rather strong woman's aura rang out, and then drew everyone's attention. Mr. Xia has orders. Xia Bingning wasn't surprised by this. Apparently it was usually the same. And not surprisingly, this statement attracted everyone's attention, and their gazes all looked over. Let me introduce to you all. This is the second boss of the company. Gazing towards Yi Xian, Xia Bingning said with a smile. Aha! With these words, everyone's gazes fell on Yi Xian, and they were attracted by the handsome face at the first moment. General Manager Xia, I wonder how to address our new boss. Lin Mengyan, the director of the business department, narrowed her eyes and asked. Not only her, but the other colleagues as well, with the girls being particularly concerned. Seeing this, Yi Xian, under the shock of the crowd, wrapped his big hand around Xia Bingning's ungainly slender waist. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Xian, your president fiancé. Faint smile arc super handsome. Aside Xiaoxi's face rose red, feeling that Mr. Yi is much more handsome than the first time they met. However, so domineering, daring to treat his own president like this. It is estimated that Mr. Yi is the only one. Wow! When this statement came out, the room was staggered, incredulously looking at the high-cool goddess Mr. Xia, and then saw its slightly cloudy red face, which already explained everything. Zun de fake do? Ice Ning president. There is a master. No how can this be? So heartfelt. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian. Obviously he did not expect this guy so bold, actually directly open their identity. However, she didn't stop it. After all, this is good. After all, sooner or later they all have to know. Continue working. Xia Bingning felt the crowd's blazing gaze, pulling Yi Xian small wolfishly away, for a time a little uncomfortable. My god, General Manager Xia this is. Hiss. Looking at their stunning president, that kind of a hint of a small woman Qi Ji, eyelids wildly jump. Gulp. Lin Mengyan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Originally she was still thinking of having some encounters with her new boss. Now it seems to be her own delusion. Alright. Xiaoxi naturally knew what was on the minds of the company's not-so-girl employees and smiled. The company's capital chain problem has been lifted, thanks to Mr. Ye's injection of a huge $1 billion, effective immediately. Mr. Yi Xian, the fiancé of General Manager Xia, owns 40% of the company's shares. What? Hearing this, the employees were once again shaken. Good lord. Mr. Yi waved his hand and spent $1 billion to help General Manager Xia tide over the difficult times. This is too spoiled. Mom, yeah. So envious. What to do? Woo woo. On the other hand, in the supercar. You're crazy. Xia Bingning blanked someone and took a deep breath. Afraid that others don't know about our relationship. Said with a delicate hum. but where there was the slightest bit of anger on the smiling face. Can you blame me for this? Yi Xian didn't care and continued. I'm not declaring my sovereignty to save others from thinking about it. After all, who made you so beautiful? Although Yi Xian didn't know how many people in the company were secretly in love with Bing Ning's wife, there were definitely quite a few. What do you mean by that? Pretty still blames me. Xia Bingning looked at someone unconvincingly. It was obvious that the two of them were warming up quite a bit nowadays. That's for sure. Yi Xian faintly smiled. However, I'm not also dispelling the company's people from thinking about your families, man. Count on you having a bit of a conscience. Xia Bingning nodded her head in satisfaction, but immediately afterward, her face reddened. However, I don't know who's your families, man. While saying this, her heartbeat then suddenly accelerated. Not long after, the Imperial Abyss Villa was close at hand. Oi, finally, we're at Poop's house. At the same time, Xian Tonton arrived in front of the villa first. Hello Mrs. Xia. Sweet voice rang out. Just got off the car. Xia mother heard the voice and looked over. For a stare, this is nice maid. Xiao Yi is quite good at enjoying herself. If it wasn't for her own daughter's extremely high face value, Mrs. Xia was really worried that she wouldn't be able to compete. Mrs. Xia, hello. At this time, Sumu Yu respectfully bent over, which made Xia mother's eyes light up. This girl, even prettier. I am the housekeeper hired by the young master. Sumu Yu, gentle and respectful voice, then said, you can call me Muyu or Little Su. He, good. Xia mother proceeded to survey the beautiful villa that combines Chinese and Western elements. Just looking around is a visual enjoyment. It is worthy of being the best villa group in Jinling. Boom! Just then, the sound of a beast roaring from far and near, followed by the sound of brakes stopped in front of the villa. The dazzling supercar appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yes, Poa Mama is back. Xian Tonton saw the person who came down from the car, and Dede took a small step and ran over. This is the Lamborghini Devil's Child. Mother Xia looked incredulously at the supercar not far away, her eyes jumping wildly. Good lord, this supercar is said to be worth hundreds of millions. Shrimp? Hearing Mother Xia's words, the maids all sucked in a cool breath. My god, worth hundreds of millions. Nothing made of gold is this expensive. Ho! Young master, this is too ho. Wow. When Xian Tonton saw the supercar, her eyes were filled with little stars. Popa, this car is so beautiful. After getting tired of it, the two little ones were excited. Auntie, let's go into the villa for a visit. Yi Xian smiled faintly and guided his mother-in-law into the villa. Xia Bingning smiled bitterly when she saw this, and sure enough, it caused another storm. Look guys, that's the young lady. It's so pretty. No wonder little miss is so cute. Yes, I want to be 1/10 as pretty as the young lady. The maids twittered. Listening to Xia Bingning's face swooned. She also didn't expect that guy's villa to have so many people. And of course the most important thing was that they called themselves the young lady. In the future here is their own home. Ah blah blah blah. Xia Bingning, what are you thinking? Awesome. On the other side, Xia mother who visited for a while staggered. Worthy of being a billion-dollar villa. This design as well as the lighting layout is impeccable. Sumuyu brought two maids at this time, carrying a box. Young master, Sumuyu bent respectfully. This is the real estate certificate sent by the Imperial Abyss sales office. He said that you bought all the villas in Imperial Abyss, a total of 45 sets, worth 3.8 billion renminbi. You count down. Put. Xia Bingning heard Sumuyu's words. A mouthful of tea sprayed out. The beautiful eyes of the pouring world surged with dismay. Yi Xian, you're crazy. 3.8 billion to buy Imperial Abyss all villas. Chapter 16 are hugging together. A hot kiss is normal, right? Jinling, Zheng family villa. What? Hearing the report from his men, Zhang Jinlai's face was gloomy. Xiao Tian is missing. No contact so far. Master, Zhang Jinlai's beloved henchman, Poison Shadow, exuded an extremely weak aura. Clearly a first-class expert. Young master, it's highly likely that he's been killed. According to the information received, young master was last seen at the charity gala. Poison Shadow's words caused Zhang Jinlai's expression to change, as Poison Shadow continued. Moreover, to be able to silently erase the young master and the family's experts, I'm afraid that his strength is not below mine. Check. A scowl crawled across Zhang Jinlai's face. Blockade the charity gala venue. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find Xiao Tian. No matter who it is, I'll definitely bring him down to earth. Yes, master, Poison Shadow solemnly replied. However, the two did not know that the Zhang Xiaotian group they were talking about had long since evaporated. Wow. On the other side, the bathroom room door opened. Absolute beauties appeared in the room. Xiao Bingning's face pranced slightly red, looking at Yi Xian in a daze. Come, Bingning wife, quickly come to hubby's arms. In front of the eyes of the absolutely beautiful beauty, Yi Xian pulled its delicate hand, causing Xia Bingning to hum. You, not allowed to move. Xia Bingning's heartbeat accelerated. Angry eyes said, good, sniffing the good smell of Bingning's wife's body. This was the first time they were in such close contact, and it felt pretty good. Yi Xian, today, thank you. Thinking about today's scene, especially the heart of the ocean that was carried today. That guy spent more than $1 billion for her today. What is this thank you for? Yi Xian favorably pinched Bingning's wife's face, laughed, husband does not give you money to spend to whom? Xia Bingning enjoyed someone's pampering, and couldn't help but wring Yi Xian with her slender hands, not caring at all about the already deformed double bears. Then, let's go get a license tomorrow? After warmly enjoying herself for a while, Xia Bingning raised her swan-like neck and said, Voodoo, under the light. At this moment, Xia Bingning's face was beautiful to the extreme. Yi Xian, you, feeling someone's blazing gaze, before Xia Bingning could say anything, her vermilion lips were printed on. In a split second, Xia Bingning stared with wide eyes, incredulously looking at someone. That guy, a little bit, lips parted. You, still don't get up. Xia Bingning's face reddened to her neck, and the time that just dawned like a century long seemed to be fixed in her mind. Ahem, that what Bingning wife is too beautiful. A moment did not hold back. Coughing dryly, he continued, all hugged together. A hot kiss is normal. Normal you a big head of hell. Xia Bingning couldn't wait to whack someone, taking advantage and still so righteous. Detecting wife Xia Bingning good feelings suddenly increased. Grant 2 billion renminbi. In the middle of the bickering, a system voice came from his ears, and Yi Xian froze. Sudden increase in favorability are rich, really good. Following this, he called up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, martial arts master perfection. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader greatly. Ability, divine car skills, divine cooking, divine massage, divine treasure appraisal, and voice. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version of the Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times the consumption rebate, permanent. Lamborghini Devil's Son, physical enhancement liquid unlimited. A box of the Indian country's god oil. Wealth, 57 billion renminbi. Wife, it's getting late. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was in quite a good mood, embracing the beautiful person in his arms and greedily sniffed his mouth. Hubby hugged you to sleep. Poof. Xia Bingning listened to a certain guy coaxing two little ones' general behavior. Cannot help but abdominal discussion. Not to say that this kind of being spoiled as a daughter's feeling is quite good. Thinking of this, its face reddened a point in a split second. The next day, Auntie after breakfast, Mother Xia left the Diyuan villa. After all, it's not good to always be a light bulb here. Pupa, you have to come back soon. Oh. Xian Tonton said with pitiful eyes staring at Popa. During breakfast Mama said she was going to the company. Don't worry. Yi Xian favored and rubbed the little one's head. Aside Xia Bingning saw the familiar picture from last night. Her face reddened. Bye Mama. Waving goodbye, Yi Xian looked at the charming face of the co-pilot bathing in golden sunlight. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but hang up curved. You, what are you laughing at? Seeing a certain guy giggling, Xia Bingning couldn't help but blank its glance. Nothing. Yi Xian pulled Bingning's wife's slender hand that was superb in touch and lamented. It's just that looking at my home so beautiful. Bingning's wife, every day is like a dream. Put, it's weird to believe you. Xia Bingning looked down at the white bag, which has the two people's identity cards and household registers. He will not like him so soon. Soon, the Jinling Civil Affairs Bureau was close at hand. Yi Xian, a little nervous. Arriving in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xia Bingning's heartbeat was 1 point faster, like it was going to jump out at any moment. What's there to be nervous about? Yi Xian looked at the Civil Affairs Bureau and then said, it's just a piece of paper. An Xian Tonton is so big. Listening to someone's words, Xia Bingning glared at it. What kind of words were these? This was her first time getting a license. Let's go. Yi Xian pulled Xia Bingning's jade hand, which made it slightly relaxed, thinking that there were any formalities for him to get just. Aha. Xia Bingning fine as a mosquito voice should be. This kind of scene if let Xia father know. I do not know whether we'll carry a machete to find Yi Xian to fight for his life. Although with the daughter broke up, but the license not let him this old man know is excessive. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of the night, and I was in the middle of the night, just into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xia Bingning fluttering heartbeat faster. Yi Xian with the hearing obviously can feel Xia Bingning nervous. This needs to it. Relax. Come on. Hubby kiss. In the spirit of letting it relax Yi Xian, just like this in the Civil Affairs Bureau under the attention of many couples, spreading dog food favor kissed the mouth of Xia Bingning. Wow. Mom. This dog food is so sweet. That handsome man is so handsome. You. Xia Bingning sensed a certain guy's bold move and her charming eyes widened. Crazy. Actually in front of so many people. Kiss me. However, between blushing Xia Bingning became less nervous. Number 36. Right at this moment, the sound of the caller's number came out from the hall. Yi Xian looked at Xia Bingning's slender hand number. It's our turn. Pulling Xia Bingning's small hand, the two came to the marriage registration office. Marriage license, household registration book have brought it. The girl who handled the marriage registration spoke between the eyes to the opposite side. The first time was Xia Bingning absolutely beautiful face attraction. This girl, so beautiful. Not much, in its gaze fell on the boys. Pupils shocked. Cousin, how is it you? Cousin. Yi Xian heard a familiar voice, full of confusion because the one who gave them the marriage registration is not someone else. It is the great aunt's cousin Lin Ziyan. I knock. This time, I'm afraid I can't hide it. Chapter 17, A Small Trial. Shinaoshua leads a box lunch. Cousin. Xia Bingning's already nervous, her face reddened 1 point more. She didn't expect to meet with Yi Xian's relatives in such a way. Cousin good. After all, she was a stunningly beautiful president. Taking a deep breath to reveal a smile in greeting, trying her best to present the best side of herself. Still really, Lin Ziyan looked at her cousin with deep meaning, laughed and said, Xiao Xian, you're avant-garde enough. My sister-in-law doesn't know it. However, this object of yours is pretty enough. Soon skillful operation. Less than a minute snapped cousin. God help finish all the process. Under the steel seal, two people just like this into a legitimate couple. The speed of the license that is called a snappy. After all, so beautiful sister-in-law may not grasp. To know how difficult it is to marry a daughter-in-law now. As the marriage registry she knows too well. This era of many monks and fewer meat is no way out of the matter. Not to mention her such a beautiful girl. Xiao Xian, I have work to do so I won't see you off. Lin Ziyan then landed her gaze on Xia Bingning. Bingning, when there's time I'll give you guys your share of the money. No need cousin. After simply saying a few words, Yi Xian was leaving with Xia Bingning, and just happened to be seen by Sun Minghai, the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau. That girl, isn't it the daughter of the Jinling Xia group? Seeing the two of them, Sun Minghai narrowed his eyes and realized something. It's hard to believe that Xia Bingning, the daughter of the Xia family, came to register. Vice Section Chief Lin, those two people just now. Sun Minghai came to Lin Ziyan's side. Looking at this new colleague from Yangqing transferred to a few days asked, and just now they talked happily like, it is hard not to Lin Ziyan with the Summer family's gold no. Oh, Lin Ziyan smiled faintly, then said, Director Sun, you may not believe me when I say it, that boy is my cousin. He brought his girlfriend to register. What? At these words, Sun Minghai's mind roared. Vice Section Chief Chen's cousin was actually the fiancé. No, now it should be the husband of the Xia family's daughter. For a moment, Sun Minghai was as if he had discovered a new continent. Vice Section Chief Lin. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Minghai had a decision. This layer of relationship can be maintained. After the Bureau of Deliberation, in view of your outstanding ability, you will be promoted to Section Chief. Section Chief. This, Lin Ziyan heard a blank stare. But when informed of the reason, Lin Ziyan incredulously looked towards the direction of his cousin's departure. Xia Bingning, the 1,000 gold of the Jinling Xia group. Soon after, Lin Ziyan let her co-worker take over her job and proceeded to check it out. A little, without checking, it was a shock. Hiss. Lin Ziyan sucked in a breath of cool air. Xia Bingning, 25 years old, double master's degree from MIT, daughter of Xia Group, has 2 twin daughters. Soon, Lin Ziyan realized something. Twin daughters. The corner of Lin Ziyan's mouth twitched. That brat is crazy. Actually giving someone a receiver. My God. Gulping and swallowing saliva. Lin Ziyan's eyes danced furiously. If I let my sister-in-law know that she has given her cousin a girl with 2 children to marry, I'm afraid she won't kill herself. No, this matter hurriedly notify my sister-in-law. Lin Ziyan immediately has dialed the sister-in-law phone. After some explanation, this only after hanging up the phone to breathe a sigh of relief. Obviously in order to self-protection can only be the little cousin mercilessly betrayed. The other side. Bingning wife, kiss husband a bite, came to the company downstairs. Yi Xian looked at the car 2 red book smiling. Until now Yi Xian are with the dream is unreal. 2 people this on the license. You, Xia Bingning face red, but still Bu kissed someone's face. Okay, I'll go up first. Ta-da-da. Stepping away from the feet, the little wolf drilled into the office building. Jokingly, this if the company's people see cannot be good. Hey, this niece, good Looking at the back of Xia Bingning's departure, staggering emotion. If you can take it down that would be better. Buzz, a foot of gas, towards the direction of the villa. After all, the 2 little guys are still waiting for him to go back. He does not want to waste time on the road. However, very soon, Yi Xian furrowed his brows, sensing that there were several cars tracking behind him which made him stare. Targeting himself? detecting that the host is about to encounter an assassination, granting God-destroying needle X99. Note, God-destroying needle destroys souls, kills invisibly, and works better with bone-devouring scattering. Assassination? God-destroying needle? Not waiting for Yi Xian to think carefully, the ear suddenly came the voice of the system, but let Yi Xian froze. Good guy. This system is ruthless enough, killing the invisible, with the bone-devouring scatter. The form of God is destroyed. Following once again look to the rear of several cars. The corner of the mouth curved up taboo arc. Then take these people to practice. Squeak. A quarter of an hour later, a boulder blocked the way. The son of the devil braked sharply and stopped in the field. Obviously this is the location of the other side of the ambush. To which Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. He couldn't be blamed for what happened next. Who let them find themselves? Do it. Immediately after, more than a dozen figures scurried out from the surroundings, while at the back of the helicopter 2 cars blocked the way, obviously planning for a long time. These people, really rushing to be a test subject, looking at more than 10 silhouettes, obviously since the other side out when the ending has been determined. Kid, long time no see. Just at this time, a rather familiar voice into the ears. Harai not far away appeared a silhouette. This person is the Jinlingshan family Shen Ao Shui, but at the moment its face hangs on the big grey wolf-like intriguing smile. Shen Ao Shui? Seeing the person who came, Yi Xian froze, not expecting that the person who struck out was actually her. Only, striking out at him would be a death. Not bad. Shen Ao Shui scornfully looked towards Yi Xian, her eyes flooded with twisted sizzle. Really handsome enough. Will definitely satisfy this lady later. Yi Xian is it? Before dying this young lady will definitely make you happy. On. Coldly smiling, Shen Ao Shui then said, waste him, leave his breath to be able to use strong medicine. Kid, go to hell. More than 10 people swarmed up, even if their target this time is just an ordinary person. After all, 2 fists are difficult to the 4th hand. These people out as a first-class expert also have to drink hate. Is that so? Looking at the surrounding more than 10 killers, the weakest of them are second-rate masters. Obviously Shen Ao Shui in order to revenge Xiaobingning put down a lot of blood. Just also that's all. Poof. Later, I will let you know how powerful this young lady is. The thought of her giving Xiaobingning a cuckold, the bottom of her eyes is flooded with quick and ruthless on. The thought of that cannot stop the excitement after seeing the video he recorded. Thumb, do not wait for its fine thought. Dao Dao Golden on flashed. The next moment miserable screams resounded all over the field. More than 10 experts all died horizontally on the spot. Incomparably bizarre. Immediately afterward, more than 10 corpses turned into flying ash at a visible speed. Oh, is the amount of bone-devouring scatter too small? Listening to the screams before death, if the amount of medicine was doubled, they should have died directly. What? What? Looking at the scene in the bizarre scene, Shen Ao Shui flopped softly on the ground. There is even a puddle of water stains in front of its body, obviously scared by the miserable picture of urine. How? Possibly. She invited the killers. There are several first-class killers. There are more than 10 second-class killers. Actually in its hands cannot walk a move. In fact, the scene in front of her far beyond her cognition. Just this strength. Also learn others to kill. Duh. Step towards Shen Ao Shui. At this moment, Shen Ao Shui's face was full of panic. Obviously she was really afraid. Looking towards Yi Xian's gaze was full of fear. You can't kill me. I'm the daughter of the Shen family in Jinling. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything for you, including myself. Snort. Not waiting for it to continue, a golden needle did not enter its brow, followed by a fluttering sound into a corpse smashed on the ground. 3 seconds later turned into flying ash scattered with the wind. On your posture is still seductive, then my family Bing Ning wife is far worse. With a wave of his hand, an aura blew away a dozen shovelfuls of flying ash. Wasting such a long time with you losers. The 2 little ones are waiting impatiently. Chapter 18. If your dad knew you as a receiver, see if he doesn't break your dog's legs. But, looking around, Yi Xian murmured, if a loved one were to encounter such a situation, detecting that the host is worried about the safety of his loved ones, gifting 72 divine guards, the system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Xian's eyes glazed over. 72 divine guards? This system, it can make up for whatever you're worried about. Not bad at all. For a moment, Yi Xian's impression of the system got 1 point better. I don't know how strong the 72 divine guards are. Under the murmur, Yi Xian's mind moved. The next moment, in the field, there were 72 figures that appeared in a swish, and it was the system that gifted the 72 divine guards, and they were 100% loyal to Yi Xian, and as a system product, this was the most basic requirement. Even at this moment, Yi Xian let them cut their own throats. It's not the slightest hesitation to execute. After all, if they hesitate for a second, they will be sorry for the word divine hero. Dang, 72 people knelt on the ground in unison, and each figure's aura was extremely strong. Subordinate, meet the master. The sound of chi whistling came out, shaking the 4 fields, and if outsiders were to know, it would definitely overturn the entire Jinling. Because, the leader of a person, the breath is very strong enough to have a martial arts master. Not bad, exactly. Beyond the top masters above the martial arts master, this realm is enough to override the existence of the Jinling. In addition, there are also 9 top experts, precisely the top 10 divine guards. The rest are all first-class experts. It's no exaggeration to say, this kind of lineup was enough to push across any force in the Golden Tombs. Good guys. Yi Xian looked at the crowd of experts in front of him. His eyes narrowed. With these men, the entire Jinling and even China can walk sideways. Get up. Yi Xian slightly raised his hand. The 72 divine guards respectfully rose. Their master's order they didn't dare to disobey. In the future, call me Yi Xiao. Yes, master. The divine guards respectfully answered. Then Yi Xian said, Divine 10, you bring 20 people to protect the Imperial Abyss Villa. Yes, Yi Xiao. God 10 bowed solemnly, while he was clearly one of the 9 top experts. As for God 1, he was a martial grandmaster. Disperse. With a wave of his hand, God 1 and the others disappeared into place with a flash of their silhouettes. If they had just had such powerful henchmen, just any one of them would have been able to destroy them all. Imperial Abyss 1 Villa. POA is back. Xa and Tonton heard the supercar the first time since the villa out. Intimate into the arms of Popa, although only a short time not see, but it feels like separated for several months. Young master, the maids enviously looked at the scene to greet. Such a dog food scene is not envious as strange. Any girl cannot look at this picture. I like it so much. I want to have a little miss too. ENN. How nice it would be to have young master's genes. Young master is so handsome. He has super favorites, and he's also extremely rich. He's simply the perfect male god. Sumuyu shook her head helplessly as she listened to the maid's words. However, speaking of which, the young master is truly super charming. There is no doubt about it. Ding bell. Arriving at the villa, the cell phone rang, and seeing the caller couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hello, Mom. Just after picking up the phone, the opposite side was the voice of Mom's Hadon lion roar. Brat, you've got hard wings. Obviously, Yi Xian had the foresight to hold the cell phone far away. Obviously cousin will definitely tell Mom after knowing, which he had already thought of. Your cousin said that you actually got a license with a woman with twin children. Crazy. Your father wants to know you as a receiver. See not to break your dog's legs. Under some catharsis, it can be seen how angry Yi mother is. Although their old Yi family is not a prestigious family, but definitely not allowed to appear when the receiver of the offspring. Cough cough. Mom, have you finished yet? Yi Xian coughed dryly and continued. Do you understand the situation? You'll be the receiver? Things have to start from 4 years ago, the year of the college entrance exam. Listening to the explanation, the opposite Yi mother froze for a little while, especially after the paternity test which opened his mouth. You kid, with your father a virtue. Yi mother held her tongue for a while and held out a sentence, but it was this sentence that almost didn't make Yi Xian laugh out loud. Not bad. Back then, Yi father was an early license holder, but at that time, he had already gone to university and was slightly more reliable compared to him. This brat, instead, he was better than the blue. Hey, it's not that my dad taught me well. Yi Xian hemmed and hawed, then said, moreover, you and my dad didn't want me to get married and give you grandchildren a long time ago. Now, it's not just right, but also twin granddaughters. Shut up you. Yi mother rolled her eyes. She naturally knew clearly what her son's virtues were, then changed the topic. Quick, open the video. Let me meet my granddaughter. Soon, Yi Xian's cell phone received a video call from Yi mother. Xin Ton Ton, come, meet your grandmother. Grandma. The two little ones Tada stepped away blinking their curious eyes. When the video was connected. Wow. Brat, are these my two granddaughters? Yi mother saw the two little fairy-like granddaughters. She loved them so much, where she still cared about her son. Her heart directly pounced on the two granddaughters. Grandma. Xa and Tonton's sweet voice called out. Hearing Yi mother's heart melted. For a moment, her mouth smiled to the back of her ears. She swore she hadn't been this happy when her son was born. Hey, it doesn't look like you were a child. Yi mother smiled at the corner of her mouth. When she was a child, her son's face value was super high. Many people wanted to betrothal with him, but fortunately she did not agree. Otherwise there would be such a lovely granddaughter. It is nowadays. His own son is also 10 miles 8 villages big handsome. Every year the threshold of the spring festival were stepped on broken. That scene is a great deal. Right, where is my daughter-in-law? Yi mother only saw the two little guys, did not see her own daughter-in-law, curiously asked. After all, daughter-in-law these years must have eaten a lot of suffering. Think about when they have not graduated from college, when she can almost cut off relations with parents. To say it is all tears, but the good thing is that everything is in the past. Ding Ning Shi went to the company. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, Mom, your daughter-in-law is a great beauty. It's obvious. Mother Yi could guess a few points from the two little ones' face value, but your kid is good enough. I said that 4 years ago there was a time when you teared up, making small talk. Yi mother continued, by the way, if your father wants to know this news, he might be happy as hell. Do you have time tomorrow? Come home. Tomorrow? Hearing his mom's words, Yi Xian froze. Tomorrow, aren't you and my dad working? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing this, Yi mother glared at her son. The old lady's daughter-in-law and granddaughter are coming. The heavens will have to give way. If the boss doesn't approve, the old lady fired him. Cough cough. Old mom's words drew a dry cough from Yi Xian as he knew that old mom could do it. It shouldn't be a problem. Yi Xian smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Good. Yi mother nodded heavily. Her gaze then fell on the two little ones. Xin Tonton. Tomorrow grandma will cook something delicious for you. Thank you grandma, the sweet polite voice said. Yi mother looked on with joy in her heart. At the same time, not far from Bingning Makeup Company. Do it. A commercial car quickly tied up Xia Bingning. Before and after no more than 3 seconds without disturbing anyone. TSK, what a beauty. In the business car, several men's eyes were glazed with salivation. At this moment, Xia Bingning had already been mesmerized. Unfortunately, this is the person the master wants. A few people took a deep breath. They, none other than the Jinling Zhang family experts. Zhang Jilai had looked into the events of the night of the charity gala during this time, and ultimately targeted Xia Bingning. After all, that Yi Xian was a gigolo, at least in his opinion. So kidnapping Xia Bingning was the first step. Next, he would thwart these two people to bury his son. Chapter 19 Meet Auntie. Isn't that a little fast? Ding dong. Not long after hanging up the phone, Yi Xian received a text message. Don't want Xia Bingning to die. Come alone to the abandoned factory in the suburbs. Then, there was a photo. Hershey, Xia Bingning was mesmerized and had a misty eye. Click. The teacup in Yi Xian's hand shattered in response to the sound. It was obvious that Xia Bingning was drugged. Looking for death. Swish. With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian disappeared into the villa. Faster. Yi Xian's demonic son supercar sped underneath his feet. Monstrous rage surging. Killing intent rushed to the sky. God One, who was secretly following, had a grave expression on his face. Just who was it that made his master move with such great anger? Soon, the abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jinling. Squeak. The sound of emergency brakes stopped in the middle of the field. Yi Xian got out of the car with a cold face. Master, that kid is here. Zhang family, a beloved corner of the mouth, rose cold. And in the Zhang Jinlai side is the only first-class master of the Zhang family, Poison Shadow. Over the years it's not less for the Zhang family to deal with some of the things that cannot be on the stage. On the side, Hera, is the drugged Xia Bingning? At this moment the state is obviously quite abnormal. You are Yi Xian. Zhang Jilai looked at the kid who came not far away, pressed the endless anger in his heart. The surrounding hundreds of experts of the Zhang family are all eyes with a stern aura, but after looking at Xia Bingning, eyes full of blazing, because, next, they could all have a mouthful of soup. Yi Xian's gaze landed on Xia Bingning, whose eyes were mesmerized. His killing aura was 1 point better. These people were looking for death. All of them killed. Not a single one left behind. Snort. Poison Shadow laughed cruelly. Kid, you still can't figure out the situation. Next you will see a violent battle between the Xia family's daughter and the group of heroes. Poo 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 poo. Poisonous Shadow corner of the mouth smile has not yet grinned. Road blood flower out. In an instant the Zhang family, hundreds of experts all dead, including more than a dozen second-rate experts, are also so. Rich bloody flavor all of a sudden filled with the field. What? Poison Shadow's face changed drastically. A thick unpleasantness surged in his heart, raising his hand and firing a shot towards Yi Xian's eyebrow, because the only way to put his mind at ease was to kill this brat at the fastest speed possible. Buzz. An invisible aura blocked the rapidly flying bullets. This kind of scene fooled everyone. Poison Shadow's pupils suddenly shrunk. What? Body protection astral aura. You are a martial arts master. Zhang Jinlai couldn't believe it. How is it possible to be a 23-year-old martial arts grandmaster? Martial Dao master. That is the existence of transcendent normal people. How could that little white boy beside Xia Bingning be that strong? Whoosh! A bullet pierced through the brain. The poisonous shadow turned into a corpse and fell to the ground, his face still in a state of shock. It was obvious how fast Yi Xian casually threw out the bullets. This scene, if the outside world saw, would have shocked off the jaws of an unknown number of people. You? Who is it? Zhang Jinlai's face changed drastically, while Yi Xian at the moment looked at a few similarities. Somewhat realized. You are Zhang Xiaotian's father. Right, Zhang Xiaotian, I killed him. Snort. A god-destroying needle didn't enter Zhang Jinlai's heart. The bone-devouring prodigy only used 1/10 of the medicinal power, and this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. After all, he wouldn't let Zhang Jinlai in front of him die so easily. From the moment it made a move on his woman, it was doomed to not have a good ending. Ah! Miserable screams came out from his mouth. Zhang Jinlai's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were corroded into blood, and the medicinal power spread out. Kid, you shall not die. Following that, the bones and tendons were all turned into mush. The scene was horrific. Zhang family deserved to die. Ice-cold voice sounded. Yi Xian carried Xiaobingning into his arms. His figure flickered and then disappeared in the scene. Imperial Abyss Villa. In the room, detecting the host to save his wife Xiaobingning, gifting 100% shares of the Zhang Group. Listening to the voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian froze. 100% shares of Zhang Group? There was actually this benefit, but obviously Yi Xian's attention wasn't on it at the moment. At a certain moment, Xiaobingning's dantian area had a cold qi surging, which made Yi Xian froze. This cold qi, before Yi Xian could think about it in detail, the system voice once again rang in his ears. Detecting the host's contact with the cold ice qi, the realm has been raised to martial grandmaster. Realm breakthrough? Yi Xian was a bit confused. The martial arts grandmaster was already the strongest in this part of Jinling, and the only one who could surpass the martial arts grandmaster was the Imperial Capital Forces. Martial Dao Grandmaster. This niece, it seems not simple but right now, still will medicine lifting for good. No accident, a fight is inevitable. 40,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning. Well, the golden sunrise rose. Although fighting all night, Yi Xian was still in high spirits due to his breakthrough realm. The beautiful person in his arms opened her beautiful eyes. Yesterday. Xiaobingning thought of yesterday she was taken captive. And then that what? After a few cloying sentences, Yi Xian got to the point. Right. Wrapped in the arms of the good people. After 4 years of re-encounter, the two relationship is obviously much closer. Today my mom said to look at her daughter-in-law. Also blame my cousin. When Xiaobingning heard this, her face reddened 1 point more. Seeing auntie, isn't this a bit fast? Truly, Xiaobingning was not ready. Fast what? The license has been collected. It's not normal to see the parents. Yi Xian waved his hand carelessly, and the airfare he had already bought. All right, my parents, today but specially in order to see you took a vacation. Or else, I say you don't have time. Xiaobingning heard here white its glance. The first time to see parents have no time. This guy, and what do you think? If so, how to get along in the future? All blame him. Ding wife, ask you a thing. Thinking about that cold, do you often feel cold? Especially during menstruation. Tang Xiaobingning looked at Yi Xian incredulously, her pretty face full of surprise. You, how do you know? That's a girl's little secret. This guy. On the other hand, Zhangchang Guishu village. Exquisite bamboo house. Yi Zhenghua had just returned from a business trip, and when he heard Yi mother's showdown, a mouthful of tea was sprayed out. What did you say? The brat slept with our daughter-in-law 4 years ago and has twin daughters. This. Stunned for a long while, Yi Zhenghua immediately followed with a loud laugh. Good. Worthy of being my Yi Zhenghua's son, quite like his father back then. Yi mother glanced at him upon hearing this, and then handed over the pictures of her daughter-in-law and the 2 little ones. Goo. These are the old man's 2 granddaughters. He. Yi father giggled for a moment, then his eyes fell on the daughter-in-law's photo. That kid, his vision is quite good. Same as Lao Zi back then. Chapter 20 Yi Xian's return. The whole village dogs are alarmed. Jinling, Shen family. What? Shen Zirong heard the words of his man. His face changed drastically. Tang stood up from his seat. Ao Shui can't be contacted right now. Ao Shui? The bottom of the eyes of a youth on the opposite side flashed with a hidden stern aura, followed by a flash of sinister. Uncle Shen, after the last time we parted, I think I heard Ao Shui say that she wanted to find someone to teach Xiaobingning's boyfriend a lesson. Yi Xian, that student from Jinling University. He certainly knew something about that person besides Xiaobingning. That means that Yi Xian was the last person to see Ao Shui. Thanks for the information, Zitian. This young man was none other than Jinling Wang family's Zitian. As for Shenao Xue, from the beginning to the end it was just a pawn for him. No matter, I also want to know what exactly happened to Ao Shui. Prince Tian face worried. No one knows that he is all pretending. These years using Shenao Xue he is not less benefit. Just outsiders do not know. Master, not long ago, Shen Zirong, a beloved henchman, came close to the front, solemnly reported, found out, that Yi Xian is taking a plane to Jiangchang with Xiaobingning, and Yi Xian just happens to be from Jiangchang. No surprise it should be going home to meet Yi Xian's parents. Kaching. Shen Zirong heard this, his face icy cold. Bring people. Follow me to Jiangchang. An assassination centered on Yi Xian, by this moment staged. As for what will happen next, this no one knows. Jiangcheng, airport. An airplane landed slowly and descended the gangway. Wow. Poop. This is Jiangcheng. Xian and Tonton had just gotten off the plane. Sniffing the nice scent, her eyes were full of happiness. Obviously they were super fond of this first time place they came to. Yi Xiao. Your car. Just out of the airport. A stretch Rolls Royce had been waiting for a long time, and there was a man on the side. This man. It was none other than the 72 Divine Guards. God 9. Who is that dude? Actually has a stretch version Rolls Royce to sit in. Goddess of celebration. My favorite. Who is that girl? Too envious. Amidst the envious twittering, Yi Xian drove towards the direction of Guishu village with a kick of the gas. This lineup, the old man and mom should be doubled face it. To know, not to mention Rolls Royce, is unusual. Big Ben Audi and so on are very few. Yi Xian, how much did you spend on this car? Looking at the car's luxurious interior, Xia Bingning looked at someone. Just know that spending money, after all, they are now two people or not. Almost $30 million. Yi Xian casually said a figure. After all, this extended supercar was given by the system before getting off the plane. $30 million? When Xia Bingning heard this figure, she really wanted to hammer someone to death. Buying a cheap one can kill you. It's okay, your man isn't bad with this money. I don't know how long it took. Well, Xian Tonton sniffed the nice scent in the air outside the car. Popa, what's this smell so good? Aha, he, smell it, this is Poa's old home. Yi Xian looked out in the direction of Guishu village. The corner of his mouth arched up, rather proudly smiled. Poa's hometown, Guishu village, where there is a 1,000-year-old gui tree. It is now in bloom season. The fragrance of 10 miles is very normal. Thousands of years old osmanthus tree. Xia Bingning sniffing the lingering fragrance of osmanthus. Already some like here. After all, this kind of picturesque scenery is like a paradise place. Few people do not like it. Not bad. Yi Xian looked at the stunning wife, then narrated, our village head. That osmanthus tree is said to have been 1,500 years old. The tree height of 30 meters. Around the length of 5 meters. The crown of the tree 3 years ago measured once almost more than 800 square meters. Have you said so exaggerated? Xia Bingning looked at someone suspiciously. Originally came to see that guy's parents, but it gave her a feeling of letting go and traveling. As the distance from the osmanthus tree village is getting closer and closer, the osmanthus scent is getting stronger and stronger. The mother and 3 of them greedily enjoy sniffing the scent. That is, Yi Xian sniffing the long-forgotten scent is also full of emotions. Finally back again. Baba, it smells so good. I'm looking forward to it. He. The 2 little guys looked out the window excitedly. Feeling great. This feeling. It would be nice to live in this kind of environment for the rest of my life. Xia Bingning looked at someone who was driving. Her head floated with their family's happy idyllic life. Her face couldn't help but blush. That picture must be especially happy. A certain moment. As the supercar turned a corner, it came to the entrance of Guishu village in this manner. And at this moment, it was in the late afternoon, and quite a number of village elders were drinking tea and playing chess under the trees. It was so cozy. Village chief, look, right at this moment, a bare-chested teenager staggered and pointed to the distance, apparently seeing something incomparably surprising. Immediately afterward, it was the old man's group under the 1,000-year-old laurel tree that was attracted, and the village head Wang Songrong was also within it. That's, where did the rich second generation come from? That car label seems to be the Rolls Royce on TV. Right. Oh, our village is remote. I didn't expect to attract such a rich man. The old men chattered. After all, they're remote mountain village but rarely have this kind of luxury car here. Click the door to get off. Woof woof. At this moment, a loud and clear dog barking resounded throughout the village. Then a black shadow from the village scurried out, followed by the village's dogs all boiled. The sudden scene stunned everyone. That's the black dragon that the Yi family boy led from outside 4 years ago, right? The whole village dogs are all startled. It's hard to believe. Looking at the familiar picture, I'm afraid that there is only one person who can be treated like this. All of a sudden a figure appeared in their minds, followed by searching eyes. That young scion. It's really the Yi family kid. The old masters stood up one after another as they just happened to see the figure coming down from the supercar. Who else could it be if not Yi Xian? Wang. At the first moment, the black dragon scurried to Yi Xian's side with its tail wagging, excitedly circling around Yi Xian as a way to vent its happy feelings. Not far away, dozens of dogs, similarly wagging their tails, didn't dare to come forward to usurp the slightest bit. The black dragon was clearly their boss. Go! Yi Xian patted the black dragon's head. Then the black dragon was excitedly leaping back to the village. Behind it were dozens of dogs. The picture was spectacular for a while. Xia Bingning, cough cough. This kind of welcome, it's quite alternative. Wow. Xa and Tonton came back to their senses and looked at the canopy of the osmanthus tree that covered the sky. The first thing that caught their attention was that their faces were filled with surprise. What a big tree, ah! Ma, look! Just as the three of them were sizing it up, the village chief and a group of old men all walked over. Village chief's old men, long time no see. Seeing the familiar faces, Yi Xian faintly smiled, remembering that the first person he met when he came to this parallel world 4 years ago was the village chief's old man, who had awakened from his rocking chair under the laurel tree. Little Yi, it's really you, although he was already sure, but the scene in front of him really made him a bit unbelievable. Really didn't expect that the Yi family kid would be driving such a luxurious car. Of course it's me. Yi Xian laughed and then introduced. Village chief elder. Introduce. This is my adopted daughter-in-law Bing Ning. These two are my daughters. What? When these words came out, the other old men behind the village head elder were all stunned. The Yi family boy had led a daughter-in-law, and he also had 2 children with him. You kid. Good enough. The village head old master looked at Yi Xian with satisfaction. This was the most promising scion of their Guishu village. They all old masters could have watched it grow up. When it was true, the scion was fearful. The old masters looked at Xiaobingning, nodding their heads in satisfaction. Not bad. The Yi family brat is very good, ah. Chapter 21 Brat. You're this. Lied to my old mother for so many years. In front of the exquisite bamboo house, Rolls-Royce supercar parked in front of the door. Looking at the familiar scene, Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth. Everything seemed like yesterday. Old Yi, son is back. Seeing the figure getting out of the car, Yi mother's face was delighted as she shouted at the exquisite bamboo house. Wow, grandparents' house is so beautiful. Xa and Tonton looked at the exquisite bamboo house in front of her excitedly. Xia Bingning is also quite surprised. Fashion without losing elegance. The design alone must have spent a lot of thought. I have to say, this is extremely consistent with the life she wanted to lead in her dreams. Woof. The black dragon came back after strolling around, wagging its tail in the yard. The picture was very cozy. At first it had the best relationship with Yi Xian, and back then in order to let the black dragon become the boss, it was a great success. Of course, that's all in the past, not to mention, Grandpa, Grandma. Sweet voice from the mouth of the 2 little guys came out. Very eye-catching. That kind of wine-cute appearance plus the voice, completely can melt everything in the world. Oh, good. Ye father ye mother's face showed a happy smile. They are also people who have granddaughters, and still twins tsk. Uncle, auntie good. Xia Bingning slightly red-faced to greet. The first time to see that guy's parents. Always cannot let the elders open their mouths. Obviously more or less there is a little bit of constraint. Bing Ning, fast house sit. Yi mother saw the absolute beauty value daughter-in-law. Really bright eyes. This is more than the photo is also beautiful a lot. That brat vision is quite good. Auntie, this is a gift for you. Ye father at this time gazed to the car outside the bamboo house. Cannot help but froze, that is, stretched Rolls-Royce, right? The boss of our company wanted to buy one but didn't even bother. He. Grandpa, isn't Poopa's car beautiful? Xin Tonton smiled. Ye father froze when he heard it and looked at Yi Xian in dismay. Brat, that car is yours, obviously. Ye father realized something. He originally thought it was his own daughter-in-law's. A little. Xia Bingning's explanation. Heard ye father ye mother look at her own son's eyes changed. Oh, good. Originally, they were still worried that their son was somewhat unworthy of the Xia group's daughter, but now that his son was so outstanding, it naturally put their minds at ease quite a bit. Gulp. While speaking, Xa and Tonton's stomach growled in protest. POA. We're hungry. The 2 little ones stared at their poop with pitiful eyes, and Mother Yi smiled faintly. Xa and Tonton. You guys are hungry. It just so happens that the village chief's family sent a suckling pig over, so I made it for you guys to eat. Really? Upon hearing this, Xa and Tonton's eyes shone brightly, but her gaze soon fell on Popa. But Grandma, we want to eat Popa's cooking. What should we do? Put. Listening to the words of the 2 little ones, Xia Bingning couldn't help but pour out a smile. He, Popa go make it for you guys. Yi Xian dotingly rubbed the 2 little ones' heads. Since there's a suckling pig, let's eat roasted suckling pig. Shall we? Yes. Long live POA. Hearing that POA roasted a suckling pig, Xa and Tonton couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew too much about POA's cooking skills, and for a moment, they became even hungrier by 1 point. I'll help. Ye father at this time to introduce himself to come forward. Although he has not been cooking but daughter-in-law cannot leave a good impression, obviously for the son's lifelong happiness. It's also put up a fight. No need. Yi Xian smiled faintly, carrying the suckling pig in one hand towards the water basin. His movements were very skillful. The blade flashed, and the shadow of his hand flew. This brat, what fast knife skills. Ye mother saw her son's operation, which was more skillful than those fish killers. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. This brat didn't expect to have two skills. Soon, get rid of the internal organs, put all kinds of condiments on the grill and roasted. Not much time. Well, the tantalizing aroma poured out of his nose. The black dragon sat on the ground and stared at the roasted suckling pig on the fire with a stream of saliva, squealing vigorously one after another. It was obviously gluttonous. Ahem, this kid is hiding deep enough. Looking at the roasted suckling pig in front of him, better than a 5-star chef. Sniffing the aroma for a moment, taste buds wide open. Jokingly, this kind of delicious roasted pig, who can carry it? Okay. The barbecue ended. Yi Xian peeled the roasted suckling pig into pieces and handed it to the two little ones. Look, eat it. He. Thank you POA. Xan Tonton's face smiled and curved into a crescent moon. Mua's one kissed on the side of the POA's face. This kind of dog food. Looking at ye father ye mother smiled without saying anything. It could be seen that this master and three have a good relationship. Look, wife, this is yours. Yi Xian then handed a plate of roasted pork to Xiaobingning, which caused her face to swoon for a minute. This guy, actually calling himself wife in front of his uncles and aunts. Dying ah, thank you. Seeing this ye father ye mother is more relieved. Son, this is completely capable of driving a beautiful daughter-in-law. Mom and dad, this is for you. Yi Xian served it to the old couple, then gave all the remaining roasted suckling pig to Black Dragon, and then even gave him 2 portions of physique-enhancing liquid to drink as water. Black Dragon, this is yours. Detecting the host's sharing of his beloved dog's food, gifting him with divine-level Beast King abilities, the system voice rang in his ears at this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but stare. Imperial Beast? Woof. The black dragon excitedly wagged its tail and barked, while Yi Xian was the one who heard what it said. Thanks, boss. Yi Xian could not help but stare. Boss? Eat? Yi Xian was a bit incredulous. This system really wasn't generally bullish. Was he able to understand the beast language? AMU. The black dragon immediately began to eat, during which he also did not forget to drink the diluted physique enhancement liquid on the side from time to time. Oh, Mother Yi also took a bite of the roasted suckling pig at this moment. The flavor was delicious and the aftertaste was endless. Brat, you lied to my old lady for so many years. Looking at the roasted suckling pig in front of her, Yi Mother's mind came to mind that all these years of cooking for the masters to eat, it seems to have lost a lot of money. No way. Later, brat, you have to make it up to me later. Yi Mother glared at her son, said so on the mouth and the heart is calculating, in the future how to also have to learn a trick with his son. In the future also close the relationship with the daughter-in-law is not right. Thinking here, Yi Mother dry cough, today's roast suckling pig recipe, you write me a copy. After the roasted suckling pig was finished, Mother Yi squeezed a few cups of juice from her room. Following that, leisurely bathing in the warm sunlight in the courtyard. On the side, the two little ones chased the black dragon, giggling from time to time. Woof! The sound of a dog barking came out, and the black dragon's pleading eyes looked towards Yi Xian. Boss, help! In response, Yi Xian chose to ignore it. Alright. Seeing the spectral appearance of the black dragon being ravaged by the two little ones, Yi Xian got up and said, let's go. I'll take you guys for a stroll around the village. Ow. The black dragon howled and climbed up in a single bound, really being played with by Xan Tonton. Yeah. The two little ones saw that they had something interesting to play with again, so naturally, they would no longer focus on the black dragon. Bing Ning, go along. Mother Yi and Father Yi looked at each other. Just in time. I'll go to the mall with your uncle. Aha! Xiaobingning said in a thin mosquito voice. Her heart was really relieved. This is considered to have met the parents. Then, left the bamboo house strolling in the countryside path, sniffing the nose osmanthus fragrance, quiet and beautiful. Yi Xian a moment to pull the imitation of jelly-like elasticity of the jade hand. Xiaobingning face flashed and flushed red. Let it pull. Not far away, the two little guys and the black dragon chasing each other. Cannot help but the corner of the mouth hooked up. Looking at the body beside the beautiful beauty is very eye-catching. God, really treat yourself, not thin. Chapter 22. That guy. Actually, kissing her here. Cinnamon Tree Village. By the river. Wow. Xan Tonton looked at the blue sky and white clouds, the clear water, and the scent sniffing in her nose. Mama, this place is so beautiful. Be careful. Yi Xian reminded. Guishu village was bordered by an endless jungle, and from time to time, there would be some wild beasts here. Woof. The black dragon stepped out on all fours and chased after them. Boss, I'll protect them. This little black. Yi Xian glanced at the energetic Xiao Hei. After drinking 2 portions of the physique-enhancing liquid, Xiao Hei had obviously undergone some changes. His teeth and claws were sharper and his strength was greater. Cluck! Little black mud Zokai. The two little guys saw Xiao Hei chasing after him, and from time to time, they slapped the water splashes to play. When Xiaohei saw the water splashes, he moved from side to dodge. Two little guys, this is a fun time. Xiao Bingning looked at the two little guys playing happily. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a charming arc, turning her head to say something to Yi Xian. However, she saw someone fixedly looking at her. Her face couldn't help but swoon red. What are you looking at? Well, before the words were finished, Xiao Bingning's Jew lips were blocked, followed by wide eyes. That guy, actually, kissing her here, crazy, wow. Xian Tong Tong saw Papa Mama kissing, hurriedly covered her eyes, but it was through the finger cracks looking at Papa Mama kissing, feeling, this is quite interesting. If Xiao Bingning knew about it, I wonder if she would strangle someone to death. Woof woof. The passionate kiss ended. Xiao Bingning glared fiercely at someone, and the black dragon barked to interrupt the atmosphere of the two. Hiss. Seeking her eyes, Xiao Bingning's pretty face changed greatly as she saw a 5 or 6 meter long giant python swimming out from the jungle. How exquisite and delicious. After the giant python saw the two little guys, its eyes glowed with essence and saliva flowed down the snake's mouth. Master Dog has ruined you. With a whooshing sound, the black dragon went straight towards the giant python, its speed unknown how much faster than before. Yeah, Little Black is back. Xian Tong Tong's pretty face changed when she saw Little Black running towards the giant python. Boom! The giant python looked at the little bitty black dragon, and with a cold smile at the corner of its mouth opened its mouth to bite it to death. However, but directly by the black dragon a claw pressed on the ground. 7 inches instantly became a ball of flesh and mud. The python pupils suddenly shrunk. Not waiting for its reaction, the black dragon's other claw ruthlessly stomped the python's snake head into the ground. The poor python didn't even have time to react before it became a corpse. This is, Xiao Bingning, who was worriedly embracing Xin Tong Tong, was filled with astonishment. The black dragon is so powerful, that 5 to 6 meter python was directly killed in seconds? Yi Xian. Indeed the scene in front of him was too shocking. By common sense, it should be the python that destroys the python. This little black. Yi Xian coughed dryly. I didn't expect it to be this powerful either. Woof. The black dragon barked twice to invite credit and came to Yi Xian's body. Boss, I'm awesome, right? Not bad. Without a trace, another copy of the physique-enhancing liquid was given to the black dragon, and the black dragon's eyes glowed with a bright aura. Reward you with a chicken leg at night. Looking at Yi Xian talking to the black dragon, Xiao Bingning shook her head. This guy was as good as the black dragon could understand him. To know, with 3 copies of physique-enhancing liquid in a row, even a scrapper could become a genius. Not to mention that Black Dragon was the dog king of Guishu village. It's not an exaggeration to say, nowadays, the Black Dragon's fighting strength was estimated to be not a problem at all against the top experts. Let's see, it's better to go back. After the thrilling scene just now, Xiao Bingning was terrified. Good. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the giant python. Although he could crush it with a single thought, it was still inappropriate to expose his strength today. Returning to the bamboo house, night had already arrived. Xin Tong Tong, come quickly. Look what grandparents bought for you. Coming to the living room of the exquisite bamboo house, he saw Father Yi and Mother Yi full of war chests. These things had cost them more than $100,000. Clothes, shoes, toys, snacks. Wow, long live grandparents. Looking at so many things, the two little ones were overjoyed. Dad, Mom, no need to break the bank so much, Xiao Bingning said in a moment of baldness, while Father Yi and Mother Yi heard it with a jolt. Bingning, what did you just call me? Xiao Bingning realized something, her face flushed red, and she somehow managed to call out in passing. Ahem, Bingning, can you call me Mom again to hear it? For a moment, Xiao Bingning's heartbeat accelerated, but against Yi Mother's expectant eyes, she finally hardened her red cheeks and sweetly said, Mom, Yi Mother really, was called by this sound. Mom fluttering, happy to respond. Bingning, you don't know. Yi Mother pulled Xiao Bingning's slender hand. Your uncle and I's biggest regret in our lives is that we didn't have a daughter. You're fulfilling one of our old couple's biggest wishes. Hey, since it's called, how about, just don't change your name. Aha. Infected by Yi Mother's enthusiasm, Xiao Bingning nodded her head with a red face, which made Yi Father happy and almost didn't clap his thighs. Right. Yi Xian thought of something, and then took out a card and passed it to his mom's hand. Mom, there are 3 million here. You guys can just spend it. Smoothly swiping and dialing the money, Yi Xian spoke. Originally, he wanted to give the old couple $100 million, but he was just afraid that the old couple's heart couldn't take it. What? Hearing her son's words, Yi Mother's face straightened. Son, what are you doing? Your father and I aren't short of money. Dad. Yi Xian looked at his old man, and Yi Father dryly coughed. What's that? Son's heart will accept it. Besides, the son is not short of this money. You old man. Yi Mother whitened her eyes at Yi Father, Xiaobingning also chimed in and said, Yi mother then accepted it. Her heart was very pleased. Ding! Host consumed 3 million renminbi, gained wealth of 30 million renminbi. Listening to the ear ringing 10 times the sound of rebate. Yi Shen faint smile has long seen the strange. To say the least, this is just its 9 cows and 1 hare. After dinner, Yi father and Yi mother brought the 2 granddaughters back to their rooms to cultivate their feelings. In Yi Xian's room, the sound of pattering water stopped. The bathroom room door opened, and Hera's stunning beauty appeared in front of Yi Xian like this. TSK, still my wife is the most beautiful. Looking at the absolutely beautiful beauty, Yi Xian staggered and sighed. He was probably the happiest man in the world. Che, virtue, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, but it was like a wink, which made Yi Xian's blood turn over. Hey, exhausted. Yi Xian hemmed and hawed and looked at his own wife's perfect body. Hubby will give you a full body massage. Chapter 23, Don't Reward. Floating dust big brother goes home with this lowly. Okay? Under the super strong maneuver, Xiaobingning couldn't help but make a sound. Xiaobingning rolled over and was about to speak, but she realized that Yi Xian was less than 3 centimeters away from her, and it was as if a century had passed since she was looking at her from such a close distance. Voodoo, swallowed saliva, looked at the light reflected under the beautiful face, so kissed. Yi Xian, well, symbolic struggle a few times. Xiaobingning red face closed her eyes. It seems that this life, to be planted in his hands. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Xian wrapped his arms around the beautiful sleeping girl. Just now a scene reappeared in front of my eyes. I did not expect this niece to wear clothes as absolutely beautiful president. Take off the proper human demon. Detect the host to bring his wife Xiaobingning to see his parents. Grant 3 billion renminbi. See parents? 3 billion reward? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up, thinking about soaring wealth. Calling up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grand Master of Martial Arts. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, divine car skills, divine cooking, divine massage, divine treasure appraisal. Voice, divine beast royalty. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1. 30 million extended version of the Bugatti Veyron X1. 10 times the consumption rebate, permanent. Lamborghini Devil's Son. Infinite physical enhancement fluid. A box of the Indian country's sacred oil. The extermination of the gods Needle X99. 100% shares of the Zhang's group. Wealth, 60 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, the mood was quite good. Ding dong. However, before Yi Xian could think about it in detail, his phone received a push message. This is, Little Snow that girl is live streaming to give PKs. Seeing the push message, Yi Xian pondered for a moment. This was a good opportunity to brush up on his money. At this moment, the PK was nearing its end. Looks like it's going to lose. Before the live broadcast, Chen Sueki was beaming her small mouth, her face value to see a proper big beauty, and at this moment, she was in the dormitory of Jinling No. 1 middle school, along with 5 roommates. Xiao Shui, I've been half a month living expenses support. You have only been playing Do Shark for 2 days. It's normal that you can't spell big net red. The dormitory students have comforted to know that at this moment the live broadcast Chen Sueki is only a few hundred people, while the opposite big net red group has more than 20,000 people. A world of floating dust rewarded the exciting budding beauty girl Carnival X10. The first world floating dust reward excited budding beauty girl Carnival X20. One world floating dust rewarded exciting Mo Maiden Carnival X30. Right at this moment, Chen Sueki airborne a wave of carnival rewards. Chen Sueki, who was puffing up and ready to lose, stood up from her seat in a flash, her pretty face full of disbelief. My God, Big Brother 1 world floating dust rewarded me with 30 carnival. What? When the housemates heard this, their eyes swished to the screen. The first world floating dust rewarded the exciting Beauty Maiden Carnival X100. When they looked at the live broadcast, the number of carnivals had soared to 100 at this moment, which really dumbfounded all of them. Radical Mo Beauty Maiden live streaming room surprised God's hero. Up to 100 carnivals, 300,000 rewards. Although it's not as good as Tuanzi Goddess, but it's still honorable despite the defeat. But no, cheer up radiant beauty. Chen Sueki stared at the screen. The whole person is not 100 carnival. She only won Do Shark a few days only. There are 300,000 reward. After deducting half of the platform's share, she was able to get 150,000. On the other hand, the princes of the Tuanzi live broadcasting room have struck out. After all, what they want is to defeat that budding new anchor in a crushing manner. The original million bounty, just like this, directly soared to the 5 million mark. Chen Sueki blood bar directly by seconds are gone. However, happy but a second. A world of floating dust rewarded the exciting budding beauty girl Carnival X300. A world of floating dust reward excited cute beauty girl Carnival X500. A world of floating dust rewarded the cute beauty girl Carnival X800. Just like this, in everyone's shocked eyes, Carnival breaks through 1,000. Blood to 3 million. See everyone for the dumbfounded. This, Chen Sweki dormitory classmates were filled with shock. My god, Sweki, this one world floating dust hua, directly reward you 3 million? I don't know. Chen Sweki's face was full of confusion, and at this moment, there were still the last 5 seconds left before the PK ended. Bloodstripe proceeded to push across in a crushing manner, and in the end, Chen Sweki fought back from the dead and won the PK. Hiss. The students in the dormitory all sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, Sweki actually won over a dozen of Prince Guardian's big net red groupies. Crazy. Who am I and where am I? Make sure. Not dreaming. Look, Sweki, that floating dust big brother reward is not over yet. A student looked at the live broadcast in his cell phone, his face full of disbelief. What? Then the crowd followed their eyes and saw a picture they would never forget in their lives. One world floating dust rewarded radical Mo beauty girl Carnival X3455. One world floating dust rewarded exciting Mo maiden Carnival X3456. One world floating dust rewarded excitingly cute American maiden Carnival X3457. Breaking through the sky reward. It really blinded everyone's eyes. Even PK's rival, Tuan Z, entered the radical Mo maiden live streaming room. This reward broke $10 million. The big net red donut was full of shock. This wave directly made the first world floating dust become the emperor knighthood of the radical budding beauty maiden live room. Ahem. Awesome. The power of God's greatness terrorizes so much. The reward breaks 10 million. Radiant Mo maiden earns hemp. Floating dust big brother. Please ask if there's still a pendant missing from your waist. Don't reward floating dust big brother with this lowly homo K. For a while, the number of fans on Yi Xian's one world floating dust account directly broke 100,000. Ding dong. Yi Xian quickly received private messages from his fans, clearing out wanting to add his contact information. Even the previous PK Big Netflix Tuanzi was the same. Compared to Big Brother floating dust, all of a sudden, her 10 or so Prince fans didn't smell good. Tuanzi, floating dust Big Brother, can you open the video? I will give you a one-on-one single chat. Looking at Tuanzi's private letter, Yi Xian smiled slightly. The good person in his arms is 10 times worse than her. Looking at his cousin sending a private letter, Yi Xian smiled and replied, small money, take it to buy candy. Following that, he exited the Battle Shark live broadcast. Ding! Host consumed 12 million renminbi, gained wealth of 120 million renminbi. Listening to the voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian smiled slightly, having long gotten used to this. Detecting the host's first time rewarding his cousin's live broadcast, granting 1 billion renminbi. Before Yi Xian could think about it in detail, the voice of the wealth-giving child system sounded once again, and it came up to 1 billion. This system, you're awesome. Unexpected joy. Looking at Yi Xian blankly, buying candy to eat? Chen Sweki looked at floating dust Big Brother's private message and couldn't help but frown. This floating dust Big Brother. How do I feel that the reply is so familiar? It was only before that cousin Yi Xian often said this. However, divided into 6 million to buy sugar. Floating dust Big Brother this is, to sweeten the rhythm of his own death. Chapter 24, what bad thoughts can your husband have? Ding dong. Soon, Yi Xian received a message from his cousin. Cousin Yi Xian, are you asleep? Cute. JPG, floating dust Big Brother magnificent reward. And Chen Sweki felt that the tone of speech was quite familiar. The first guess was the cousin, and this is obviously to test the waters. Was about to sleep. Looked at the body beside the beautiful beauty. Playfulness took a picture of the past. It is embracing the picture of ice condensation wife sleeping. In the warm yellow light reflection. Beautiful face is very charming. On the other hand, the dormitory. This. What? Chen Sweki screamed incredulously and sat up from the comforter, her eyes staring at the screen with round eyes. Cousin Yi Xian, he actually has a girlfriend. What? Hearing Chen Sweki's words, the girls in the dormitory were not calm. One by one, they were incredulous. After all, they knew that cousin Sweki was super handsome, and they had been thinking about him for more than a day or two. How could it be? Sweki, but you promised us to introduce your cousin to us. With a clatter, 5 pajama-clad beauty girls surrounded over, reacting more attentively than Chen Sweki's live PK loss. Such a scene saw Chen Sweki roll her eyes. My god, Sweki, your cousin's girlfriend is so pretty. Originally thought to be able to compete on a fight to come? When saw the photo of that pouring girl Xiaobingning, cannot help but pretty face pale? Feel that moment confidence was devastated by a devastating blow. Zuindwa fake duo. Before it started, it was so sad to fall out of love. I don't care. Sweki little rich girl, you compensate me for my handsome cousin. For a while, Chen Sueki was being ghosted by the beauty queens, and really regretted giving them the word. However, ahem, it seems that floating dust big brother is not Yi Xian's cousin, because just now, she did not notice any abnormality. Into the night. The night was dark and windy, just right for killing, between the boundless jungles of Guishu village. With a swish, no less than hundreds of people appeared in the field, and the direction they were traveling was precisely the exquisite bamboo house. An assassination was quietly staged. Master, ahead is that Yi Xian's house, a believer, respectfully reported. His eyes looking in the direction of the exquisite bamboo house is full of disdain. This Triptian family strength is the strongest person, clearly has the strength of the top experts. This person is named Zhao Zhong. More than 10 years ago Shen Zirong on his life-saving grace, which is bent on serving the Shen family. Aha! Shen Zirong narrowed his eyes and nodded his head, bowing to the old man beside him. Elder Zhao, this time you still need to keep an eye on the dark places. Just block the Xia family experts who might appear to protect Xia Bingning. Good. Zhao Zhong nodded solemnly. After all, this time, it was highly likely to touch the Jinling Xia family, so he could not afford not to pay attention to it. The Xia family was different from the Shen family. The top expert Xia family alone had as many as 3, and the first-class experts were more than twice as many as the Shen family, which was why Shen Aoshua didn't dare to be tough in front of Xia Bingning. After all, the Xia family was truly capable of destroying the Shen family. Who? At a certain moment, Zhao Zhong's gaze looked somewhere, and then, more than 20 figures appeared in the field, and the leader was none other than Divine 8. As for the others, they were naturally the 72 Divine Guards. One top expert, more than 20 first-rate experts. Zhao Zhong's face was grave, as he felt extreme danger from God 8, and a strong uneasiness immediately surged through his heart. Kill them, leave no one behind. God 8's voice fell, and more than 20 Divine Guards moved in unison, transforming into the God of Death to harvest the lives of the Shen family's experts. Arrogant! Zhao Zhong snorted coldly. Although the Shen family was not a rival of the Jinling Xia family, but there were more than 30 first-class experts, completely not comparable to the Zhang family, although the person in front of them was strong, but they were not afraid. Thumb! The knife flashed. The next moment, Zhao Zhong covered his neck. Blood seeped out. Pupils wide. You, half-step martial grandmaster. How is it possible? Before he died, Zhao Zhong couldn't believe that the person on the opposite side of that was actually in existence that was one step away from being a martial Dao master. Pooh pooh pooh. On the other side, before the Shen family's experts could come back to their senses, they were completely annihilated by more than 20 Divine Guards, and the only person alive in the field was Shen Zirong. Puff! Shen Zirong's entire body was dumbfounded. The soles of his feet went soft and fell to the ground. Looking across the room with a face full of shock, you guys aren't from the Jinling Xia family? Are you kidding? Jinling Xia family was definitely not this strong. This kind of lineup, I'm afraid that only the 4 great families could have it. Because of this, he was incomparably curious about the identity of this line of people, only that it's a pity that he would never know in his life. Kill it. Glancing at Shen Zirong, this kind of mole he didn't have the slightest interest in making a move, if not for the fact that this matter was related to the master. Its qualification for him to make a move wasn't even there. You dare to move me? I'm the head of the Jinling Shen family. Puff sound. Shen Zirong words have not finished, has been pierced through the heart, with a strong unwillingness to flop across the body on the ground. That call a crisp and clean. Clean up the field, not to divulge the slightest bit. After destroying the corpse, God 8 left with the Divine Guards, and the field returned to calm as if nothing had happened. The next day, early morning, the golden sunrise poured out. Yi Xian woke up from his sleep, and the beautiful person in his arms is still sleeping, and also hanging curvature. Really tired last night is not light. Detecting the host's decimation of the Shen family, granting a mysterious treasure chest. Mysterious treasure chest? Hearing the system ringing in his ear's voice, Yi Xian was stunned. This is a good thing. Open the treasure chest. Yi Xian didn't think much and opened the treasure chest with a thought. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 billion renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kato finger lasting experience. 2 voices in a row rang in his ears, but Yi Xian furrowed his brows. 3 billion he could understand, but that Kato finger? Also lasting experience? It's hard not to. The system is crazy. That is to say, under this ability, his finger comes with a black hang, and it seems to be specially prepared for Xiaobingning. Damn, the system is getting better and better at playing. I can try it out sometime. I guess the effect should be good. Well, at this moment, the bosom of the beautiful beauty woke up. Just on the corner of the mouth of a certain guy hung up the bad smile, and at this moment that guy's big hand is still tightly gripping the double bears. Put, big morning, what are you thinking about? Light spit a sound. Xia Bingning angrily eyes someone, and see the good person awakening. Yi Xian hard anticipation in his wife's Jew lips on the sip of a mouth. Your husband can have what bad thoughts is nothing more than to think of my home Bing Ning wife conscience it. 8,000 words omitted here. It seems that this life is not able to escape from this guy. I do not know why. Some warm coexistence it's feeling more and more inseparable from this guy how to do? Humph. All blame you. Xia Bing Ning glared at someone. If not for his own early up. Chapter 25 Xiao Xian. You this. Where did you get so much money? Coming to the living room. You guys are up. Mother Yi prepared a large table for breakfast and smiled at her daughter-in-law. Bing Ning, Mom doesn't know what you like to eat, so she just casually made some of everything. Mom, you call this random? Yi Xian looked at the table full of breakfast. It was impossible to finish it without 2 or 3 hours, and couldn't help but spit out. Shut up. Mother Yi glared at her son, then said in dissatisfaction. What? You have a problem with me cooking breakfast for my daughter-in-law? Thanks Mom. Xia Bingning listened to the mother and son bickering and was quite moved. Hey, this is nothing. Hearing the sweet sound of Mom, not to mention 2 or 3 hours, it's fine even if it's an all-nighter, right? There's also a chicken soup. Yi Xian, this operation. He didn't have this treatment with the old man at all before. Ding bell. When the chicken soup was brought to the table, Yi mother's cell phone rang, and she smoothly answered it. Hello, Dad. Noon family banquet right? Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Yi mother's gaze fell on Xia Bingning, and she couldn't help but smile. Right Bingning, tonight, Grandpa Xiao Xian said that the family will get together. Why don't you go together? Just in time, to introduce you to Grandpa and the others. Thinking of their own so beautiful daughter-in-law. This if it is seen by the father and the 2 sisters certainly times the face. Such a good opportunity cannot be missed. This, not good, right? Xia Bingning heard, face tang a red. Originally thought to meet Yi Xian parents to go back. Did not think to catch up with his grandfather held a family banquet. Just good nervous. Nothing bad. Yi mother smiled faintly. Then said, Xiao Xian grandpa is very amiable. And you are so excellent must like it. Half a day later. Jiangchang, Kuanpang Hotel. As one of the best hotels in Jiangchang, every month Grandpa Yi Xian would let his 3 daughters get together, so that they could also better maintain their relationship. And this was also the reason why Grandpa Yi Xian's large family had a cordial relationship. Arrived. The lengthened Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Kuanpang Hotel. The parking junior hurriedly went forward. After all, this kind of big shot can't be slowed down. Worthy of being a super luxury car, comfortable enough. Yi fathersome fondly recalled the feeling of the way. His car with this than is completely suffer. Really is no comparison is no harm. Entered the hotel. Lightly came to the reserved box. Room door pushed open. Grandpa. Arriving at the box, he was greeted by an amiable old man, who was none other than Yi Xian's grandfather, Tang Rongan. Little Xian, you're back? Seeing Yi Xian, this surprise made Tang Rongan quite surprised. The smile on his face couldn't stop emerging. He had loved this grandson since childhood. Aha! Yi Xian nodded, then pulled aside nervous Xia Bingning's slender hand and introduced. Bingning, this is my grandpa. Grandpa is good. Xia Bingning's voice was like a clear spring. Hearing Yi Xian's grandfather froze. Beautiful and generous, courteous appearance made Tang Roman very satisfied. Xin Tonton. Quick, call old foreign master. Old foreigner master good. The cute and adorable 2 little ones. Looking at Tang Rongan slightly slowed down. Good. Tang Rongan's face smiled happily, while Yi mother blanked her son. Dad, it's all because this brat did something good 4 years ago. Roughly understanding the situation back then, Tang Rongan looked at his granddaughter-in-law with eyes full of soft light. Bingning. You've suffered over the past 4 years. It's fine, Grandpa. Xia Bingning's eyes flashed ripples. When she was a child, her grandfather loved her the most. If grandfather 4 years ago, his father absolutely did not dare to force himself like that. So the original nervous Xia Bingning at the moment is a lot of natural. How kind girl. Sighed. Tang Rongan teaching and educating people for a lifetime. A glance is to see Xia Bingning heart quality. Xiao Xian. In the future can be good to treat people. As he spoke, the door to the box opened. Second aunt, seeing the visitor, Yi Xian greeted. The visitor was none other than second aunt Tang Xiaoxi. Second aunt, good day second auntie, good day cousin. After a few introductions, they were all stunned to learn that Xia Bingning was the one who had been licensed to have a child with Yi Xian. Ooh, at this time, a side cousin Chen Xiaoyang punched Yi Xian's shoulder. You kid, awesome. Hello Uncle Yi Xian. Hello pretty sister. Cousin Chen Xiaoyang's daughter, Chen Xiaoxiao childishly said. Now it's just in middle school. Put. When Yi Xian heard this, he almost didn't choke on his spit. Is this little girl making a fuss? Thank you, little beauty. Xia Bingning rarely saw someone in a mess and touched Chen Xiaoxiao's head. Then tell sister what's your name Sister, my name is Chen Xiao. Wow, soon. Chen Xiao's gaze fell on Xin Tong Tong. What a pretty little sister. Xiao, if you keep this up, uncle won't give you any New Year's money in the new year. Yi Xian had a tiger face, calling himself uncle and Bing Ning's sister. Wouldn't this be a difference in generation? It's fine, I think it's quite good. Xia Bing Ning was full of smiles, which made Yi Xian stagnate. What does this niece want to let her old cow eat young grass? Dad, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoyang saw his father, Chen Bingda, come in from outside the box. His face was a little unsightly. Those people, they came to demand debts again. Demanding debts? Mother Yi asked suspiciously when she heard her nephew's words. It's like this. Second aunt sighed, full of sorrow and said, this year, the building materials industry is in a slump, and recently the capital chain had some problems, so they borrowed some money. Second aunt's husband, how much does your company lack? Yi Xian heard, brush money opportunity this not come it, and can help the second aunt of family at this time not out to wait for more time. This, Chen Bingda heard, sighed, to put it shame, almost $20 million. What? Grandpa froze when he heard it. He didn't expect the building materials market to be so difficult this year, and for a while he also had a heavy face. Second aunt husband, I have some money, transfer it to you first. Chen Bingda heard his nephew who went to college to make money for himself, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiao Xian, you're still in school, and there are 2 children. This, ding dong. Before he finished, Chen Bingda was seeing his cell phone message. Dear construction bank user, your tail number 3568 account, on March 28, 2024, 30 million renminbi arrived. Please pay attention to check. Construction bank. This, $30 million. Seeing the cell phone message, Chen Bingda was filled with disbelief. Chen Xiaoyang came over. This remittance account. Cousin you, Xiao Xian, you this. Where did you get so much money? Second aunt was really stunned. They recently but for this account worry bad, but she is more concerned about their nephew don't do anything illegal. After all, more money can be earned, but people road to go off the beaten track can't turn back. Second sister, you can rest assured to receive it. Yi mother interrupted, then said, this kid, now developed, the extended Rolls Royce outside the hotel. You saw it, it's this kid. After some understanding, the second aunt's husband was all shaken up. Good boy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bingda said, since you have money, then I'll be polite. Second auntie's husband. Swish. Then, second auntie husband wrote the IOU. Pro brothers are clear about their accounts. Keep this IOU Xiao Xian. Yi Xian faintly smiled at this. The IOU. Just give it to my mom, as my filial piety to her. Yi mother heard this, her eyes narrowed. This kid, really gives old mother a long face. Chapter 26 A small profit of 5 billion. Getting to know the outcast son of the Jinling Qin family, Qin Tian Ao. Ding. Host spends 30 million renminbi and gains 300 million renminbi in wealth, making a small profit. Yi Xian was in a good mood. Unexpectedly, there was also unexpected joy. He, what are you talking about? So lively? Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out, and the visitors were clearly none other than Great Aunt Tang shouting and Great Aunt Lin Zhanghai. Ahem, brother-in-law is here. Chen Bingda coughed dryly when he saw the visitor. He was really a bit terrified. After all, Lin Zhanghai was not only his brother-in-law, he was also the vice president of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. Once upon a time, Lin Zhanghai had annihilated a party of bullies in Jiangcheng all by himself and was unharmed. Little Xian, I didn't expect you to come too. Lin Zhanghai's gaze landed on Yi Xian. If you have time, let's practice. What nonsense. Great Aunt glared at Lin Zhanghai. This guy wants to find his nephew to practice as soon as he enters the door. Manners. Great Auntie's husband. It seems that the strength has been refined again. Yi Xian naturally saw that nowadays. Lin Zhanghai's strength was already a top expert, and was not far from being a martial arts master. However, logically speaking, this kind of strength was enough to become the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, and even becoming the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association was barely enough. That's natural. Lin Zhanghai smiled. He viewed Yi Xian can be like his own son. He hadn't trained him much over the years. Take your seat. Under the casual conversation, Lin Zhanghai looked at this nephew of his. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 2 years, this kid had more money than second Aunt Ziyan's family. You guys chat. I'm going to the restroom. Finding an opportunity, Yi Xian left the box, but naturally, he didn't go to the restroom, but came to the cashier. Box number 8. How much? The little girl at the cashier saw Yi Xian's super handsome face and her face turned red. That, sir, do you have our hotel membership? Thinking to say a few more words, the little cashier girl chatted. Membership? Yes sir, our hotel membership. Charge 1 million can become a silver card member. 10 million can become a gold card member. And this card can be in the Kunpeng Group's many industries. Enjoy the same discount benefits. Sir, you want to do card? Oh, hearing the little beauty's words, Yi Xian came to some interest. Then do it. Okay, sir. The cashier's little beauty's sweet voice operated while asking, I wonder how much Mr. wants to charge? Charge 100 million first. At these words, the little beauty thought she had heard wrong. The most customers she had received were less than 1 million. Aha! Right at this moment, just as a young man in a suit passed by, this gentleman, are you sure you want to recharge 100 million? This person's name was Qin Tian'ao, the young master of the third house of the Jinling Qin family. But since his mother was a servant of the Qin family, he had been ostracized by the other two houses. Therefore, he was assigned to develop in this small place in Jiangcheng. Now the four major families in Jinling Qin family old man's body is sick. This way down the fear of difficult to live a few years. If he died, Qin Tian'ao will not want to share a penny. Therefore, over the years he has been accumulating contacts, hoping that one day to kill back to Jinling, to reclaim everything that belongs to him and his mother, so that those who bullied their mother and son to pay the price. Not bad. Qin Tian'ao looked at the young man in front of him, who was still a few years younger than him, but gave him the feeling of being bottomless. Can you move over for a moment? Sir. A few minutes later, Kunpeng Hotel, office of the person in charge. How is this gentleman addressed? Qin Tian'ao inquired in a warm voice. He wouldn't let go of any contacts he could accumulate. Yi Xian. So it's Mr. Yi. Qin Tian'ao pondered for a moment and took out a black gold card from his pocket. Mr. Yi, I have a Kunpeng Group Supreme black gold card here. But, after a pause in his voice, Qin Tian'ao continued, to get this card, you need to recharge at least $300 million, and the person who holds this card will be the Kunpeng Group's VIP, and will be able to enjoy a 50% discount on all of its merchandise consumption. Moreover, it will allow the Jinling Qin family to make a move for Mr. Once. Is that so? Hearing Qin Tian'ao's words, Yi Xian froze. He naturally knew about the Jinling Qin family, which was the four great families of Jinling. To say that it was the overlord of this part of Jinling would not be an exaggeration. Alright, I'll do it. Yi Xian answered without much thought. Of course he didn't care if the Jinling Qin family made a move. After all, even if the Jinling Qin family he could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. However, I'm not charging 300 million. I'm going to charge 500 million. Good. Qin Tian'ao heard, eyes flooded with essence. Out of the blue is 500 million. It seems that the strength of this person's strength is far more than he imagined, and it is not in vain that he used the only supreme black gold card quota. For this supreme black gold card, he knelt outside his father Qin Dingtian's room for 3 days and 3 nights. But, he didn't care about that. He knew that in order to survive, he had to fight with all his strength and use all his means. Mr. Yi, take care. He personally sent Yi Xian in the direction of the box, so it could be said that he put his posture to the lowest level. Ding! Host consumed 500 million renminbi, gained wealth of 5 billion renminbi. Hearing a huge sum of money chopped off in his ears, Yi Xian hooked up the corners of his mouth, calling up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grand Master of Martial Arts. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God-level car skills, God-level cooking, God-level massage, God-level treasure identification, voice presence, Kato finger permanent experience. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version of the Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times the consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, physical enhancement liquid unlimited, Indian country God oil a box, extinguishing the God Needle X99, Zhang's Group 100% shares, wealth, 68, 3 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian pondered and couldn't help but sigh. How good it would be if he owned an industry like the Kunpeng Group. Detecting the host's intention to enter the business world, gifting 100% of the shares of the high-color president Mu Hanshui and Shin Group. This is a stunningly beautiful president, plus absolute control of the Shin Group business empire. Is this how it starts to rise? With a system-equipped president, he only needed to maneuver behind the scenes. Brat, what are you thinking about? Yi mother watched her son come back and gave him a blank look. Going to a toilet for such a long time. He settled the bill by the way. Really? Hearing her son's words, Yi mother's eyes turned satisfied. This kid is getting more and more on board. At the same time, in front of the Shin Group in Jinling, a high-cold girl driving a red Ferrari supercar came down from the car. Her eyes looked at the Shin's Group building in front of her. Is this the first task that Yi Xiao gave himself? Merge the Shin's Zhangs and create the Imperial Prosperity Group. Slightly relieved, narrowed his eyes and stepped into the Shin's Group building. Yi Xiao, rest assured, Han Shui will live up to your expectations. Half an hour later, Shin's group set off a monstrous storm. What? Our group was acquired. How is it possible? When did this happen? This must be dreaming. Sounds of uproar rose in all directions. While Prince Tian's eyes planted in the Shin group were also the first to report this matter, a hurricane was quietly staged in the Jinling business world. Chapter 27, POA. Ma, what are you talking about? Jinling, Wang Zitian Villa. Luxurious study room at the moment. Prince Tian sipping strong coffee, recalling the fragrance during the period, as he is now in control of all the state of mind. Ringing. A cell phone rings and Prince Tian picks up the phone. Hello. Because he was burying the Shin group's eye line, Prince Tian was extraordinarily attentive, especially at this time. Learning that the information came from the eye line, Prince Tian's pupils suddenly widened. What did you say? Shin clan group has been acquired by someone, and Shin Zirong is out of contact. With a prancing sound, Prince Tian stood up from his seat. Even the phone was hung up at some point. How is that possible? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Prince Tian panicked. The praying mantis caught the cicada and the yellow finch was at the back. He had always thought that he was that yellow finch, but didn't realize he was that cicada. After putting in so much effort, he had in turn made a dowry for others. Boom! A valuable Yuan dynasty porcelain beside him was directly smashed to pieces. Damn! Wang Zitian always felt that there was a pair of eyes behind him, and even detected his presence. Xia family? Prince Tian's mind surfaced Xia Bingning's father figure, then shook his head. Impossible. The Xia family doesn't have this strength. Silently making everyone in Shin Zirong lose their connections, and also being able to control the Shin clan group in such a short period of time. Could it be? Obviously. At this moment, foreshadows surfaced in Prince Tian's mind. The four great families of Jinling. To know. The four great families. But in addition to the Martial Arts Association, the only experts who each possessed a martial arts grandmaster sat in the town. That insurmountable chasm, completely not comparable to the Xia family as well as their Wang family. 2 days later, the exquisite bamboo house. Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye. Xan Tonton waved her little hand in farewell and headed towards the Jiangcheng airport. Xia Bingning, whose face was slightly red, took a deep breath, secretly saying that it was finally over. Papa, when are we going to play again next time? The two little ones asked with blinking expectant eyes. Obviously they liked this place more compared to Jinling. This, we'll have to ask your mama. Xia Bingning, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, heard the words of a certain guy, and couldn't help but glare at him. This guy should not be so shameless. Soon, he arrived at Jiangcheng airport. Bingning, you take the two little ones to the VIP lounge. I'll go to the restroom. Okay. Xia Bingning didn't think much about it and took the two little ones to the VIP room. Yi Xian looked somewhere in the darkness and then walked towards the side. After following for so long, come out. Coming to stand in the open. Yi Xian's flat voice came out. Swish. As the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the field. A top expert. At the first glance, Yi Xian was able to tell the strength of this person. And the middle-aged man who appeared looked at Yi Xian in surprise. You actually managed to find me. Looks like a bit of strength. Snort. Without hesitation, that middle-aged man struck out lightning fast. However, to this, Yi Xian did not have the slightest intention of making a move, and remained bland. Boom! Just when the middle-aged man thought that he had gotten his hands on him, at some point, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian, and slapped his palm. That middle-aged man was directly sent flying out. Dared to strike at Yi Xiao, looking for death. God 8 who had seen the shot was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Yi Xian. Forget it, he is not hostile to me, just testing. Yi Xian did not care. From the time they came to Jiangcheng airport, that person had followed them all the way. If he made a move against them, there were many times when he had the perfect time to strike. Moreover, his intuition told him that this person was a friend and not a foe. Yes, Yi Xiao, God 8 respectfully answered, then dodged and disappeared in the same place. PFF. On the other side, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from the middle-aged man, who was obviously not lightly injured. That kid. I didn't realize that there was actually an expert one step away from a martial grandmaster guarding him. Poop is back. In the VIP room, Xan Tonton's face was excited when she saw that Popa had returned. It took so long to go to a restroom. Xia Bingning sourly blanked someone. Apparently she hadn't even seen the two little ones so close to herself. That's for sure. It's not like you don't know that aspect of your man's storage. A certain guy's words. Heard Xia Bingning froze, subconsciously glanced to a certain place. Face reddened. That aspect storage. Crazy. This guy. Actually so shameless. Put. Ghosts. The more Xia Bingning said, the more red her cheeks became. She turned her head away from looking at someone, but in her head, a certain guy's aspect surfaced, and her calm heart could no longer remain undisturbed. POA. Mama, what are you talking about? Xa and Tonton came over at this time, blinking her big curious eyes and asked, Xia Bingning, suddenly questioned. Induced Xia Bingning for a moment did not know how to explain. After all, can't say. It's you guys POA bullying mama, right? Oh, it's nothing. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, dotingly saying, it's just me and your mama playing a game. PFF. Xia Bingning, who wanted to take a sip of water to calm her nerves, was almost choked by the sudden words. Damn it, shameless, gadfly, scum, without a trace. Xia Bingning pinched someone hard, venting her heart's dissatisfaction, frantic. Really, if it wasn't for the two little ones in front of her, she really would have fought this guy for 300 rounds. Like this, Xa and Tonton seemed to understand and nodded her head, which ended the topic. Jinling, Xia family villa. In the study, a middle-aged man dribbling and writing calligraphy. Invisible calligraphy, everyone aura surging open. This person is the chairman of the Xia group, Xia Guofeng. This person was the chairman of Xia group, Xia Guofeng, and he was Xia Bingning's father. Under the stroke of the pen, two large pale strong characters appeared on the faintly scented rice paper. Precisely the word Yi Xian, family master. We've found it. The Xia family's butler, Uncle Fu, came to the study inside as he looked at the calligraphy on the desk. As you expected, that Yi Xian is Xin Tonton's real father. Yi Xian, a native of Guishu village in Jiangchang, a senior at Jinling University, currently living in the Imperial Abyss No. 1 villa, the son of the devil whose most expensive car, a Lamborghini, owns 40% of MS Bingning's company shares. Hearing Fu Bo's words, Xia Guofeng's brows knit up. Ordinary identity, but has a wealth that does not match. That kid seems to be not as wasteful as he thinks. Ding bell. Right at this moment, Xia Guofeng's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID the first time he connected. Hey, old Chen. What? You were hit hard by a move. Good. After hanging up the phone, Xia Guofeng could no longer remain calm. Seeing this scene, Fu Bo frowned tightly. Master, what happened? Stunned for a moment, Xia Guofeng's mouth was bitter. Fu, that kid has top experts by his side. Old Chen was heavily injured by a single move. How is that possible? Uncle Fu's face was filled with disbelief when he heard this, looking in the direction of Jiangchang in dismay. If that's true, it's really qualified to be the Xia family's aunt. Chapter 28, Emperor Lin Group Trip, raging to make $30 billion. Jinling, airport exit. Hello young master, young lady, little miss good. Su Muyu's nice voice came out. She had already been waiting here for a long time. After all, greeting the young master was her greatest honor. Yi Xian nodded slightly, dotingly rubbing the two little ones' heads. You guys first go back to the villa with mama to wait for POA. POA will go back after dealing with something. Oh, then you have to be quicker, Baba. After saying that, the two little guys reluctantly kissed two mouths. Look around the crowd envious. Mama, public spread dog food really good. The two little ones are not going to be able to get away with it. They're not going to be fooled into giving birth to a daughter. Poop as soon as possible. Favored voice said. A wave of dog food Xia Bingning were somewhat sweetened. What's the point of being mushy? It's not gone. Muttering, Xa and Tonton spat out her tongue, and the lengthened version of the supercar drove towards the Diyuan villa. Squeak. Not long after leaving, a supercar stopped in the middle of the field. Yi Xiao, where to next? The person who drove the car, his body faintly exuded an extremely not weak aura. This person was none other than God 7. His strength was even 1 point stronger than God 8. Imperial Prosperity Mansion. Yi Xian said as he looked in the direction of the Imperial Prosperity Mansion. Firstly, he wanted to meet Mu Hanxue, the president of this system allocation. And secondly, he wanted to swipe the money to account for some things in the meantime. Yes, Yi Xiao. After Xin Shi finished speaking, he drove his supercar and quickly arrived in front of the Imperial Prosperity Mansion. While this was originally the Xin Group Mansion, but nowadays, it was the headquarters of the Imperial Prosperity Group. But none of that mattered. A quarter of an hour later, in front of the Emperor Pro Mansion. Boss, please follow me. Just arrived at the first floor hall of the building. A girl in a wraparound skirt greeted her, and this person was precisely Mu Hanxue's specially recruited secretary Lily. It had to be said that just looking at her temperament alone was quite good. She was very competent and also very pretty. The first floor hall immediately clamored a change, because Lily's special secretary actually called that young man boss. In fact, this was the first time they had seen it, only they didn't expect their own boss to actually be so young. Yi Xian, how is it him? Lu Meier's incredulous gaze, looking at the person that everyone in the company was afraid of Lily's special secretary treating respectfully. All of a sudden her face turned pale and she almost didn't fall to the ground. Meier, you know the boss of our D-Lin group? Yes, if you really know him, don't forget us when he gets rich in the future. Listening to the surrounding twittering voices, Lu Meier's mind rumbled, able to let Lilith's secretary so respectfully and personally greet the boss behind the Emperor Prosperity Group. Lu Meier had endless regret in her eyes. She didn't expect Yi Xian to be this rich. He was actually the boss of the D Lin Group. How could this be? Simply nowadays, working in the Emperor Lin Group, her concubine Wang Xiao has wasted a lot of energy. No comparison, no harm. Now Yi Xian is 100 times stronger than that Wang Xiao. No, at least 10,000 times. Himself. After all, I'm not sure if I've chosen the wrong one. At the same time, D Lin Group's president office. Yi Xiao, you're here. A super sweet and lovely voice came out. Then Yi Xian sought his eyes to look, and he saw a girl of national color. Precisely the system assigned stunningly beautiful President Mu Hanxue. Although it is inferior to Xiaobingning, but it is also a proper absolute beauty god existence. Have to say, the system is very meaningful. You are Mu Hanxue, quite beautiful. Thank you Yi Xiao for the compliment. Mu Hanxue was flattered for a moment when she heard Yi Xian's compliments, and then looked to the special secretary. Lily, you go out. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in. Special Secretary Lily froze upon hearing this. Her face couldn't help but blush. It's hard to believe that Mr. Mu is going to have that with his boss. Okay, Mr. Mu. The heart thinks so, but the action does not dare to be the slightest bit slow. After all, it was not easy for her to apply for this high-paying career, but also to learn so many things. Kada. The office room door closes. Mu Hanxue's attitude is 1 point more respectful. After all, her loyalty to her master does not need to be tested at all. Quite capable. It can be seen that Mu Hanxue's prestige is high, and the group is well organized. It's very satisfied. Yi Xiao, you come is. Mu Hanxue's style a smile. She does not believe that Yi Xiao is specialized in looking at her. This point of self-awareness she still has. Although she is good, but the boss's woman can be much more beautiful than her. God 7 did not answer Mu Hanxue's words, but said with a smile, swish. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, and this person was none other than Divine 7. Yi Xiao, hiss. Looking at his suddenly appeared silhouette, Mu Hanxue sucked in a breath of cool air, followed by looking at Yi Xian even more respectful. Yi Xiao this is, actually have this kind of powerful henchman. Hanxue, in the future, God 7 is your partner. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the shocked Mu Hanxue, looking out the large floor-to-ceiling windows of the Jinling beautiful scenery, then said, I want you in the shortest possible time. The Emperor Lin Group will develop into the first group in Jinling. If there are things that can't be handled, Divine 7 will fully cooperate with you. Jinling, the number 1 group. Mu Hanxue was shocked. What did this represent? That was something that the 4 great families of Jinling did not dare to do. Her intuition told her that the sky of Jinling was going to change next. However, thinking of the strength of the Divine 7 ghosts, which gives it a lot of backbone, followed by a deep breath, eyes also become firm. Ding dong. Just at this time, a cell phone message sound. Mu Hanxue clicked to see. Dear Construction Bank users, your tail number 3478 account, on March 30th, 2024 to account 3 billion renminbi. Please pay attention to check. Construction Bank. Looking at the message in her cell phone, Mu Hanxue froze. This is 3 billion. Mu Hanxue looked at Yi Xian incredulously when she saw the transfer information. Yi Xiao, what are you? These when I support Emperor Prosperity Group's first liquidity. Yi Xian said unconcernedly. This wave of money swiping was something he had thought about long ago. Ding. Host spent 3 billion renminbi and gained 30 billion renminbi in wealth. Listening to the rewarding sound coming out of his ears, Yi Xian staggered with emotion, calling up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grand Master of Martial Arts. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God level car skills, God level cooking, God level massage, God level treasure appreciation. Voice, God level beast control, Kato finger permanent experience. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version of the Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times the consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, infinite physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian National Divine Oil, the extermination of the God Needle X99, 100% shares of the Emperor Lin Group, wealth, 95, 3 billion renminbi. Looking at the wealth that the system pushed up, Yi Xian was in an exceptionally good mood. This trip to Imperial Prosperity Group had angrily earned 30 billion. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanxue felt this trust and clenched her pink fist. Yi Xiao, you can rest assured. Hanxue will not let you down. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Xian left the Imperial Prosperity Group. Yi Xiao, take your time. The first floor hall. Mu Hanxue respectfully sends off Yi Xian. Undoubtedly this confirms the speculation of the crowd. For a time, Looking towards the direction of Yi Xian's departure, the eyes all changed. This, sure enough, it's true. With a fluttering sound, Lu Meier fell softly to the ground. President Mu personally sends off respectfully. This explains everything. Snap. At a certain moment, Lu Meier fiercely smacked herself. The clear pain made her face 1 point whiter as she realized that this was all true. Chapter 29. Yi Xian he is the boss behind the Emperor Prosperity Group. How could this happen? Lu Meier was filled with remorse. Had she known that Yi Xian had the ability to create the Emperor Prosperity Group, she wouldn't have broken up even if she was beaten to death. And, not only would she not break up, she would also use all her skills and techniques to firmly grasp his body and mind. She was still confident about this point. But right now, everything is too late. So regretful. What to do? Ringing bell. Right at this moment, Lu Meier received a phone call from her cousin, Lu Shallow, and instantly burst into tears to connect. Her cousin's phone call was like the last straw that crushed her persistence. Hey, cousin, Meier, what's wrong? Hearing her cousin's state is not right, Lu Qian'er is concerned. This period of time her situation is also not good. After all, without the Gold Master her source of funds can be broken. Cousin, I'm so regretful that I didn't cherish Yi Xian in the beginning. You know what just. Hearing her cousin's words, Lu Qian'er sat up from the sofa in a flash. What did you say? Yi Xian he is the boss behind the Emperor Prosperity Group. How is this possible? Young Yang, outside the Imperial Prosperity Mansion, Prince Tian spoke rather respectfully to a young man. That person is Yi Xian, and with Xia Bingning's temperament, it's highly likely that this person is the biological father of the two little sinners. When these words came out, Qin Tianyang narrowed his eyes. Back then, he was also one of the few top rich young men in Jinling who pursued Xia Bingning. Back then, he had almost gotten that Xia Bingning. And there was another identity. That was the second son of the second house of the Qin family in Jinling, whose identity was not at all comparable to Qin Tian Ao. Young, please look. Prince Tian attentively took out a hacked paternity test. This is Yi Xian's paternity test with the two little sinners. 4 years ago. Click. Listening to Prince Tian's arch fire-telling, the teacup in Qin Tianyang's hand shattered in response, and this reaction caused Prince Tian to rejoice. This was exactly what he wanted. That kid seeks death. Obviously, Prince Tian stimulated success. Qin Tianyang could have confessed to Xia Bingning more than once back then, but they were all rejected, and even Qin Tianyang thought of using force. However, in the end, under the balance did not use. After all, although the Xia family is not as good as the four great families, but he is only the second son of the Qin family's second house. Really, if it is to do something to Xia Bingning, I am afraid that it will let the big house lineage of people take advantage of the situation. What did this mole named Yi Xian have? This brat must die. Hearing this, Prince Tian smiled faintly. By the way, Young, this son was blocked by me on his way back to the villa. If Young Yang wants to do something, he still needs to do it as soon as possible. You kid has a heart. Qin Tianyang glanced at Wang Zitian, then said with satisfaction, after slaughtering this brat, I will cooperate with your Wang family on behalf of the Qin family. Many thanks to Young Yang for mentioning me. Prince Tian bowed and saluted while the corners of his mouth flashed with cunning. What could the disciples of the four great families of Jinling do? They would still become pawns in his hands. Whether Yi Xian or Qin Tianyang died this time, it would be a good thing for him. However, the Prince of the Sky's calculations, obviously playboy second generation of Young Yang, did not know the slightest thing. If you don't say so, the pitiful must be hateful. Half an hour later, Yi Xian stopped his car on the way to a less traveled street. Kid, you are Yi Xian. That's Xia Bingning. Snap. Qin Tianyang had not finished speaking. Directly by Yi Xian's slap flying out more than 10 meters. Miserable screams did not send out, was smashed into a puddle of mud. Sudden scene, everyone did not react. The sudden scene, everyone could not react. Most importantly, they never thought that Yi Xian would dare to kill their young master directly. Young Master Yang, bastard, kill him. Looking at the ghostly appearance at the place where Qin Tianyang was just now, surrounded by 3 top experts plus more than 10 first-class experts, it was clear that this was the Qin family sent to protect Qin Tianyang. This kind of treatment, Qin Tian Ao, then it is too much worse. Now, Qin Tianyang was killed. They, as the followers of the henchmen, if passed back to the master, will definitely pick the skin of all of them. Snort. More than a dozen people swarmed up. There were even 3 top experts. The lineup could not be said to be small. Such might was enough to battle a half-step martial arts master. Slap. Under a slap, the 3 top experts were all jerked out in unison, and the next moment they appeared 5 or 6 meters away in a sorry state, and the 3 of them landed on the opposite side with incredulous eyes. PFF. Each of them spewed a mouthful of blood, obviously heavily injured on the spot. How is it possible? Indeed, Yi Xian's strength far exceeded their expectations. Martial Dao Master, you are a Martial Dao sovereign powerhouse. Gulping down saliva, the three of them were filled with horror at such a young Martial Dao sovereign. What? The moment these words came out, the surrounding Qin clan's group of experts' faces changed drastically, and they fled directly without even thinking about it. Are you kidding? Martial Dao Patriarch, that was the strength that only the strongest existences of their Qin family had. This bit of strength of theirs would only lead to death. Snort! Dozens of golden ons gushed out, followed by all the Qin family experts including the three top experts. All of them, and immediately after that, they were turned into flying ash. The picture was extremely bizarre. This, Wang Zitian, who was secretly concerned about all this, his pupils widened and his face was filled with horror. Withdraw. Yeah, I wonder where you want to go. A ghostly voice resounded in his ears, and Prince Tian flopped to the ground with a soft thud, because at some point Yi Xian had already appeared behind him. You can't kill me. I am a member of the Jinling Wang family, the future Wang family control. I swear that I will not, in the future, treat you. Snapping sound, Wang Zitian was jerked out by Yi Xian. The end was even worse than Qin Tianyang, directly slapped into a bloody mist. In front of the absolute strength all conspiracies are futile. Jinling Wang family? Yi Xian shook his head. Not to mention the Wang family. Is the Jinling four big families at the same time to do? But a slap in his face. Imperial Abyss Villa. In the living room, ding bell. Returning to the villa, Xiaobingning received a call from her special assistant Xiao Shi, but she soon became nonplussed. Hello, Xiao Shi, what did you say? Zhang clan and Xin clan merged to become D-Lin group. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobingning was a bit confused. How could this happen? Originally, Xiaobingning wanted to have someone warn Zhang Xiaotian, but now not only was the Zhang group acquired, even the Xin family, where her rival Shen Aoxue was from, was acquired. What's wrong? Coming to the living room, seeing the surprised look of Bingning's wife, he asked curiously. Yi Xian, a D-Lin group has appeared in Jinling, and just after it was created, it successively acquired the two Zhongshan groups. Is that so? Yi Xian faintly smiled, while Xiaobingning nodded heavily. Her heart couldn't help but worry. No, even their Xia family couldn't do it, unless the four major families of Jinling. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that it was done by forces outside Jinling. Only, she was unaware of it. That Emperor Lin group behind the boss is beside her family man. If you let him know, I don't know what Xiaobingning's reaction will be. After dinner, back to the room. Just returned to the room. Xiaobingning saw a delicately packaged box placed on the bed. This is pretty, isn't it? A gift for you. A gift for me. Xiaobingning froze, and for a moment was quite curious. What kind of wind did that guy draw to actually buy her a gift? But was quite looking forward to it. With a hint of curiosity, Xiaobingning opened the brocade box. Hera hollowed out transparent lace into the eyes. After seeing the item, Xiaobingning's face reddened. Yi Xian, you give me to come over to see I don't beat you out of the Xiang. Chapter 30. It's true what they say on the internet. You men are all big bores. Wow. Under the Yi Xian urge, Xiaobingning in the spirit of not wasteful mentality, finished the bath from the bathroom out. Pouring face, plus fun pajamas, especially hollow lace, all of a sudden add a point of charm. See Yi Xian eyes. You men, do you all like this kind of clothes? Coming to the bedroom, Xiaobingning red-faced proteinite someone. Obviously this kind of clothes she was wearing was very uncomfortable. Even, it felt like having no clothes on and being watched by that guy. Ahem, who said that? Yi Xian coughed dryly and pulled Bingning's wife into his arms, snickering, that would only look good if my Bingning's wife is super pretty. It's true what the internet says. You men are all big pig's hooves. Xiaobingning lightly spat, fiercely rolled her eyes. That touch of flavor looked at Yi Xian's heart. Times good body. Just like this cheap in front of someone's eyes. Embracing the good person in his arms, especially smelling the good smell, is doubly comfortable. Bingning, husband, to tell you a story. Rarely quiet time. Come on, a few stories to help cheer up is also quite good. Story? Xiaobingning looked at someone suspiciously. You won't tell me fairy tales. How will? Yi Xian favorably spread into, climbed on a small sticker, but attracted Xiaobingning a blank stare, but did not stop. After all, this is nothing compared to the previous excessive demeanor, said when Li Hongjiang went to foreign negotiations on the way to the toilet, and then asked the service personnel bathroom in which, but came to the bathroom but found that it is a new type of toilet, so sex directly fall in the wide cuffs, ready to go on the finished takeaway. But at this time, the service personnel came in, it's hastily waved, the cuff feces was thrown to the ceiling, and then took out a gold coin and handed it to the man. Embarrassed to say don't tell this, and the service personnel is to take out 10 gold coins and handed it to Li Hongjiang. Incomparably curious, I'll give you $10 dollars. You can tell me how you pull up. PFF. Under the sound presence, Xiaobingning gave a laugh and sprayed out without paying attention. However, immediately afterward, she fiercely glared at someone. Yi Xian, you're crazy, to actually tell such a vulgar story, under several stories in succession. I don't know how long it took. The four eyes looked at each other, and quietly the room rose to a beautiful music. 80,000 words omitted here. Into the night. Ding bell. But at this moment, second Aunt Tang Xiao she called and smoothly connected. Hello, Xiao Xian. Answering the phone, second aunt's apologetic voice came from the opposite side. It's so late. It didn't disturb you in Bing Ning's rest, did it? Cough cough. What is second aunt talking nonsense about? Yi Xian's old face turned red. This feeling was quite a bit of being caught in the act. What is there to be embarrassed about? Second aunt said unconcernedly. Second aunt is a person who has been here before. Not to mention that Bing Ning is so beautiful. It's okay for you youngsters to be frequent, right? After a couple sentences of small talk, second aunt got to the point. Tomorrow is the day of your cousin Sweki's parent-teacher conference. I can't leave with your second aunt's husband. You happen to be in Jinling. Why don't you take us there? Sweki's parent-teacher conference? When Yi Xian heard this, his mind drifted back to his cousin Chen Sweki from the previous live broadcast. That ninny had followed him like a follower when she was a child. Alright, Yi Xian nodded his head in agreement. I haven't seen that niece for a long time either. Thank you then. The next day, early morning, parents' meeting? Leaning in Yi Xian's arms, Xiaobingning was skeptical, but every time she thought about last night, it made her face blush. And before that, I sent Sweki pictures of us sleeping. Upon hearing this, Xiaobingning's pretty face reddened. Photos of us sleeping, you're crazy. Which one? Let me see. Truly, Xiaobingning couldn't help but be uptight. Look, just this one. Seeking eyes to see. Xiaobingning face tang more red 1 point, especially to see her white jade arm and exquisite collarbone, and even face afterglow. You, how can? Xiaobingning fiercely glared at someone. You're like this, how can I face your cousin in the future? Shame on you. What's wrong with that? Yi Xian said unconcernedly. My cousin is a girl, and her dorm room is also all girls. I don't mind. Xiaobingning, what do you know? Not with you poor. In the future can go through my consent. Mixing two sentences, is to get up together to leave the room, but before leaving, Xiaobingning will be fun pajamas hidden tightly, for fear of being found by the maids. After all, that kind of thing, she can only wear it in front of some guy. After breakfast, Yi Xian drove his car towards Jinling No. 1 Middle School. On the other side, in front of the school gate, Sweki, what are you waiting for? The 5 roommates in the dormitory were walking in pairs, gossiping and asking. This niece was the most beautiful school flower of their Jinling No. 1 Middle School to come, waiting for my cousin. Chen Sweki's face curved into a crescent moon with a smile, and the housemates all came to their senses when they heard it. It can't be the male cousin. The 5 housemates chirped. They had seen the pictures of cousin Sweki, and he was totally the Prince Charming in their hearts. Go go go. Don't be a nymphomaniac. My cousin is the one who has a girlfriend. Blanking out a few people. And right at that moment, the sound of booming beasts roaring resounded. Just like this. It stopped sharply in front of Chen Sweki, and this scene looked at the 5 housemates with beautiful eyes. This is customized Lamborghini Devil's Son. My god, a few to hundreds of millions. It can't be. The rich second generation is looking at themselves. Thinking of this, the girls' banging faces swooned slightly, and then the car window rolled down, revealing a blooming beautiful face. Ah! Chen Sweki screamed, incredulously covering her mouth as she looked at the figure inside the supercar. Cousin, dang. Favored knocked Chen Sweki with a brain crash and laughed. What are you looking at? Don't recognize your cousin me. Get in the car. Oh, good. The confused Chen Sweki got into the car. However, the fans in the live broadcast room exploded. Shrimp, asterisk. The exciting beauty girl cousin is actually so handsome. Love it, love boing boing. But it's true. And he's also driving a $100 million supercar. And he's also a tycoon. It's over. Handsome and rich. And I feel like I'm in love. The live broadcast room have hot discussion. The number of fans directly from just opened the broadcast of thousands of people soared to the tens of thousands. For a long while, Chen Sweki only came back to her senses with excitement, surveying the luxurious interior. Cousin, you're so rich now. I'm not dreaming. Chapter 31 is that handsome guy the parent of Sweki's schoolgirl. So handsome. Knock. Yi Xian didn't say anything. Directly a slightly hard brain crash knocked up. How is it? Is it dreaming? Well, the pain Chen Sweki covered her brain before she came back to her senses. Really? My god. Cousin, this car of yours is really worth $100 million. Although she was sitting in the car, Chen Sweki was still somewhat in disbelief. Was this still the cousin she knew? It should be. Yi Xian waved his hand, then thought of something. Right, there are clothes and bags that your sister-in-law bought for you in the back. Really duh. Long live sister-in-law. Chen Sueki naturally knew who her sister-in-law was in her cousin's mouth, and was overjoyed for a while. The supercar sped along, attracting the attention of an unknown number of people along the way. As the car traveled to the playground, Chen Sueki's face was flushed with excitement. Today, her cousin drove a supercar to attend the parent-teacher conference. It was too dignified. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, two people appeared in the field of vision of many students' parents. What? Sueki's schoolgirl? Is that handsome guy Sueki's schoolgirl's parent? So handsome. Obviously, not only the students, is a lot of parents look at Yi Xian are flooded with small nymphomania. After all, full face value comes with eye-catching effect. That guy just knows to make a splash. On the other side, Xia Bingning, who had followed her cousin Chen Sueki's account in the morning, sipped her coffee and watched the live broadcast. Obviously, it's not expected that Yi Xian would drive the devil's son to Jinling No. 1 middle school, completely downgrading and crushing it. But, not to mention from this angle, that guy is quite handsome. Thinking of this, Xiaobingning's face slightly flushed, thinking that it was also considered that she had earned it. Tightly rushing, Chen Sueki's roommates rushed in. Cousin, good. 5 beautiful maiden roommates. Good sounding voice came out, but looking at Yi Xian's face prancing halo red, really nervous and embarrassed. Hello you guys. Yi Xian faintly smiled, then thought of something. I've been hearing Sueki mention you guys before. Look, the emerald bracelet that sister-in-law Xueqi chose for you guys. It's for you guys. Ah, this. Chen Sueki's roommates couldn't help but stare when they saw this. Obviously they didn't expect to have a gift for themselves as well. This. Chen Sueki was all stunned. This sister-in-law was also too giving. For a moment, its impression of Xiaobingning soared. Even if she was pretty, her emotional intelligence was still so high. Cousin, this is very expensive. Although I don't know what kind of emerald the bracelet is, but from the selling point of view it must be extraordinary. Generally, a string is almost $50,000 to $60,000. Chen Sueki, 50 to 60,000. 5 bracelets would be around 300,000. Sister-in-law is so posh. Looking at Yi Xian's operation in the live broadcast, Xiaobingning nodded her head in satisfaction. Counting on you to be a bit conscientious, knowing to give your own gifts to your cousins and the girls. These gifts, it was precisely early in the morning it's letting Xiao send them to the villa. In order to be able to have a good impression in front of her cousin, it could be said that she had used a lot of pain. Of course, also from the side to confirm that she cared a lot about its image in the eyes of Yi Xian's relatives. 66,666. Ka Radical beauty maiden cousin awesome. Come up to send 50,000 to 60,000 a string of emerald bracelet. Mama yeah. Jealousy made me separate my mass walls. This is the rich man's world. The gift alone can buy a big Ben Audi. Solid. I don't understand the happiness of rich people. The live broadcast room is hot. Chen Sueki's roommates are all excited, stroking their beloved bracelets. Thank you cousin. Sweet voice. Hearing the hearts of the fans in the live broadcast room melted. Poof. Chen Sueki proudly raised her chin, showing off. You guys still don't know, right? My cousin is a senior in the music department of Jinling University. My cousin's singing is superb. Detecting cousin complimenting the host, gifting musical omnipotence. Note, this ability allows the host to easily master any song style. Listening to his cousin's twittering and bragging, the sound of the system rewards suddenly came to his ears, to which Yi Xian was already quite accustomed to. Really duh. This word's out. 5 dormitory die-hard beauty girls. Stealing glances to Yi Xian eyes more worship a point. Wow. This is also too excellent right. Handsome and rich even if, but also can sing? Of course, cousin Chen Sueki. She couldn't wait to let the whole world know that she had a super powerful cousin. Right. Chen Sueki then looked at Yi Xian and then said, Cousin, how about you sing us a song? Sing. Yi Xian blankly eyed his cousin. Not good. This is your parents' meeting after all. Hey, what's wrong with that? Chen Sueki waved her hand, then arrogantly said, Your cousin, I'm the president of the student council. I'll just say hello to the principal. Does everyone want to hear my handsome cousin sing? Want. Immediately the field set off a commotion. The principal nodded and smiled. It's not bad to heat up the field with a senior student from Jinling University. Yi Xian knocked Chen Sueki's brain meltdown. This action did not know how many people were enviously bad. After all, that was the most beautiful schoolgirl of their Jinling first middle school. Not to mention knocking on her head, even smiling at them was a luxury. This way, help me play the accompaniment of Gardenia's Promise. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Sueki's group of girls brightened up because this was the hottest song on the current Do Shark live streaming platform. *********. Radical beauty girl cousin Oxford. coming up and singing the hottest divine song. He. So looking forward to cheering up cousin. The radical Mo maiden live room is going to fly. The number of people have rushed to 30,000. The comments iterated. Chunsueki's slender hand made an okay gesture and then arranged to go down. After all, as the school flower of Jinling No. 1 middle school, she was even the student president. Its reputation was naturally not low. Go for it, cousin. Chunsueki raised her pink fist at her own cousin and cheered. Singing? On the other side, Xia Bingning from the president's office watched the live broadcast with interest. Speaking of which, I haven't heard that guy sing yet. Also at this moment, Yi Xian came onto the stage. Hello students, parents as well as teachers. I am cousin Chunsueki, and this next song, The Promise of Gardenia, is for everyone. I hope the students have smooth sailing and academic success. Pa 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 pa. As the voice fell, a thunderous applause rang out from the arena. Sometimes the face value is really important. As the melody dazzled and rose, Sound Adventure transformed into an invisible aura enveloping the entire parents' meeting place. The wind blows gently in the evening. You sing a love song in my ear. Seeing the gardenia blooming by the roadside. You said beautiful like me. Beautiful campus style. With a trickle into the heart of the way to open people's thoughts. Especially the sound added to the scene. So that the mood of the song is if in person. He. Chunsueki listened to the superb song. Her face was filled with adoring little fans. Wow. I didn't expect my cousin to sing so well. Chapter 32 Prince Tin? I killed him. So handsome. Deep singing voice. Feels even better than the original song. So like what to do. Radical beauty cousin. I love you. Oh, this is my Prince Charming. This song is so magical. Cousin love you so much. Obviously so handsome. Sings so well. And what's annoying is that he's also mega rich. The fans were hotly debating. And pop-ups snowballed onto the screen. With all eyes on him, Yi Xian continued to sing. If you only love gardenias in your heart, why did you choose roses instead? Your love words are all too false. I can't bear to tear it apart. If there's only one me in your heart, why did you fall in love with her in the end? Super singing voice control, listening to the cousin 5 roommates small friends all stunned. Finished, as if in love. My god, Sueki your cousin is too sweet. Your sister-in-law must be the happiest woman in the world. It's over. Sueki, what if I seem to like your cousin? The 5 beauty maiden roommate little fan girls hands folded together, looking at the handsome figure on the stage with infatuation. If in the future their boyfriends are also as good as Sueki's cousin, that would be so good. That way they, even if less live 10 years are willing. Ahem. So what? Actually, Chunsueki looked towards the stage, also sweetened by her cousin's song. This dog food really didn't have much resistance. I also didn't know that my cousin singing this Do Shark super hot song was so great. It feels like it throws off the original singer all by a big margin. Aha! The 5 teenage roommates nodded their heads, and the parents of the students as well as the teachers in the room all looked at the stage, their minds flashing back to a scene from their fond memories of school, which was really, it's super catchy. The flavor of first love is always so fascinating as well as unforgettable. Chunsueki live fan number, at this moment directly broke the 100,000 mark. That kind of speed really see a lot of fighting sharks net red or dumbfounded, have flocked to come in. This look, really was mercilessly destroyed and crushed. Inema this cute beauty girl cousin is a big singer. Sing this to feel. I'm not kidding. If they have this level of singing, it is not an exaggeration to say that a month to break 1 million fans easily. Unfortunately, Radical Beauty Girl is super tycoon. Do not see people driving the car or hundreds of millions of levels of the devil's son. This singing is estimated to play. They are not balanced. Why? This guy is obviously so rich and so handsome, but the singing is still so good. They admit sour. Don't be too good at being a man, or you'll have no friends. Jealousy has already made them. Face to face, company, president's office. Listening to the good music, Xia Bingning couldn't help but curve the corners of her mouth and couldn't help but laugh out loud. That guy sings so well. When he goes back, he must let him sing a song for himself alone. No, at least 3 songs. Poof. Xia Bingning reveals a happy arc with. And at this time She knocked on the door and came in to see the happy smile of the self-president in love with a little girl. Couldn't help but be stunned. My god, this is still the self-home high cold president. On the other hand, the slap, like a tide of applause from the 4 sides rang. From time to time out cousin I love you and so on confession. And during the period there are several skin white and beautiful parents. Obviously Yi Xian moved to try a little fall harvested a lot of fans. And Xia Bingning quietly, but also have no idea how many love rivals. If you let it see the scene do not know whether it will pull someone to leave immediately. Cousin, too handsome, back to the stage. Chunsueki put up her thumbs to give praise to her cousin. On the potential of her cousin not to go to sing too much of a pity, if her cousin went to sing absolutely within half a year can become a top stream singer. It's not bad. Now there's a face, right? Aha. Chen Sweki nodded her head with a small chicken peck. There is a face. Today is too happy in Two-Face. Today is the happiest day she's ever had. Because cousin Tai Cool Spice. Come on cousin. Let me show you around the school. Cousin grinned. Then came up to her cousin's ear and whispered. Then hemmed and hawed. Don't worry. The principal opened the back door for me. Yi Xian was also stunned. Didn't think that cousin this niece is quite good at doing things. Parent-teacher conference this kind of thing can let the principal open the back door for her. Just like this. The two left the parents' meeting center. The principal smiled bitterly at this. He does not open the back door line. Chen Sweki is not only the school bully as the president of the student council, but also a variety of competition champion regulars. Such an excellent student. To be honest, it does not matter if you open the parent meeting. 66,666. Awesome, my exciting beauty girl, letting the principal open the back door. TSK, this is the first time I've heard of this operation. Hey, the cute little girl seems to be very good at what she does. Stimulating beauty girl, can you give me the contact information of the 5 beautiful maiden roommates in your dormitory? Cousin is so handsome. It's not too much to ask to have a monkey with you, right? More than 100,000 live broadcast netizens hot discussion. Chen Sweki, on the other hand, took her cousin to visit the school, looked at the live broadcast corners of the mouth, smile more thick a point, secretly said, look at this beauty maiden, envy not die you. Cousin, see, this is our teaching building, and over there, the library atmosphere. It looked at the pavilion and water pavilion layout of the Jinling First Middle School. I have to say that many universities do not have this configuration is good. Learning between the lack of sleepy to come here, we'll be able to get the best recuperation. Also, that's our dining room. Cousin, I tell you the dining room food is super great. Half an hour later, passing through the long corridor, Yi Xian perceived hidden killing intent in the dark. Sweki, let's stop here today. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed with a faintly imperceptible stern aura. You go back first. I'm going to the restroom. Okay. Chen Sweki thought for a moment and nodded. Then cousin, I'll go back first. A little while later, Yi Xian was left alone in the field, then turned around and walked towards the end of the long corridor. There were always some people who rushed up to find death. Come out. After standing still, Yi Xian coldly smiled and looked somewhere. And with the fall of Yi Xian's voice, a figure suddenly appeared in the field from the shadows. The means of concealment was very skillful. Top expert. Seeing the person who came, Yi Xian perceived this person's body breath, strength with the previous Xiao family's top experts comparable. If it is a normal person must die. But unfortunately it met himself. Oh, you actually know that I followed. Obviously this top expert was quite surprised, while Yi Xian looked at this person. If I estimate well, you should be someone from the Jinling Wang family. What a perceptive kid. It seems that Zi Tian's disappearance must be related to you. The top expert narrowed his eyes at Yi Xian, ready to strike at any moment. Prince Tian? He was killed by me. A flat voice, as if a thunderbolt from a clear sky, exploded in that top expert's ears. Kid, you're looking for death. Snort. A sharp dagger attacked Yi Xian with a sharp speed. Obviously it was its necessary killing blow. The strike was called a tricky and vicious ding sound. The King family's top expert is about to be at the moment, but is incomparably horrified to find that opposite that Yi Xian actually a finger blocked his full force of a blow. Just like this, there was an unbelievable scene in the field. The Wang family's top expert's full strength strike was actually blocked by a young man's finger, even making a metallic sound. What? Without waiting for him to think carefully, a terrifying chi force blasted him out. With a poof sound, blood sprayed out, and the entire person's face went pale. Truly the difference between the two people's realms was too great. It can be said that it is not a level at all. Martial Grandmaster. Perceiving the power that was far beyond him, the top Wang family expert was filled with a change in color. You are actually a martial Dao master. Shock. Unprecedented shock. The top expert of the Wang clan could not have imagined, no matter what, that the target to be assassinated was actually so strong, and a thick uneasiness surged in his heart. Escape. Without hesitation, this top expert turned around and was about to leave. Are you kidding? That kind of existence, pushing the Wang family across the board, was done. How could it be something that he could fight against? It was obvious that this place was not suitable to stay for a long time, as this person was not something that he could cope with. Snort. Golden aura flashed. 3 seconds later that top expert turned into flying ash. Screams did not have time to have evaporated. The end of the Wang family quietly approaching. If this scene let outsiders know, I do not know whether it will be scared to death on the spot. Chapter 33, Divine Guard Opportunity. Divine One steps into half-step martial grandmaster. Top master. Not to mention this strength, Even a martial Dao grandmaster would not be a one-stroke match in his hands. Jinling Wang family. Yi Xian gazed out in the direction of the Wang family. I wanted to let you guys off the hook, but since I made a move then I'll exterminate you. Of course, he wouldn't waste time on these people. Divine 6. A flat voice rang out, then a figure swished out of the shadows, and this person was none other than Shenlu. Yi Xiao, you command. Bowing and bending over, God 6 didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless as he listened. You bring people and exterminate the Jinling Wang family. Yi Xian thought about the hidden danger that was the Wang family. He always did things to eliminate the roots, otherwise there would be constant trouble. Then, he flipped his hand and took out 72 portions of physique enhancement liquid, before exterminating the Wang family. Take this medicinal liquid first, and distribute the rest to the other divine guards. Yes, Yi Xiao, cousin, why did you just come back? A few minutes later, seeing her cousin come back, Chen Sueki was relieved. She thought that her cousin had left on his own. Wouldn't that make her lose face? I came for the parent-teacher conference. How could I leave? Knocking on the head, she looked towards the parent-teacher conference that continued to open. How about the parent-teacher conference is over? Go back with me to meet your sister-in-law. Yeah. Chen Sueki's eyes brightened when she heard this. Really? Then I won't disturb you guys. Of course not. The two conversed, hearing a burst of 66,666 in the live broadcast room. In that case, wouldn't they also be able to meet the girlfriend of their exciting beauty queen cousin? Thinking about this, one couldn't help but have the netizens get excited. They also wanted to see what kind of girl could capture the heart of such an outstanding boy. Jinling, Wang family villa. There are no less than 30 guards standing around. There are no less than 100 people in the dark. After all, the Wang family in Jinling that is second only to the existence of the four great families. The proper first-class strength. Swish, not far from the Wang family villa. More than 10 figures appeared in the field. The leader is the God 6 who rushed here. He didn't dare to slack off the slightest bit on what Yi Xiao had ordered. This medicinal liquid. God 6 looked at the medicinal liquid in his hand and drank it down after a moment of contemplation. To Yi Xian he had 100% loyalty. Even if he was allowed to die he wouldn't hesitate. Buzz. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, God 6 felt that his blood flowed several times faster and surging energy filled his body. At a certain moment, the aura enhanced. And Hera the top expert extreme stepped into the martial arts master like this, and the 10 or so divine guards around him were filled with shock. This, divine sixth great man martial Daozhongsher now, that medicinal liquid of Yi Xiao, it's so powerful. At that moment, a dozen people no longer hesitate to drink the medicinal liquid. Not much time, a dozen first-class masters on this godly are stepping into the top masters. Indeed, God 6 watched the divine guards getting stronger and couldn't help but suck in a cool breath. Yi Xiao such a great favor. Let's use the Jinling Wang family to repay some of it. Exterminate the Wang family. Leave no one behind. Yes, Divine Sixth Lord. In an instant, a dozen of top experts pounced on the tiger like this. Pffffff. In an instant, half of the Jinling Wang family's experts in the open and the dark were killed or injured, and the two remaining top experts suffered heavy injuries. And behind these people was none other than the Wang family's head, Wang Chongtian, a martial arts master. 10 or so top experts. Wang Chongtian looked at Shenlu and the others, his face gloomy to the extreme. You're not from the four great families, forces outside of Jinling. When did my Jinling Wang family offend you guys? Anger, resentment, hideous. Wang Chongtian hated to tear everyone in front of him alive, but he knew very well that in front of this kind of existence, they were just an ant. Send someone to assassinate Yi Xiao. After today there will be no more Wang family in Jinling. Kill. More than 10 figures surrounded and killed again, without any mercy. However, Wang Chongtian realized something. Yi Xiao, you guys are that Yi Xian's people. Poof, the voice just fell. Wang Chongtian's head flew into the air. Before he died his eyes were wide to the extreme. He couldn't believe that a brat actually had such a terrifying henchman. If he could back out, he would have killed his son Prince Tian with his own hands and would not have let him offend such a ruthless person. But right now, everything was too late. Poof, puff. The two top experts of the Wang family's heavy hitters were crushed to death by the divine guards just like this. Jokingly more than 10 top experts were the four great families but just like this. Clean up the field and withdraw. Yes, Divine Sixth Lord. More than 10 divine guards answered respectfully. Then Dao Dao bone devouring dispersal didn't enter the body of Wang family experts. Less than 10 seconds, including Wang Chongtian, all Wang family experts turned into flying ashes. Swish, God 6 left with the people. About a quarter of an hour later, several figures appeared in the field. The leader was none other than Xia Guofeng, and beside him were clearly two top experts. This is, the Wang family has been exterminated. Xia Guofeng looked incredulously at the Xia family's decades-old enemy. Then several of his men returned after checking. Master, There isn't a single body in the Wang family villa. What? At these words, Xia Guofeng's face changed drastically. How is it possible? The Wang family has at least 200 experts in the open and in the dark, as well as 3 top experts. Actually, all of them don't even have any corpses. Master. At this time, the 2 top experts looked at each other with a face full of gravity. There is an extremely strong aura remaining in the air. Most likely it is a Wudao Grandmaster level expert. Martial Dao Sovereign. Xia Guofeng's face was grave. Can't it be? It's the 4 great families of Jinling. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Withdraw. The 2 top experts looked unsightly. If that martial grandmaster returned to be seen by them, it would not be good if they were killed and silenced. On the other hand, God 6 arrived at a certain private garden in the outskirts of Jinling. Swish, he flashed to the middle of the field, and at this moment, God 1 and the others were sipping red wine in a cozy manner. Boss! Right at this moment, an attack came from God 6, and God 1 raised his hand with a solemn expression and slapped his palm. Boom! Under the palm, God 6 took a few steps back, while God 1 also took a step back. But the crowd in the arena was filled with confusion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 6, you're this martial arts patriarch now. God 2 and the others all surrounded over. Seeing the aura around God 6 that was the same as God 1's boss, their faces were filled with disbelief. How could this old 6 be possible? He, how about it? Awesome. God 6 grinned, then placed the rest of the physique enhancement liquid on the table. Look, this is the medicinal liquid given by Master. Taking a deep breath, God 6 continued. It was only after I drank this medicinal liquid that I became a martial grandmaster. This, Master rewarded, gulping and swallowing their saliva. The blazing eyes of Divine 1 and 5 landed on the medicinal liquid, and without hesitation, they directly opened one of the portions and drank it. Just kidding, they weren't stupid. They didn't dare to delay a bit with the example of old 6 in front of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Half an hour later, the 5 people broke through the realm in unison, and several of the Divine 2 were all stepping into the martial arts sect. Any one of their auras was 1 point stronger than Divine 6. However, including God 6, their gazes all fell on God 1's boss. Hey, what realm do you guys think the boss will break through to? This, I don't know. It's definitely a whole lot stronger than us. Between a few people discussing, God 1 opened his eyes. A strong aura filled the air. God 1's eyes were filled with incredulity. I'm Half-Step Martial Grandmaster. Chapter 34, Let me have no foothold in Jinling. What kind of a thing are you? Half-Step Martial Grandmaster. God 2 and the others all took a deep breath as they felt the strong fluctuations surging from their boss. Come on, all of you together. God 1 narrowed his eyes, his battle intent high, and the 5 God 2 looked at each other. Then, boss, be careful. Snort. The 5 martial arts masters turned into streams of light and attacked God 1, each of them using their full strength because they knew that even so, they wouldn't be able to injure their boss in the slightest. Boom boom boom, 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 boom. 5 wretched figures flew backwards one after another, and God 2 and the others looked at God 1 not far away in disbelief. This half-step martial grandmaster is so strong. On the other side, in the Demon's Son Ultra Sports Car, Sweki, cousin hasn't given you a gift yet. Feel free to say what you want. Driving the hypercar, Yi Xian asked his cousin beside him. Attending the parent-teacher conference to swipe waves of money in the meantime was not bad. Really? Chen Sweki blinked her big beautiful eyes when she heard, cousin, any gift will do. Of course, Yi Xian smiled faintly. As you can see, cousin, I'm not bad with money. Who? Chen Sweki took a deep breath and rubbed her small hands. So what? Is it okay if I want a $10 million supercar? Hiss. Hearing the words of the radiant beauty maiden, the fans in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cool air. This radiant beauty maiden was really a lion's mouth. Naturally, Yi Xian smiled faintly, then whistled away with a kick of the gas. Let's go. Now go to Jinling Ultra Racing Club. I heard that recently. They have gotten in quite a few new cars. Wow. Chen Sweki's face was filled with excitement when she heard, long live cousin. Cousin, I love you to death. If you weren't my own cousin, I would definitely steal you from my sister-in-law. Dang. When Yi Xian heard his cousin's words, he directly knocked a melon crash up. What nonsense are you talking? If second auntie wants to hear this, she will definitely hang you up and beat you. The fans in the live broadcast room exploded in place with envy when they heard this. 66,666. Cousin is so generous. Mama mia. Give me a bunch of such a buxom cousin. Stimulating beauty girl is going to have a $10 million supercar. So envious. Cousin, don't show off your wealth. Go home with me. Don't smell good. Once I have a friend with cousin the same, whenever it's remembered the glorious past will not stop excited from the wheelchair stand up. Just like this. The live broadcast fans broke 200,000. Envious fans don't want. They really super want to carry away the luxury horizontal cousin. How to do? Come up and send 10 million grade supercars. Just ask who doesn't want this kind of luxurious cousin. Soon. Jinling's Supercar Club. Cousin. So I really bought it? Chen Sweki confirmed and inquired. After all, this could be about tens of millions of dollars. Even though her cousin was extremely rich. Don't worry about buying. Between words, the two entered the Supercar Club. Looking around, Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari, all supercars with a name can be found here. Mr. Yi. Shortly after arriving at the club, a rather familiar voice came to his ears, and then he saw Qin Tian Ao, the person in charge of the Kunpeng Hotel in Jiangchang. Long time no see. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, but at this moment, an untimely teasing voice came from the side. Yell, isn't this Tian Ao's younger brother? Then, a sultry woman appeared in the field. This person's name was Qin Muyu, the second miss of the Qin family's big house. Qin Muyu. Seeing the person who came, Qin Tian Ao's face turned cold. Since childhood, this second miss of the big house hadn't bullied their mother and son much. Snort. Qin Muyu glanced at Qin Tian Ao, then her gaze fell on Yi Xian. What? Is this little white boy the backer you found? Kid, I'm warning you. Qin Muyu narrowed her eyes at Yi Xian. Stay away from this punk, or I'll make you have no foothold in Jinling. You. Chen Sweki was furious when she saw such a brutal woman. Yi Xian stepped forward. Make me have no foothold in Jinling. You're nothing. Snap. Crisp sound came out. Just as it had some itchy hands, someone came up to find a whip. Bang! Qin Muyu was directly whipped out several meters. A scarlet slap mark appeared on her face. Asshole. The Qin family's top experts who were protecting Qin Muyu's face changed drastically. The second miss was beaten. When they went back, the eldest madam definitely peeled their skin. Mr. Yi, you go first. Qin Tian Ao saw the experts protecting Qin Muyu and blocked in front of Yi Xian to let him leave. After all, this matter started because of him. Qin Tian Ao, you eat and eat thing, I'll waste you. The top Qin family expert didn't care who Qin Tian Ao was. After all, he was more than aware of its status geometry. It could be said that a Qin Tian Ao was not as important as Qin Muyu. Snap. Before Qin Tian Ao had time to react, it was the top expert of the Qin clan who was attacking in a hurry that was severely injured by a slap from Yi Xian, who had appeared in front of him at an unknown time. What? Seeing this, Qin Tian Ao's entire body was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi is in such good hands. Cousin is so powerful. Watching her cousin show off his power, Chen Sweki worshipped from the sidelines, and the fans in the live broadcast room watched with great interest. This was too exciting. They didn't expect that the exciting beauty queen cousin was so good at fighting, but that woman just now really owed it to her. With such an exciting picture, the number of fans in the live broadcast room directly soared by tens of thousands, and it was more anticipated than watching a blockbuster movie. Put. Cough. That Qin family top expert's a mouthful of blood sprayed out, ruthlessly glared at Yi Xian with Qin Muyu slipped away. That kid is dead. Offending their Qin family in this area of Jinling was no different from stabbing the sky. Watching Qin Muyu leave, Qin Tian Ao let out a long sigh, followed by determination in his eyes. Mr. Yi, can I borrow a step to speak? Oh, hearing Qin Tian Ao's words, Yi Xian nodded. Sweki, you take a look here first, I'll go and come. Not long after, Qin Tian Ao and the two of them arrived at a private room. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Qin Tian Ao's face was filled with guilt. Today, because of me, I made you clash with the Jinling Qin family. I'm not hiding it from Mr. Yi, I'm actually the young master of the third house of the Jinling Qin family, but due to my mother being a maid of the Qin family, she has a lowly background, so Qin Tian Ao didn't hide it and told his situation. Moreover, the supreme gold card that I gave to Mr. Yi before was also for the purpose of drawing Mr. Yi in. Pausing his voice, Qin Tian Ao clenched his fists. But, Mr. Yi, don't worry. Even if I break with the big house and the second house, I will still send you out of Jinling safely. Is that so? Seeing Qin Tian Ao change from his usual softness, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This Qin Tian Ao has a good heart. A little polishing will make him a great man. Qin Tian Ao, do you want to control the Qin family? Hearing the control of the Qin family, Qin Tian Ao's eyes flooded with essence, but soon sighed, not to hide it from Mr. Yi. I dream of it, but unfortunately, the Qin family has a martial arts master in town, and that martial arts master is extremely biased in favor of the big house and the second house, so I don't have a chance at all. Is that so? Yi Xian faintly smiled, then the bottom of his foot exerted force, a clicking sound came out. The next moment spider web-like cracks spread to the entire room. This is. Qin Tian Ao perceived the strange sound and looked at the cracked ground, his face full of disbelief. Mr. Yi, you are actually a martial arts grandmaster. Chapter 35, Martial Arts Patriarch. If you dare to block, then kill. Martial Dao Patriarch. When Qin Tian-ao saw this kind of ability, that was a level that only a Martial Dao Patriarch could achieve. For a moment Qin Tian-ao's eyes glowed with essence. Puff. Thinking of this, Qin Tian-ao directly knelt down on both knees without even thinking about it. Not thinking much at all. Mr. Yi, no, my lord, please help me take control of the Qin family. In the future, Tian-ao is willing to be at your lordship's head. Qin Tian-ao's intuition told him that this was most likely an opportunity that would change his life, and it was definitely not to be missed. Moreover, this is most likely his only chance to turn his life around. This kind of opportunity is fleeting. Thinking about the Jinling Qin family's own situation, Qin Tian-ao did not dare to hesitate in the slightest. Get up. Yi Xian nodded slightly. What he wanted was this effect. Now it seems that this Qin Tian-ao is a smart person. Tonight you return to the Qin family. At that time I will have someone help you take control of the Qin family. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Qin Tian-ao's heart stirred, but then asked suspiciously, Can, Your Excellency, what if that martial arts master of the Qin family obstructs it? Undoubtedly, this was the thing that Qin Tian-ao was most concerned about. After all, in order to take control of the Jinling Qin family, that martial Dao patriarch was crucial. If he wasn't afraid of the Qin family's martial Dao sovereign ancestor, he wouldn't have been forced into this situation now. After all, martial arts master, that is the existence of the high and mighty. In front of him is completely in front of it at any time can be crushed ants. No, even mole crickets could not be counted as ants. Qin family martial Dao patriarch? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then arced, if he obstructs, then kill. Yes, my lord. Qin Tian-ao gulped and swallowed his saliva. He naturally understood that if the lord in front of him was so young and had the strength of a martial Dao master, he must have an extraordinary power behind him. If he serves him in the future, his control over the Qin family will be untouchable. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he gets, and he even wants to return to the Qin family right away. Leaving the box, Qin Tian-ao looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of respect. Mr. Yi, if you want to buy a car for your cousin, why don't I pay for it? Qin Tian-ao wanted to take the opportunity to repay Yi Xian's attentiveness. After all, compared to help him control the Qin family, this amount of money is nothing, not to mention going to a sports car. Is the Qin family half of the family property will be gifted to Yi Xian can't express his gratitude for 1/12 of it. No need. Yi Xian shook his head. He was still preparing to swipe the wave of money. How could he possibly let Qin Tian-ao pay the bill? Obviously it was impossible for him to swipe the money. As he spoke, Yi Xian surveyed the club's surroundings and at a certain moment had a bold plan. Right. This club is good. I wonder if this supercar club is available for sale. I want to buy it. Buy the club? Hearing this, Qin Tian-ao thought for a moment. I'm not sure about that, but I can take you to talk to the person in charge of the club. Good. Then, Qin Tian-ao led the three to an office. Uncle Wang. Arriving at the office, there was a middle-aged man, who was none other than the second master of Jinling's first-class power Wang family, Wang Yuehan. Speaking of, his destiny with Qin Tian-ao started from the time when he was saved by Qin Tian-ao when he was almost chased by his enemies, and it was only then that he realized that this young master of the third house of the Qin family, who seemed to be the most indisputable, had in fact been holding back all this time. Of course, that was already a few years ago. Tian-ao, it's you. There was just another conflict with the big house. He knew more or less about the Qin family's family affairs, so he naturally knew that Qin Tian-ao was having a hard time. That was a small matter. Qin Tian-ao waved his hand. After all, soon both the big house and the second house will be stepped on by him. Then introduced, Uncle Wang. This is Mr. Yi. He is going to buy your supercar club. Wang Yuehan froze upon hearing this. His gaze then fell on Yi Xian. Little brother, you want to buy my supercar club? Do you know how much my supercar club is worth? 1 billion. Yi Xian faintly smiled and reported a price. Wang Yuehan heard this obviously did not move his heart and shook his head. This price naturally will not let him loose. And this is exactly what Yi Xian wanted. 5 billion. Yi Xian's heart was happy. It seems that today can brush a wave of big money. Oh, it seems like I underestimated your financial power. But it still doesn't work. 2 billion. Hearing this figure, Wang Yuehan was clearly moved. After all, the entire value of the supercar club was at most 1.7 or 1.8 billion, and the recent market was not as good as before. Moreover, coupled with Qin Tian-ao's relationship, he naturally wanted to help this junior who was enduring humiliation. Good. Weighing the pros and cons, Wang Yuehan agreed, and Yi Xian then took out a card. With a beep, the swipe ended. Looking at the side, Qin Tian-ao's eyes wildly jumped. Worthy of being an adult, a huge sum of $2 billion without blinking, and this made Wang Yuehan's eyes narrowed for a point. and this. It further assured his guess of Yi Xian's extraordinary identity. Brother Yi, in the future, the Jinling Supercar Club will be yours. Wang Yuehan smiled brightly, although he didn't know who Yi Xian was, but from the point of view of this handiwork, he must have an extraordinary identity, and he had always believed in Qin Tianao's vision. Worry, 2 billion didn't hear it wrong. Stimulating beauty girl cousin actually bought the Jinling Supercar Club for $2 billion. Ahem. This operation originally wanted to buy a car. Cousin bought the Supercar Club. It's too luxurious. The floating dust big brother who rewarded radical beauty maiden before wasn't enough to look at. Cousin, go home with me and have monkeys. I'll give you all the gold mines and villas. The fans in the live broadcast room were boiling and spitting. Chen Sueki also froze, and her entire body was nonchalant. $2 billion. Cousin spent $2 billion to buy up all the other people's supercar clubs? My god, sure you're not dreaming? However, isn't this a bit too ostentatious of cousin? Not to mention, the market value of his family's building materials company is almost $200 to $300 million. This cousin's expenses alone today are 6 or 7 of his own company. No comparison, no harm. Just do not know the cousin so bossy sister-in-law they know. Sueki, pick whatever you want. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, this kind of scene to see live fans envy. Why this kind of bossy cousin is not theirs. Showdown. This kind of bossy cousin they want a bunch. Ah, this. Indeed Shin Sueki some did not react. A long time finally with a heart of excitement chose a $13 million worth of red Ferrari supercar. Even so, Shin Sueki couldn't help but spit out whether she was a bit too defeated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion renminbi and gaining 20 billion renminbi in wealth. Unsurprisingly, the sound of the system rewards rang in his ears. Obviously swiping money successfully, the corners of his mouth arched. Called up the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, martial arts grandmaster. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, divine car skills, divine cooking, divine massage, divine treasure appraisal. Voice, divine beast royalty, Kato fingers perpetual experience, musical omnipotence. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version of Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited body enhancement liquid, a box of Indian country's divine oil, extermination needles X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, wealth, 115, 3 billion renminbi. Looking at the wealth of hundreds of billions of dollars already, so far getting the system is only a month or so, really the future is promising. If the cousin of the exciting beauty girl knew that her cousin had earned 20 billion, I wonder how she would feel. Mr. Yi, take care. Qin Tianao respectfully sent off Yi Xian, the person who had changed his life's destiny, because tonight he was going to pierce the Qin family's sky, whether it was for his sake or his mother's, whoever stood in the way would die. This day had finally come. People from the big house, the second house, new grudge, old grudge, let's end it tonight. Qin Tianao took a deep breath, then went to the third wife of the Qin family to have a preparation. Tonight he would give a big gift to the Jinling Qin family, including that cold-blooded father of his. A change in the sky planning, so quietly from the Jinling Qin family staged. As for what will happen tonight, this no one knows. Chapter 36, Jinling Qin family changes. Qin Tianao finally takes revenge. As night fell, the Jinling Qin family estate. In the villa, rebellious son, Qin Tianao had just entered the living room, when a furious voice came out, now you're bold, daring to make a move on your sister Muyu. Cough. After saying that, violent coughing sounds came out from the mouth of the middle-aged man, who was none other than Qin Sihai, the head of the Jinling Qin family, and one of the people who treated Qin Tianao the least. When there was Qin Tianao, it was also because he was drunk one night and had a relationship with the Qin family maid, which gave birth to him. Even, in a sense, Qin Sihai considered Qin Tianao to be a stain on his life. Father, don't be angry. It's okay for me to be beaten up. You don't want to be little angry and break your body. Qin Muyu full of worry assisted Qin Sihai. That kind of appearance looked at Qin Tianao's heart sank. This really evil people first complained. Qin Muyu, you fart. Obviously it was you who threatened Mr. Yi before you were beaten. Snap. Qin Tianao words have not finished. Directly by the Qin Sihai slap cracked the corner of the mouth, which makes Qin Tianao only a trace of guilt instantly all away. Such a relative do not want to stop. Little, how to talk to your Muyu sister. The living room crowd were all full of ridicule, looking at Qin Tianao with the eyes of a jumping clown. The difference between heaven and earth in terms of status and deference. Father, at this time, the eldest son of the big house, Qin Beichen, looked at his own sister being beaten, and coldly glanced at Qin Tianao. Tianao, this little death penalty can be spared. but living sins are hard to escape. To collude with outsiders like this to bully your own sister. This kind of behavior is simply not worthy of being my Jinling Qin family. I suggest, expel Qin Tian'ao and his mother from the Qin family. Speaking here, Qin Beichen's eyes showed a vicious aura, and he paused his voice. I think this way, my grandpa won't blame me for our Qin family's incompetence. Not bad. At this time, Qin Longyang, the eldest son of the second house, also spoke out in agreement. Father, if this matter were to be known to my uncle, I'm afraid that he would also look down on our Qin family. The two of them sang in unison. Qin Sihai's face alternated between green and white. Qin Beichen's grandfather was a first-class family in the imperial capital, much stronger than their Qin family, and although the second house's uncle Qin Longyang was not as good as the eldest house, he was also the head of the Song family, one of the four great families in Jinling. Both behind the power of the weight as far from Qin Tian'ao can be compared, plus now his own body is ill. Qin Sihai heart has already had a plan, in order to protect the overall situation. Qin Sihai's eyes narrowed. In that case, with immediate effect, Qin Tian'ao will be expelled from the Qin family in the third house, and will never be allowed to take a step into the Qin family. Father, wise. The corners of Qin Muyu's mouth flared up in a triumphant arc. Obviously in their view, Qin Tian'ao did not have the slightest emotion with them. It's really a dog's blood, similar to what I thought. Qin Tian'ao looked at the family's mouth. The corner of his mouth coldly smiled. My good father, aren't you curious as to why I came to the Qin family today? Brightly. It's hard to believe that it's just to be humiliated by you guys. Seeing that you guys are so desperate, then I'll save my conscience from being troubled next. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian'ao's eyes narrowed. Words to this point, explicitly say it in the future Jinling Qin family by me to control. Put, ha ha ha. Qin Beichen and Qin Longyang looked at each other, both teasingly sarcastic. You, little, get the hell out of here. Qin Sihai's face was icy cold. This third house servant's son knew how to disgrace him. Is that so? The corner of Qin Tian'ao's mouth hooked up in an intriguing arc. Since you don't believe me, let's do it. Swish. Right at this moment, a dozen figures barged into the Qin family's living room and were emanating a fury aura. Qin Tian'ao saw this. Now the experts of the big house and the second house should all be annihilated. What? Qin Beichen and Qin Longyang's faces changed greatly. Qin Sihai's eyes were filled with murderous aura. Actually lured the wolf into the house. Abolish him. Thumb. Two figures attacked Qin Tian'ao from beside Qin Sihai. Both of them were top experts, and they were also the kind that were not far away from martial grandmasters. Boom! Before the two could get close, a figure slapped the two with a palm and sent them flying out, their heads tilting as they died on the spot. Impossible. Two top experts were killed in seconds. This is martial grandmaster. Qin Tian'ao's heart was greatly determined. He didn't expect that there were martial Dao sovereigns existing under his lordship's command, and he was even more certain that he had made the right choice. Divine Sixth Lord, I'll trouble you next. No problem. Divine Six waved his hand slightly. I just happen to be able to move my muscles today. The Jinling Qin family seems to still have a martial arts master. Aren't you going to come out after watching for so long? Everyone was shaken at these words. Your Excellency, it's not good to interfere in the affairs of my Jinling Qin family like this. A figure appeared in the middle of the field at an unknown time. It was an old man, and it was clearly none other than Jinling Qin family martial grandmaster Qin Lingyun. Qin Tian'ao will be in control of the Jinling Qin family. Whoever stands in the way will die. God Six's undoubted voice came out. Opposite Qin Lingyun narrowed his eyes. I'd like to see who you can make die. Qin Lingyun's sudden outburst was not free from the suspicion of a sneak attack. God Six mockingly smiled. Probing hand easily stuck its neck. A forceful break in his hand. Click, neck was pinched off. Early stage of martial arts sect master only. Really think you're an onion. Hiss. Killing early stage of martial Dao sovereign. Qin Tian'ao sucked in a breath of cool air, followed by a heart full of joy. Now that the Qin family martial Dao sovereign has been killed, then the rest of these people have already failed to turn over the waves, and the big picture has been finalized. Little, how could you possibly? Qin Muyu's face was full of confusion. However, before he could continue to speak, he was directly smacked over by Qin Tian'ao, which was the first time he personally smacked that. Divine Six Lords, trouble all of you to help me kill everyone in the big house and the second house. Rebellious son, you dare. God Six waved his hand. More than 10 divine guards directly killed all the people of Qin Beichen and Qin Longyang's two houses. Looking at Qin Sihai's face pale, he couldn't believe that that third house sinful son whose eyes it had always looked down on actually had such ability. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that all the people from the second house who had insulted their mother and son in the first place were all killed, Qin Tian'ao laughed up to the sky. This day has finally come. Qin Sihai, do you know how my mom and I have come through for more than 20 years? For this day, I have plotted for 20 years. After a pause in his voice, Qin Tian'ao coldly smiled. What is it like to watch your proud children die in front of you? Painful. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will imprison him within the manor and watch the Jinling Qin family flourish in my hands. If it wasn't for Qin Tian'ao's mother pleading for mercy, he wouldn't have let go of this old mongrel at all. However, you don't seem to have much longer to live. You, retrograde son. A mouthful of blood upward. Qin Sihai on the spot unconscious, and then by Qin Tian'ao waved his hand under, by the beloved caretaker secluded in the depths of the dark sunless manor. At this point, the Qin family changed hands in one day, and Qin Tian'ao was the new control of the Qin family. Qin Tian'ao, take care of yourself. Divine Six and the others flashed and disappeared in the dark places of the Qin family. Obviously according to the plan before Qin Tian'ao had completely controlled the Qin family, they would be here to protect them secretly. Farewell, Divine Six. Qin Tian'ao respectfully bent over until God Six and the others left. Then he came back to his senses, then looked towards the direction of the Imperial Abyss Villa. Yi Shao, Tian'ao will live up to your expectations. Chapter 37, Qin family changes related to that brat? Jinling, Xia family. In the study. Master, something has happened to the Jinling Qin family. Uncle Fu hurriedly came in from outside, took a deep breath and came to the field full of gravity. Just now the Qin family's third house's only son, Qin Tian'ao, entered the Qin family and exterminated everyone in the Qin family's big house and the second house. Qin Sihai was secluded, and even the Qin family's martial arts patriarchs were suspected of having been killed. What? When Xia Guofeng heard Uncle Fu's words, he stood up from his seat in a flash, his face full of disbelief. The Qin family has changed. The third house Qin Tian'ao has taken the throne. Indeed, this information did not have a small impact on him. After all, such a change was too unexpected to know. In everyone's opinion, Qin Tian'ao was most likely the first person out of the game, and the most important reason for this was that he had not been utilized, and was even sidelined by the second house of the big house. But, right now, this is the most unlikely to control the Qin family of people, but now hard to become the Qin family spokesman. It said that there is no cats and dogs little cute. I don't believe it. And, speaking here, thinking about what he said during the day, Uncle Fu stopped talking. What's wrong? Xia Guofeng suspiciously looked at Fu Bo. What else? Ahem. Master, just during the day, Qin Muyu, the Qin family's eldest house, was beaten by Yi Xian. Coughing dryly, he did not dare to hide anything about his own aunt, and said it all. Yi Xian. Hearing this name, the corners of Xia Guofeng's mouth twitched. You mean, the Qin family's change of fortune has something to do with that brat? Not sure. After a pause in his voice, Uncle Fu continued. But recently, Qin Tian'ao has gotten very close to Yi Xian. Master, if Yi Xian really has the strength to destroy the Qin family, then you and Miss, perhaps. Fu Bo had watched Xia Bingning grow up since she was a child. Naturally he didn't want her to become a victim of the family marriage. Moreover, she had already given birth to two twins. In the future, what will happen to the Jinling Xia family? The best place to go is none other than this Yi Xian. And to his observation of Yi Xian this but time, when the Xia family aunt is undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, he and Miss already have two twin children. If they could come together, it would definitely save a lot of trouble. Say it again. Xia Guofeng had a headache just thinking about this. He certainly didn't want his daughter to spend her life alone with her two granddaughters, but that Yi Xian still needed to be examined. Over the years, that niece should not have hated him much. He could not help but sigh. He was proud of his daughter. How could he not know her temperament? On the other side, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa. Whoosh! Chen Sueki pushed the door to get off the car. Looking at the super luxurious villa, eyes full of shock, said to be shocked by the visual impact in front of her. The appearance of the super luxurious villa was even more extravagant than what was shown on TV. Every part of it was impeccable. Welcome home, young master. At this moment, Divine 10, who had already stepped into the martial grandmaster category, as well as the many divine guards who had been top masters, greeted them respectfully. Their improved strength was entirely a gift from their master. Seeing their master return, they naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. This is, bodyguards. Looking at the waist-straight bodyguards, Chen Sueki gulped and swallowed her saliva, her head in a daze, and immediately boomed. Cousin, the villa you live in actually has bodyguards guarding it. It's so awesome, just like a blockbuster on TV. For a while, Chen Sueki's admiration for her cousin was like a torrential river stretching endlessly, and like the yellow river flooding out of control. Too much admiration this. POA. Not to wait for Chen Sueki again, emotion. Villa is to come from too sweet voice. It is precisely open small feet run to xin tong tong. Just like this, she threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Wanted to poop, did not. The two little ones will be picked up. Around kissed their pink face. Such a scene to see the maids enviously. To this and eat the young master and the two young lady sisters' dog food. Ooh, how to do dog food is too sweet, but cannot help but still want to eat. Aha, super want to dig. MUA's intimacy kissed the side of Pupa's face, but it was looking at the side of Chen Sweki's face full of confusion, and at that moment will its brain CPU or dry burned. Who am I? Where am I? Right now, what exactly happened? Ahem, cousin, what are you? The child of you and your sister-in-law. In fact, the sudden scene on her impact is not small. As for the receiver, with the cousin's nature and nowadays identity completely does not exist this possibility. Aha! Yi Xian put down the two little ones and dotingly rubbed the little head. Come, this is your Aunt Sweki. Aunt Sweki good. A sweet voice rang out. Hearing Chan Sweki's fondness, returning to her senses, she coughed dryly. Good day to you all. Cousin, you're hiding this deeply enough. Right at this moment, a beautiful silhouette appeared inside the villa, which made Chen Sweki's eyes light up. The person who came was no one else but the absolutely beautiful goddess Xiaobingning. My god, this is sister-in-law. Right. Looking at her sister-in-law in front of her eyes, she couldn't help but gulp down a mouthful of saliva. And Chen Sweki was actually stunned. Sister-in-law, you're too much prettier than in the photo. In fact, with her own sister-in-law's face value, she was able to throw off those popular stars by at least 18 blocks. This face value, definitely the best looking she has ever seen. Even she can't help but like it. Sister-in-law, this is completely unisex. Ah, thank you. Xia Bingning glared at a certain guy. Of course she knew what Chen Sweki's mouth photo was. That big pig's hoof sends what photo is not good, but sends the one of them sleeping. Too hateful. See back not let him look good. Humph. Right sister-in-law. Chen Sweki thought of something, then apologized. So what? Cousin bought me a 10 million plus supercar, you don't have a problem with it, right? Shrimp? Arriving at the living room and surveying the luxurious decoration, Chen Sweki was apprehensively trying it out while doing so, but it was the surrounding maids who were shocked. Young master bought his cousin a tens of millions of dollars supercar? This is a bit too luxurious. Of course there's no opinion. Xiaobingning looked at Yi Xian, not expecting this guy to be quite generous, but if she were to know that Yi Xian had incidentally bought the Jinling Supercar Club for $2 billion, she didn't know if she would still be so calm. Look, Yi Xian blanked Chen Sweki. I told you, how could the woman your cousin has his eye on be petty? Mu Yu, you show Sweki around the villa. Okay young master. Sumu Yu's sweet voice resounded. Looking at Chen Sweki was staggered. Cousin, this is also too good at enjoying. So many beautiful women surrounded. But then again, sister-in-law so not jealous. Forget about it. Cousin and sister-in-laws matter, they still care less for the better. After all, when it comes to their own good intentions to do bad things will not be good. Miss Sweki, this way please. Then, Sumuyu was introducing the villa for Chen Sweki, but after understanding the villa, Chen Sweki was not calm, because cousin's villa was too luxurious. It could even be said that it was luxurious beyond her imagination. Butler Su, what did you say? My cousin's villa is worth $1 billion, and he also bought all the villas in the Imperial Abyss Villa cluster. Frozen for a long time, Chen Sweki was unable to come back to her senses. Truly, this information was too great of an impact for her. Did cousin rob the bank? After dinner, in the room, you just know how to make a splash. Back in the villa, Xia Bingning rolled her eyes, but I didn't expect you to sing quite well. Right. Yi Xian didn't care and said with a smile, nor do you look at whose husband I am. However, at this time, Xia Bingning's body's cold chi surged again, and it was several times thicker than before. It was a good thing that Yi Xian was now a martial grandmaster, otherwise he was afraid that he would have frozen to death. Detecting the host absorbing the cold ice chi once again, the realm is raised to martial Dao Grandmaster perfection. The next day, early morning, well, the first ray of the morning sunrise poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Yi Xian struggled with his drowsy eyes and woke up, and into his eyes he saw a golden sunlight-lined charming face. So beautiful. This is Yi Xian's first reaction. Even the heavenly fairy face is not so. Not long after the stunning beauty is also woke up, Xia Bingning thought of what continued. I received the Jinling auction invitation yesterday. Said Kuanping Hotel today there is a large-scale auction. Kuanping Hotel. Hearing Xia Bingning's words, Yi Xian froze. That is not the Jinling Qin family's property. Of course the most important thing is that this should be a good opportunity to brush money. However, Xia Bingning is not aware of this line auction, and make Jinling of 4 big families because of her man to the decline. Of course, this is the aftermath. Chapter 38 Young Master, do you want me to tie Xia Bingning here? Jinling, Kuanping Hotel. Squeak. A supercar stopped sharply in front of the Kuanping Hotel. The car then came down with 2 figures that were none other than Yi Xian and Xia Bingning. Yi Xian, keep a low profile at the auction. Don't worry. Yi Xian wrapped a hand around Xia Bingning's ungovernable slender waist, is your man the kind of person who loves the limelight? It's good that others don't find me troublesome. Xia Bingning blanked someone's eyes. Not to find you trouble. This guy really dared to say. Young master, Xia Bingning is here. In the auction house, a bodyguard reported to the suited youth. Oh, hearing the bodyguard's words, the young man searched his eyes and looked over. A blazing aura hidden in his eyes. That woman who almost became this young master. Who is that kid? Find out. The young man named Song Wenhao is the big young man of the Song family of the 4 major families in Jinling. He is a flirtatious person, and he will do anything to achieve his goal. And now he has initially taken over the affairs of the Song family, and at most 1 year, he will be able to take charge of the Song family. Young master, do you want me to tie Xia Bingning here? The bodyguard beside Song Wenhao said with a bad smile. Although that Xia Bingning has given birth to a child and hasn't seen her for years, her figure is even more dynamic than back then. Is that so? Surveying Xia Bingning's figure, Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes. Good, just as a gift for this young man to return to Jinling to pick up the dust. Next, the first lot of guanine tears. In the middle of the conspiracy, a string of pendants that sold extremely well appeared on the auction table, with an extraordinary aura on it. According to the appraisal, this guanine tear is enough to block 3 attacks by top masters. The reserve price of this item is 1 billion renminbi. Each increase will be no less than 100 million renminbi. 1 billion. I'll take it. The auction has just started. There will be people began to bid. After all, enough to block the top experts' 3 attacks. This kind of good thing is completely not money can measure. 2 billion. But at this moment, a voice rang out from beside Xia Bingning, seeking her eyes. Xia Bingning froze. Yi Xian, you're crazy. Obviously, Xia Bingning didn't expect Yi Xian to make a move. Just where would he let go of this good opportunity to swipe money? 1 billion. A voice came out again. Xia Bingning sought her eyes to see. Her pretty face changed slightly. Song Wenhao, how is he? Listening to Xia Bingning's explanation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He almost proposed marriage to his old husband back then. Oh, that said, this person is my love rival. Put, what are you talking nonsense about? I have nothing to do with him. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian. She didn't have a good impression of such a scum. 3 billion. Yi Xian smiled faintly and continued his money swiping operation, clearly not putting Song Wenhao in his eyes in the slightest. Somewhat interesting. Song Wenhao's eyes narrowed when he heard Yi Xian's bidding. However, the crowd in the auction venue looked at Song Wenhao with scorn, and wisely did not dare to bid. Joking? Song Wenhao was the future control of the Song family. Offending someone like this was not a wise move. 1 billion. Song Wenhao bid again, his eyes landing on Yi Xian. 5 billion. Yi Xian didn't care about bidding again, which made Song Wenhao's heart grow even more murderous. Young master, there's no need to get angry. At this moment, the top Song family expert beside him had a cold smile on his lips. This kid has the life to auction it, but he doesn't necessarily have the life to spend it. When the auction is over, my subordinate will kill that brat and bring the guanine tear to you. Song Wenhao nodded slightly, thinking that with his status there was indeed no reason to tangle with a thug. However, that Xia Bingning is tied up for me, by the way. Yes, young master, that top expert bent respectfully, naturally not refuting Song Wenhao's order. Ding dong. At this moment, the Song family's top expert received a message. Young master, that kid's information has been found. Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in the Imperial Abyss 1 villa, ordinary identity, made a lot of money due to some reasons, suspected to be the biological father of Xia Bingning's 2 daughters. Click. The red wineglass in Song Wenhao's hand shattered in response to the sound, and he looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of sternness. What did you say? That kid? It's that little bastard from 4 years ago. Obviously, 4 years ago, Song Wenhao had some understanding of the matter. Back then, Xia Bingning with her father did not hesitate to cut off the father-daughter relationship, also did not name the person who made her pregnant. This kind of treatment undoubtedly made him jealous. Young master, although it's not certain, more than 90% of it is. After a pause in his voice, the Song family's top expert continued. Moreover, it was Xia Bingning who took the initiative to have her 2 children look for this Yi Xian more than a month ago, and at that time, the 2 children opened their mouths and called Yi Xian POA. In addition, in the villa where Xia Bingning lives, I found that it's been having Yi Xian photos and information over the years. Xia Bingning, UA. Very good. Song Wenhao at this time the heart has been determined. This Yi Xian is 4 years ago intercepted the beard of the boy. If he does not go abroad to gold plating now, I'm afraid that Xia Bingning has long been his woman. Yi Xian, let's go back to the villa. Knowing Song Wenhao's character, Xia Bingning was vaguely worried and wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, naturally knowing what Xia Bingning was worried about. Although as far as he was concerned, that Song Wenhao did not pose the slightest threat to him. Soon, outside the Kuanpeng Hotel. Young master, they're gone. The Song family's top expert narrowed his eyes. The auction was over, and a good show was about to unfold next. Go. Song Wenhao nodded slightly. Remember to do it cleanly. In addition, send that Xiaobingning to my suburban villa. Okay, young master, that top expert said respectfully, then disappeared in place. Seeing this, Song Wenhao smiled coldly. A brat, how dare you go against this young master? And that Xiaobingning, tonight, this young man would like to see how powerful you are. After murmuring, Song Wenhao drove towards the suburban villa. At the same time, on the way back to Emperor Yuan's villa, somewhere in the dark, it's cheap for me tonight. The Song family's top expert narrowed his eyes. After slaughtering that brat, he would use a strong drug to mesmerize Xiaobingning, and it wouldn't be too late to deliver it to the young master after a kiss. TSK, such a beauty. Who, not waiting for the Song family top experts to think carefully, suddenly felt the cold air behind them. Swish turned his head to look at Hurricane. I do not know when a ghostly figure appeared in the field. You, who is it? The top expert of the Song family was filled with vigilance as this person gave him a danger that was thick to the extreme. Anyone who strikes against his master, dies. In the next moment, the Song family's top expert was slapped in the heart, and in an instant, his heart was shattered by the forceful energy, and that top expert's face was filled with disbelief. You, martial arts grandmaster. With a poof, blood sprayed out, dying with endless fear and unwillingness. Chapter 39. Just now you obviously not so, but also said let me continue. Jinling, suburban villa, Xia family, Xiaobingning. Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes, flooding them with exuberant and ruthless aura. Haven't seen you for 4 years. Don't let this young man down with your performance tonight. Unfortunately, gave birth to 2 sinful seeds. Thinking of this, Song Wenhao's eyes bright on was 1 point better. Later on, he would let him know the price of betraying him, because he would let the Xia family be disgraced by this. Wait for it. Ding Ning, this young will surely take you tonight. Who? A cold wind hit the room and at some point a figure appeared in the room. This person was none other than the God 5 who had rushed here. However, at this moment, God 5 is holding a scarlet dagger in his hand, a drop of blood dripping from it. The strange thing is that God 5 does not have the slightest bloodstains on his body. Seeing this scene, where Song Wenhao is still not clear about what has happened, the soles of his feet staggered, and a sense of misfortune surged to his heart. 2 top experts. The Song family is paying enough attention to you. God 5 took a step towards Song Wenhao, and this made Song Wenhao's legs go weak. It's never seen this kind of battle. I warn you, I am the future control of the Song family. If you dare to touch me, my father won't let you go. Thumbs up. Song Wenhao words did not finish. The knife flashed. The next moment Song Wenhao was not yet the body fell horizontally to the ground, and even its reaction time are not. So far, the strong return of the Song family's youngest, has not yet had time to show ambition has perished, and he, even to death do not know. Kill him. Who is the person? Jinling, Qin's estate. Ringing bell. Qin Tian Ao, who was sitting quietly in his study waiting for news. At a certain moment, his cell phone rang and was the first to connect. What? A strong man attacked Song Wenhao's suburban villa. Everyone was killed including Song Wenhao and 2 top experts. I know. After hanging up the phone, Qin Tian Ao was stunned out of his mind for a long time before waking back up. Mysterious expert assassination. Top experts are not opponents. With this kind of strength, it seems that there is more than one martial arts master powerhouse under Yi Shao. Qin Tian Ao took a deep breath, then asked that underling to stop monitoring. After all, Song Wenhao's death was not a small matter. Contemplating for a little while, Qin Tian Ao looked towards the direction of the Song family estate in Jinling. Inform down. Qin family should not provoke right and wrong recently. Be cautious in everything. Yes, family master. A beloved servant bowed and answered. Qin Tian Ao got up and looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of Jinling in the distance. Jinling seems to be in complete chaos. Originally, the 4 great clans were separated from each other. Now Yi Shao is out of action. It will intensify the conflict, and there are other forces outside of Jinling who are watching. Jinling can be described as an eventful autumn, and intuition tells him that it will not be long before Jinling will usher in a major reshuffle of forces, and the strength of this reshuffle is absolutely beyond any previous time. On the other hand, Emperor Yuan Villa. Ringing bell. Between the 2 of them bickering, their feelings were heating up quite a bit when a cell phone rang. Poof. Xiaobingning let out a petite hum, then glared at Yi Xian. Turn around and this young lady will clean you up again. Hey, Shi Xiang. Answering the phone, Xiaobingning's face was delighted as it was her best bestie calling. At the same time, a pretty girl in pajamas at the Li family villa in Jinling was on the phone. Bing Ning, did you miss me? I just returned to Jinling today. The first one to call you is good enough. What? Xiaobingning froze when she heard it, then her pretty face was filled with joy. Shixiang, you've returned to Jinling. Great. Hey, I didn't disturb your rest this late, Li Shixiang hemmed and hawed and said, which made Xia Bingning a moment of weakness couldn't help but look at a certain guy. I don't know if I'm disturbing it now or being disturbed. No, Xia Bingning said with a hard head. Naturally can't show cowardice, how can? You are my most important bosom friend. LOL, is that so? Li Shixiang on the opposite side was in a surprisingly good mood when she heard this, and her heart secretly said that she was worthy of being her bestie. Of course, if she were to know the situation of her bestie at this moment, I wonder what kind of reaction she would have. Poof. Xia Bingning couldn't help but let out a sound. Opposite Li Shixiang frowned. Bingning, are you alright? Ahem, I am fine. Xia Bingning dryly coughed. That asshole actually so. Shixiang, tomorrow I'll go to your wine building and say it. Hang up first. Do. Not waiting for the opposite side of Li Shixiang reply. Xia Bingning is hanging up the phone. Yi Xian, see, I do not let you look good. Cluck. Goo. I was wrong, husband. Let me go, okay? After a cut, Xia Bingning begged for mercy. After all, if the shameless 10 she is not someone's opponent. Damn, this life seems to be unable to escape from the clutches of this guy. Right. After fooling around for a while, Xia Bingning got to the point. My best girlfriend friend is back. Tomorrow you go with me. And, after a pause in her voice, Xia Bingning was embarrassed. She doesn't even know about Xian and Tonton right now. Is that so? Yi Xian hooked up the stunning beauty's chin. Sked, can't see that my Bingning's wife's secrecy work is quite good. It's all your fault. Xia Bingning glared fiercely at someone. If Shixiang knew that I was unmarried and pregnant, she would turn Jinling upside down and also find you out. And, will definitely bring you down to earth. Speaking of this, Xia Bingning arrogantly looked at someone, which she believed her best friend was capable of doing. Cough. Listening to Xia Bingning's words, Yi Xian coughed dryly, not realizing that he had a brush with death 4 years ago. Your BFF is so ruthless, that's for sure. Xia Bingning continued. I grew up with Shixiang since we were young, and Shixiang's family is not similar to Song Wenhao. Speaking of which, 4 years ago, there was still a marriage contract in place, and Shixiang also chose to go abroad for this reason. Song Wenhao's fiancé. Yi Xian did not expect that his own Bingning wife's best friend and that young master of the Song family still had this past, only that Song Wenhao seems to be dead. It's so thought. Martial Dao Patriarch himself. That Song family boy still have a way to live? Chapter 40 Ice Ning. When did you have a daughter? And a husband? The following day, Qianjun Wine Mansion box. Creak. Push open the door of the room. In the box, Hera has long been waiting for a playful girl. This person is the Jinling Li family. Li Shixiang. Muscle as gelatin. Phoenix eyes and cherry lips. Properly a big beauty. It must be said that things are gathered in groups. Shixiang. Xia Bingning came to the box. After seeing Li Shixiang enthusiastically embraced with her, the two big beauties embraced together. Although Li Shixiang's face value is inferior to that of Xia Bingning, but it is also a rare beauty. The so-called school flower than her are worse than a lot. After all, as the Jinling Li family gold, and will not be mediocre. Bingning, finally hugging you again. Li Shixiang hugged her own BFF. Although she had made video calls from time to time before, it was completely different from meeting in reality. Her mood was super excited. Tisk. After hugging for a while, Li Shixiang then let go. Bingning can't see that you have such a good temperament now. Your face can pinch out water, and the body, it's so much better than 4 years ago. Ha! Just then, Li Shixiang saw Yi Xian not far away. This handsome man, so handsome, handsome guy, do you have a micro letter? Li Shixiang came to Yi Xian's body, eyes bright on said, did not think Jinling still have this handsome boy? Then the Song family that Song Wenhao too good. This if can take as a small boyfriend will be able to that Song Wenhao gas half dead. Xia Bingning, ahem. Seeing his own girlfriend's operation, Xia Bingning almost did not be spit to choke to death. Really woeful cannot. A girlfriend will pull over and glared at it. This guy's sex did not change at all. Poetry love. What are you talking about? Xia Bingning hated to find a crack in the ground. Introduce you. This is my husband, the biological father of my 2 daughters. Between the words, Xia Bingning protects the calf holding Yi Xian's arm, declaring sovereignty. That appearance is afraid of girlfriends prying her corner. What? Li Shixiang's entire body was confused. Her eyes wide stared at her bestie. Really? This handsome guy is your husband? Your daughter's real father? When did you have a daughter? But also husband? In fact, some information on Li Shixiang impact is not small. For years to Jinling exactly what happened. Girlfriends actually married. When was it? Himself. Actually do not know at all. My name is Yi Xian. More guidance. Yi Xian smiled slightly. The handsome arc made Li Shixiang feel like she was dreaming. Such a handsome boy like the Prince Charming in her longing. Now, I didn't expect that he actually became the husband of my best friend. Ahem. Hello, being polite, Li Shixiang gave a dry cough. Xia Bingning sighed. She knew that her bestie would find out about their relationship sooner or later, so she did not intend to hide it. The thing is, 4 years ago, then, Xia Bingning told the experience of 4 years, and Li Shixiang's whole body was dumbfounded. Unmarried and pregnant? 3-year-old twin daughters? This. Li Shixiang listened in stunned silence for a long while before reacting. Bingning, you actually hid this from me for 4 years. Shixiang, you went back to Jinling at this time. Could it be with Song Wenhao? Xia Bingning naturally knows the matter of her best friend and Song Wenhao. Can't help but worry and ask, but let it know that the Song Wenhao in its mouth has been dead for a long time. I don't know what kind of reaction it will be. That dude. Li Shixiang's face showed killing aura. Yi Xian surprised to find that this Li Shixiang is actually a first-class expert. It seems that their own woman, this bosom friend, is not simple. My parents asked me to come, saying that it's to fulfill the marriage contract 4 years ago. Speaking here, Li Shixiang coldly smiled, then filled her eyes with certainty, clenching her pink fists as if she had made some kind of determination. I'm looking for you to come here. That is, I want you to help me contact. I'm going to sell the 1000 June liquor mansion, then, collect all the funds at home and abroad, and die with my parents. After a pause in her voice, Li Shixiang spread determination. Even if I die, I won't marry that scum Song Wenhao. Sell the 1000 June liquor building. Xia Bingning froze upon hearing this, looking incredulously at her best friend. You're crazy. This was your most proud achievement back then. 1000 June liquor mansion? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The opportunity to brush up on his money had come. If he bought it, he would definitely be able to make a lot of money. Ms. Li wants to sell the 1000 Monarch liquor mansion. Yi Xian faintly smiled and said, how about, sell it to me? Li Shixiang was filled with surprise when she heard, you want to buy the 1000 Monarch liquor mansion? Yi Xian, don't talk nonsense. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian, then added, Shixiang Qin June liquor mansion. Even though it's a hotel, it's one of the best in Jinling, with a market capitalization of $3.5 billion. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. Unconcerned, I still have this amount of money. Ms. Li, how about I transfer $3.5 billion to you first? The formalities will follow. PFF. Li Shixiang, a mouthful of tea, sprayed out. Incredulous look at her girlfriend. Really, the scene in front of her somewhat beyond her expectations. Bingning, your man can really buy Qianjun liquor building. Aha. Xia Bingning slightly nodded. Face red. This niece crazy what their man, and what that guy to engage in actually want to buy the girlfriends of the 1000 June liquor house. Ding dong. At a certain moment, Li Shixiang's cell phone received a huge $3.5 billion. It's once again. Look at Yi Xian, eyes have changed. This guy did not expect not only handsome, but also so rich, and more importantly, also so bold. Joking? $3.5 billion said to give. This kind of bold and will spoil the boy. It is difficult for someone not to like it? Ding. Host consumed $3.5 billion renminbi and gained a wealth of 35 billion renminbi. Trigger 10 times rebate. With Eisning wife girlfriend's first meeting has such a harvest. It seems that in the future there is another brush money tool people. This feeling is quite good. Think of this Yi Xian on the future more. Expect a point. Chapter 41. Whether the master admits it or not. In the future you will be the Xia family's aunt. Miss Yuzhu, you can't go in. At a certain moment, noises came from outside the box, but immediately after that, a figure smashed into the floor of the box with a bang. And this person was precisely the staff member who had just been there. Zhao Yuzhu, how dare you? Li Shixiang saw the incoming person's pretty face icy cold. This is her private property. It's dare to be like this. Poof. Li Shixiang, get the hell out of my way. There's no business for you today. Zhao Yuzhu was not afraid of Li Shixiang. Her eyes fell on Xia Bingning's face that made her jealous. Xia Bingning, brother Wenhao must be looking for you. This. Snap. Zhao Yuzhu hadn't even finished her sentence when she was directly slapped by Li Shixiang. Zhao Yuzhu, try denigrating Bingning again. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Shixiang, you dare to hit me. Zhao Yuzhu's face was iron blue and her eyes were full of resentment. Give me on. Waste her. Yes, miss. Two of the Zhao family's top experts immediately shot out, and with a swish, a top expert appeared beside Li Shixiang. Clearly someone sent by the Li family to protect him. Poof. Zhao Yuzhu sneered with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Her target from the start was Xia Bingning. Boom. A dull sound came out. A figure appeared in front of Xia Bingning at the critical moment, and the Zhao family expert was knocked back. Uncle Fu. Great. Li Shixiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Uncle Fu arrive. Xia family, You dare to stop me? Zhao Yuzhu narrowed her eyes. Their Zhao family was far from being comparable to the Xiao family. Miss Yuzhu, you've gone too far. Although the Zhao family is one of the 4 great families of Jinling, do you really think that the Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand? You. Hearing this, Zhao Yuzhu couldn't help but stagnate and glared fiercely at Xiaobingning. Wait for me. Slow down. Right at this moment, the voice of Yi Xian, who hadn't said anything, came out, and everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. What do you want? Zhao Yuzhu frowned, but then her face was filled with mockery, while Yi Xian smiled faintly. Nowadays, the 1000 June liquor house is my property. Do you think that I, Qian Jun, can come and go whenever I want? Snap. Without warning, Yi Xian backhandedly slapped his hand and sent him flying 4 to 5 meters away. Poof, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Find Bing Ning trouble again. I'll kill you. PFF. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The 2 top experts of the Zhao clan's face changed gloomily as the 2 top experts on the opposite side were locking onto them. Ooh. Li Shixian looked at the field, her face full of incredulity. Bing Ning, your family's man is so powerful. I don't know. Xia Bingning froze and looked at Yi Xian. It seemed that this guy's stance was similar to that of his girlfriend's, but the feeling of being protected was so marvelous. Go! The 2 top masters' face icy cold. Deep Meaning looked at Yi Xian. That kid is crazy. Really think he has Xia family or even Jinlingli family background behind him. Yi Xian, can I borrow a step to talk? Uncle Fu looked at Zhao Yuzhu, who was leaving in a mess, and spoke out. Uncle Fu, you. Xia Bingning was anxious. Uncle Fu was able to find this was obviously sent by his father himself. Did he know after all? Good. Yi Xian faint smile, then dotingly scraped down from the small nose. Wait, husband will be right back. Aha. Xia Bingning small woman posture should be. See Li Shixian eyes wide. This reaction or she knows the girlfriends. Not long after, another box. Yi Xian, be careful. Uncle Fu voiced out a reminder as he was going to test the waters. The lightning-like attack of the snicker came, the intensity of which was already far beyond the realm of a first-rate expert. Testing? Yi Xian smiled faintly, knowing that this was an alternative meeting from his old husband. Since this is the case, boom, under a punch, Fu Bo was directly sent flying out 5 or 6 meters, the entire person's breath churning, followed by a face full of disbelief looking at Yi Xian. You, can't you be a martial arts master? Shocking, too shocking. Uncle Fu never thought that the guy who disgraced the Xia family 4 years ago was actually so powerful. What does it mean to be a 23-year-old martial arts grandmaster? Not to mention Jinling, I'm afraid there is none in the imperial capital. Is the trial over? Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth and continued. Then please Uncle Fu go back and tell old husband that I wish to do this only once. Ahem. The Xia family wouldn't dare. Uncle Fu coughed dryly and bowed and bent over. Yi Xian's strength alone was enough to make him do so. Right. Yi Xian casually took out 3 copies of physique enhancement liquid. These 3 medicinal liquids are to be taken as a bride price for the marriage proposal. Bride price. Uncle Fu froze and looked at his hand. Of course he knew that Yi Xian and his own young lady had already been licensed. Otherwise Xia Bingning's father wouldn't have sent him in such a hurry. Uncle Fu can use 1 copy, and knows its wonderful use. Yi Xian mouth corner hooked up curvature. With the old husband's first encounter he naturally want to win. Oh, good. Uncle Fu pondered for a moment. He naturally knew that Yi Xian didn't need to go through so much trouble at all if he wanted to be unfavorable to him. Drinking the medicinal liquid, strong energy surged inside his body. With a buzz, at a certain moment Fu Bo's aura suddenly stepped into the realm of martial grandmaster. His body surged with astral aura. This is martial Dao sovereign. Feeling the surging power, Uncle Fu's face was filled with incredulity, and then his eyes changed when he looked at Yi Xian. Greetings auntie, whether the master recognizes it or not. In the future, you will be the Xia family's aunt. Uncle Fu wasn't stupid. He naturally knew that in the future, the young lady had such a powerful person to guard her. No one would be able to hurt her. This is what you deserve. I heard Bing Ning say that since childhood you treat him like your own son. Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently, then said, I'll leave first. Go back and tell my old husband to let him take care of himself. Greetings auntie. The corners of Fu Bo's mouth twitched as he bowed. At this moment, where would he dare to be the slightest bit rude? Who? It wasn't until Yi Xian left that Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief. But is auntie really just a martial grandmaster? Why does it still feel like it's unfathomable even after the breakthrough? Soon, Yi Xian came to the field. Yi Xian, are you alright? Xia Bingning naturally knew that Uncle Fu came with his father's mission, and hurriedly came forward to care. Looking at the side of Li Shixiang enviously, if this let the Jinling's magnates know about it, how much of a storm it might set off. It's fine. Uncle Fu came to tell me that the old man agreed that we are together. Xia Bingning's face blushed as she thought of something. Really? Of course. The dong of favor knocked down Xiaobingning's brain melon crash. A wave of dog food ate Li Shixiang caught off guard. "Unla, you guys get bored here." Li Shixiang took a deep breath and waved her hand. "I'm leaving first, can't stand you guys spreading dog food." "Shixiang, what are you saying?" Xiaobingning stomped her little foot and glared at her bestie. Then her gaze fell on Yi Xian and grunted. "Look, it's all your fault for spreading what dog food for a good reason." Chapter 42. What dog food? Did we spill dog food? Dog food? Yi Xian froze upon hearing this. What dog food? Did we spill dog food? Otherwise. Xiaobingning looked at the appearance of her best friend's little wolf fleeing, but just now shouldn't they be tossing words? How did it become dog food? My Bingning wife, if it's really dog food, do you think I can spread it myself? Seeing the stunning beauty who was raising an offense, Yi Xian joked. Yeah. Xiaobingning wanted to say something, but she had no words to retort for a while. Right, how can a person scatter dog food? Damn, how could one spread dog food with this guy? It shouldn't be obviously one pays attention to the proportion. On the other hand, in the nanny car, ding bell, Li Shixiang's cell phone rang, and smoothly answered it. Hello, Dad, what did you say? Song Wenhao is dead. Okay, I know. In the black nanny car, after hanging up the phone Li Shixiang froze for a little while, and then laughed haha quickly. Miss, what are you doing? The top experts on the side froze, obviously not understanding why their lady was like this. Hey, that scum Song Wenhao was killed. You said I could not be happy. What? The Li family's top expert's face changed drastically. Song Wenhao was killed. How is that possible? Truly, this information did not have a small impact on the Li family's top experts. Nothing is impossible. Li Shixiang waved her hand, then said, my father said that the person who struck was most likely a martial arts master, and both of the Song family's top experts were killed in a single move. The Song family is in big trouble. Li Shixiang thought of this, the corners of her mouth and the bottom of her eyes flared brightly. That is to say, is her own marriage contract with that scum null and void? If I find out who did this, I'll be heavily thanked. Ahem. Miss, be careful what you say. The eyes of the Li family's top experts were jumping wildly. If these words were to be spread into the Song family nowadays, it was feared that it would cause no small amount of trouble. Jinling, Xia family villa. In the study. Fu, how is it? Xia Guofeng saw the returning Uncle Fu and asked with concern. Master, look. Uncle Fu did not speak, but released his surrounding aura, a strong aura surging out. Xia Guofeng felt Fu Bo's aura fluctuation. This is a martial grandmaster. Fu, you've broken through to martial Dao sovereign. For a moment, Xia Guofeng was filled with joy, knowing that a martial arts master was the topmost existence in Jinling, and their Xia family would definitely have a few more points of protection with a martial arts master in attendance. Not bad. Uncle Fu took a deep breath, his eyes looking in the direction of the Imperial Abyss Villa. I can break through, thanks to the aunt's gift. Auntie? Xia Guofeng froze upon hearing this, then looked incredulously at his most trusted Uncle Fu. You mean, Yi Xian? Undeniably, Xia Guofeng had already recognized the son-in-law who had caused their father and daughter to break up after knowing about his daughter's license with that guy. Yeah. Uncle Fu thought about what happened in the Qianjun Wine Mansion's box, swallowed his saliva and continued. Master, you may not know, Auntie, he is already a martial arts master. Cough. Xia Guofeng's face was filled with confusion upon hearing this, followed by a pair of eyes widening. Martial Dao sovereign, you said that brat. A 23-year-old martial Dao sovereign. A mouthful of tea almost didn't choke Xia Guofeng to death. Uncle Fu wasn't surprised by this and solemnly said, moreover, even though I've stepped into a martial Dao sovereign today, I still feel that Auntie is unfathomable. It's highly likely that Auntie's strength is in the middle stage of martial Wei sovereign, or even the late stage. That kid. Xia Guofeng was staggered. His own daughter actually had a relationship with such a supreme genius 4 years ago, and he knew with his toes what this meant. No wonder. Even Ah Fu addressed him as his aunt. This strength, I'm afraid it's an unrivaled existence in the entire Jinling. There's more. Fu Bo paused his voice and continued. Qianjun Wine Mansion. Zhao Yuzhu of the Zhao family of the four great families slandered Miss, and Auntie slapped her. Auntie will be in big trouble next. As he spoke, Uncle Fu took out 2 medicinal liquids. Master, this is the miraculous medicinal liquid that allowed me to break through to Martial Grandmaster. With this, it will allow my Xia family to be undefeated in Jinling. After a pause in his voice, Uncle Fu continued. Moreover, Auntie said that this is a bride price for the Xia family. Oh, Xia Guofeng received one of the medicinal liquid. The corner of his mouth was bitter. He didn't want to accept it, but the temptation was too great. Bubbling, drinking the medicinal liquid, Xia Guofeng was already a step away from being a top expert. Buzzing a superb aura surged open. eventually raising all the way to half-step martial grandmaster before stopping. Sure enough, Uncle Fu felt Xia Guofeng's aura fluctuate. Congratulations, master. Promoted to half-step martial Dao sovereign. This medicinal liquid is so magical. What on earth is that brat? Xia Guofeng had to recognize this son-in-law at this moment. After all, but he even used the bride price. And another medicinal liquid. It is very likely to give the Xia family another martial arts master expert. This way, although their Jinling Xia family is not one of the 4 great families but has overriding strength above the 4 great families. Ding dong. Right at this moment, Xia Guofeng's cell phone received a message, lowered his eyebrows and looked at his face suddenly changed. Master, what's wrong? Uncle Fu saw Xia Guofeng's face color, cannot help but frown. To know that now aunt so powerful should be happy. Ah Fu. Something happened. Xia Guofeng handed his cell phone to Fu Bo, and Fu Bo, who was looking for his eyes, couldn't help but be incredulous when he learned the news. What? Song Wenhao died. Moreover, the Song family also lost 3 top experts in a row. A martial arts grandmaster made a move? Uncle Fu pondered for a moment, then thought of that scum of the Song family, Song Wenhao, who had been salivating over his own young lady. Master, you don't think this could be the aunt's doing? Xia Guofeng, hearing this, Xia Guofeng fell silent. If it was before he naturally did not believe, but now that brat itself is a martial arts master, and its back is even more martial arts master existence, if the motive and the possibility of its naturally have the greatest suspicion. Deep breath. Xia Guofeng gaze at the Jinling distant, no matter who it is. This period of time to let the people of the Xia family are low profile point. It always feels like a storm is going to play out in Jinling. Uncle Fu nodded silently when he heard this, then his gaze was quite hopeful. Master, I actually hope that this person is the aunt. If that's the case, then this great reshuffle in Jinling perhaps the Xia family will be able to rely on this. A flying start. After a pause in his voice, Fu Bo continued. Your lordship has thought about it. First began the Zhang family, the Xin family, the Qin family, to today's Song family. Behind all of these, they all vaguely have a beef with auntie. Listening to Fu Bo's words, Xia Guofeng's eyes narrowed even more. If so, that kid is too scary. Chapter 43 Song Wenhao. That scum was killed? Imperial Abyss 1 Villa. POA. Mama is back. Xa and Tong heard the sound of the supercar, and Tata ran over with her little feet. Cousin, sister-in-law, you guys are back. Chen Sweki hemmed and hawed, super happy playing with the 2 little ones. Yi Xian nodded at his cousin, then carried Xa and Tong into the villa. Did you miss Popa? Aha. Super missed Xa and Tong Moa's left and right gave Popa a kiss. This scene looked at the maids with envy, while Xia Bingning smiled bitterly. After dinner, back to the room. Clatter. Bathroom door opens. The stunning beauty of Xia Bingning just like this wrapped in a bath towel appeared in front of Yi Xian. Warm yellow light reflection. Exquisite face is more beautiful 1 point. Still look. Not tired Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian. This guy was like this every time he bathed himself out. Hey. Of course I'm not tired of it. I'll never get tired of looking at it for the rest of my life. Yi Xian got up and embraced the beautiful girl into his arms. Even if she was wrapped in a towel, she still couldn't hide her proud figure. 4 eyes looked at each other. Charmingly. I'll go change my clothes. Well, at a certain moment, ready to avoid the summer ice gel not to wait for its action, will be a certain guy blocked the lips. A wave of hot kisses quietly online. Wow. So sweet. Damn. Why not much resistance to that guy? So angry. I don't know how long it took. Lips parted. And Xia Bingning face red to the root behind the ears are. All blame that guy take advantage of not enough. Right. Yi Xian at this time took out the pendant Guanyin tears that came from the auction. Come on. This is for you. Give me? Seeing a certain guy move, Xia Bingning froze. This was one that could block the attacks of top experts. Of course. Originally, hubby is buying it for my Bingning wife. As he spoke, Yi Xian had already put the pendant on Xia Bingning's neck, having forgotten about it yesterday because of the little pink towel incident. Given that the host gave Bingning's wife the Guanyin, a gift of 5 billion renminbi, suddenly voice, heard Yi Xian slightly stunned. The mood is another point better. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Martial Arts Grand Master Perfection. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to Tomato Reader Great. Ability, Divine Car Skills, Divine Cooking, Divine Massage, Divine Treasure Appraisal. Sound, Divine Beast Royalty, Kato Fingers Permanent Experience, Musical Omnipotence. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version of Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement liquid, a box of Indian country's divine oil, extermination needles X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 197. 8 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel rising a large chunk of wealth value, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Ding bell. However, at this moment, Xia Bingning's cell phone rang and saw that it was her best friend calling. Hey, Shi Xiang, what did you say? Song Wenhao he died. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Xia Bingning froze in place for a long time. What's wrong? Yi Xian saw the stunning wife froze look, skillfully and nimbly removed the bath towel to grip the double bears. Xia Bingning felt a certain guy's excessive action, slapped off his big hand. Yi Xian, poetry just came to the phone to say Song Wenhao was killed. With Yi Xian's insight, he naturally heard the phone call just now and pretended to be surprised. Song Wenhao, that scum was killed? Aha. Xia Bingning naturally didn't care about someone's name calling, taking a deep breath and nodding her head. However, in the bottom of her heart, she was relieved. This wasn't a bad thing. After all, Yi Xian wouldn't be in danger for the time being. In fact, Song Wenhao's temperament was something she knew too well. Only, Xia Bingning did not know that the person who killed Song Wenhao was the man sleeping beside her in front of her. Jinling, Xia family, Xia Guofeng, come out to me. A loud voice resounded throughout the Xia family villa, followed by no less than hundreds of figures to come. More than 10 figures surrounded the leader of a person named Song Qingtian, Jinling Song family second master. At the same time, he also has an identity. Jinling Martial Arts Association vice president. The top aura surged out with Song Qingtian as the center. Knowing that his own nephew had been killed, he couldn't swallow this breath. Song Qingtian, you are reckless. Xia Guofeng's face was filled with iron. His heart sighed. The thing he least wanted to happen had still happened. Poof. Song Qingtian is the Song family's second master. There was even a martial arts grandmaster behind him. Would he be afraid of the district Xia family? When Hao was killed, you Xia family give me a reasonable explanation. He had naturally investigated. He had just clashed with Yi Xian at the auction, and immediately after that, something had happened. And with his understanding of his nephew, he would definitely make a move on Xia Bingning the first time he saw him. Therefore, the Xia family was naturally his first object of suspicion. If you don't let me be satisfied today, I, Song Qingtian, will exterminate your Xia family. Monstrous fury surged, pressurizing Xia Guofeng. While Xia Guofeng weighed the situation, his eyes became stern. Song family, all these years you really think I, Xia Guofeng, am not a pinch of clay? Snort. Song Qingtian snorted and looked at Xia Guofeng in surprise. Many days have passed. Xia Guofeng, you're hardened quite a bit. Let me see. Where do you get your backbone from? Back then, the Song family used their power to forcefully marry Xia Bingning into the Song family. At that time, Xia Guofeng already hated the Song family to the bone. Today, he indiscriminately threatened to exterminate their Xia family. A new grudge and an old one. Boom! Xia Guofeng smashed out a fist. The originally screaming Song Qingtian was directly smashed out 7 or 8 meters. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The entire person's face pale. Vice President Song, the Jinling Martial Arts Association's crowd was terrified, rushing forward to assist him. Put, cough. Song Qingtian stabilized his stance and sprayed out another mouthful of blood, but he looked across the room with a face full of disbelief. Xia Guofeng, you, half-step martial grandmaster, but half a year, how could you possibly? Shocked. Song Qingtian was too shocked. Half a year ago that Xia Guofeng wasn't even a top expert, but now he had directly become a half-step martial Dao master. How could he not be surprised? Song Qingtian, I'm warning you, if you dare to be so arrogant again, don't blame me for not giving your Song family face. If it was before, Xia Guofeng naturally wouldn't dare to be like this. But now that their Xia family already had 2 martial Dao patriarchs and 1 half-step martial Dao patriarch, even if the Jinling Song family had nothing to fear. You, very good, Xia Guofeng, your Xia family is really surprising. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingtian knew that he had planted a big head today, but this Xia Guofeng had suddenly become so powerful. Could it be that Wen Hao was really killed by him? Regardless of whether or not he did it, the Xia family must be wiped out or else there will be endless consequences. Chapter 44, Icening's wife, what's mother-in-law looking for you for? Jinling, Zhao family manor. Room. Bastard. Zhao Yuzhu looked at the scarlet slap mark in the mirror, her pretty face crawling with a scowl. Xia Bingning, this young lady will let you die. Shame. Strange shame. He Zhao Yuzhu is the pearl of the 4 great families of Jinling. When did he receive such treatment? That little white girl, she actually dared to hit herself. Ding bell. Just at this time, Zhao Yuzhu's cell phone ringing, saw the caller ID to connect. Hey, second uncle. Obviously, the caller was none other than Song Qingtian, but when informed of the incoming news, his face changed drastically. Second uncle, what do you mean brother Wen Hao was killed? It's most likely related to Xia Bingning's concubine, Ka Qing. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuzhu directly pinched the phone into smithereens. Although her strength was not as good as Li Shixiang, but she was still nearly a second-rate expert. Now that she thought about it carefully, a certain figure could not help but appear in her mind. It must be that kid. Zhao Yuzhu face icy cold. She was originally nearly second-rate experts. Xia Bingning, that concubine, hit her. She did not even have the opportunity to react. That guy's strength is at least a first-class expert. Or even stronger. At the same time, the Song family estate. Xia family, you're finished. Song Qingtian narrowed his stern aura. Thinking about today's disgrace, now that I've pulled the Zhao family down, you guys are still alive. Anyone who touches my Song family will have to die. For a while, the situation in Jinling was treacherous. No one knew what would happen next. The next day, early morning, golden sunlight poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness, setting off a stunningly beautiful face even more charming, looking superb from Yi Xian's perspective. Warmly coexisting for a little while, the sweet atmosphere was interrupted by a cell phone ringing. Ding-a-ling. Seeing that it was her mom's phone, Xia Bingning couldn't help but raise her heart. Hello, Mom. Answering the phone, Xia Bingning gave a warning look at someone. Obviously the look had already said everything, telling him not to get into trouble. Bingning didn't disturb you in Xiaoya's rest, right? No. Oops. Mom, what are you talking about? Hi. Xia mother smiled faintly and continued. What is there to be embarrassed about? Mom is a person who has been there. Moreover, my daughter is so beautiful. Xia Bingning, Mom, if you do this again, I can hang up. In fact, Mom's words let Xia Bingning hate to find a scene to drill in. They look beautiful is also wrong. Have moms so say their daughters it. Ahem, do not tease you. Xia mother dry cough. Into the main topic laughed. Your father said today's family banquet. Let you bring Xiaoye and Xinqing Tongtong all come. When Xia Bingning heard this, her heart rose to her throat. Mom, what did you say? My dad. She asked me to bring Yi Xian home for a family dinner. Immediately after, Xia Bingning thought of Yi Xian saying that his father agreed to their marriage yesterday. It's settled. Tut tut tut. Before Xia Bingning had time to reply, the opposite side of Xia mother had already hung up the phone, not giving it the slightest chance to refuse. Knowing her own daughter, Xia mother, too well. Xia Bingning suddenly panicked. For years this is the father's first loose lips. Before that can never have. How will suddenly change the mouth? So strange. She naturally knows. 4 years ago its unmarried pregnancy on the Xia family impact how big. That year because of her, the Xia family became the entire Jinling school. Bingning's wife, what is mother-in-law looking for you for? Such a big reaction. Xia Bingning took a deep breath. My mom just called and said that my dad asked me to take you back to the family banquet. Old husband's family banquet? Isn't that a good thing? Yi Xian said carelessly. After all, his first encounter with his old husband was a complete victory. Cough. Be serious. Xia Bingning dryly coughed. You don't know my relationship with my father. For 4 years, he has never been like this. You're not afraid. When the time comes, he'll eat you. Xia Bingning was curious whether this guy really had the bottom or pretended, so sure that his father would give him a good face. Just how did he know that the person his old man had sent almost didn't get wasted by his own man with a single move? Eat me? Yi Xian smiled faintly and said in a domineering manner. Just kidding. It's not that I'm looking down on my old husband. I can him up with a single finger. Put. Seeing a certain guy's big words, Xia Bingning was amused. One finger will dry his father down. This guy can really blow. She has the most say in how powerful her father is. Not bragging can die. However, it was also this joke that made Xia Bingning no longer that nervous. Only she didn't know what her man said was true. One finger to dry down the old man. That was all light to Yi Xian. Right. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, I don't know what old father-in-law's usual preferences are. I always have to bring some gifts over. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xia Bingning nodded her head slightly. This was still like a human language. Well, my father, he usually likes to drink wine, tea and whatnot. Oh. Yi Xian froze after hearing this. Drinking and drinking tea. This old man really took up all the men's preferences. Detecting that the host wishes to give a gift to his old husband, gifting 10 kilograms of dragon ambergris mana tea and 6 bottles of Islay Island whiskey limited edition. The system pushed the gift. Hearing Yi Xian froze. Come on, now we're even saving on gifts. Only, Yi Xian didn't know how precious these 2 gifts were. Each of them had a price. And Xia's father was also greatly changed towards the son-in-law from both of them. But of course, this was all an afterthought. I'll take note. Yi Xian nodded his head and said. Xia Bingning sighed. For some reason she always felt like something was going to happen. Her father's behavior was too counterintuitive. Why did he suddenly let them go home for the family feast? Could it be that his conscience had appeared and he felt sorry for himself? Chapter 45 Extravagant Gifts Against All Odds. Shocking the old man's family. Young master, young lady morning. Arriving at the living room, the maids greeted with super sweet voices. Xia Bingning's face was slightly flushed, obviously just finished being massaged by some guy. As for what happened, this no one knew. Young lady feels like her complexion has gotten better again. So envious. The maids chattered, while Xian Tonton was playing with Chen Sueki on the lawn outside the villa, bathing in the golden sunlight picture of serenity and beauty. Baba, Mama. Xian Tonton saw that Papa Mama got up and ran over it the first time. Obviously Auntie Sueki did not smell good at once. Cousin, where are you guys going today? Chen Sueki asked as she turned on the live stream, recording a beautiful brand new day. Oh, today, we're going to your sister-in-law's house to meet your old husband. Chen Sueki. What? Cousin, you're going to your sister-in-law's house to meet your parents. The fans in the live broadcast room, too, were boiling at this moment. I'm knocking. Cousin is going to meet sister-in-law's parents. Woo woo, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Her family must be extremely rich. Cousin, may I ask if sister-in-law's family has any more sisters? I love you, sister-in-law. In just a moment, Chen Sueki's fans in the live broadcast room had risen by several thousand, and it was clear that this gimmick was unprecedentedly strong. Mama, are we really going to Grandma's house? Xian Tonton looked at her own mama. We'll be able to see Grandpa again. Aha! The corners of Xia Bingning's mouth twitched slightly. Although her father had a very stiff relationship with her for 4 years, he had no problem with the two little ones. Perhaps it was because of the intergenerational kinship. Yes, long live Mama. The two little ones were excited, completely unaware of what this trip to Grandma's house meant to Mama. Soon, the Xia family villa came near. Miss Good, arriving at the villa, the maids all had a blank look on their faces, obviously not expecting Miss to come to the villa. Aha! Xia Bingning nodded slightly, and the family entered the villa like this. Bingning, Xiao Yi, you guys are here. Xia mother had already prepared the meal and waited for a long time. Today is the perfect opportunity for her daughter to make up with her father. Naturally, she has to be more attentive. Hey, Xiao Yi has come. What gift to buy? Xia mother waved her hand and said, but still let Uncle Fu receive it. And at this time Yi Xian also saw a middle-aged man for the first time. It was Xia Guofeng, who was a half-step martial arts master. Dad. Xia Bingning took a deep breath. After all, he knew that his father had carried a lot in these 4 years. Xia Guofeng's mouth twitched. How could he really sever ties with his daughter? It's good to be back. Fu Bo at this time looked at the hands of a box of good wine. Could not help but froze. Auntie, this wine, but the Islay Island Whiskey Limited Edition. His lordship has trusted many connections and failed to buy it. You got 6 bottles straight away. Ha! Xia Guofeng heard this, and only then looked at the box of wine. But it is the limited edition of Islay whiskey that has been looking for. Master, look, Fu Bo spoke. From within it took out a bottle of Islay whiskey. Luxury fashion modeling, the bottle inlaid with 2 of the same size gold bars, and even thousands of diamonds. The whole bottle glittering. Drink a mouthful is a set of houses. Is it diamonds? Xia mother looked at the extravagant bottle, already indicating that this wine was extraordinary. Xia Guofeng's eyes narrowed while Uncle Fu was overwhelmed with emotion. Yes, ma'am. It is said that even this one bottle cost $6 million, and there is still a price for it. When converted into Chinese currency it is enough to be more than 40 million. 6 bottles here. I'm afraid the value is less than $250 million. Hiss. The maids of the Xia family villa all sucked in a cool breath. 6 bottles of wine worth $250 million. In a flash, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at their aunt. Yi Xian. You. Xia Bingning didn't expect that the wine this guy bought was so extraordinary that even his father couldn't find it after years of searching. It's too broken. Mother Xia breathed a deep sigh of relief. Not to mention this wine, I'm afraid that even the bottle could buy a few sets of villas. Let's eat. Xia Guofeng waved his hand for people to put it away. This was a good thing that he had been begging for, so naturally he couldn't miss it. Right. Yi Xian smiled faintly. I also bought some tea for my old husband. Uncle Fu can brew it and taste it. Okay, Auntie. Uncle Fu took a deep breath and nodded his head after hearing this. The lord accepting the good wine naturally recognized the aunt's identity. But when it opened the tea, Fu Bo's mouth twitched. Master, the legendary dragon ambergris mana tea. What? When Xia Guofeng heard this, he was completely nonplussed, standing up directly from his seat. Dragon's saliva mana. It is said that tens of millions of pounds of superb tea. Cough. Xia Bingning froze upon hearing this. Mom, tens of millions of kilograms, are you sure? These 10 kilograms in front of us, wouldn't they be worth 200 million? The maids, my god, worth 200 million tea, and no less than $250 million of wine. This aunt's doorstep is $450 million. Crazy. Aunt. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. But I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Ahem. Auntie you this, how to do? Uncle Fu couldn't help but sip his mouth. This handwriting is too shocking. It's not something that can be bought with money at all. Little Yi, what do you make me say? Xia Mother naturally knew that Yi Xian was doing this to give her old husband a good impression. It was just that this was too much of a bust. For a while, Xia Guofeng looked at this guy who oohed and awed at his daughter 4 years ago. His eyes all changed. I'm afraid that this kind of spending is something that the 4 major families in Jinling don't even see to be able to do. Ah Fu, go make tea. Mother Xia smiled and said, let's talk while eating. Okay, ma'am. Uncle Fu left with a faint smile. Xia Bingning's eyes were filled with emotion. Yi Xian, thank you. What's the point of thanking me? This is all what your husband should do. Yi Xian said unconcerned. The two whispered to see Xia Mother guffawed. This young couple's feelings are quite good. He. Just then, the two little ones saw the pendant in Mama's neck and curiously said, Mama, what you're wearing is so beautiful. This is Guanyin tears. Seeing the pendant around her daughter's neck, Xia Mother couldn't help but froze. Bing Ning, how come you're wearing this Guanyin tear? Mom, this is what Yi Xian got from the last auction. Then, Xia Bingning told what happened in the last auction. Everyone in the scene ended up with a face full of shock. Xia Guofeng was even full of complexity. Xia Mother came back to her senses only after a long time. Her eyes jumped straight. Ahem, this Guanyin tear Xiao Yi spent $5 billion for you to shoot. Xia Father Fu Bo looked at each other. Are seeing each other shocked. They have a strong feeling. Jinling this period of time Zhang family, Xin family as well as the Song family thing is very likely to be this kid to do. Grandma, even if you have money, you don't have to be such a loser. Chapter 46 Auntie, you call $8 billion a small fortune? Little Yi, come and eat. Mother Xia looked at Yi Xian. She was so satisfied. This son-in-law was not generally good to her own daughter. $5 billion of Guanyin tears. Buy it when you say so. Although money could not represent everything, yet it could sometimes explain a lot of things. At least, the daughter's position in its heart was far higher than 5 billion, wasn't it? Popa is great. Although Xian Tong didn't know exactly what had happened. Popa must be super awesome. It must be. This tea, it tastes quite good. Mother Xia took a sip of the dragon's ambergris manna and sipped it in retrospect. It's worthy of being tens of millions of pounds of tea. Little Yi, come drink 2 cups with me. Xia Guofeng also stopped holding back, and between Fu Bo's smiles, he opened a bottle of Ilay Island whiskey and drank it. Good. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Drinking with his old husband. No doubt this encounter would completely take down his old husband. After 3 rounds of dinner, the atmosphere was cordial. Ding bell. Until a certain moment, Fu Bo's cell phone rang. Hello, what's up? Answering the phone, Fu Bo's smiling face swished cold. What did you say? Fine. I know. As he finished hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu's face was gloomy. Master, something happened to the group. Half an hour ago, a number of enterprises that cooperated unilaterally cancelled their contracts at the same time. The group's capital chain gap is as high as 8 billion. After a pause in his voice, Uncle Fu continued, if we don't make up for it in time, the consequences are unimaginable. What? Xia Guofeng's face changed when he heard this. It must be the Song family's doing. Yesterday, Song Qintian had just suffered a big loss, and now Xia's group had an accident. If he said that it had nothing to do with the Song family, little cute, they don't believe it. Master, not only the Song family, but also the Zhao family. When Xia Bingning heard this, her pretty face turned white. Uncle Fu, the Zhao family and the Song family made a move on the Xia family at the same time. How could this happen? $8 billion funding gap. Where to get it together at this time? Xia Mother was also full of worry. After all, if the Xia group was gone, the Xia family would be finished. Lack of money? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed when he heard this. This was a good opportunity to swipe money. Auntie, thinking of this, Yi Xian took out a card. If it's money, I do have some. Uncle, there's just 8 billion in this card. First take it for emergencies. Auntie, you. Uncle Fu heard this and incredulously looked at the bank card on the tabletop. Truthfully, he didn't expect his aunt to be like this. Yi Xian, thank you. Xia Bingning's eyes were filled with emotion. Undoubtedly now was the most critical time for the Xia family. The fact that he could step in was enough to show that he had made the right choice. No way. Although Xia Mother knew that the Xia group was in dire need of money, she still had a sense of priorities. This is too much. What's more, you've already spent enough for Bingning before. It's fine. Yi Xian waved his hand carelessly. I still have this small amount of money. Just kidding. How was it possible to take it back? The money that had been brushed out with great difficulty. How could there be a reason to take it back? Cough. A small amount of money? Listening to their own aunt's words, The maid's mouth corners twitched $8 billion. That's called small money. The password is Bing Ning birthday. Looking at the bank card on the table, Xia Guofeng did not want it, but it is the life-saving money of Xia Group. Sighing, Xia Guofeng continued. That's just it. I'll take this money. However, contemplating for a moment, Xia Guofeng made some sort of determination. According to the share, in the future, Xia's group will have 20% of your shares. Ah fu. Print off the contract. Xia Guofeng thundered. Fu Bo's eyes narrowed. This way it seems that the old master is genuinely accepting the ant. This is a good thing for both the Xia family and Bing Ning. Yes, master. Uncle Fu answered and went to prepare the contract. Xia Guofeng looked at his son-in-law in front of him with mixed feelings. But at this time, Xia Guofeng received a phone call. Hello, Uncle Xia. After picking up the phone, a voice came from the opposite side, which caused Xia Guofeng to freeze. You are Qin Tian Ao. Hearing the rather familiar voice, Xia Guofeng was a bit suspicious. What could he be looking for him at this juncture? Yes, Uncle Xia still remembers me. Qin Tian Ao's attitude was very good, without the slightest bit of hostility. Tian Ao is calling because he wants to cooperate with Xia's group on all fronts. I wonder if Uncle Xia is willing. Oh, when Xia Guofeng heard this, his eyes narrowed. He naturally didn't believe that Qin Tian Ao was so nice to talk to. To know, this kid had been holding back for more than 20 years, and once he had risen to power, he directly decimated the Qin family's big house and second house, and even put his father in seclusion. So ruthless a person will not take the initiative at this time at the same time to offend the Song family Zhao family? It is hard not to. Xia Guofeng thought of something. His eyes then fell on Yi Xian. Because of this guy? Thinking about the fact that Qin Tian Ao was quite close to Yi Xian before, further corroborated his speculation. In other words, Qin Tian Ao was helping the Xia group because of Yi Xian. Thinking of this, Xia Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief. To be able to cooperate with the Qin family, the Xia clan group is naturally happy to do so. Really, opposite Qin Tian Ao's heart and mind moved. He was worried about not having the opportunity to repay Yi Xiao. Now that the Xia group was in crisis, it was the perfect opportunity to repay Yi Xiao. Not to mention the Song family and Zhao family. Even if he added the Jin Lingli family, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. And, on the other hand, the Xia family is the family of Yi Maiden. Maintain this relationship. The future of the Jinling Qin family is bound to have a lot of benefits. Little Yi, come to the study and I'll talk to you about something. Xia Guofeng thought for a moment and looked towards Yi Xian and said, Dad, you. Before Xia Bingning could finish her sentence, she was pulled back by Xia mother. The situation in the Xia family was very bad nowadays. She vaguely guessed what Xia father was meeting alone to say. Don't worry, since your father has accepted Xiao Yi, he won't do anything to him. Xia mother looked towards the study room with the door closed, then said, Moreover, Xiao Yi is, by counting, a benefactor of our Xia family. In the study, little Yi, it's just you and me now. Xia Guofeng pondered for a moment, and God breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for the 3 medicinal liquids you gave to the Xia family. This was something Xia Guofeng knew very well. Without those 3 medicinal fluids the Xia family situation was going to be much worse than it is now, even devastating. Uncle is polite. That bride price was meant for the Xia family. After a little chit-chat, Xia Guofeng got to the point. Xiao Yi, as Bing Ning's father, I have something to ask you. If the Xia family has a change of heart in the future, I want you to take Bing Ning and the 3 of them to leave Jinling as far away as possible. Obviously, the one thing Xia Guofeng was most relieved about was his daughter, Xia Bingning. Detecting that the old father-in-law has a dark disease, gifting the sacred hand of healing. As the system voice fell, Yi Xian clearly felt that there was a plethora of extra information in his mind, and when he was able to sort out the information, he looked at his old father-in-law once again and couldn't help but be stunned. Cursed needle technique. Yi Xian now level of medical skills, full of incredulity looking at his old father-in-law. So subtle needle actually contains a curse. And then Yi Xian gaze fell on the old father-in-law waist wearing a jade pendant above. Obviously it is the source of the curse, with the curse of needlework blockade dantian. This is the most insidious to the extreme to cut off children and grandchildren, the art of locking the sun. Chapter 47, a reverse heavenly opportunity for the old duke. The art of locking the sun. That's right. This was a vicious technique that Yi Xian remembered after obtaining the healing fairy saint hand. This technique needed to be used as a guide to seal into the artifact. The longer the holder wore it, the better the effect of the cursed needle effect. Just exactly who had cast such an outlawed technique on the old father-in-law's house. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly. This was not on his mind. After all, there was something wrong with him and the Xia family that was smaller than the probability of world destruction. Many thanks. Xia Guofeng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Although nowadays, the Xia family has 2 martial arts masters, plus he is a half-step martial arts master. but the situation in Jinling today is not fully grasped. If so, there are forces outside of Jinling involved and everything is not known, so it is also considered to be safe. Right, uncle, can this jade pendant lend me a look? Yi Xian spoke. His eyes fell on the old man's jade pendant above said, because the words accompanied by the old man has already had a great impact on the old man. Jade pendant? Listening to Yi Xian's words, Xia Guofeng was stunned, gaze then fell on the waist above the jade pendant, contemplating for a moment. Good, this jade pendant is my Xia family's token. Does Xiao Yi not recognize it? Xia Guofeng asked suspiciously. This jade pendant is the Xia family ancestry. It is said that holding this token in the future can recognize the ancestor. Of course, as for the authenticity of the unknown, and he naturally did not know that this jade pendant from the outset is an evil conspiracy. Received the cursed jade pendant. Yi Xian body buzzing a tremor. Cursed needle method immediately surged into Yi Xian Dantian. So also is Yi Xian art high people bold. Otherwise ordinary people then absolutely by the locking of the art of the young trick. Yi Xian's eyes condensed. An extremely strong breath spread out with its center. Click. The floor of the study was overwhelmed and sent out cracks, then spread throughout the entire room. The rich astral energy surging around his body. The sudden scene really stunned Xia Guofeng. Xia Guofeng saw this scene. Full of shock look at Yi Xian, eyes have changed. Martial arts master. No, this is even stronger than a martial Dao sovereign. It's hard not to be. Martial Dao sovereign grand circle. Indeed. This moment Xia Guofeng was shocked too. If so, their Xia family crisis is not seen unsolvable. After all, this kind of strength in the imperial capital are extremely strong existence. How old is this prospective son-in-law in front of his eyes? And how old can he be with the strength of a martial arts master? Given that the host absorbed the curse technique, the realm has been raised to the early stage of martial spirit. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at his hands incredulously. Originally thinking of solving the hidden dangers for his old father-in-law's family unintentionally, he directly broke through the martial Dao Grand Master perfection. Early martial spirit stage. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yi Xian's strength has increased by at least several times now. It is evident that even though martial Dao Grand Master and martial spirit early stage are separated by a thin line, the gap is like a cloud of mud. Little Yi, what exactly is your strength? Xia Guofeng incredulously looked at Yi Xian in front of him. Really, from Yi Xian's body pressure alone will give him inexplicable fear. This kind of feeling he has never had. Cough cough, old father-in-law is sorry. Converging his breath, Yi Xian dryly coughed. What's that? The strength is almost martial Dao Grandmaster perfection. Against a half-step martial Dao Grandmaster is not a problem. PFF. Xia Guofeng almost didn't choke on his own saliva. Although what Yi Xian said was already very conservative, it was still an unprecedented shock to him. What? Comparable to a half-step martial arts grandmaster? Although I don't know whether it's true or not, but from the cracks that covered the study and the pressure just now, it's not far from the truth. Even if it was all that hard to understand. Right, uncle. Yi Xian then landed his gaze on the old father-in-law's dantian and narrowed his eyes as he narrated. Is it true that every once in a while the dantian will sting unbearably? Boom! At these words, Xia Guofeng's mind roared with disbelief. How do you know? Not only is the tingling pain in the dantian unbearable, but after each time, the qi is no better than before. Only this matter he never mentioned to outsiders. Even Xia mother did not know, which made him look more highly at his future son-in-law. Daughter, this is picked up a treasure. I'm not hiding it from uncle. You've been hit by a curse. Yi Xian didn't hide it. He told the matter of the jade pendant. And there was also the art of locking the yang. After all, this matter was of great importance. He didn't dare to hide it in the slightest. In this way, it could also increase his impression. It's why not? Dan Gang. When Xia Guofeng heard this, the jade pendant in his hand directly fell off the ground. At this moment it's no longer calm, insidious to the extreme, severing the children and grandchildren. Cursed needle blocking dantian. Although I do not know what kind of technique this is, but it is absolutely incomparably vicious. A flash of stern aura emerged from between its eyes. No wonder. Xia Guofeng thought about his ancestor. His face turned white. No wonder the Xia family's ancestral heritage was nearly severed so many times. It actually came out on this inheritance token. Uncle, the curse on the token has now been removed. But the person who gave this to the Xia family had malicious intentions. Hearing this, Xia Guofeng nodded silently. Of course, he knew that if it wasn't a fluke, I'm afraid that the Xia family's legacy would have long since been severed. But the existence of someone who could make such a damaging object, I'm afraid that it's extremely uncomplicated. At least, far from the present-day Jinling Xia family can compare. Weekday uncle wear jade pendant for a long time. The dantian has long been cursed needlework invasion. Otherwise, pausing his voice, Yi Xian solemnly said, Uncle, I'm afraid that the Xia family's inheritance will be broken by Bing Ning. What? Yi Xian nowadays extraordinary strength. A glance to see the cursed jade pendant problem, which makes it had to be solemn. No wonder all these years desperately inherited incense still did not conceive a child. It turned out that the culprit of everything was because of this jade pendant. However, leave this matter to me. Yi Xian smiled faintly and continued. Curse needle removal will ensure that uncle will hold a big fat boy in less than 3 years. Snort. As the voice fell, Yi Xian's right hand took out a golden needle, and then wrapped it in a body enhancement liquid and disappeared into the various acupoints in the old father-in-law's dantian, and the power chi even then surged into it, absorbing the remaining curses within it as much as it could. And such a tactic looked staggeringly obvious to Xia Guofeng. Buzz. In Xia Guofeng curse all removed that moment, the body breath suddenly just like this into the martial arts master, all the water into a smooth. Of course, also have Yi Xian use physical enhancement liquid sake. Quietly, Yi Xian also changed the fate of the old man's family, and at the same time, also trickled into a bigger vortex. Taking a deep breath, Xia Guofeng suddenly felt that his breathing was smooth, and the whole person was more relaxed than ever by an unknown amount. Martial Dao Master, little Yi, nothing more to say, a great favor is not appreciated. For a moment, Xia Guofeng was grateful. Such a good son-in-law in the future, whoever snatches it from him, he, Xia Guofeng, annihilates whoever it is. Chapter 48. My husband is good to me. Is it wrong for me to be proud? Xia Guofeng was convinced at the moment, completely convinced. If it wasn't for Yi Xian, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know how their Xia family would be gone in the future. Ding! The host spent 8 billion renminbi and gained 80 billion renminbi in wealth. Right at this moment, Yi Xian's ears heard the system consumption rebate sound. Hearing its mood 1 point better. Following that, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early martial spirit. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God level car skills, God level cooking, God level massage, God level treasure appreciation. Sound, God level beasts, Kato finger permanent experience, music omnipotence, medical fairy saint hand. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million stretched Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement liquid, 1 case of Indian divine oil, God extinguishing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, wealth, 271, 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Then, Xia Guofeng left the study with Yi Xian in a good mood. How could he not be happy that the Xia family's inheritance was expected? And also, the most important thing, his daughter had found such a powerful son-in-law. In the future, the Xia family had a few more points of self-preservation in Jinling. This is, Xia Bingning looked at her happy father in a daze. She had never seen him this happy. That guy. How did he do it? Ahem. Master this. Uncle Fu returned with the contract and happened to look at this scene, then looked at Yi Xian with deep meaning. This auntie is powerful. Can't help but secretly thumbs up for the aunt. This is only how long. The old master will be accompanied by the aunts happy. So not the average person can do. What's the situation? Xia mother apparently at this moment also froze. Can't. Xia father what nature she too know. Can let it so. Visible their son-in-law is very extraordinary. For a while, Xia mother looked at Yi Xian's eyes that is called mother-in-law to see son-in-law. The more you see the more satisfied. After dinner, in Xia Bingning's boudoir in the Xia family villa. Hubby, thank you. A little. Xia Bingning emotionally moving eyes said. Her own man can make her father so happy. Obviously the happiest is her. All said. I am your husband well. Favored scraped down the stunning beauty agaric nose. Spoiled, husband is not good for you. Who is good for you? And, after a pause in the voice, doting pinched the absolutely beautiful wife's face. Gangster bad threatened, in the future and then to your man this polite. Careful will be punished. Oh, you, poof. Listening to a certain guy's snickering words, Xia Bingning's face turned red and rolled her eyes. I'm not afraid. Ding bell. Between the two little couples being mushy, Xia Bingning's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was her best friend's phone call. Hey, Shi Xiang. Answering the call, Xia Bingning's face was flushed and said, like she was being putty with her own man being seen by her bestie. Bingning, didn't disturb you and your husband's rest. Suddenly a word. Listening to Xia Bingning face reddened. That niece which pot not mention which pot. Shi Xiang, what are you saying? Xia Bingning deep breath. Just flirting now feel all unfulfilled sweetness. Finished. How can have this feeling so strange? After talking for a while, Li Shixiang took a deep breath and entered the main topic. I heard that the Song and Zhao families have blocked the business of the Xia family. The Xia group's capital chain gap is not small. I have some money here. Almost $5 to $6 billion. I'll transfer it to you first in case of emergency. After a pause in her voice, Li Shixiang apologized. The old man that fox. Ironically sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers. I'm sorry, can't help you too much. This, Xia Bingning heard, heart inexplicably touched. Girlfriends, this move is undoubtedly the rhythm of breaking with the family, poetry love. No need. The matter of money has been resolved. Then, Xia Bingning told the matter of Yi Xian's capital injection of $8 billion to the Xia clan group. Listening to Li Shixian's entire body was confused. Even through the screen Xia Bingning could think of her best friend's expression. However, of course she couldn't accept this money. After all, her best friend's situation wasn't easy either. What? Li Shixian directly sat up from the futon, her face full of incredulity. Bing Ning, your husband is so rich. 8 billion ah, give it when you say so. Bing Ning, not me. This husband of yours is also too spoiled for you. For a while, Li Shixian were quite envious. Her own BFF's husband was 10,000 times stronger than that Song Wenhao. No, at least 100 million times stronger. Of course, if Song Wenhao knew about this scene, I don't know if he would get up and fight with Yi Xian. Granny, I've already gone offline. Don't be so ruthless. That's, Xia Bingning heard, face not red heart not jumping haughty, my husband. Not to me, good to who is good. That kind of haughty appearance, like saying my husband is good to me. I am proud of the problem? Suddenly take for granted to see the Yi Xian are stunned. This niece, when did you get the hang of it? Li Shixiang, your husband is rich and good to you. You're awesome, right? For a time, Li Shixiang speechless sourly. Seriously, this kind of super favor and hoity-toity husband, afraid that there is no any girl can refuse it. Good guy. He left Jinling this time. Girlfriends, exactly how to discover this kind of a potential stock. Good envy. Too envious how to do? You two are flirting. I'm the light bulb out. Sighed. Li Shixiang is hung up the phone, but left the opposite side of the dumbfounded Xia Bingning, staring at the phone in a daze. This. What light bulb Poetry is not a misunderstanding of what Chapter 49, that guy. You deserve to die of exhaustion. The next day, early morning. Good morning, miss. Good morning, auntie. The maid's sweet voices rang out, but then whispered, wow, miss looks better than yesterday. So envious of miss, auntie T. Awesome. Yesterday should not be less exercise it. Miss so happy. My future boyfriend to be half as powerful as auntie. I can wake up smiling in my dreams. Listening to the muttering of the maids, Xia Bingning was so shy that her toes could pick out 3 rooms. Seriously, at that moment she had the urge to hang these maids up and beat them. She is at least an employer. It's too much to talk about the master like this. However, why is it that instead of being angry, she felt sweet and strange? How could this be? Who? Smoothing out her mind, Xia Bingning saw Uncle Fu and asked suspiciously, Uncle Fu, where are my parents? Oh, Uncle Fu looks deeply at his young lady and aunt. Can't help but sigh, or young good obviously rightfully blindly guessed what happened last night. After all, he is a person who has been there, who has not been young. Mrs. Master took Xin Tontong out to play. Xia Bingning heard, without traces glared at someone, afraid of disturbing them? At this moment it's a strong urge to whack Yi Xian to death. Damn, she was going to get up long ago. It's all because of this guy. Bad death. Uncle Fu, we'll leave first. Weighing a moment, Xia Bingning pulled Yi Xian's hand. Small wolf is fleeing the scene. 36 plans to go on. Until, leaving the villa, Xia Bingning only relaxed down. Look at you. Good job. They all misunderstood. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes. Yesterday I knew that I would not cooperate with that guy. Next time must pay attention to not let him get away with it. Misunderstanding? No, right. Yesterday obviously you said don't stop. Xia Bingning. In the middle of talking, the two of them arrived at the Imperial Prosperity Group. Squeak. As the supercar stopped and pushed the door to get off, Xia Bingning froze. Emperor Pro Group. What are you doing here? Obviously, the next thing Yi Xian wanted to do was to show off his identity to his own wife. And by the way, this operation of swiping money was something that he had already utilized in a smooth manner. Good day, boss. 2 people entered the Emperor Lin building, arranged on both sides of the welcoming young lady respectfully bent. But the words heard, Xia Bingning brain boomed. Pretty face is full of dismay. Old, boss, what is the situation? The Emperor Lin group of people called this guy boss. This, entering the elevator, Xia Bingning's stunning face was filled with disbelief. Yi Xian, you are the boss of the D Lin group. Not bad. Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth, then dotingly pinched the face of the absolutely beautiful beauty. How about it? Your man is awesome. Xia Bingning's mind was dumbfounded. Earlier she had learned that Emperor Prosperity Group had risen to prominence and she was worried. Who would have thought that it actually belonged to her own man? In fact, this news is too abrupt for her, and the impact is not generally small. Awesome, your big head ghost. I'm so angry. You actually hid it from me for so long. Humph. Xia Bingning puffed her pretty face to the side. A baby angry. You have to coax me. Look. This kind of behavior, If let the outside world know may want to envy the death of how many people, but unfortunately now only cheap someone. Of course, she was extremely shocked in her heart. That guy actually has such a big industry. Cannot help but heart is also surging with pride and pride. His own man is so powerful. She has no reason to be happy than ah. Ding! Just at this moment, the elevator came to the top floor of Emperor Lin Group. Yi Xiao, you are here. Good day, young lady. The elevator door opens. A beautiful woman respectfully bends over. This person is the Emperor Lin Group President Mu Hanxue. Learned that Yi Xiao visit Mu Hanxue has been waiting for a long time. Not long after, came to the president's office. Bing Ning, this is the president of Imperial Prosperity Group, Mr. Mu. Yi Xian introduced with a slight smile. As for the identity of Xia Bingning, Mu Hanxue naturally already knew. Mu Hanxue greeted with a slight smile. Young lady, you call me Hanxue, or Xiao Mu can. Mu Hanxue bowed in a very respectful attitude. After all, this is Yi Xiao's woman. She would not dare to make a mistake in the slightest. Moreover, Yi Xiao had the favor of knowing her. She didn't want to make Yi Xiao and the boss's wife unhappy because of herself. After a few sentences of conversation, Yi Xian got to the point and took out 2 contracts. This is Jinling Supercar Club Equity and the 1000 June Liquor Building Equity, HM. Looking at the wise and intelligent Mu Hanxue in front of him, Yi Xian nodded slightly. These 2 will be merged into the D Lin Group in the future. Jinling, the Supercar Club. Xia Bingning looked at one of the contracts, her face full of incredulity. Yi Xian, last time you bought your cousin a supercar, you wouldn't buy someone else's club down. Obviously, at this moment, Xia Bingning realized something. Yeah, buying one by one is too troublesome. Yi Xian waved his hand, looking at Mu Hanxue, the corners of her mouth twitching. This Yi Xiao isn't a little too ho. Buying one by one is too troublesome. It's true that Yi Xiao's happiness she can't experience. Xia Bingning, too troublesome? Is this guy crazy? Froze between. Yi Xian then began to brush the money operation, and then took out a bank card. Cold Snow. The next Emperor Lin Group task is to open a chain of Qianjun winehouse. This 10 billion when the startup capital. 1. 10 billion. Xia Bingning, who has not yet come back to her senses, her beautiful eyes shrunk again, incredulously looking at Yi Xian. This guy, exactly how much money? Last night just gave Xia Group 8 billion. Right now it's tens of billions again. 1000 June Liquor House Chain. This guy really dare to think, not to mention the previous girlfriends. Is the 4 major families in Jinling also dare not so boastful? To know, to create 1000 gentleman liquor building kind of top luxury liquor building chain stores, the money invested is like a bottomless pit. However, Xia Bingning does not know. Just 1 year 1000 gentleman liquor house will be blossoming in China and even countries. Of course, this is the aftermath. Chapter 50, I wanted to let you off the hook, but you came up to seek death yourself. Yi Xiao. This. Mu Hanxue also froze. 1000 June Liquor House Chain Store. If this can be done, Emperor Lin Group will definitely be the king of Jinling. Hanxue will live up to Yi Xiao's trust. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanxue clenched her pink fists and secretly made up her mind. Bing Ning, you visit the group. I'll go to the restroom. Good. Xia Bingning was also very curious about this group of her mans. After all, nowadays, D Lin Group is the biggest dark horse in the Jinling business world. Young lady, this way please. Mu Hanxue had the eyesight to personally lead the way, and Yi Xian also lifted his foot towards the direction of the restroom. However, he was naturally not going to the restroom. A few minutes later, a certain long corridor on the top floor of the Emperor Prosperity Mansion. After coming for such a long time, come out. Yi Xian's flat voice resounded in the center of the field, but with a crash about 10 people appeared at both ends, intercepting Yi Xian's path. Slap. Right at this moment, an applause sound rang out, followed by a sinister shadow coming close. This person was none other than Zhao Yuzhu. Kid, hello again. Zhao Yuzhu looked at the field with a cat playing with a mouse. Clearly she was certain of Yi Xian in front of her, at least in her opinion. Oh, seeing the person who came, Yi Xian froze. It was Zhao Yuzhu who he had smacked away in the Thousand Monarchs wine mansion earlier. Poof. Seeing that Yi Xian's face was full of indifference, the eyes of one of the top experts beside Zhao Yuzhu flashed sternly. Miss, I'll come to meet him. Snort. The figure flashed, and in the next moment brought a fist to viciously smash at Yi Xian with great speed. Snap. Before that person could get close to him, he was directly smacked by Yi Xian and flew out, and even he fainted before he even had the chance to let out a scream. What? Zhao Yuzhu beside the other 2 top experts' face changed greatly, eyes full of horror. Impossible. That kid is actually a martial arts grandmaster. They wouldn't perceive a mistake in that fleeting moment of astral chi that had just passed by. Martial arts master. Zhao Yuzhu's pretty face changed, and then it was filled with hideousness. It's you. You're the one who killed my brother Wen Hao. Previously, she was only skeptical, but now she was incomparably sure. Sort of. Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Yuzhu. From the beginning to the end, this kind of goods were not in his eyes. Kill him for me. Zhao Yuzhu's face was filled with resentment, and the Zhao clan's group of experts hesitated for a moment, clenching their teeth and killing Yi Xian stiffly. However, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, flexing his fingers. The next moment a dozen God-extinguishing needles didn't enter the eyebrows of the crowd, followed by mournful screams resounding through the arena. Zhao Yuzhu's horrified gaze, including the two top experts Zhao family people, all turned into flying ash. Obviously the God-destroying needles quenched above the bone-devouring scatter. A dozen shovelfuls of flying ash drifted down. Zhao Yuzhu flopped to the ground, her face full of fear, looking at Yi Xian as if she was looking at the devil. You, how is it possible? At this moment, Zhao Yuzhu was afraid, truly afraid. I wanted to let you off the hook, but I can't help it that you came up here on your own to seek death. Between words, Yi Xian walked towards Zhao Yuzhu, and at this moment, Zhao Yuzhu had a heart in her throat, and her pupils suddenly shrunk. What are you? What are you doing? I'm warning you. I'm the daughter of the Zhao family, one of the four great families of Jinling. Swish. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Yuzhu. Your Excellency, you've gone too far. Do you know the consequences of offending the Jinling Zhao family? Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yuzhu seemed to have grabbed a chance of life. Donor Qian, help me kill him. Snap. Before the Qian provider who appeared in front of Zhao Yuzhu had a chance to speak, directly Yi Xian slapped him into a blood mist. Not bad. It was exactly a blood mist. Ah! Screams came out mournfully, as the Qian confessor's blood splattered all over Zhao Yuzhu. The whole person was stimulated like never before. It's impossible. You're not a martial Dao sovereign. It's impossible for a martial Dao patriarch to slap a half-step martial Dao patriarch Qian confessor into a bloody mist. Exactly who are you? Zhao Yuzhu's words just fell. A golden aura pierced through his brow. Bone-devouring scatterings, horrifying corrosive power erupted. Treating the enemy, Yi Xian never left his hand unattended, even if it was weak. Zhao Yuzhu, you shouldn't have offended me. And even more so, you shouldn't harbor ill intentions towards Bing Ning. Glancing at Zhao Yuzhu, who was on the verge of death, Yi Xian laughed in a cloudy manner. But don't worry, the Zhao family will soon give you a burial. The mournful sound ended. Zhao Yuzhu had already turned into a shovelful of flying ash. In response, Yi Xian's state of mind didn't have the slightest ripple, including the half-step martial Dao master that he had just slapped into a bloody mist. After all, not to mention a half-step martial Dao master, even a martial Dao master perfection in front of Yi Xian would only become blood mist. Ding! The host spent 10 billion renminbi and gained 100 billion renminbi in wealth. Under the luck, an invisible aura. The smell of blood mixed with flying ash dissipated invisibly. The ear hears the sound of 10 times rebate. Yi Xian mouth corners of the smile is 1 point thicker. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Early Martial Spirit. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to Tomato Reader. Great. Ability, Divine Car Skill, Divine Cooking, Divine Massage, Divine Treasure Appraisal. Voice, Divine Beast Royalty, Kato Fingers Perpetual Experience, Musical Omnipotence, Medical Sage. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million stretched Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement liquid, 1 case of Indian Divine Oil, God Extinguishing Needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, wealth, 361, 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was quite emotional. Early martial spirit? I'm afraid that the entire Jinling doesn't even have a martial grandmaster, so one can imagine what kind of existence he is to Jinling. It can be said, all the clans in the entire Jinling combined are not Yi Xian's enemy in one move. However, martial Dao grandmasters and even experts of the martial spirit realm definitely existed. At the very least, that caster who gave the jade pendant to the Xia family's ancestor. I'm afraid that all of them were at least martial spirits or higher, even though that was already a few hundred years ago. Master. But at this moment, God 7 appeared in the middle of the field and knelt down on one knee. Long before his master came here, he had already emptied the Emperor Prosperity Mansion of people. He naturally watched the scene just now in his eyes, especially the image of his master smacking a half-step martial Dao master into a bloody mist, which shocked him even more about his master's strength. The Divine One boss could not even do so. The master's strength was at least that of a martial Dao grandmaster. Looking at Divine 7 in front of him, Yi Xian nodded slightly, his gaze looking in the direction of the Zhao family and Jinling. Since Zhao Yuzhu sought her own death, then the Zhao family will be destroyed. Yes, Master, Divine 7 respectfully answered, then narrowed his stern aura. Subordinate will immediately contact Boss Divine 1. Go. Yi Xian waved his hand, looking at the empty field. turned around and walked towards the direction of the president's office. Leaving for too long, Bing Ning's wife was probably going to be waiting impatiently. All respectfully send off the master. God 7 respectfully bent over to send, until Yi Xian left the field of vision, which only returned to God over, full of blazing eyes. Master, truly a strange man. Jinling looks like it's going to become the three great families. Chapter 51, Ice Ning's wife. What do you mean count me in? D Lin Group. Outside the president's office. Yi Xiao, go slowly. Mu Hanxue bowed, and then rose behind the special secretary. Lily took a deep breath. Originally thought that the president was pretty enough. Did not think that Yi Xiao's woman was even prettier than the president. Right. In the elevator, Xia Bingning curiously said, just went to a toilet. So long? Yeah. Yi Xian waved his hand carelessly, then said, how awesome is your family man's inventory? Don't you know? Xia Bingning, listening to a certain guy's words, Xia Bingning's face flushed red and glared at him. Put, you're going to die. Actually saying words of tigers and wolves on such an occasion. Indeed, Xia Bingning's heart snapped. This guy really dared to say anything outwardly. Really? At this moment, Xia Bingning had an unprecedentedly strong urge to bite him to death. Only she knew that in this place with surveillance, she absolutely could not do that. The words of a tiger and wolf? How come? I'm just telling the truth. Yi Xian on the other hand said without caring, hearing Xia Bingning's brain a mass of black lines. Count on you. Okay. Xia Bingning was genuinely afraid, and didn't dare to dwell on this topic with this guy anymore, for fear that he would say excessive words again. Bingning wife, what do you mean count me awesome? Big hand wrapped around its unbearable surplus of slender waist, magnetic voice beside its delicate earlobe said, tonight, husband let you see how powerful your man is. You, Xia Bingning's slender hand pinched at someone's soft underbelly, her face flushed red, her head was floating with a scene that might happen in the evening. That wipe of flavor was beautiful, that big soul, damn it, just know how to bully yourself, humph, just, why are you still enjoying yourself? Xia Bingning, you are sick. Jinling, Zhao family manor. What did you say? In the villa, Zhao family head Zhao Tianlong stood up with eyes full of anger, the aura of a top expert permeating around him. Yuzhu took the money donor to the Imperial Prosperity Group, looking for someone to seek revenge, hasn't returned yet, and the money confessor can't even be contacted. How dare you? Zhao Tianlong's eyes were filled with killing intent. In this territory of Jinling, moving my Zhao Tianlong's daughter, looking for death. Is that so? Right at this moment, a voice came from outside the villa, then 5 figures appeared in the field, and the one at the head was none other than God 4. PFF. The man, covered in blood, came in from outside the villa and fell down at Zhao Tianlong's feet. Master, dead, all dead. That top expert gurgled and swallowed saliva, looking at God 4 and the others in horrified fear. They killed all the Zhao family's experts. Boom. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's mind rumbled a white. What a joke. Their Jinling Zhao family is one of the 4 great families. There were more than 300 second-rate experts, and even more first-rate experts were nearly 100. 1 martial arts grandmaster, 4 half-step martial arts grandmasters. Feeling the aura of God 4 and the others, Zhao Tianlong's heart sank. This kind of lineup was stronger than any of the 4 major families in Jinling, and more importantly, these people were at most over 30 years old. Jinling Zhao family, blame your good daughter for offending my master. Master? Zhao Tianlong's heart sank. Being able to control the Zhao family for decades, he was naturally not a cutie. Right now the martial arts master honored his master. That person's background was definitely high and scary. Your Excellency, if you and the others retreat here, I can pretend that today's matter has never happened. Family master, before the top master's men could finish, they were directly glared back by Zhao Tianlong with a glare. Shut up, able to bend and bend. A character. God 4 narrowed his eyes slightly and continued. But, unfortunately, Master wants your life. Kill, don't leave a single one behind. Yes, God 4. The 5 figures turned into streams of light and killed towards Zhao Tianlong and the others, which caused Zhao Tianlong to fill his eyes with a stern look. Bold, since it's like this, let the fish die. Swish, as Zhao Tianlong's voice fell, a figure appeared beside him, and Zhao Tianlong bent respectfully. Second uncle, I'm troubling you. No problem. The Zhao clan Martial Dao Patriarch's face was icy cold. Then let's fight. The Martial Dao Patriarch aura permeated the air, which made Zhao Tianlong's heart feel greatly relieved. The 2 Zhao clan's secret half-step Martial Dao Patriarch offerings on the side swallowed their saliva and held back from fleeing. One battle. You're also worthy. God 4 glanced at the Zhao family's Martial Dao Patriarch and raised his hand to slam out a fist with great speed. Not good. Before the Zhao family Martial Dao Patriarch could react, he was smashed in the center of his mouth by a fist, his heart bursting on the spot, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Put, you, late martial grandmaster, how is it possible? With a strong unwillingness, the Zhao clan's martial arts patriarch turned into a corpse and was killed by a single blow. Second uncle. Looking at the Zhao family martial Dao patriarch being killed, Zhao Tianlong's face was filled with a grimace. Bastard! I'll let you all be buried with me. Touching my Zhao family, my son Yu Yun will make you pay in blood. Kill! Just as Zhao Tianlong made a move, it was a tang blade that chopped his head off. The top expert directly perished, and it was one of the 72 divine guards that made the move. Snort! After 10 breaths, everyone in the Zhao family was exterminated. Looking at the field, God 4 narrowed his eyes. Zhao Yuyun? God 4. Zhao Yuyun is the eldest son of the Zhao family, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association inspector. Oh, hearing his men's words, God 4 pondered for a moment. I didn't expect this Zhao family to be quite uncomplicated. Keep a close eye on this Zhao Yuyun. Once discovered, kill him on the spot. God 4 did not have the slightest regard for the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, not to mention the inspector. Even if the entire Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association offended his master, he would not hesitate to wipe it out. Yes, Divine 4. Then, God 4 and the others left the field, leaving behind a thick, sky-high smell of blood spreading across the 4 poles. Swish! Not long after the group of people left, a group of people appeared in the field. If Xia Guofeng was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was the Song family's second master, Song Qingtian, who had provoked the disruption. This is, Song Qingtian looked at the field with disbelief on his face, and soon his men looked grave. Second master, the Zhao family has been destroyed. The Zhao family's martial grandmaster and half-step martial grandmaster experts, all of them were killed. Hiss! Song Qingtian sucked in a breath of cool air. For a moment, his calves were turning, and his back ridge was in a cold sweat. What a ruthless tactic. Jinling, it's really an eventful fall. Song Qingtian naturally realized the seriousness of the matter. Its ability to thunder the Zhao family to extinction. That would be enough to extinguish their Song family. Withdraw. Face icy cold. Song Qingtian did not dare to delay the slightest bit. If those crazy people kill back, I'm afraid they all have to die. However, he did not know that the extermination of the Zhao family is the person he stirred up to kill. If he knew, I wonder if he would still be so calm. Chapter 52 Song Family Ambitions. Elder Song appears. The Zhao family was destroyed, and Jinling was shaken. Immediately after, the Zhao family's industry was eaten up by various forces in Jinling, with the Song family profiting the most, followed by the Imperial Prosperity Group. Jinling, Song family estate. Big brother, what are you doing here? Song Qingtian looked at his big brother Song Qingyang in shock. Too high profile. He's never thought that after his big brother learned that the Zhao family had been destroyed, he would actually get nearly half of the Zhao family's industry in such a high profile, which would have unimaginable consequences if the forces that had destroyed the Zhao family learned about it. To know, although their Song family is the Jinling hegemony level of existence, but also not to the point of covering the sky with one hand, if this time by the forces of all sides of the group attacked, then their Song family will most likely step into the dust of the Zhao family. High profile? Song Qingyang heard his second brother's words and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Prime, this is nothing. To this day, there are some things you should know. Song Qingyang spoke, and then brought his second brother to a secret room in the villa. While hearing his big brother's words, Song Qingtian frowned tightly, obviously not understanding what medicine his big brother was selling in his gourd. However, although suspicious but still follow the big brother and go. Entering the secret room, the lights within it were brightly lit. Father, arriving in the secret room, Song Qingyang respectfully bent over, yet these words caused Song Qingtian to tremble, then incredulously looked towards the old man sitting on the eunuch's chair, his heart full of shock. Big brother, father, didn't die. Song Qingtian's eyes widened, feeling that the whole person was like a dream. To know, in his cognizance of his father has not already passed away for more than 20 years, and now actually appeared in front of his eyes. Ask, how can he be calm? Prime Sky, how come you don't recognize your father? Familiar voice ringing in the ears, Song Qingtian was struck by lightning. Long-lost address, which made him have a little tears. Plop. Song Qingtian knelt on the ground with both knees, his eyes full of excitement. Father, it's great that you're not dead. Second brother, this is actually all father's layout. Song Qingyang looked at his second brother who was full of excitement. He wasn't surprised. After all, the night of his father's death back then, he was even more shocked than Song Qingtian was now. But that was all in the past, because next, the time for their Song family to rise was coming. Back then, father faked his death to make the Song family the weakest existence of the 4 great families. Listening to what his elder brother said about the layout back then, Song Qingtian took a deep breath, and also realized why his elder brother was suddenly so high profile, and the source of everything was clearly his father's existence. Father, you are already at the late stage of martial grandmaster. Moreover, besides you, there are 2 other martial Dao sovereigns in the Song family. Indeed, this information was too great of an impact. 3 martial Dao sovereigns, and father was even in the late stage of the martial Dao sovereigns, not to mention overthrowing the Zhao family. Even overthrowing the other 3 great families of the Jinling would be able to do it. Great! The more he thought about it, the more excited he was. Even Song Qingtian's mind had already floated the picture of their Song family uniting Jinling. That scene imagining made him incomparably excited. It's a pity. Wan Hao was assassinated. Elder Song sighed, and hatred surfaced on Song Qingyan's face. Father, I've been checking during this period of time, and Wan Hao's death is in all likelihood related to the Xia family. Not bad. Song Qingtian took a deep breath. Father, that Xia Guofeng actually stepped into a half-step martial arts master. It's highly likely that there exists a martial Dao sovereign master expert in their Xia family. Elder Song waved his hand. It's natural that he didn't put it in his eyes. After all, he could kill an ordinary martial Dao sovereign with a single move. It doesn't matter. Contemplating for a moment, Elder Song continued. Next, the Song family's task is to exterminate the Xia family and annex their industry, but to do so at the smallest cost. Prime. After a pause in his voice, Elder Song narrowed his eyes in the direction of the Xia family. That daughter of Xia Guofeng, you will tie her up. With her threat, it's impossible for Xia Guofeng not to react. Elder Song said so. Moreover, he heard that Xia Bingning had given birth to 2 sinners. She had fallen even more watery, and he was going to enjoy it then. It was also counted as celebrating his re-emergence from Jinling. Yes, father. Song Qingtian's eyes flashed with essence, and the delicate figure of that watery daughter of the Xia family surfaced in his mind, so he naturally wouldn't let go of such a person. Elder Song thought of something and then said, to ensure everything is safe, this time I will have a martial arts master buddy accompany you. Really? Song Qingtian's eyes sharpened when he heard that there was a martial Dao patriarch pressuring him. Thank you, father. Imperial Abyss 1 Villa. POA. Ma. Xan ton sa papa mama come back. Intimate mama. That kind of appearance made the maids envious. If it was possible, they all wanted to be the young master's daughter. Xan missed you all so much. Aha, so did Tong. The 2 little ones were talking to each other as Yi Xian carried one in each hand into the villa. Young master, the meal is ready. Sumu Yu's sweet voice rang out, drawing people's imagination. Such a picture was really enviable. Aha, Yi Xian faintly smiled. The family enjoyed a quiet dinner. From time to time, 2 little ones giggled from the table. The atmosphere was unspeakably good. After dinner, in the room, come, wife, hubby help you massage, you're exhausted from the day. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes. Massage? This guy's mouth is a ghost of a lie. I don't know how long. This is to lay down the flag. Xia Bingning is all the energy snuggled in the arms of a guy beautiful sleep. Or perhaps as the absolute beauty of the wife would have been a little sleepy. However, at a certain moment, a touch of imperceptible killing intent from a distance, although very light but still by Yi Xian perceived. After all, now he is the realm of the martial spirit expert. It seems that there are still martial arts masters. Thinking about this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved meaningfully. There are quite a few people looking for death recently. Since you've come, then stay here forever. Carefully placing the absolutely beautiful beauty, Yi Xian put on his clothes and flashed like a ghost and disappeared into the room. This trip he had only one purpose, and that was to kill people. But the other side of the martial arts master with the martial arts master rushed to Song Qingtian do not know. What kind of nightmare is waiting for them next? Chapter 53, Make a move. Block my move to spare your life. Deep in the jungle, at the back of the Imperial Abyss Villa, swish, Dao figures appeared in the field. The one at the head was none other than Song Qingtian, who had hurriedly rushed here from Song Jiaoyuan. As soon as he thought of Xia Bingning's stunningly beautiful face and delicate body, he couldn't wait to immediately make her submit to his crotch. My lord, this time I'm troubling you. Song Qingtian took a deep breath. His gaze aiming in the direction of Emperor Yuan's villa was vaguely blazing. No problem. The martial arts master waved his hand carelessly, then said, back then, your father saved my life, so this small matter is not enough. Song Qingtian narrowed his eyes at this. All these years of his father's traveling turned out to be for this reason. 2 martial arts masters, it seems to be the favors that his father had accumulated over the years. He had to say that his father's tactics were too high. Xia Bingning, Song Qingtian's eyes flashed sternly, murmuring, tonight, I will make you ascend to the ultimate bliss. Who? Right at this moment, that martial grandmaster looked somewhere if he felt something, and a person suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Song Qingtian searched his eyes and his eyes narrowed. Yi Xian, it's you. Obviously, Song Qingtian knew the Yi Xian in front of him. After all, this was the person that Xia Bingning had fallen for, and he was very jealous. That's right, because it was this brat who had slept with that beauty for an unknown number of times. and when Yi thought about it, he couldn't wait to break this brat into pieces. Oh, seeing the person in front of him, Yi Xian saw that his eyebrows were similar to Song Wenhao's for a few moments. You're from the Jinling Song family. Poof. Song Qingtian smiled coldly. Count on your eyesight. Say, did you kill Wenhao? Song Qingtian's gaze locked onto Yi Xian. This question was important to him. Song Wenhao? Hearing this, Yi Xian said indifferently without caring. How should I put it? He wasn't killed by me but died because of me. Indeed. A monstrous killing aura surged around Song Qingtian. Kid, die. Kill him for me. Yes. Second master. The faces of the Song family's group of experts were icy cold as hundreds of people swarmed up, the weakest of which were all first-class experts. Comparing the number of people, Yi Xian smiled faintly, and in the next moment, a dozen figures ghostly appeared in the center of the field, ghostly as if they were killing chickens and slaughtering dogs to launch a massacre on the Song family's experts. In an instant, all of the Song family's 100 or so assassins were dead, and in the middle of the field stood a dozen divine guards, the leader of which was none other than the martial Dao Patriarch level God 10. What? Song Qingtian's entire body was dumbfounded, looking across the room in disbelief, his eyes widening to the extreme. More than a dozen half-step martial grandmasters. Impossible. Escape. The 5 top experts of the Song clan's faces changed drastically. Who are you kidding? A dozen half-step martial Dao masters. They didn't have the slightest bit of courage to continue fighting against each other. Thinking of escaping, it's too late. A flat voice rang out as Yi Xian snapped his fingers and 5 god-destroying needles disappeared into the brows of the 5 top experts. Ah! Miserable screams emanated out, and in the horrified gaze of Song Qingtian, the 5 top experts of the Song clan were directly devoured by the bone-devouring scatter and turned into flying ash. Gulp! Swallowing saliva. This moment Song Qingtian calf stomach cramps. Horse, that kid is still a person. Martial arts master, right? Yi Xian calmly looked towards the martial Dao sovereign beside Song Qingtian and hooked his arc. Make a move. Block my move to spare your life. Really? That martial Dao Patriarch's eyes glowed with essence. He naturally understood at this moment that this guy's methods far exceeded his imagination. This was it after all. He was a martial Dao Patriarch, so he naturally had a few moments of self-confidence. Snort. The voice fell. That martial Dao master's killing move had arrived. A dagger with astral energy attacked Yi Xian. Snap. Before that martial Dao master could react, Yi Xian had already slapped down. Just like this. Song Qingtian's eyes were filled with horrified gazes as he saw the martial Dao Patriarch that he looked up to actually being slapped into a bloody mist by Yi Xian, and even the dagger he was holding was slapped out of existence. Miserable screams didn't even have time to issue. Fear. Boundless fear surged to his heart. Song Qingtian couldn't even speak properly. What exactly? What realm are you in? Joking? Slapping a martial Dao sovereign into a bloody mist? What kind of power is this that a martial Dao sovereign perfection could do? Don't tease. It's hard to go beyond martial Dao Grandmaster. Are you? Martial Dao Grandmaster. Thinking of this, Song Qingtian's pupils suddenly shrunk, gulping and swallowing saliva. A 23-year-old martial Dao Grandmaster. Bastard. This cannot exist even in the imperial capital. Looking at the horrified Song Qingtian, Yi Xian's face was as normal. I wonder, have you ever experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death? What are you going to do? Ah. Song Qingtian just finished speaking. A god-destroying needle did not enter its heart. Immediately after, Song Qingtian incomparably stabbing pain to look at the heart. The next moment, Hooray saw the heart was corroded by the bone-devouring scatter. The strange thing was that no blood flowed out, but rather, the flesh and blood directly turned into flying ash. Yi Xian, you shall not die a good death. Song Qingtian finally knew what that bastard meant by the feeling of being on the verge of death. That guy was the devil. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. For the enemy he would not leave his hand, then flexed his fingers and flicked a copy of the physique enhancement liquid just like this didn't enter Song Qingtian's body. Rich vitality repairing its injuries, but could not be repaired to turn into flying ash and blood and flesh. The most terrible thing is, this kept Song Qingtian in an absolute state of wakefulness every moment. Hiss. God 10 looked at the field of mouth twitching, suddenly felt the back spine cold. I drop a mother master is too ruthless. That guy is now even death has become a luxury. Kill me. Yi Xian. I beg you, kill me. Ah, after a minute or so, it was as long as a century to Song Qingtian. In the end, his head was engulfed by the bone-devouring scatter and turned into flying ash, which completely evaporated. And this scene would definitely make the entire Jinling and even the imperial capital turn upside down if the outside world were to see it. Let's go. Yi Xian flashed away from the scene. Even God 10 didn't react. Ahem, master, so strong. God 10 coughed dryly. The scene that had just happened was like a movie playing in front of his eyes. It would become an experience that he would find hard to forget for the rest of his life. Ding bell. Not long after Yi Xian left, he received a phone call. Hey, Han Shui. Obviously, the one who called was precisely Mu Hanxue, the president of D Lin Group. There must be something on the phone at this point in time. Yi Xiao, sorry for disturbing you. After a pause in her voice, Mu Hanxue then said, today, Emperor Pro Group received an invitation to the Jinling Underground Auction. I don't know if Yi Xiao is interested in attending. At that time, it is estimated that all the top forces in Jinling will be there. Oh, Yi Xian heard a stunned, underground auction. This kind of brush money excellent opportunity cannot be missed. Thought of here the corner of the mouth cannot help but hooked up the curvature. Just do not know this time whether someone unlucky. Chapter 54, Underground Auction. Small profit of 150 billion. The next day, early morning. What? In the secret room of the Jinling Song family estate, Song Qingyan was filled with disbelief. Everyone within the second master, all of them can't be contacted. Okay, I know. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingyan's face was filled with gravity. Father, this. Before Song Qingyang could make a sound, Elder Song put up his hand to stop it. I've contacted them. I can't get in touch with the martial arts masters who went with Prime. I'm afraid they have met an untimely end. Elder Song's face was filled with gravity, though he didn't want to admit it. How could that be? Song Qingyang's eyes widened, filled with horror. Father, who could have caused a martial arts master to meet an untimely end? If this was true, I'm afraid the Song family would be in big trouble, regardless of whether it's true or not. With immediate effect, have all of the Song family's experts return to the manor. No one is allowed to go out. Yes, Father. Song Qingyan's face was filled with gravity. He certainly knew what this matter meant. The Song family shook at the same time. The Jinling Underground Auction. Squeak. The Devil's Son stopped at the entrance of the auction, and Mu Hanxue was already waiting for a long time. Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xian, Mu Hanxue respectfully bent over and didn't dare to overstep the mark by a single bit. Let's go. The two were then guided by the staff to a private room and pushed open the door. Yi Xiao, a young man trembling from the seat, stood up. This person is the current Qin family head Qin Tian Ao. If the outside world know Qin Tian Ao, this posture will be shocked off teeth. How is the Qin family now? Looking at Qin Tian Ao in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xiao, everything is on track for the Qin family. Pausing his voice, Qin Tian Ao continued. Moreover, the Qin family has already established close cooperation with the Xia family. Well done. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out 2 copies of the physique-enhancing liquid. This one won a reward for you. Han Shui, there's also a share for you. Thanks. Yi Xiao, Mu Hanxue and the two of them glanced at each other, both respectfully bending over, even though they didn't know what this was. You guys got lucky. God Six glanced at the two from the side. Those who are not trusted by the master will not be bestowed with this kind of good stuff. Drink it, it can be wonderfully useful. A little while later, buzz, buzz, both Mu Hanxue's bodies trembled, followed by a wave of fluctuations surging from their bodies. This is a first-class expert. Qin Tian Ao's eyes glowed with essence. The two of them took a deep breath and thumped one knee on the ground. Yi Xiao's gift. We dare not forget it. Get up. The two then got up and stood at Yi Xian's side, but they did not dare to trust their seats. Welcome all guests. Come to participate in this Jinling Underground Auction. The following auction, the first lot. Jinling No. 1 land. Auction reserve price 2 billion renminbi. Each time the price increase is not less than 500 million renminbi. Wow. The moment these words came out, the room was in an uproar, and the eyes of the people fell towards the auction seat screen with fervor. Good big money. Jinling No. 1 land. That's a piece of fat land. Actually, it's the Jinling No. 1 land. Mu Hanxue's beautiful eyes froze. Yi Xiao, if Emperor Lin Group owns this land, it will be like a tiger with wings. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled faintly and said with deep meaning, then buy it. $3 billion. But at this time, a familiar voice resounded in Qin Tian Ao's ears. Qin Tian Ao tightened his eyebrows and looked towards a certain box. Chen Xiaoqiu. Is he? Yi Xiao. That person is from the Chun family in the imperial capital. The Qin family's big house mother family. Oh. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Coming to Jinling at this juncture, he was afraid that he was coming from a bad place. 5 billion. However, this has nothing to do with him. It's best not to mess with him or else he doesn't care about the imperial capital Chen family. Qin Tian Ao. Well, it seems that his reminder is completely redundant. But with Yi Xiao's tactics, that Chen Xiaoqiu was afraid to be in bad luck. Even the Chen family is afraid to be in trouble. That kid, a bit interesting. Imperial capital Chen family box. Chen Xiaoqiu looked towards Yi Xian's box, and at this time behind him a martial arts master expert frowned. Young master, that box seems like Qin Tian Ao is also there. $6 billion. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoqiu narrowed his eyes. He had come to Jinling in order to find a way to take the Qin family's property under the Chen family's name. 10 billion. In the box, Yi Xian pontificated, not the slightest bit distressed by the bidding. After all, he would only earn more. Jinling didn't expect there to be such a rich young man. Chen Xiaoqiu played with the jadeite wrench. 11 billion. The moment these words came out, the room was filled with a shock, but they knew that this person came from outside of Jinling. Except that the Jinling Qin family, that third house ruthless kid, was not an oil lamp. 15 billion. Mu Hanxue heard here cooing and swallowing saliva. Yi Xiao crazy. This Jinling no. One land where worth so much money. At most not more than 13 billion. Auctioneer heard this price, mouth corner twitching. Grandmother drop. That person is not Qin Tianao, actually so bold. Ding. The host consumed 15 billion renminbi and gained 150 billion renminbi in wealth. At the same time as the outside world shook, Yi Xian's ears resounded with the rebate sound, which was very pleasant to hear. Following that, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early martial spirit. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God-level car skills, God-level cooking, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal. Sound, God-level beasts, Kato finger. Permanent experience, music omnipotence, medical sage. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physique enhancement liquid, 1 box of Indo-Germanic oil, God extinguishing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, wealth, 496, 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's smile grew 1 point thicker. Perhaps it won't take long to become a trillionaire. Approximately, the auction ended after more than an hour. Young Yi, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Qin Tianao's face was gloomy. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqiu had obviously brought people to surround them. Yell, isn't this the third house waste of the Qin family? Chen Xiaoqiu came into the arena, his mouth full of sarcasm, and at this moment behind him there were already 2 martial arts masters. This was clearly his backbone. I said that Qin Beichen's trashy cousin was destroyed, so it's because you climbed up to the little white boy. Snap! Before Chen Xiaoqiu could finish his sentence, he was directly slapped by Qin Tianao and flew out. Even the 2 martial Dao sovereign masters of the Chun clan in the sudden scene were not expecting it. Qin Tianao, you punk dared to hit me. Chen Xiaoqiu climbed up in a sorry state, his eyes filled with disbelief as he realized that Qin Tianao was actually a first-class expert. Disrespecting Xiao Yi, I'll kill you. Qin Tianao's eyes glowed with coldness. He naturally knew why Chen Xiaoqiu had come on this trip. Since that was the case, he would strike first. Unbridled, a martial arts master of the Chun family had an icy cold face. Raising his hand, he was about to blast Qin Tianao to death. Boom! Not waiting for that martial Dao patriarch to get close, he was directly smacked into a bloody mist by Yi Xian. Another Chen family martial Dao patriarch who originally wanted to make a move had his eyes jumping wildly. What? Martial Dao patriarch was smacked into a bloody mist by a slap. That guy. It's hard not to be a martial Dao grandmaster. Snort. The blade flashed by, and before this horrified martial Dao patriarch could return to his senses, he was killed by Shen Lu in seconds, blood spurting from his neck. God Six coldly looked at the martial Dao grandmaster's corpse, eyes full of contempt. What class? Dare to make a move against your master. Chapter 55 Yi Xian. You. Bad. You. Chen Xiaoqiu looked at the field, his entire being dumbfounded. Who the hell are you guys? Terrifying. Too terrifying. As a first-class family youngest in the imperial capital, he had seen many masters, martial arts grandmasters. Their imperial capital Chen family had a number of hands, and his grandfather was even a half-step martial arts grandmaster. You don't deserve to know yet. The bottom of Qin Tianao's eyes flared up with a vicious aura, holding a dagger and lifting his foot forward, his eyes full of killing aura. Qin Tianao, you, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, I'm the eldest young man of the Chun family in the imperial capital, and my grandfather is a half-step martial arts grandmaster. If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure the Qin family is annihilated. Snort. Qin Tianao did not hesitate for a minute. The blade flashed and blood splattered. Chen Xiaoqiu's pupils suddenly widened, full of disbelief staring at Qin Tianao. That waste he couldn't see eye to eye. Actually really dared to kill him. Puff. Chen Xiaoqiu's body smashed into the ground. Qin Tianao seemed to have used up all his energy. At this moment, 3 black ons flashed by and then the bone eater scattered on the 3 people. Zilala. 3 seconds later, there were 3 more shovelfuls of flying ash on the ground. Voodoo. Mu Hanxue. 2 people swallowed saliva looking at the field, eyes full of horror. Yi Xiao, this means so ruthless. Destroyed the body. Not even the dregs left. Cannot help but tremble. Grandma, if they later betrayed that the end is definitely worse than Chen Xiaoqiu's stream, although they do not have the slightest betrayal of the heart. Let's go. Looking at the 3 shovelfuls of flying ashes, Yi Xian said flatly, after all, this was not the first time he had destroyed a corpse, and certainly not the last. As for who would be the next to have this treatment, this no one knew. In front of the Imperial Abyss 1 villa, squeak, the sound of the Demon Sun supercar rang out as Yi Xian returned to the villa near the end of the night. POA. Xa and Tonton had been waiting for quite a while, as they had called Popa to know that he would be back soon, and they waited. Properly 2 little cotton patties, looking at the maids with envy. Even Xia Bingning on the side was sour and so angry. She didn't have this treatment. Where did you go? Looking at the 2 little guys muas with their own men mama. Xia Bingning did not have a good temper. A whole day are. How? Want your husband? In front of the eyes of the absolutely beautiful wife angry appearance, Yi Xian put down the 2 little guys who kissed its charming face, however, but attracted Xia Bingning a blank stare. Face halo red 1 point. This guy crazy, actually in front of the 2 little guys kiss their own. Heartbeat so fast, how can this happen? Oneself actually, do not resist at all. Indeed, Xia Bingning froze to her own reaction. Gulu, the 2 little guys' little belly protested and screamed. Then good-looking big eyes stared at Yi Xian. POA, we want to eat the noodles under you. He, good. Favoringly rubbing Xa and Tonton's head, he laughed. Baba will make it for you guys. Undoubtedly, this moment Yi Xian proper daughter slave. See the side of Xia Bingning snorted a smile. Can let this guy so estimated that there are only 2 little ancestors. Of course, no one can believe that it is such a super warm man who just slapped the martial arts master into a bloody mist. After dinner, the 2 little ones went back to bed with the Muyu housekeeper. For a while, Xia Bingning's heart was in her throat, as if she knew what kind of experience awaited her next, as it hadn't been a day or two. Pattering. After the sound of water, Furong absolute beauty appeared in the bedroom. Every time this nymphette appeared to make Yi Xian's eyes light up, and today Xia Bingning he put on the fun pajamas. It had to be said that it was 1 point more charming. Oof. Feeling a certain guy's gaze, Xia Bingning hummed. Of course she knows how much charm she has at the moment. Just that she herself doesn't know why this is like this. Completely involuntary to make it so. Perhaps, it's because she likes to see that guy being charmed by himself, right? Ring. At some point, a video hit, and the video was answered. Mom. Hearing the words of a certain guy, Xia Bingning face a dizzy. That guy actually connected to the future mother-in-law video. Crazy ahem. Ye mother saw the video son and daughter-in-law sleep. Did not see the granddaughter realized what, especially to see the daughter-in-law fun pajamas secretly. This little couple is quite good at playing. However, this daughter-in-law is a thief beautiful. Chat for a while. Yi Xian know the purpose of the mom phone. Obviously want 2 little ones. Really? At a certain moment, when Yi mother heard her son's words, her face rejoiced. Tomorrow you bring Xa and Tonton to Jianchana. That's great. Then it's settled. I'll not disturb your rest. Pay attention to moderation. Said. Yi mother is hung up the phone, but is Xia Bingning face tongue red. Shrimp. Moderation point. Granny this. Not to say too obvious it. Look at you. Pick up anti-phone you cannot go to the balcony viciously glared at someone. Xia Bingning then realized something bad. I just wore clothes where auntie all see. This. Yi Xian. You. Bad. Thinking of this, Xia Bingning hated to find a crack in the ground. How would she face her mother-in-law in the future? So want to strangle him. What to do? Yi Xian froze upon hearing this. I'm not taking this pot. The clothes but you yourself took the initiative to wear. You are naked. Before he could finish, he was covered by Xia Bingning's mouth. You can die without talking. Viciously glared at someone. That guy is too bad. Damn it, can't give in to himself. Come on, wife let husband kiss. I don't want to. Well, just like this, some warmth is inevitable, and then escalated into a tug-of-war. 100,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning, the golden sunlight poured out. Another day full of vitality. The beautiful girl opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the handsome side face beside her. She couldn't help but bend the corner of her mouth into a charming arc that made the bright sunlight dim. That moment was beautiful to the extreme. This asshole is really taking advantage of not enough. Xia Bingning's head was like a movie floating in last night's scene. Perhaps because she knew that she had to be separated from this guy for a few days. Yesterday she was very cooperative. It was also so, but let a certain guy greatly take advantage. Although, she wasn't repulsed. After breakfast, the 2 little ones packed their bags early, knowing that they were going to grandma's house. They were overjoyed. However, it would be better if they could get to Guishu village faster. Looking into the distance Yi Xian murmured, detecting the host's dissatisfaction with speed. granting 300 million Thunderbolt-armed helicopters. Ding! Remind the host that the Thunderbolt-armed helicopter God V will arrive at the villa in 5 seconds. Please get ready. Cam. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian couldn't help but stare. Meow. Is this letting himself drive a helicopter home? Chapter 56. With me here, you can't die. Great anti-husband. Huffing. At a certain moment, a helicopter came from the distance at the first moment stunned everyone. This is helicopter. Sumuyu somewhat realized what the corners of her mouth slightly twitching. It's hard not to be Yi Xiao called. Yi Xiao. After stopping, God 5 came to the ground respectfully bent over. Xiaobing Ning froze. Yi Xian, you're crazy. No matter. It doesn't cost a few dollars. Do not care to wave his hand, which makes Xiaobing Ning rolled his eyes. This is not yet a few money thing. Cannot be Loki point. Wow. What a beautiful helicopter. Xian Tonton was excitedly looking at the helicopter at this time, clapping her little hands. Popo was too awesome. It's actually. This time they flew a helicopter back to Grandma's house. Yay. Papa. Awesome. As he spoke, the two little ones had already boarded the helicopter. God 5 smiled slightly. Master, this is also too much to spoil the two little masters. Bye bye ma. The helicopter hovered and took off. God 5's piloting ability was extremely good, higher than those special class pilots. Young master, take care. The maids looked towards the helicopter's departing direction with eyes full of envy and admiration. Sending off. Do you like it? Seeing the two little ones curiously sizing up the helicopter, Yi Xian smiled. Aha. The two little ones nodded their heads with little chicken pecks. They super liked it. Half a day later, at the entrance of Guai Shu village, woof, a black dog, while on the opposite side was a pack of 50 or 60 dogs. Pups, let's go together, the black dragon said in a domineering manner. Dozens of dog packs heard their big brother's words and hollered as they swarmed up, their fighting strength killing the unusual dogs by a dozen streets. For a while, dust flew. Ouch. Soon, less than a minute, dozens of dogs were abused by the black dragon, wailing continuously. Big brother is awesome. So powerful. Little brother admires. The dozens of dogs looked at big brother black dragon's eyes, their pupils filled with admiration, huffing and puffing. At this moment, the sound of a helicopter broke through the silence of the field. Under the strong wind, the dogs were full of vigilance. This is their territory. It's the boss. The black dragon now has amazing eyesight. Feeling the familiar scent, woofing and barking. Shrimp, the boss is back. Dozens of dogs barked excitedly, looking at the village chief under the gazebo watching the dogs fight. The old man and others were stunned. This picture, so familiar. Susu landed and the airwaves calmed down. He, did little black miss us? Getting out of the helicopter, Xian Tonton looked at the mighty black dragon and ran over with her little feet. Ow. When the black dragon saw the two little masters, its pupils suddenly shrunk. Boss, help. With a whooshing sound, the wolf fled. It didn't want to be caught in the clutches of its little master's demon. Ooh, it's really the Yi family boy. Village chief, old man and other people have been shocked to get up. Good guy last time drove a Rolls Royce. This time are driving on the helicopter. And this modeling at a glance is super expensive. Greetings. Yi Xian looked at the two little guys chasing the black dragon's super exquisite bamboo house direction. Woof. Approaching the exquisite bamboo house, the black dragon attracted the attention of Yi father and Yi mother. Grandma. Xian Tonton opened her little feet and ran to her grandmother. The black dragon was like an amnesty, instantly did not smell. You kid. Quite a prestigious awe. Touching the black dragon's head, casually feeding the physique enhancement liquid, the black dragon gulped and swallowed. Woof. The black dragon screamed and thanked the boss, following which its circumference was suddenly surging with a super strong aura. If an expert saw it, he would be shocked. It was clearly the body protection astral chi. Moreover, the strength of the astral deities far exceeded that of an ordinary martial arts master. Ha! Yi mother saw and did not drive to, could not help but frown. You guys, how did you get here? Where is the car? Confirmed several times, asked suspiciously. Grandma, you don't know that we are riding a helicopter this time. The two little guys twittered. But it will be Yi father, Yi mother to the shock. Put. Ahem. Yi father looked at his son in a daze. Brat, you bought a helicopter. How much does that cost? You know, in his impression, helicopters that are the standard equipment of super rich people. It's not much. Big tens of millions. Yi Xian waved his hand and said. However, it made Yi father almost didn't throw a shoe at him. Big tens of millions? Not much? I'm dropping a mother, yeah. Defeat. Damn it. Is this still his own son? After talking for a while, Yi mother prepared a table of food. Right. Yi mother thought of something and looked at her son. Xiao Xian, it just so happens that you and Xian Tonton are here. After dinner go to Jiancheng Hospital to see your great aunt's husband? Great auntie's husband? Yi Xian froze upon hearing this. Others didn't know. but he was very clear that his great-aunt husband that was a half-step martial arts master's existence. Strong as an ox, how could he be sick? This matter, it cannot be that simple. Yi mother contemplated for a moment, then said, I'm not sure exactly what the reason is. It seems to be on a mission. In the afternoon, Jiancheng Hospital, Intensive Care Ward. Zi Yen, how is your father? Yi mother came to the hospital and asked with a sigh. Her brother-in-law, but he had been hospitalized for some days. Still the same. Lin Ziyan's eyes were red. Her father was the backbone of the family. Not long after, her great-aunt Tang Xiaoting also came out of the hospital room, her face full of sorrow. Xiao Xian, you're here. Tang Xiaoting looked haggard and had lost at least 10 pounds in weight. Go see your great-aunt's husband. Sighing, Tang Xiaoting spoke. Yi Xian nodded his head, then he arrived at the hospital room. Great-auntie's husband. Yi Xian greeted. As Lin Zhanghai heard Yi Xian's voice, a glint of brightness rose in his eyes. Little Xian, you're here. You this. Under careful scrutiny, Yi Xian's heart sank. What a vicious tactic. 5 poisons Tianshui. No wonder the great-aunt's husband is like this. This is an existence that even martial arts masters can't carry. Xiaoting, you guys go out. I'll talk to Xiao Xian for a while. Seeing her husband, Tang Xiaoting sighed and nodded. He had loved Yi Xian since he was a child, and it's not weird for that. Brother-in-law, then we'll go out first. Yi mother glanced at her own son, obviously asking him to enlighten his great-aunt's husband. Soon, only 2 people were left in the ward. Xiao Xian, ahem. Before he could speak, Lin Zhanghai coughed violently, his face abnormally flushed. After slowing down for a long while, this opened his mouth. I don't have many days left. Letting you come is, after I die, you help me take care of your cousin and their mother. Die? Hearing his great-aunt's words, Yi Xian hooked up a taboo arc. With me here, you can't die. Great-aunt. 5 poisonous celestial water. Incomparably difficult to resolve. Colorless and tasteless, ultimately resulting in the corrosion and ulceration of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels and death. What? Lin Zhanghai's face changed drastically when he heard his nephew's words. 5 poisonous celestial water. Xiao Xianyu. Shocked. Lin Zhanghai was too shocked, because this name he was still told by the reclusive old man after he was poisoned, only for Yi Xian to tell with a single glance the poison he was suffering from, and it wasn't that he was sick. This poison, I can cure it. Yi Xian did not say much. His right hand flipped, dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand. The next moment did not enter Lin Zhanghai all around the body of the big points. There he was in the big anti want to die are difficult. Chapter 57 Toxicity into the body. Stepping into the peak of martial spirit? Little Xian, this means of yours. Lin Zhanghai was incomparably horrified, because controlling dozens of golden needles to precisely pierce into the major acupoints at the same time. This hand alone was enough to explain everything. Great-auntie's husband, take this medicinal liquid first. Yi Xian took out a copy of the physique-enhancing liquid, and Lin Zhanghai looked at his nephew with deep meaning, followed by a heavy nod. Good. Buzz. Just after the liquid was taken, Lin Zhanghai's eyes flashed with a bright aura, because under the guidance of the golden needle, the poison in his body was actually gathering at a visible speed, and the damaged organs and bowels were all being nourished at a visible speed. Following that, Yi Xian introduced the 5 poisons Tianshui into his body, detecting host of poison into the body, realm elevated to peak martial spirit. Sure enough, feeling the strength that had strengthened by an unknown amount, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was really an unexpected delight. Yet, Lin Zhanghai's face regained its redness at this moment. This is martial Dao sovereign. Lin Zhanghai's eyes were filled with dismay and he clenched his hands. Not only had he had the 5 poison heavenly water solution, but his strength had actually stepped into the martial Dao sovereign. Even the years of dark diseases were gone. This means was a miracle. Ka-ching. Right at this moment, a wave of astral chi broke through his body, followed by cracks appearing on the ground under Yi Xian's feet, which then spread out. Big Dipper chi outward. This. Lin Zhanghai looked at Yi Xian in shock. Little Xian, you, surprisingly, you're a martial grandmaster. Are you kidding? A 23-year-old martial Dao sovereign. My god, this couldn't even exist in the Imperial Capital Martial Association. Great auntie, this is my biggest secret. 4 years ago, I worshipped under a master. Having already thought of what to say, Yi Xian explained, but it made Lin Zhanghai even more shocked. What? 4 years ago? My goodness, that means Yi Xian has become a martial arts master in just 4 years. I see. There was a long moment of silence before Lin Zhanghai reluctantly accepted this information. 5 poison heavenly water. If it wasn't for you, little Xian, this time, I'm afraid I'd be in deep trouble. Lin Zhanghai smiled bitterly, and then narrated. A month ago, I was poisoned by a big figure of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association due to offending him. Listening to Lin Zhanghai's words, Yi Xian was also enlightened. However, I'm afraid that a big shot who could have the 5 poisoned heavenly waters would have a strength that was above that of a martial Dao grandmaster. Of course, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that Lin Zhanghai was still the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association inspector. As for the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association vice president was just a cover-up. One had to say that Great Auntie's husband was hiding deep enough. At a certain moment, Yi Xian detected a killing intent that was rapidly approaching in the distance, and it wasn't disguised in the slightest. Great Auntie husband, it seems that even if you are poisoned, someone is still killing you to silence you. Oh, hearing this, Lin Zhanghai's eyes flared with coldness. Xiao Xian, you mean someone is coming to kill me? Jiangcheng Hospital, deep in the jungle at the back of the mountain. Swish, Dao figures appeared between the jungles. The leader of the group was a young man with the aura of a half-step martial grandmaster, and beside him, there were likewise 2 other martial grandmasters. Inspector Zhao, the hospital ahead is where Lin Zhanghai is. One of the martial Dao patriarchs said respectfully, although Zhao Yuyun was only a half-step martial Dao patriarch. His master was the vice president of the Imperial Capital Martial Dao Association, an existence of a martial Dao grandmaster. Very well. Zhao Yuyun looked towards Jiangcheng Hospital and smiled coldly. I didn't expect that this Lin Zhanghai had been hit by Master's 5 poisoned heavenly water and actually didn't die. But good. After a pause in his voice, he flooded with a cold aura. Let this inspector personally slaughter him. Zhao Yuyun. The sound of violent anger spread. Then Lin Zhanghai couldn't hold back his anger as he looked at the man in front of him. He was the one who injured this scumbag before he was poisoned by that big shot from the Imperial Martial Arts Association. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yuyun was filled with disbelief. Lin Zhanghai, you are actually fine. Shocked, Zhao Yuyun looked at the guy in front of him who was as good as nothing, and his heart set off monstrous waves. How is it possible? After being hit by the 5 poisons Tianshui, how can you be fine? Yet, hearing his great aunt's words, Yi Xian froze. Zhao Yuyun? Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xian continued. You're Jinling Zhao Yuzhu's elder brother. Right, that leaky fish of the Zhao family. Boom. At these words, Zhao Yuyun's face was filled with shock as he looked at Yi Xian incredulously. Who are you? How do you know my identity? The Zhao family's entire family had been exterminated, and now he was the one who wanted to kill Lin Zhanghai and then he would go to the Zhao family to avenge his clansmen. Want to know? Yi Xian hooked up the corner of his mouth and laughed playfully. I killed Zhao Yuzhu, and I destroyed the Jinling Zhao family. Put. When Zhao Yuyun heard Yi Xian's words, a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out. His face instantly became hideous. The one who exterminated my Zhao family's entire clan is you. Die. Zhao Yuyun's eyes were full of killing aura. Yi Xian didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to this. After all, it's not even 100,000th of a threat to him. Great Auntie, Zhao Yuyun is yours. Yi Xian's gaze then fell on the 2 martial Dao masters. I'll take those 2 martial Dao masters. Ka-ching. As his breath surged, the ground cracked underneath Yi Xian's feet. Looking at the 2 martial Dao sovereign masters, their faces changed drastically, because they felt a strong to extreme threat from Yi Xian, which meant that this son's strength was above theirs. Die. The 2 martial Dao patriarchs looked at each other and blasted up towards Yi Xian with all their might. Their means were extremely ruthless. Once they hit 10 deaths. Snap. Between Zhao Yuyun's cold smile, before the 2 martial Dao masters could react, under the crisp slap, the 2 martial Dao masters were directly slapped into a bloody mist by Yi Xian, and the rich bloody odor drifted all over the field. What? Lin Zhanghai's entire body was dumbfounded, gulping down saliva. Little Xian this is. Deeply sucking in a breath of cool air, he stared at his nephew in horror. 2 martial Dao masters, slapped into a bloody mist with a single move. This strength. It was at this moment that Lin Zhanghai realized that his nephew in front of him was 10 times stronger than he thought. Zhao Yuyun's entire body was dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xian dead in disbelief. Martial Dao Grandmaster slapped into blood mist. You can't be a martial Dao Grandmaster. Poof. Lin Zhanghai snorted coldly and walked towards Zhao Yuyun. His nephew was so powerful, he had to do something. Lin Zhanghai, you think it's this inspector's opponent? Pooh. Before he could finish, Zhao Yuyun had already sprayed a mouthful of blood. Following that, he looked at his heart. He felt his heart being blasted. Martial Grandmaster. Gang Qi lingered. Zhao Yuyun's eyes were filled with horror. Lin Zhanghai, you actually stepped into the martial Dao sovereign. My master won't let you guys go. With a strong unwillingness, Zhao Yuyun flopped into a cold corpse and fell to the ground. Thus the Jinling Zhao family was completely annihilated. Chapter 58. Let my second aunt husband have no foothold in Jiangcheng. What kind of thing are you? Jiangcheng Hospital, Intensive Care Ward. Creak. The door to the room opened. Yi Xian and Lin Zhanghai had long since returned for a long time. Room check. Lin Zhanghai, the attending doctor, brought the interns and nurses to check the room. A little while later, Ms. Tang, Your father seems to have recovered from his illness. Dryly coughing, Dr. Zhuang looked at Lin Zunhai with a face full of oddities, although he didn't know what had happened. But it's indeed fine now. What? Hearing the attending doctor's words, cousin Chen Xian's pretty face was filled with excitement. Dr. Zhuang, are you serious? My father is cured. Cough cough. Dr. Zhuang smiled awkwardly, as this matter was also puzzling to him, but the data wouldn't lie. You can go through the discharge procedures today. Great. The elder aunt cried tears of joy, and then went with the doctor to open the discharge form. Rong Changkong, don't go too far. Right at this moment, second aunt Chen Bingda's angry voice was heard from outside the intensive care ward. Do you really think that I, Chen Bingda, am easy to bully? Big deal. The fish is dead. After hanging up the phone, the second aunt's husband's face is ironic. The second aunt sees this. The Rong family threatened you again. Second brother-in-law. What are you doing? Ye father was a bit confused when he saw his second brother-in-law's appearance. It was the first time he had seen him so angry. Cousin sighed and explained before the crowd understood. Rong's group actually wants to forcefully acquire your building materials company. Ye mother's face grave. Rong's group that is the richest in Jiangcheng. Battle of power. The Rong family really think they can cover the sky in Jiangcheng. In view of the host's loved ones encountered a threat. Gifted Rong Changkong criminal evidence. Oh, hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Good guy, this is the rhythm of letting himself be in the limelight again. Moreover, by the way, he could also swipe a lot of money. Mom, take it easy. Yi Xian hooked up an untraceable arc and continued. Second aunt's husband. Cousin, I know quite a few people in Jinling. I'm going to meet that Rong Changkong. This, not good, right? Chen Xiaoyang furrowed his brows. Last time they already owed their cousin a great favor. Now they could be embarrassed to ask for his help again. And this time the matter was not trivial. Little Xian, you, Lin Xian wanted to say something, but was pulled back by her great aunt, looking at her nephew with deep meaning. With his means, that is, Tenrong family is not its opponent. Unhindered, Yi Xian waved his hand. Chen Bingda pondered for a moment. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Xian. Watching a line of people leave, ye father ye mother could not insert words for a while. As for Lin Zhanghai's complexion glowed brightly, with Xiao Xian's means, that the Rong family is afraid to be finished. Half a day later, in front of the Rong group, squeak, a lengthened Rolls-Royce stopped. Yi Xian's trio got out of the car, and beside them, the driver who drove the car was clearly followed by none other than Divine Nine, who was responsible for protecting his parents. Little Xian, what next? Chen Bingda looked at the Rong's group building. His heart was bottomless. After all, this was the dominating presence of the business sector in Jiangcheng. Second aunt's husband, just leave it to me next. Yi Xian's gaze landed on the Rong's group mansion. When dealing with an evil person, you have to be more evil than him. Yell, if it isn't Mr. Chun. At the entrance of the first floor hall of the Rong group, a group executive's mouth was filled with sarcasm. What? Licking your face too? Snap. That executive hadn't even finished speaking. He was directly jerked aside by the Divine Nine and flew out 5 or 6 meters away. Blood spat out of his mouth for no money. If not for the fear of having a bad influence on his master, that person would have long since been slapped into a mist of blood. Asshole. The executive's face was as fierce as a mad dog. He was Rong Changkong's beloved. Security guards. Waste them for me. How dare you? At this moment, more than a dozen security guards surrounded the Divine Nine. Waste them. With a clatter, more than a dozen security guards swarmed, but the strongest among them were only second-rate experts. Snap 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 snap. In an instant, more than a dozen security guards were all wiped out, lying on the ground and wailing in pain, looking at everyone in the Rong's group building dumbfounded. That guy, so powerful. Voodoo. Second aunt's husband. Two people looked full of incredulity. This, Xiao Xian actually had such a powerful henchman. Go. Yi Xian lifted his steps towards the elevator, and a tunnel had automatically appeared where he passed. Damn it, they wouldn't dare to offend this bogeyman. Not long after, the chairman's office of Rong's group. I'm sorry, sir, you can't. With a bang, Shinjio directly slapped up. The door to the chairman's room was directly smashed through, then guarded the door. Rong Changkong saw the sudden appearance of the unconscious special secretary. The bottom of his eyes flooded with anger. Chen Bingda, how dare you? Are you tired of living? Smiling coldly, Rong Changkong continued. Now, it's best to immediately merge your building materials company into my Rong group. Otherwise, I'll let you have no foothold in Jiangcheng. He, a mere Rong family. Yi Xian looked at Rong Changkong. The corner of his mouth arched, making my second aunt's husband have no foothold in Jiangcheng. What kind of thing are you? You. Rong Changkong became furious and looked at Yi Xian angrily. Snap. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Xian placed a bank card on the table. There's $1 billion here. The Rong group will be my second aunt's husbands in the future. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Rong Changkong laughed back in anger. Kid, what a big mouth. Although their Rong's group was not as good as Jinling, but it also had a market capitalization of $4 to $5 billion. Obviously it did not put Yi Xian in its eyes, when he was as a stupid lack of not, is it? Yi Xian did not get angry, but teasingly looked at Rong Changkong, and then took out a USB flash drive. I advise you to better take a look at this first. Such a good tool, man. Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't make good use of it? Humph. Just look. Rong Changkong coldly smiled. He would like to see what kind of flowers this kid can play. But soon, Rong Changkong stared at the computer full of horror. Impossible. How did you get these things? Incriminating evidence. That's right, it was incriminating evidence that made him enough to be shot 10 times. Fearful. Incredulous. Damn. If this incriminating evidence is made public, his life will be over. Okay, you're ruthless. Cluck clenched his teeth. The iron evidence is like a mountain of evidence. There is no way for him not to give in. That bastard boy good ruthless means, I admit it. 10 minutes later, Rong Changkong was carried by God 9 collar thrown out of the chairman's office, and then regalized to the full field. From now on, Rong's group to the Chen family all. Wow. This word out. The scene was full of clamor, but looking at the gray leaving Rong Changkong full of vibration. Ah, this. Chen Bingda father and son looked at the equity transfer contract in their hands. As if they were dreaming, Rong's group actually became their Chen family property. Sure, this is true. Chapter 59, Trying to Kill My Master. How dare you? Dramatic reversal. Chen Bingda's father and son took a long while to come back to their senses. Their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. Was this still the little Xian they knew? It's just that. This gift was too expensive. Little Xian. Second auntie can't have it. Chen Bingda took a deep breath and solemnly said, You're already grateful for helping me solve the crisis. This gift, yes, little Xian. Chen Xiaoyang was also shocked. Truthfully, the information in front of him was too much of a shock for him. No harm done. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, Second auntie's husband is not hiding anything from you. I already have a company in Jinling. Moreover, it's not like my parents are interested in business. After a pause in his voice, Yi Xian continued, I see it this way, second auntie husband, you can just transfer 20% of the shares of Rong's group into my father's name. Thinking of directly giving money to parents they do not accept, in such a way can be left to them. This, Chen Bingda pondered for a moment, still frowning, but Xiao Xian, this 20% is too little. More than enough. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled faintly. Just enough for my parents to retire. After some discussion, the second aunt's husband agreed, but it was the cousin who looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of gratitude, as he understood very well what this move meant. Their Chen family would take off because of today. Divine 9. Thinking of something, Yi Xian looked towards Xinjiu outside the door. Subordinate is here. Xinjiu respectfully answered, and Yi Xian nodded slightly then said, In the future, you will help my second aunt's husband protect the Rong clan. Oh no, the future Chen clan. Yes, Yi Xiao. Chen Bingda's father and son's pupils shook. This Xiao Xian had thought too thoroughly, but it was also this that gave them some backbone. After all, Rong's group volume was more than 10 times that of their building materials company. Xiao Xian, your great kindness today second auntie's husband has remembered it in his heart. Chen Bingda took a deep breath. Their old Chen family did not expect to actually take off because of their nephew, which he did not even dare to think about. Ding! The host consumes 1 billion renminbi, obtains wealth 10 billion renminbi. A small test. Toolman Rong Changkong also counted value for money. Following that, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Peak Martial Spirit. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to Tomato Reader Great. Ability, Divine Car Skills, Divine Cooking, Divine Massage, Divine Treasure Appraisal. Sound, Divine Beast Royalty, Kato Finger Permanent Experience, Musical Omnipotence, Medical Sage. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million Extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times Consumption Rebate, Permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, Unlimited Physique Enhancement Liquid, 1 box of Indian National Divine Oil, God Extinguishing Needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million Thunderbolt Armed Helicopters, Wealth, 505, 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. This feeling of becoming rich was really addictive. Second auntie's husband, I'll go back first. After the matter whisked away, said a few words as with the second aunt husband to give 20% of the group's shares to leave. This gift wanna think that mom and dad should like. I don't know. When they see this equity contract will be what kind of reaction? A ride. Yi Xian is driving to the exquisite bamboo house. I've been away for a while. The two little ones will be waiting impatiently. On the other side, Jiang Chang, Rong Family Manor. Boom! In the study, the exquisite teacup was smashed to pieces, and no one in the entire Rong family dared to speak out loud. Chen Bingda, the incomparably angry Rong Changkong, his face full of grim resentment, and that kid, I'll let all of you die, thinking that you can toy with me just because you have evidence of my guilt. Smiling coldly, Rong Changkong's eyes were full of killing intent. As long as all of you are dead, then naturally no one will know about Laozi's incriminating evidence. Soon, Rong Changkong arrived outside the villa. At this moment, no less than 300 Rong family experts had already gathered in front of the villa, although the strongest ones were no more than top experts. Tonight, I will let everyone related to Chen Bingda die. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill them. Yes, master. The 300 Rong family experts were murderous. No one had dared to move their Rong family like this in the boundaries of Jiangchang. Old me wants to kill someone. Monstrous rage rose. Rong Changkong was angry like never before. The only way to fill in his mortal rage was to use the other party's life. Is that so? But at this time, a figure appeared in the field, like a ghost, and beside it there were 10 people. The leader was precisely God 8. As for the others, it was precisely the Divine Guards. Rong Changkong, wanting to kill my master. How dare you? Divine 8 looked at Rong Changkong with disdain. This trivial strength also dared to offend the master's majesty. That kid's people. Rong Changkong naturally realized what was going on, and in a violent rage, he directly ordered his men, tramp, chop them into meat paste for me, kill. Shenbachi didn't say much, and didn't even mean to make a move. Snort. In the next moment, 10 divine guards struck out, and in an instant 300 Rong family experts were instantly annihilated, completely descending and crushing. What? The top Rong family expert gulped and swallowed his saliva. Escape. Are you kidding? 10 half-step Wudao master experts. Any one of them would be like crushing ants to death. So what the hell? Snap. God 8 figure flashed. The next moment, Rong family's top expert was slapped into a blood mist by it. See Rong Changkong face full of horror. Top expert was slapped into a bloody mist. Bastard. You. Just what kind of person are you? With a snort, Rong Changkong had already been wiped off his neck, blood spraying out as he became a corpse with unwillingness. God 8 glanced at the many corpses in the Rong family manor and smiled coldly, moving my master. Not to mention Jiangcheng, no one dares to do so even in Jinling. Clean up the field and withdraw. 5 minutes later, the field full of flying ash was blown away by the cold wind of the night, including Rong Changkong. All the Rong family masters evaporated. The means could not be said to be ruthless. Of course, the reason for this is also because they don't want to leave trouble for their masters, although the possibility of trouble is very small. When the Rong family was destroyed, Yi Xian happened to return to the exquisite bamboo house. Ding dong. Looking at the message from his cell phone, he tapped in to see, Master, the Rong family has been destroyed. After reading the message, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up. It was just as he expected. But this was good, saving him from future troubles. The richest man in Zhongchang? In front of absolute strength, all is vanity. It could be said that Rong Changkong was a clown in Yi Xian's eyes from the beginning to the end. No, it was a joke to be exact. Even if there are no divine guards, Rong Changkong's stream can be smoked to death by a single hair of his head. Deleting the message, Yi Xian gazed out in the direction of Jinling and muttered, without that niece by my side, it's quite uncomfortable. If you can talk to Bing Ning wife cozy on a few waves of business, how good it is. Chapter 60 Boss. If you don't come back, I'm going to be abused to death by my little master. The exquisite bamboo house was brightly lit. POA. POA is back. Xan Tonton opened her little feet and ran over. Muaz kissed Popa's cheek, while the black dragon on the side woofed around the courtyard as a way of venting her heart's happiness. Boss, you're back. The excited black dragon wagged its tail. If you don't come back, I'm going to be abused by my little master. With a complaint, Yi Xian patted its head to pacify it. Even though he didn't see it, he could think of the image of the two little guys abusing Xiaohei. Little Xian, how is it? Yi mother asked with concern. After all, this matter is related to Big Sister and their family. Rong's group didn't give you guys a hard time, right? Look, Yi Xian handed the contract in his hand to his mom, and then he went into the bamboo house with the two little ones. As for what would happen next was not his concern. This is, Yi mother, who came in with the contract, looked at it with searching eyes. Rong's group was acquired and 20% of the shares were given to your father. What? Yi father heard. After seeing his name almost did not be choked by the tea. Rong's group acquisition. Shares to himself? Then, Yi Xian roughly told him what happened, but he heard the old couple's eyes jumping wildly. 1 billion. You kid. After slowing down for a while, Yi father's eyes were full of pride when he looked at his own son. His own son was outstanding somewhat out of his imagination. Poop is great. The two little ones smiled and giggled, although they didn't quite understand what was happening, but Poop must be super awesome. To know, In their perception, Poop was the most awesome person in this world. I'm tired after a long day today, so Xin Tonton will sleep with grandparents tonight. Okay, aha. Xin Tonton nodded her head with a small chicken peck, and Yi Xian returned to his room with a faint smile. The next day, early morning, POA. This place is so beautiful. With his equipment, Yi Xian watched as the two little ones entered the forest. Under the golden morning sun bathing, the entire jungle seemed to be draped in a layer of golden gauze. Obviously, today, he was going to prepare to take the two little ones on a jungle walk to walk around. Especially, the lingering fresh air between the nose was refreshing. The air at this time of the year was undoubtedly the best. PFF. About a quarter of an hour later, a figure swept in from the distance, followed by a mouthful of blood spitting out. The entire person's breath shriveled as if he had lost half of his life. Ah, Poop, there's an old grandpa there. He seems to be injured. Xin Tonton looked in one direction and chirped. Yi Xian searched his eyes and narrowed his eyes. Martial Grandmaster. Obviously, that old grandpa was not simple. Whoosh! The black dragon leapt into the depths at a certain moment. The opposite side of the river heuristically attacked a dozen figures in a hurry, and pounced towards the dozen just like that. Woof! The black dragon called out. Towards the opposite side then pounced up. Grandma drop. Dare to act recklessly in the old man's territory. A bite down. Click of Fusan top experts died on the spot. Even the opportunity to scream. Really black dragon speed is too fast. Asterisk. Looking for death. Then, a martial arts master expert of Fusan narrowed his eyes towards the black dragon to kill, wanting to avenge his men. Just obviously, he underestimated the strength of the black dragon too much. Snap. Before he could get close, he only saw the black dragon slapping a claw over, and in the incredulous gazes of all the Fusan people, the martial way sovereign master captain who was leading their team was actually slapped out. Pooh! Blood sprayed, his face pale. The Fusan martial arts sovereign powerhouse was filled with disbelief. How could it be? How could I not be a match for a dog? Swish! Right at this moment, a dozen figures appeared in the middle of the field, and the leader was none other than Shinpachi. Kill! God Bachi struck. Cancellia Fusan martial arts master before he could react. He was slapped in the heart and led the box lunch. Hiss! Fusan remaining more than 10 people face changed greatly, incomparably horrified to look at God 8 seconds kill martial arts master. How is this guy possible? In a daze, the 10 or so people from Fusan were all dead, not even knowing how they died. Wow! The black dragon looked at the corpse of Fusan's martial arts patriarch, his eyes filled with joy. Master dog is so powerful now all. Subsequently, glanced at the I-8 black dragon is twisting his head to go, but this seemed to see God 8 and others mouth twitching. That earth dog is so strong. I drop good boy. Master's pet are so powerful. Put. Cough. On the other side, the severely injured old man was pale and directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Obviously he was not lightly injured. If not treated in time, I'm afraid that even if he could survive, he would become a wasted man. Xin Tonton. Play with the black dragon here. Seeing that the two little ones were a bit scared, Yi Xian frowned as he swept aside with the severely injured old man and soon disappeared from the scene. Woof woof. The black dragon wagged its tail to alert the surroundings. Don't worry boss, I'll protect the two little masters. Thank you, little friend, for saving my life. Feng Jiuyue did not see the Fusang experts chasing after him. Apparently he was cut off. Cough cough. Between violent coughs, Feng Jui took out a token from his bosom. Little friend, this is the Jinling Martial Association order. Holding this order, you can let the Jinling Martial Association unconditionally deployed for the little friend. When the old man repayment. Pooh, the words were not finished. A mouthful of crimson blood was sprayed again, and its breath was obviously even weaker. Yi Xian no longer hesitated when he saw this. Just, seeing that this person was not an evil person, Yi Xian casually took out a copy of the physique enhancement liquid. Drink the next medicinal liquid to recover from your injuries. Swish! With a flip of his right hand, he then took out dozens of golden needles, which were then inserted into Feng Jui's various major acupoints with a brilliant method, thus stopping his rapidly deteriorating injuries. This, Feng Jiuyue's vision was so poisonous, his eyes narrowed and filled with vibration. Good. With the medicinal liquid served, Feng Jiuyue's body injuries with visible speed repair, which makes its face full of incredible. In its cognition this medicinal liquid is completely the same as the god liquid is no different. A few moments later, an aura to Feng Jui as the center swings open, and then opened his eyes incredibly clenched hands. I am martial arts grandmaster perfection. Excitement floated on his face, and this god-awful scene would definitely turn the entire martial arts world upside down if the outside world knew about it. Chapter 61 Yi Xian. You, how can you do this? Don't let me down yet. Martial Dao master perfection. That's right, Feng Jiuyue, who felt his strength, Was confused. Little friend's great kindness. Mr. Feng has remembered it. Phew. The god breathed a sigh of relief, feeling in an unprecedentedly good state, and then said, Benefactor, that token is wonderfully useful. Even, it can allow Benefactor to walk horizontally in Jinling. As Feng Zhouyue spoke, Yi Xian saw that the front of the token said Martial Association Order, and the back had the word Jinling written on it, but the material was very special. Yes, thanks then. Yi Xian faintly smiled, then suspiciously looked at Feng Zhouyue across the room. Your Excellency is someone from the Jinling Martial Arts Association? Not bad. Feng Zhouyue coughed dryly and continued. I won't hide it from your benefactor. My name is Feng Zhouyue and I am the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Oh, hearing this, Yi Xian froze. He didn't expect that this time when he returned to Guishu village, he actually saved the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association by mistake. So it's President Feng. Disrespect. Yi Xian faintly smiled, and Feng Zhouyue could not dare to arrogance. Respectfully, benefactor fallacious praise. I observe benefactor breath thick strength certainly not below me. Is not it? Half-step martial arts master. Is that so? Yi Xian froze. I have to say that this old boy is keen. If I say not, Feng will be credible. He, benefactor don't tease me. After chatting for a few sentences, Yi Xian excused himself and left. Benefactor take care. Feng Zhui bowed slightly. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not simple. If he could befriend him, there might be unexpected gains in the future. Martial Dao master perfection. This is like a dream. Feng Zhouyue smiled bitterly, knowing that originally he was only in the middle stage of the martial way sovereign. Even from the late stage there was a considerable distance, not to mention the consummation. Swish, he flashed away and disappeared from the scene. However, very soon Feng Zhui received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, residing in the Imperial Abyss 1 villa, driving 100 million Lamborghini Devil's Son, Xiao's Group's $1,000 gold Xiaobingning's fiancé. What? Seeing the information, Feng Zhouyue incredulously looked to the rear in the direction of Guishu village. Benefactor. Actually, is that Yi Xian from Jinling? As the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association, Feng Zhouyue had naturally paid attention to Yi Xian, and he also had a lot of information. After all, besides being the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association, he also had an identity as the Inspector General of Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. It seems that Jinling this period of time the Zheng family, the Xin family, the Wang family, and even the Qin family Song family matters are all feared to be the benefactor's work. Thinking of this, Feng Zhui couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, murmuring out, if that's true, what exactly is the benefactor up to? Hey, however, if the benefactor is able to unify the many forces in Jinling it doesn't have to be a bad thing. Half a day later, in front of the exquisite bamboo house, huffing, the Thunderbolt-armed helicopter rotated, and the two little ones waved their little hands. Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye. As the helicopter left, the old couple came back to their senses, and the black dragon on the side woofed as if it was also sending off the boss and the two little masters. Right, this helicopter seems like I've seen it somewhere. Ye father frowned, looking at the departing helicopter, then searched, and soon the whole person froze. Ah, this. Looking at the introduction in his cell phone, Ye father almost didn't throw his cell phone out. Really the impact of the information on it was too great. What's wrong? Ye mother suspiciously looked at Ye father. This old man engaged in what a shock. Before that brat acquired Roan's group also did not see him so. Ahem. Say it out you may not believe. Gulping saliva, Ye father shockingly looked towards the direction of the helicopter's departure. The helicopter that Xiao Xian bought is a Thunderbolt helicopter gunship, worth $300 million. PFF. Ye mother who just drank a mouthful of water, directly gave a spray out. The whole person was in a sorry state. What did you say? That helicopter is worth $300 million. Stunned to look at the helicopter that only has a little bit left, Ye mother's fingers clicked. That brat is too defeatist, so I want to beat him up. How to do? Happy. Looking at the helicopter outside the retreating white clouds, dotingly looked at the two little ones. Aha. Super happy. Xian Tonton little chicken pecking rice nodded his head. This time to grandma's house they are super happy at, especially the little black super fun. Right, POA. The two little ones looked at each other, thought of something curious and asked Pupa, that, when will Blackie give birth to puppies? Yes, it would be more fun if there were lots of little Blackies. Really? When Yi Xian heard that, the shadow of the black dragon came to his mind, and then said, when I see the black dragon next time, I'll ask for you guys. If the master in 3 conversations, by the black dragon heard I don't know if it will blow up. The dog master when you are the little master. You actually let the dog master give you pups to play. Really da. Poop. Then you must ask oh. So like a lot of little tiny blacket. If the black dragon heard the words of the little master, it would definitely doubt the dog life. Jinling, Imperial Abyss 1 Villa. Young master is back. Near the end of the night, the helicopter landed steadily on the lawn, and under the strong wind, the maid's clothes swayed with the wind, completely a beautiful scenery line. Ma, Xian Tong Tong 2 days not see, but also quite want mamas. A smoke has pounced into Xia Bingning's arms. You're back, holding 2 little ones. I do not know whether yesterday to tease someone's face slightly halo red fluttering, naturally quite vain. He, poop to mama haga, let go of mama. The 2 little ones God help chirping, but heard the maid's swish-road eyes looked over. The little miss this is too understanding it. Go. Blindly say what? Not to be Xia Bingning finished, is to feel that he was a certain guy princess hugged up, just like this, and the maids froze envy into the villa. Oh wow, so sweet. Young master and young lady's dog food is too sweet. How can young master be so pampered? Oing. So like young master, what to do? If we let the young lady know, I don't know if she'll strip herself naked and hang herself to beat her. The maids chattered hotly, but drew a blank stare from Su Muyu. These nieces are getting less and less big and small. Yi Xian, you, how can you be like this? Don't put me down yet. Xia Bingning face red to the root of the back of the ear. Too bad. So many people watching him actually. Dare to princess hug yourself. Heartbeat so fast, how to do? However, why does it feel quite exciting? Xia Bingning, you, this is crazy. Chapter 62 Yi Xiao. You, to build Lot 1 into Koanpang Financial City. After dinner, in the room, pitter-patter, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Yi Xian smiled faintly and dialed Mu Hanxue. Hello, Yi Xiao. Mu Hanxue's respectful voice rang out. Her own boss, she did not dare to slack off the slightest bit. After all, she can have today or all Yi Xiao know the grace. However, very soon, learn of the intentions of their own boss Mu Hanxue not come. Yi Young, you want to build Lot 1 into Koanpang Financial City. Indeed, this bold idea makes Mu Hanxue was a shock. To know that the construction of Financial City, even Jinling 4 big families do not dare to do so. To know to see the financial city that is to invest a great deal of money. Not bad. Such a good opportunity to brush money he naturally will not let go. Continued, later I will give you to transfer a startup capital. With a few words of instruction, he hung up the phone. Ding. Host consumed 20 billion renminbi, gained wealth of 200 billion renminbi. The transfer ended, and with the system sound ringing in his ears, his mood couldn't help but be 1 point better. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Peak Martial Spirit. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader greatly. Ability, divine car skills, divine cooking, divine massage, divine treasure appraisal. Voice, divine beast royalty, Kato fingers perpetual experience, musical omnipotence, medical sage. Items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement liquid, exterminating needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million Thunderbolt helicopter gunships, wealth, 685, 6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian arced, unconsciously not far from the trillion. After all, for him, money would only grow more and more. It simply couldn't be spent. Whoosh. But at this time, the bathroom door pulls open. Wrapped in a towel of Xia Bingning, face reddened, not dare to stare at someone. Completely lost the bottom of yesterday's fight video. That kind of absolutely beautiful face appearance. See Yi Xian eyes blazing. You, what are you looking at? Xia Bingning glared at someone, completely unaware of how big her temptation was. Of course is looking at my home Bingning wife. A hand wrapped around the unbearable surplus, a grasp of slender waist. Bad smile snickering. Nay, yesterday hit the video, you can be very rampant. Is not no. Your man tonight to revitalize the outline of the husband. Hooking up the stunning chin. That face under the warm yellow light is even more charming by 1 point. Put, what the hell are you talking about? You big head. Well, Jinling, Mu Hanxue Villa. After the bath, Mu Hanxue, wearing pajamas but still difficult to cover its proud body. If the outsiders to see how many people will die of envy. Of course, tomato readers accept, do not accept rebuttal. Ding dong. Blowing hair between, Mu Hanxue's cell phone received a message. Looking for eyes to see. Dear construction bank users, your tail number 3478 account. On April 20th, 2024 to account 20 billion renminbi. Please pay attention to check. Construction bank. This is. Seeing the transfer record, Mu Hanxue's eyes froze. No way. It's hard to believe that Yi Xiao transferred 20 billion startup funds to himself. Hiss. Thinking of this, Mu Hanxue sucked in her breath and was stunned for a few moments before coming back to her senses. 20 billion. My God. I'm sure I'm not dreaming. Subconsciously wringing my own white tender skin. Hiss. Under the pain. This let Mu Hanchu's eyes shook. Boss, too bold a little bit. The mind floated to his own Yishao figure. If the future partner is also as good as Yishao General, how good it would be. But unfortunately Yishao already has a partner. The next day, early morning. Well, the golden sunrise poured on a handsome face. Sleepy eyes opened, and what was reflected in his eyes was definitely a stunningly beautiful face. The handsome boy was none other than Yi Xian. This niece is truly beautiful beyond words. Fingers will its slightly messy hair to the ear behind. The surrounding light are dimmed minutes. To be able to obtain a beauty like this, and to have twin daughters, is definitely the happiest person in the world. For a while, Yi Xian was quite emotional, but this state didn't last for a while. Ding bell. At a certain moment, Xia Bingning just woke up, her cell phone ringing, and at this moment, Xia Bingning was also woken up and saw that the caller ID was Xiao Shi. This, how to do? Xia Bingning face unnatural up, then glared at a certain guy. Blame you. It's not simple. Yi Xian put Xia Bingning's cell phone on and tapped on the speakerphone. Hello, General Manager Xia. The opposite side of the room suddenly came from the nice voice of Special Assistant Xiao Shi. Yi Xian flooded with curvature. Xiao Shi, last night, your General Manager Xia was too tired from exercising, so I'll take a day off today. The company's big and small things. You just watch and deal with it. Ha! Opposite Xiaoxi heard. The face of a red. Looking at the time in front of the eyes is still less than 7 in the morning. My god. Exercise too tired? It's hard not to. Last night, General Manager Xia and Mr. Yi Xian, they stayed up all night. Ahem. Can't be. Actually so serious. Mr. Xia can't even go to work. Chapter 63. Damn it. Is it normal for a husband to spoil himself like a daughter? You are crazy. Xia Bingning's face was red to the point of redness. Too tired from exercise? Does he know what he's talking about? If you say that, Xiao Shi will misunderstand. How else will you let me go to the company? The actual stunning beauty is a little crazy. Damn. So want to strangle him? How to do? How can that guy be like this? Not wrapped in the arms of the good person. Yi Xian did not care. Besides, our relationship, Xiao Shi is not unaware. What can be misunderstood? Xia Bingning, you. Humph. Viciously glaring at someone. For a while she was speechless. Grunt. Still want to say what? Xia Bingning. Small abdomen indisputable protest called up. But Xia Bingning absolutely beautiful face a bitter. Look at you. This how to go to eat. Thinking of walking exposed. Xia Bingning hated to itchy teeth. Estimated to be a good while to slow down. Come, hubby carry you. Between words, Yi Xian hugged Xia Bingning to leave the room. And after his reaction, he had already arrived at the second floor living room. Ah, you, Yi Xian, you put me down. How can you princess carry me to dinner? Or else, white eyes in the arms of the face nervous stunning beauty, you come down to go. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but finally hummed and walked. Are you kidding? She didn't say walk. I'm afraid she was guilty of holding things up. Wow. The maid's eyes were filled with envy when they saw the young master holding the young lady out. Oh my god. Young master, this is actually holding the young lady out. It's too spoiled. Humph. Even if he favors the young lady, spreading dog food to them this early in the morning. So sweet. Feeling the gaze of the maids, Xia Bingning's face reddened even more. Thinking about last night's events and hating to find a crack in the ground. However, it can't be discovered by them yet. Young master, young lady this is? Sumuyu obviously sensed that his young lady was a bit off, and asked with concern. Oh, it's fine. Yi Xian smiled faintly and placed his stunning wife on the dining table. It's just that. I got up in the morning and broke my foot. I was worried about the severity of the injury, which is why I held her for dinner. Xia Bingning, what the hell is a broken foot? This guy, but also really talk words without blush. Obviously is this guy last night that what's the cause? Oh, so when the maids heard this, they realized something, but they liked the young master even more. The young master is so good at caring about people. Aki, looking at a table of sumptuous breakfast, has long been waiting for Xia Bingning has eaten a roasted sausage, but for some reason always feel a little nauseous. It seems that looking at the roasted sausage in front of her makes her think of certain images, but she doesn't think that much under hunger. Baba, Mama eats so much? Xa and Tonton looked at Mama who had eaten so much, feeling that she had eaten a great deal more than before. Of course, favoring and pinching the two little one's cheeks. Yi Xian said, your mama was tired all day yesterday. It's normal to eat more to make up for it. Cough. Hearing someone's words, Xia Bingning was actually a little choked. That asshole, tired all day still has the nerve to say, young lady, are you alright? Sumuyu hurriedly asked with concern, while already serving a bowl of soup. Come on, have some chicken soup to suppress it. Thanks. With a thank you, she didn't forget to subtly glare at someone, as if warning him to stop talking nonsense. The maids who were paying attention to their own lady from afar, hotly debated. Spot the beauty. The young lady is so strange today. Aha, the skin looks a lot better again. It couldn't be that the young husband was hugging the young lady last night because of that, right? Go. What are you talking about? Young master is a person who does not pity the young lady. That's right, didn't I say that the young lady broke her ankle? The maids were chattering. If Xia Bingning heard them, I don't know if she would hang them all up and beat them up, and tell them that your young master is the one who doesn't have any pity for the young lady. Where are we going? POA. After breakfast, after resting for a long while until the sun rises, Xia Bingning regains some of her strength, and in her heart, she spat a certain guy into a dog. Damn, he actually rested for such a long time before regaining his strength. Well, I heard that the Jinling Lantern Festival starts today. How about we go to the Lantern Festival? Thinking about the video I swiped online yesterday, I said that it's been a few days since I've fully accompanied the two little ones. Really? Great. Xan Tonton's eyes were full of excitement when she heard that she was going to the Lantern Festival, knowing that today, it was Papama who was accompanying them together. Thinking about it made her happy. Baba, then let's hurry up and go. Between the two little ones urging, they drove towards the Jinling Lantern Festival in their stretch supercar. Half an hour later, the Lantern Fair was approaching. Wow! Arriving at the Lantern Fair, the two little ones looked at the colorful lanterns that could not be seen in the distance and their eyes shone brightly. POA. Look, it's so beautiful. At the same time, the two little ones ran out of the Lantern Fair. Xin, Ton, slow down. Xia Bingning saw the two little ancestors who were spreading joy, and worriedly chased after them. Look at you. Hurry up. So many people, don't get lost. Seeing that someone was not attentive, the stunning beauty blanked its glance. Good. Yi Xian smiled faintly. The family of four was shuttling through the Lantern Fair. The two little ones looked left and right happily. POA. Come on. Look, that Pikachu is so cute. Not long after, Xin Tonton came to a stop at the lassoing stall. The look of fondness already said it all. Like it, POA will help you set it. Soon, Yi Xian was holding 10 circles in his hands, and many of the surrounding tourists looked over with searching eyes. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Unsurprisingly, the face value max Yi Xian immediately captured a wave of budding little beauty, but drew Xia Bingning a blank stare. That guy knows to dabble in the flowers. Whoosh, 2 rings out of the hand. The next moment, accurate landing on the 2 small Pikachu. Asterisk. That dude actually hit it, and 2 at a time. The surrounding crowd froze. Looking at Yi Xian's eyes all changed a bit. If one might be a coincidence, but hitting 2 at the same time, the probability of this coincidence is afraid to be almost the same as winning the lottery. Yes, POA is great. The two little ones clapped their hands excitedly when they saw that Papa had hit 2 at the same time. They knew that Papa was the best. And at that moment, the boss gave the 2 little Pikachu to the little ones. Yi Xian then glanced at the big Pikachu further away. Just set another one for Bingning's wife. Thinking of here. Soon the boss mouth corner twitching while big Pikachu handed to Yi Xian. Really heart panic of force. Damn. This time ran into masters. Look, wife, this to you. Xia Bingning listening to a certain guy's words, but perceived the road envy of the gaze. The face of a red, you, and my At this moment, Xia Bingning felt that guy seems to spoil himself as a daughter. Just this feeling is quite good at. Chapter 64 Snooze dog food do not want to see, but the eyes do not listen to the command how to break? Husband, I also want a large Pikachu. See Xia Bingning hands Pikachu. Set circle next to the girls one by one urge their boyfriends, but so demanding to hear the boyfriend's dry cough. Meow. Not they are not willing to set, but the strength does not allow. Hurry up. Listening to the envious sound coming from the ear. Xia Bingning face more red 1 point, really afraid to stay down. This guy will also engage in some things to spoil himself as a daughter. Mom is shy. Xin Tonton was at this time on the sidelines, but it was Xia Bingning who glared at the 2 little ancestors. After walking for a short while, he saw the singing anchor that was surrounded by many people in one corner of the Lantern Fair, and it was clearly a little black silk beauty. Poop, look, someone is live streaming. Yeah, Miss Sister is so pretty. The 2 little ones came closer and saw the little beautiful anchor girl singing a nice song. Bingning wife, how about hubby send you a song? Xia Bingning's heart tightened. What is that guy going to do again? Detecting the host singing for Bingning's wife, gifting divine magic ability. The system voice heard Yi Xian froze, his mind more than a variety of magic beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The unified son of this is afraid that he is not enough to make a splash. Yi Xian, you, POA, go for it. Before the absolutely beautiful beauty could finish, she was interrupted by two little ones on the side. "Little beauty, can I borrow your live room to sing a song?" A magnetic voice rang out, and the little black silk beauty looked over and saw a familiar figure. "Yeah, cousin Sweki, it's you." After seeing Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoyun's face flushed red. "You recognize me?" Yi Xian, who wanted to sing to his own wife, froze, and Lu Xiaoyun nodded her head with a small chicken peck. "Aha, cousin, I'm Sweki's bestie, a fan of yours yo." After the conversation, Lu Xiaoyun's eyes glowed brightly. "Singing for your beautiful sister-in-law, of course it's good. Then, help me play the accompaniment of Love Is Not an Option." He, okay cousin." Lu Xiaoyun played the accompaniment expectantly, and the fans in the live broadcast room were frozen by the sudden scene. "I knock. This is Xiaoyun's wife's male god. So handsome. I want to have a monkey with a handsome man." But at this moment, Yi Xian's gaze fell towards the stunning beauty. "This next song is for my wife, Ms. Xia Bingning." Wow. When the surrounding crowd heard this, their gazes fell on Xia Bingning, which made Xia Bingning's face reddened. That guy really messed things up. Snap. But at this moment, Yi Xian snapped his fingers, following which, a dense rain of rose petals fell in the air. "Wow. Ah." Xa and Tonton sniffed the fragrance of roses and raised her eyes. Mama, look, petal rain, rose petal rain yeah." Listening to the words of the two little ones, Xia Bingning raised her eyes and looked, and suddenly saw a rose petal rain curtain filled with rose petals between heaven and earth. It's hard to believe that guy planned this long ago. Voodoo. All the people around all boiled over. For a while Dao Dao's eyes looked towards Yi Xian full of fondness. "Oh my god, handsome brother is too good at spoiling people right. My god." Lu Xiaoyun the whole person are frozen, hands together erected on top of the bear, face full of fascination. "Cousin, too romantic." The live broadcast room was even more hotly debated, and the number of fans soared. "It's hard to forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your figure in my mind. I can't get rid of it. Holding your hands and feeling your tenderness. I'm really breathless." The perfect voice under the sound environment can be said to sublimate the mood of the song to a new height. All of a sudden, the crowd as if in the romantic fairy tale world of rose petal rain, the handsome face bathed in the rose petal rain, especially the curved corners of his mouth, charmed an unknown number of people. Wowzer. The two little ones looked at their poop. So it turned out that poop was even more powerful than they thought. That guy. Xia Bingning looked at someone, touched inexplicably. His mind flashed back to the scenes of their first meeting, especially every beautiful night. His face couldn't help but flushed red. I don't know what he thought of. The surrounding audience envied. That beautiful girl is too happy. Right, so good at spoiling people, and also super handsome. Unfortunately, the good men are all from other people's families. Oh. With all the people watching, Yi Xian continued to sing. I'm only afraid that I'll fall in love with you myself. Don't dare to let myself get too close. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer you. It takes a lot of courage to love you. I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you. Maybe one day I won't be able to help myself. Put. Listening to someone's song, Xia Bingning tearfully glared at it. That guy is bad. Is it really good to spoil himself so much? Wow. Lu Xiaoyun excited, eyes full of envy. My god, La Sweki cousin is too good. This if their boyfriend that would be how good ah. Detecting the host's beautiful confession, rewarding 500 million diamond rings, angel's wings. A song ended. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, the unity of the sun to go crazy ah. But, also, as if it is to that nymphets these years to make up for it, today experience should be a good memory. Thinking about here, Yi Xian stepped towards Xia Bingning, rose petal rain rustling fall, looking at the beautiful beauty in front of the eyes, right hand a flip magic manifestation. Suddenly appeared a packaging exquisite brocade box. Following that, the brocade box opened. This is, diamond ring. No, that diamond ring, it won't be the angel wings worth $500 million. This shape, it's generally the same as the top luxury goods rumored on the net. The surrounding audience instantly exploded, and the live broadcast room was also full of shock. Too luxurious to directly send a $500 million diamond ring. Wife, for you, pulled up the frozen absolute beauty's slender jade hand, followed by the diamond ring, angel's wings, for it to wear. You, just know to make a big show. Xia Bingning face red, touched, tightly embraced a certain guy. Kiss one, kiss a. The surrounding people have applauded and said. Cell phone recording video excitedly shouted, like the people in the field is not Yi Xian, but their own. Look at you. Well, Xia Bingning has not yet finished. Just like this under everyone's attention. Zhu lips were blocked. French kiss again on the line. Voodoo. The surrounding crowd swallowed saliva. This dog food, although do not want to see, but, the eyes are completely disobedient ah, so envious oh. Why, thief god, Why is so bossy, so handsome and super good at spoiling people's men are not their own? Chapter 65, Killing a Martial Arts Master in Seconds. How is it possible? A little bit, lips parted. Xia Bingning looked at a certain guy, face flushed red spread to the neck. That guy. He took advantage of him again, and also in front of so many people. Damn, how can he be like this? So want to bite him to death? How to do? To the crowd back to God over. Has been looking at a family of 4 in the rustling rose petal rain bath away back. All of a sudden 1,000 emotions. That girl's so happy. Why such a good boy is not theirs? Gollum. Lights will play not many moments. Xin Tonton small stomach cannot stop protesting called. Pupa, I'm hungry. So is Tong Tong. It was their first time coming to a place like the Lantern Festival, and it would be strange if they weren't hungry after running for such a long time. Good. Then, let's go eat first. Soon, the family of 4 arrived at the restaurant, but Xiaobingning had long since put the diamond ring, angel's wings, away. After all, a diamond that big was too noticeable. Shortly after ordering the food, Yi Xian clearly perceived that there were quite a few people approaching, and the killing intent was not disguised in the slightest. It's hard to. People looking for death have come again. Bing Ning, I'm going to the restroom. Favored rubbed the 2 little ones' heads and said with a smile. Aha. Xia Bing Ning naturally didn't care, while the 2 little ones blinked their big eyes. Then, poop, you have to come back soon. Oh, the Lantern Festival is not far away, and there are few deep alleys. Master, ahead is the Lantern Festival. A top expert beside him looked into the distance. Yi Xianboi's family is there. Very good. Song Qingyang narrowed his eyes. Make sure to keep a low profile and be careful this time. Before coming here, Song Qingyang had done a lot of work to make sure that only his family of 4 came out, which was why he chose to take the risk of striking out. The revenge for killing his son was not shared. Even so, this time all deployed a martial arts grandmaster, 3 half-step martial arts grandmasters, and more than 20 top experts. And most of them were the strength that his father had accumulated over the years. With so many experts, I don't believe that brat won't die yet. Coldly smiling, Song Qingyang had poured his heart and soul into his son since he was young. Now how could he not be angry when his son was killed? Not good. But at this moment, that Song family, that martial arts master, face heavy. The next moment, swish sound, no less than 10 figures appeared in the deep alley everywhere. Cut off all the way back. The Song family, it's really a ghost that won't go away. Yi Xian, who wanted to keep a low profile, there was always someone who rushed to find death. Not going to find the Song family, but they were looking for the door themselves. Yi Xian, it's you. Seeing the person who came, Song Qingyang was filled with disbelief as he realized that the more than 10 people who suddenly appeared were so strong, knowing that he was a top expert himself. But every one of these people made his heart palpitate. What? Surprised to see me? Looking at Song Qingyang, Yi Xian laughed. Come if you want to take revenge. I killed both your son and Song Qingtian. Boom! At these words, Song Qingyang's mind was shaken. Then his face was filled with a grimace. It's really you. Kill him. With a snort, that martial grandmaster's attack had arrived. Song Qingyang's eyes flared with a cold smile when he saw this. That kid is dead. Snap! Not waiting for that martial Dao sovereign expert to get close, a figure slapped up, and that martial Dao sovereign that Song Qingyang was so proud of directly became a corpse. What? Behind Song Qingyang, the faces of a group of experts changed drastically. Killing a martial Dao sovereign master in seconds. How could it be possible? You guys, you're not worthy of the master's hand. God 4 looked at the martial Dao sovereign that he had killed in seconds. Kill them, leave no one behind. Yes, Divine 4. In a matter of moments, more than 10 divine guards killed everyone present, including Song Qingyang. Looking at the field, Yi Xian flexed his fingers and flicked under the bone-devouring scatter. Soon, more than 20 shovelfuls of flying ash appeared in the field, and the breeze dispersed between heaven and earth. Master, God 4 looked at the dissipating flying ash, his gaze looking towards the direction of the Song family in Jinling. How will the Song family be disposed of? Extinguish it. Sniffing the faint smell of blood, Yi Xian waved his hand. Since he wanted to seek death if he didn't fulfill them, wouldn't he be sorry for his zeal? Yes, Master. Divine 4 respectfully bent over, then disappeared into the deep alley with more than 10 divine guards, as if they had never appeared. Not long after, they returned to the dining room. POA is back. Xin Tonton was happy to see that Popa had returned. Come, eat, favoringly rubbing the 2 little ones' heads. He also didn't forget to give the 2 little ones a bite of their favorite braised pork. Thinking about the scene just now, he couldn't help but feel some fear. After all, he couldn't accompany this niece all the time. Detecting that the host is worried about Bing Ning's wife's safety, gifting the Guanyin tier advancement and sealing technique. Hearing the system voice in his ears, Yi Xian froze and looked at Guanyin tier in surprise, because he perceived that the Guanyin tier was enough to block a martial spirit attack. As for the sealing technique, to actually can make this nymphet's cold ice physique activate early. Yet, it was the Jinling Song family estate. How? Elder Song's face was filled with disbelief. Cheng Yang actually lost contact as well. A sense of misfortune rose. This situation was the same as the last time. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Thinking about this, Elder Song was about to leave the Song family estate. Old man, it's too late to leave now. With a swish sound, at some point, a person appeared beside Elder Song, and this person was none other than Shinsan. You are seeing Shinsan. Elder Song's heart tightened, following which 3 half-step martial arts masters, as well as no less than 50 top-notch experts, suddenly appeared in the field. Obviously, this was all of Elder Song's bottom cards. After today, there will be no more Song family in Jinling. God 3 voice fell. The figure has already disappeared from the original place. The next moment Song Old Man was a knife-sealed throat, dying before Song Old Man full of disbelief. You are a martial arts master perfection. Shocked, Elder Song couldn't believe it. The tiny Jinling actually had someone whose strength was higher than his. Although the martial Dao sovereign master perfection was only one realm higher than him, the strength was worlds apart. What? The moment these words came out, the faces of the many experts around changed drastically, killing Elder Song in seconds. Martial Dao sect master perfection. Escape. Without hesitation, the 3 half-step martial Dao sovereign experts turned around to leave. The remaining top experts were also like this. Joking? Late-stage martial Dao sovereigns were all killed in seconds. Wouldn't they die even more miserably with this amount of strength? Kill. God 3 glanced at the Song family group. A massacre was quietly staged in the Song family garden. This scene like the previous Jinling Zhao family. A few minutes later, there were no survivors in the Song family's estate. The smell of blood filled the air, and another riot would be staged in Jinling. As for the Song family, they had been removed from Jinling. Chapter 66 Activating Wife's Mysterious Physique. Realm Elevation Martial King now? Nightfall. Imperial Abyss Villa. In the room. Yi Xian. What did you? Said. When Xiaobingning heard Yi Xian's words, her pretty face was filled with disbelief. The coldness in my body is because of my special physique? Not bad. Yi Xian thought about the forbidden art. He didn't think that Unity Sun could even get this forbidden art out. Together with the needle technique, it will allow you to activate your physique to a certain extent. Really? Hearing her own man's words, wrapped in a bath towel, Xiaobingning's face rejoiced as she would then be able to do more. But, how am I going to do it? Xiaobingning was aware that her best friend was a first-rate expert. Even in the Li family, she had a significant say, and she had also helped the Li family do a lot of things. Now that she had the opportunity to be like her BFF, ask her how she could not be excited. Take off your outer clothes and lie down. Hearing a certain guy's words, Xiaobingning's face turned red. She can just wrap the bath towel. This if she took it off then wouldn't it be? You, better not lie to me, glared at a certain guy. Xiaobingning still clenched her teeth and took off her coat and lay down. So this perfect body was presented in front of her eyes. Really see Yi Xian's blood surge. This is not his fault. What can he do when a stunning beauty looks so good? Start. Xiaobingning closed her beautiful eyes. Her flushed face looked even more charming under the warm yellow light, especially with the addition of a beautiful figure that made people reverie. Good. Then, Yi Xian took out dozens of golden needles and inserted them into Xiaobingning's various acupoints with a subtle needle technique, especially the dantian which was surrounded by more than 20 golden needles. The sealing technique, with the use of 2 copies of the physique enhancement liquid by Yi Xian, completely activated the stunning wife's chilling physique, but it was semi-sealed by the sealing technique. Buzz. With the success of the sealing technique, a cold aura spread out with Xiaobingning as the center. The entire bedding was frozen into a layer of ice, and the temperature of the room plummeted. Good guy. This niece is afraid that her physique is even more extraordinary than imagined. At a certain moment, as the cold ice aura became thicker and thicker, eventually, Xiaobingning's body was suddenly surging with astral energy around her. That's right, it was the astral aura, a standard that only martial arts masters had. Immediately afterward, the cold ice was as internalized as it could be, and Xiaobingning even had her temperament and skin a whole lot better than before. This is martial Dao sovereign. For the sake of her bosom friend, Xiaobingning obviously knew a lot. The astral body protection was clearly the sign of a martial arts master. Hubby, I'm this martial arts master? In fact, Xiaobingning a little confused. Girlfriends but since childhood efforts before first-class masters. Their own did not do anything. Just by that guy point a few times. On the martial arts master. This guy. Inevitably too powerful point. You. Still looking. Xiaobingning, who wanted to say something, was aware of a certain guy's blazing gaze, and her face turned red. Damn. That guy. Actually stared at himself so much. If there was a crack in the ground really want to drill in. He. Bing Ning wife who let you so beautiful. and it's not easy to let hubby have a good time. Oof. Xia Bingning glared at a certain guy, skimmed his mouth. Don't think, you help me to activate the physique will be able to me in what kind of? Well, words have not finished. Xia Bingning stared at a certain guy to take advantage of the beautiful eyes. Would like to make strength to break free, but found completely useless. How? He is now a martial arts master. Actually, in his hands did not have a little resistance ability. The next day, early morning. Well, wake up Yi Xian, into the eyes looking at the beautiful sleeping beauty. Thinking about last night all kinds of cannot help but sigh. This niece is extraordinary. Into the martial arts master is not the same. All aspects of combat power than before several times stronger. TSK, if I knew that there is this benefit has long been activated to help it. Thinking about it this way, it was a big loss before. Given that the host activated his wife's mysterious physique, his realm has been raised to the martial king realm. Yi Xian, who was in the middle of lamenting, heard the system voice and froze. There was this benefit. Following this, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early martial king. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to tomato reader. Great. Ability, God level car skills, God level cooking, God level massage, God level treasure identification, sound, God level beasts, Kato finger permanent experience, music omnipotence, medical sage, items, Emperor Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement liquid, exterminating needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million Thunderbolt armed helicopter, wealth, 696 billion renminbi. Surging energy surged within his body, and he clearly felt that his strength had become several times stronger. You're awake. A nice voice came from the ear at this time. It was the absolutely beautiful beauty, who was even more charming at this moment after a night of exploration. My family's wife. She's really getting more and more charming. Looking at the stunningly beautiful girl bathing in the golden sunrise in front of him, Yi Xian felt that he must be the happiest person in the world. Put, what are you talking blindly about? Xia Bingning glared at a certain fellow, but in her heart, she was enjoying herself. In addition, there was also the benefit that after she stepped into the martial arts master, even though last night's battle was much more intense than before, she didn't feel too sleepy. Humph, that guy wouldn't have helped himself awaken his physique because he wasn't overjoyed. Thinking of this, the absolutely beautiful beauty's face flushed as red as a haze, knowing that that big soul man didn't have a good heart. Right. Thinking about the martial arts master of her, actually in the hands of that guy cannot resist the slightest bit. Face reddened a point fox suspiciously. What is your strength now? I feel that you are very powerful. That of course. Listening to his own man's words, Big Hand brushed over the bear. Your husband I am a great master of martial arts. All of the people in the entire Jinling combined. Your man can hold down with one finger. Put. A certain guy's words caused Xia Bingning to roll her eyes. You can just blow it. I've heard my father say that a martial arts grandmaster is a guest of honor in the 4 great families of the imperial capital. Just you. How is it possible for a 23-year-old martial Dao grandmaster? Obviously. Xia Bingning didn't believe in someone's words. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders with a look that there was nothing I could do if you didn't believe me. No wonder. Although he didn't believe what that guy said, he also understood why his father would suddenly agree to them. After all, with this guy's stature, the entire Xia family combined wouldn't be able to beat him, right? However, at the same time the Jinling Li family is a robbery. Chapter 67 Guanyin tears show their might. The imperial capital Chen family already has a way to take death. Jinling, Li family manor. Pooh, the Li family's old man spat out blood and died. Li Songrong's pupils plummeted. Li Rongan, you actually colluded with outsiders to kill his father. Oh, my good big brother. Li Rongan smiled coldly, looking at the dead old man on the ground. Bull asterisk. Who let this old man pass the family headship to you? He's looking for death. After a pause in his voice, Li Rongan continued, but this old man's death, being able to ride on the god's capital Chen family line is also considered a good death. Of course, there's also my good-looking niece. Puff. Right at this moment, a figure was dropped in the middle of the field, and this person was none other than Xia Bingning's best friend, Li Shixiang. Shixiang. Boom. Before Li Songrong could get close, he was kicked out by half-step martial arts sect master Li Rongan. Big brother, Shixiang is my gift to the Chen family's grandmaster. Li Rongan. You. Li Shixiang's face was red with anger. She never expected that Li Rongan's father and son would actually collude with the imperial capital Chen family to turn the Li family upside down. Oof. Li Lingfeng smiled coldly and glared at Li Shixiang. Stinking. If you weren't Laozi's own cousin, do you think Laozi would have given you to the Chen family's grandmaster? Laozi would have already put you on the spot. Li Lingfeng's eyes blazed. almost didn't make Li Songrong so angry that he fainted. The second house father and son are inferior. Ling Feng, go. Send the poetic love to the Chen family master, with the imperial capital Chen family to take care of. My Li family will be able to become the first family in Jinling. Good. The corners of Li Rongfeng's mouth arced. Then he sailed with the imperial capital Chen family's group of experts towards Qingyu Beiyuan. Li Rongan, I'll kill you. His daughter was taken away. Li Songrong's eyes were full of grimace, but he was already seriously injured, whereas Li Roman's opponent, 3 or 2 times, was hit by his unconsciousness. Yet, Li family manor dark place. What to do? Li Shixiang's maid was full of anxiety, and then thought of the lady's best friend's phone call. To Miss Bing Ning must have a way. Ice Ning Makeup Company, President's Office. Ding bell. Xia Bing Ning was stunned like she was dreaming, feeling the power surging within her body. Her cell phone rang at this time. Hello, Xiao Chang. What did you say? Shixiang was taken away by the second house. Li Lingfeng, Qingyu Beiyuan. After hanging up the phone, Xia Bingning's face sank. She had wanted to call Yi Xian, but on second thought she didn't contact him as she was now a martial grandmaster. General Manager Xia, are you going? She saw her own president who left in a hurry, and judging from his look something must have happened. I'm going to Qingyu Yuan, I'll be back soon. After saying that, Xia Bingning is to go to the garden, leaving She frozen in the wind. Only after a few moments did She come back to her senses. However, the first time was to dial Yi Xian's phone. After all, she was one of the few people who knew about the relationship between her own president and Mr. Yi Xian. Half an hour later, Qingyu Beiyuan, cough, Li Shixiang, who had been injured long ago, was thrown to the ground with a pale face, and beside her was clearly Li Lingfeng, who had given Chen Tianxiang a gift. My lord, my father specifically instructed me to send Li Shixiang to you as a gift. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man sitting at the main seat of the hall, whose surrounding fluctuations clearly had the aura of a mid-martial grandmaster. Oh, at these words, Chen Tianxiang narrowed his eyes and swept them in. This is Li Shixiang of the Jinling Li family fame. Not bad. I'll take the gift. Then Lingfeng wishes your excellency a happy enjoyment. Li Lingfeng bowed and bent down. Then Chen Tianxiang waved his hand for him to leave. Obviously all his attention fell on the beautiful-looking face Li Shixiang. So good. Chen Tianxiang looked at the marvelous and lovely girl. Then let's enjoy some first, then go to the Qin family to destroy the Qin Tian Ao. I would like to see who is behind this Qin Tian Ao, daring to touch my Chen Tianxiang's son. After a pause in his voice, Chen Tianxiang's gaze blazed. Someone come, bring her to my room. Yes, Grand Master. 2 of the top experts of the imperial capital Chen family were about to step forward. Li Shixiang's face was ashen. She could already predict what would happen next. Imperial capital Chen family, you shall not die. Li Shixiang's qi and blood attacked her heart, and she spat out blood with a puff, her entire body weakening 1 point more. Get lost. Right at this moment, snapping 2 crisp sounds came out. Then the 2 top experts of the imperial capital Chen family were directly jerked out of the room, and the dense cold qi surged into their bodies. The 2 of them were seriously injured on the spot. However, with fearful faces, they looked towards the incoming person. Martial Grandmaster. Swish, a silhouette appeared in front of Li Shixiang, and the person who came was none other than Xia Bingning, who hurriedly rushed here. Bingning, you are actually a martial arts grandmaster. Li Shixiang full of heart vibration. She has been practicing martial arts since childhood, which only has the degree of the first-class experts today. But his girlfriend from childhood on the practice of martial arts will not be cold, but now has become with the old man general martial arts masters. Not good. Soon, she thought of something. Bing Ning, you quickly leave without me. They're from the imperial capital Chen family. You're no match. However, at this moment, Chen Tianxiang heckling noticed Xia Bingning. I didn't expect that the tiny Jinling actually has this kind of beauty. Really, the heavens have not been kind to me. After a pause his voice narrowed his eyes and landed on Xia Bingning. Today, no one can leave. Snort. Chen Tianxiang decisive shot. A palm shot to Li Shixiang. Under the horror of the force of the unusual martial arts masters have to be seriously injured. The speed of the fast. Where is the only how much experience in the battle against Xia Bingning comparable? Just. Chen Tianxiang thought to get the moment. An incomparably strong breath from the guanyin tears surged. Instantly will Chen Tianxiang blasted out. Clicking bone cracking sound breaks. I do not know how many. And this is only the residual position. That's good stuff. Even though Chen Tianxiang was seriously injured, his eyes were burning as they landed on the pendant around Xia Bingning's neck. That energy was at least a martial Dao Grand Master or even stronger. If they could obtain it, their imperial capital Chen family would surely be able to rise to the top of the imperial capital. Grand Master, let me try. There was a swish sound, but at this moment, a figure appeared in the field. And this person was none other than one of the few martial arts sect master perfect powerhouses of the imperial capital Chen family, Wang Kuei, Uncle Kuei. Be careful. However, before Wang Kuei could make his move, an angry voice resounded through the entire Qingyu Beiyuan. Move, my woman. You're looking for death. In the next moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of Xiaobingning, and it was none other than Yi Xian. Yi Xian. It's actually him. Li Shixian's face was filled with disbelief, as she clearly felt an oppressive feeling coming from Yi Xian that made her heart palpitate. The feeling was even stronger than that of a grandfather of a martial grandmaster. God 4, take them away. Yi Xian's tone was flat, and he didn't even look at the dozens of imperial capital Chen clan experts around him. Anyone who blocks, kill. Lord Kuei, a martial arts grandmaster expert was just about to speak out, but he was stopped by Wang Kuei's vertical hand. Chen Tianxiang's heart was shaken. That kid actually made Uncle Kuei scornful. How could that be possible? Chapter 68 Yi Xian. Beyond Martial Grandmaster? Qingyu Beiyuan. The door of the room was closed. Chen Tianxiang violent cough. Stand up and take a deep breath. Our early 20s will let the martial Dao Grandmaster Perfection Kuei Uncle Zheng's existence. Cannot help him not so. The secret on this kid can be much more important than those two women. Under the wave of his hand, the imperial capital Chen family's group of experts surrounded Yi Xian. This kind of lineup even the martial Dao Sovereign Perfection would have to drink hate. Detecting the host's monstrous anger. Gifting soundproofing technique. Note, this technique can isolate any sound and fluctuation. Soundproofing? Listening to the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's heart's murderous aura intensified. At a certain moment, with his hands clenching his seals, an invisible soundproofing cover covered the entire Qingyue garden. Not to mention the strike here. Even if a nuclear explosion occurs, the outside world will not be able to perceive the slightest movement. Kill. Chen Tianxiang didn't hesitate, and gave the order, obviously to let his men be cannon fodder. Dozens of top experts as well as half-step martial arts masters swarmed up to him. Obviously they also realized that the person in front of them was extraordinary. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and slightly exerted force on the soles of his feet. Click. Spider web-like cracks spread from underneath his feet. A monstrous amount of energy overflowed. Boom 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 boom. Surrounded the cannon fodder in front of the front. Sydney has not yet blood mist. See Chen Tianxiang face pale. The soles of the feet staggered back, over the ghost of the opposite side of the look. You, how is it possible? Afraid. Chen Tianxiang is really afraid. Just now that the pressure is stronger than his father. Father was already a half-step martial grandmaster, which meant that this person was a martial grandmaster powerhouse. Just how was it possible? This guy, he was clearly only in his early 20s. Together, kill him. Wang Kuei's face was gloomy. The three martial Dao grandmasters beside him took a deep breath and nodded their heads. They knew there was no way back. Snort. As the voice fell, Wang Kuei with the three martial Dao sovereigns had already come to kill. But just as they neared Yi Xian they fled away in a hurry. Uncle Kuei. Chen Tianxiang's entire body was dumbfounded. He never expected that Uncle Kuei would actually flee directly, obviously not considering his situation in the slightest. Boom! However, before Wang Kuei could leave, he was directly smacked and sent flying out, eventually landing at Chen Tianxiang's feet. Poof of blood spraying out, his face as pale as paper. As for the other three martial grandmasters, they were backhandedly slapped into a bloody mist before they could return to their senses. Cough. Wang Kuei looked at Yi Xian across from him with horrified eyes, as if he was looking at a devil. Just what kind of person are you? You are not an ordinary martial grandmaster. Not the slightest regard for the serious injuries, but shocked to look at Yi Xian. Martial arts great master he naturally seen cannot have the strength of this guy. Don't worry, you guys won't die so easily. The god-destroying needle turned into a black aura and entered Wang Kuei's heart. Then it was quenched with bone-devouring scatter. At the same time, a physique-enhancing liquid entered his body. Buzz. A terrifying vitality immediately led to its strength promotion into a half-step martial arts grandmaster, and then came to the realm of martial arts grandmaster in Chen Tianxiang's shocked gaze. What? This? Chen Tianxiang directly froze on the spot, eyes full of horror. Martial Dao Grandmaster. Looking at Wang Kuei in front of him, who was even stronger than his father by a large margin. This scene far exceeded his cognition. Has that guy gone crazy? Miserable screams came out from Wang Kuei's mouth, followed by Chen Tianxiang's shocked realization that the heart of Wang Kuei, who had already stepped into the martial grandmaster category, was corroded out of the pit. Strangely enough, no blood flowed out but was directly turned into flying ash. Voodoo. Chen Tianxiang's face was filled with fear as his calf stomach turned. What exactly is your strength? Damn! Chen Tianxiang wasn't stupid. Nowadays, the hallowed martial arts grandmaster had no ability to resist in this guy's hands. Martial arts grand circle? Nope. Although he has not seen the martial arts great circle, but definitely not this kind of horrible strength. It is difficult to. This person has already surpassed the martial arts Grand Master. Just, how is it possible? Martial Dao Grand Master perfection. That in the 4 great families of the imperial capital are the absolute top existence. This kid is only in his early 20s. How could he have such awesome strength? Bastard! I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Accompanied by miserable screams. Just like this, Wang Kuei into a shovelful of flying ash evaporated. And at this moment in the field, to get the moon, bloody smell filled sickening, Chen Tianxian flopped kneeling on the ground. Adults! Let me go! I am the Grand Master of the Chun family in the imperial capital. I have a lot of money. Even I can help your lordship control the imperial capital Chen family. Flexing his fingers, the energy didn't enter Chen Tianxian's body. The next moment, bang, Chen Tianxian was like an exploding balloon, and then became a blood mist. In a split second, all the people of the Qingyu Beiyuan imperial capital Chen family were all dead, and strangely enough, there wasn't even a single corpse. Divine too. Looking at the field, Yi Xian spoke out. Master! With a swish sound, a person appeared in the field, and this person was none other than Shanair. And today, Shanair was already at half-step Grand Master strength. Then, Yi Xian took out a copy of the physique enhancement liquid. Take it, then go to the imperial capital and exterminate the Chen family for me. This, yes, Master. Shanair's heart shook when he saw the physique enhancement liquid. If he took it again, I'm afraid he could at least become a martial grandmaster. Go! With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian flashed away from the field, leaving Divine Tu in a daze. The imperial capital Chen family. God Tu murmured, his gaze looking out in the direction of the imperial capital. You shouldn't have offended the master. Buzz. After taking the physique enhancement liquid, it wasn't long before God Tu's aura around his body violently became stronger, and he eventually stepped into the middle stage of the martial Dao Grandmaster before stopping. So strong. Feeling the surging energy in his body, God Tu narrowed his eyes. The imperial capital Chen family will be destroyed this time. A quarter of an hour later, swish, Dao figures appeared in the middle of the field, the leader of which Yi Xian would definitely recognize if he was here. It was Feng Zhouyue, who he had saved from Guishu village earlier. This is, what a strong smell of blood. A vice president of the Martial Arts Association looked grave. President, at least dozens of people are dead or injured here. But, strangely enough, there has not been a single corpse. I'm afraid that the imperial capital Chen family's Chen Tianxian's group is in grave danger. Listening to the words of his men, Feng Zhouyue narrowed his eyes. Before he came, he had already received the news that this night the Li family in Jinling had dramatically changed, and it seemed that the benefactor who saved him also came here? Can't it be that everything in front of him is the benefactor's doing? Thinking of this, Feng Zhui more and more feel possible. After all, the strength of the benefactor Chen Tianxian this trip, the strongest is only the martial arts master consummate. Ding dong. But at this time, Feng Zhouyue received a message. After reading it, his eyes narrowed to look in the direction of the Imperial Abyss Villa. Oh, the benefactor has returned to the villa? It seems that the imperial capital Chen family, in all probability, was destroyed by the benefactor. Just this means, but this is not a half-step martial arts master. It is hard not to be. Benefactor has stepped into that realm. Thought of here, Feng Zhouyue eyes flooded the essence of the aura, do not know what to think about. Chapter 69, Wife BFF Submission. System gifts 10 billion wealth normal, right? Imperial Abyss Villa. In the study, Punt, Li Shixian's double happiness knelt on the ground, and in front of her was clearly Yi Xian, who had returned to the villa. Young Yi, please save my Li family. Tightly biting her vermilion lips, Li Shixian knew that before her eyes, Yi Xian was able to leave peacefully from the hands of the imperial capital's Chen family, and that he had the ability to rescue the Li family. In the future, Shixiang is willing to look after Yi Xiao. Get up. Yi Xian looked at his own wife's best friend whom he met for the second time. He should do something in public and private. Then, he took out a copy of the physique enhancing liquid. Take it. Seeing the medicinal liquid in the test tube, Li Shixiang hesitated for a moment to take it. After all, there was no need for Yi Xian to be so troublesome if he wanted to have any thoughts about her. In the next moment, Yi Xian's right hand flipped over a dozen golden needles into the various major acupoints around Li Shixiang's body, followed by the physique enhancement liquid being absorbed at an extremely fast speed. A few moments later, Li Shixian's weak astral aura lingered around her body. Then she opened her eyes. This is half-martial grandmaster. No wonder. Her best friend had already become a martial Dao master in such a short period of time, so it was all due to Yi Xian. Oh no! Yi Xiao. In addition, this is a two-part medicinal liquid that will allow the Li family to have two martial Dao patriarchs. Voodoo. Looking at the two copies of the physique-enhancing liquid, Li Shixiang thumped down on one knee. Xiaoya's great favor. Shixiang will never forget it. Gratitude. Li Shixian knew that the 2 copies of the genetic medicinal fluid in her hands were not just opportunities, but also a life-saving straw for the Li family. Go! Yi Xian waved his hand. With 2 copies of the medicinal fluid, it's not difficult to control the Li family today. Detecting the host's wife's best friend's submission, granting 10 billion renminbi, listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian had long since seen it. Ding bell. Right at this moment, a cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Yi Xian froze for a moment as it showed the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Hey, benefactor. Just after connecting the call, a rather familiar voice came from the opposite side. Yi Xian froze for a moment and frowned. You are President Feng? Benefactor still remembers me. Feng Jiufeng took a deep breath, then said, it's like this, benefactor. I wonder if you have time to come to Jinling Martial Arts Association tomorrow. The Martial Arts Association is preparing to form a Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce? Hearing Feng Jiushue's words, Yi Xian's heart fluttered. The opportunity to swipe money had come again. Yes. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Xian already had a resolution. Good, I will go tomorrow. Really? Feng Jiuyue pressed down his excitement. Then I will welcome my benefactor at the Martial Arts Association. Meanwhile, the Jinling Li family manor, deep within the villa. Buzz, buzz. The 2 auras surged, and in an instant, Herculean rich astral aura lingered, and the aura of a martial grandmaster filled the air. This is mid-martial arts grandmaster. Li Songrong looked at his hands incredulously, and beside him was Li Songrong's most trusted person, Uncle Eagle, who had also watched Li Shixian grow up and treated him as if he was his own Grand Master. That Yi Xian is truly a god. Uncle Eagle felt that he had now stepped into the martial grandmaster. Until now he was like dreaming. Shixian, what do you want to do next? Li Songrong looked at his daughter, who was now a half-step martial Dao sovereign. He never thought that the big house would have a chance to fight back. Kill. Li Shixian narrowed her eyes, her gaze looking towards the illuminated villa. Li Rongan and his father and son are heartless, colluding with the imperial capital Chen family to kill grandpa. The crime deserves death. This, Li Songrong heard, his eyes knit up. But he is after all your second uncle. If we let outsiders know that we exterminated the second house? Grand Master, becoming a great man is not about small details. Uncle Eagle nodded his head in satisfaction. I think Miss decided correctly. However, after all, the second house is related to the Grand Master in Miss by blood. So, I'll take care of the outgoing matters. Also good. Li Songrong naturally knows that he is indecisive. Looking at his daughter in front of him, things, after this matter you to control the Li family. Compared to me, you are more suitable to manage the Li family. Father, Li Shixian was stunned upon hearing this, completely not expecting her father to let her take charge of the huge Li family. For today's solution, first eradicate the second house threat. Uncle Eagle narrowed his eyes and looked at the now dilapidated Li family. I will first go and slaughter both father and son Li Rongan. As his voice fell, Uncle Eagle had already disappeared from his original spot. Thanks to the Li family drastic changes, the Eagle Uncle is not in. Otherwise at this moment the Eagle Uncle is afraid that also suffered bad luck. Soon, Uncle Eagle brought down his hand to the front of the brightly lit villa. The second house colluded with outsiders and killed the old master. Follow me to exterminate the 2. Kill. A horse took the lead, and Uncle Eagle swarmed with his men. Eagle, you are reckless. At this time, Li Rongan from the villa out, and in its side is Li Lingfeng. Father and son, 2 people eyes with a stern aura. Clatter 110 people will be surrounded by the Eagle Uncle in the field. As long as this big house die hard chopped off, their second house will be able to completely control the Jinling Li family, colluding with outsiders to kill your father. You 2 are worse than die. With a snort, Uncle Eagle could not be good-tempered, and directly and decisively took action. Boom! Not waiting for Li Rongan to react, is a palm to slap it out. Rich astral gas lingering. Poof! Li Rongan face changed greatly. What? You? Actually martial arts master. Stunned, Li Rongan incredulously looked at the field of the Eagle Uncle. Is the surrounding want to make a move of the second house of the henchman also froze. The Eagle Uncle actually stepped into the same as the old master of the general realm. Plop. The next moment, Li Rongan neck blood sprayed. Incredulous look at Uncle Eagle. He until the dying cannot believe that the big house loyalist dared to kill him. Young Master Ling Feng, it's your turn. Uncle Eagle smiled coldly. The dagger in his hand was still dripping with Li Rongan's blood and snapped to the ground. Puff. Li Lingfeng's face was pale and he fell softly to the ground. You, Uncle Eagle, you can't kill me. I am the only male in the younger generation of the Li family. You, with a snort, before Li Lingfeng could finish, he was touched by Uncle Eagle's neck. The second house beast father and son are dead. You still want to resist? Dan gang. All the experts of the second house's face changed greatly. Their blades all fell to the ground, and they knelt on the ground with a thud. We don't dare. Humph. Smiling coldly, Uncle Eagle's martial grandmaster aura was fully opened, intimidating the entire audience. Effective immediately, Miss Shixiang is the new head of the Li family. What? Hearing Uncle Eagle's words, the Li family people froze. Miss Poetry emotion was not captured to the Qingyue garden. It is hard to. Miss was saved. Right at this moment, Li Songrong, who had a complicated expression, came to the field, while Li Shixiang's eyes were full of determination. However, when the crowd's gaze fell on their own young lady, they could not help but be shocked. Miss Shixiang, actually, half-step martial grandmaster now. A thud. All the Li family experts all kneel down. Looking at this scene, Li Shixiang took a deep breath, clenched her fists and secretly decided, Ye shall rest assured that in the future, who dares to make a move on you? It is Shixiang and Jinling Li family enemies. Chapter 70, Husband kissing my wife, isn't that normal? Patter of rain, clattering as the bathroom door opened. Yi Xian came into the room wrapped in a bath towel. Xia Bingning's face rose up in a reddish haze, glaring at someone, but she was not surprised by this, and was obviously used to it. Virtuous. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes, since that guy said not to listen to also let him go, leaning in his own man's arms, feeling the strong heartbeat inside incomparable peace. Hubby, thank you for today. Thinking about the scene of that guy's domineering protection of the calf today, Xia Bingning has never seen him so domineering. Hey, this is nothing. Wrapped in the arms of the good people. With this angle to look at can see most of the double bear beauty. Sniffing a good scent, who moves my Bingning wife, husband will destroy him. Aha. Xia Bingning fine as a mosquito voice. Face full of small happiness should be. This moment she found that she turned out to be so like this guy. Although he is sometimes bad, and always love to take advantage of themselves, but still cannot stop liking. The next day, early morning, the golden sunrise poured through the window on a stunningly beautiful face. Looking at the yen value bathing in the golden sunrise in his arms, Yi Xian couldn't help but lower his head to take a small sip on his vermilion lips. Well, seemingly sensing being sneak attacked, Xia Bingning opened her beautiful eyes to her surprise to see a certain guy who had gotten his way, and couldn't help but glare at him. You're crazy, putty snickering some. Xia Bingning into the main topic. By the way, Bingning Makeup Company has been merged into Xia's group. My father let me serve as the president of Xia's group. Oh, hearing his stunningly beautiful wife's words, Yi Xian froze. Then congratulations wife, promoted this is. Humph, you're the one who doesn't take advantage of people enough. Feeling a certain guy's big hand that was still making bad things happen, he rolled his eyes fiercely. Obviously in his opinion, Yi Xian was either taking advantage of the situation or on the way to taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, she is naturally very clear. Xiao's group is not small, but it really can't enter this guy's eyes. After all, this guy alone, that D-Lin group, was not comparable to Xiao's group. Spacing. After beautifully eating Popo's loving soup noodles, the two little ones burped. Yi Xian favored a smile because he had just put a copy of the physique-enhancing liquid in. Ha, Baba, why does it feel so hot? Xin Tong Tong quickly reacted. After all, the two little guys were just over 3 years old, so it was normal. Xin, Tong Tong, do you want to learn Tai Chi POA to teach you? Favoringly rubbing the heads of the two little ones, using his internal energy to dissolve the energy for them. The strength of the two little ones quietly came to the level of second-rate experts. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Can you believe a 3-year-old second-rate expert? After breakfast, the lawn outside the villa, Yi Xian took the two little ones, bathed in the golden sunlight, and played Tai Chi. The cute and serious look saw the corner of Xia Bingning's mouth curved up. Wow, little miss is so happy. Aha, not to mention playing quite well. Yes, young master feels super handsome. I like it so much. Seriously, if my future boyfriend has 1/10 of the young master's face, I'll be able to wake up from my dreams with a smile on my face. Chattering voice, listening to the side of Xia Bingning, white eyes in the field of a certain guy. Although they say good, but always feel sour. Good strange, oneself will not. Jealous, right, realized what Xia Bingning. Once again looked to the field of a certain guy, face red a point. That guy has what good, but also eat his vinegar. POA, mama bye. Xin Tonton waved goodbye after Papa Mama, because today grandparents are going to come here to look for them to play it. Feeling super happy. Bye. Giving the two little ones a wave, the supercar then drove towards Xia's group. Squeak. The devil's son stopped in front of Xia's group and couldn't help but draw attention from the crowd. Good morning, Missy. Good morning, Auntie. Entering Xia's group, the incoming and outgoing employees bent respectfully. Xia Bingning, who wanted to keep a low profile, blushed. Their relationship was known throughout Xia's group. Ahem. General Manager Xia. Xiaoxi coughed dryly and looked at Yi Xian. So what? The chairman and madam have already told the entire group about Mr. Ye's identity. Xia Bingning. Mom and dad. They're crazy. Hearing Xiaoxi's words, The corners of Xia Bingning's mouth twitched. How would this allow her to carry out her work in the future? However, it was seeing a certain guy beside her with the corners of his mouth hanging in an arc. His small hand twisted in his waist. You, still laughing, soon, came to the president's office. Mr. Xia, you guys chat. She was very eagle-eyed and left the room, which made Xia Bingning realize something, and couldn't help but glare at someone, letting people misunderstand. Right, it's all your fault. Thinking of what this guy said last time about being exhausted from exercising at night, Xia Bingning's pretty face couldn't help but redden a point. Misunderstanding? No, right, I'll be honest. Well, not waiting for Yi Xian to finish, will be Xia Bingning cover the mouth. Hate white its glance, you oughta die. After a little bit of warmth, an hour later, Mr. Yi go slowly. She took a deep breath. It took so long to end. Could it be that just now? General Manager Xia and Mr. Yi, they were in that something. Who? Closed the door of the room. Xia Bingning finishing slightly messy clothes. Thinking about the scene just now. That guy actually talked business with her here. The courage is also too big. Cannot help. Xia Bingning beautiful face a bitter. Xia Bingning, just now that is still you. You or your family man brought bad. Chapter 71, placing another 300 billion. Becoming a trillionaire god. In front of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. The devil's son stopped and pushed the door to get out of the car. The person who came was none other than Yi Xian. He came to the Jinling Martial Arts Association to see about forming a chamber of commerce on the one hand, and on the other hand, he was swiping and dialing money on the side. Stop. This is the Jinling Martial Association. No one is allowed to approach. The two men guarding in front of the door of the Jinling Martial Association, their bodies surging with the aura of a first-class expert. It was obvious that the strength of this Jinling Martial Association was not bad. Yi Xian flipped his right hand and took out the Martial Association order. Greetings, my lord. The two first-class experts of the Martial Association's faces were greatly shocked. Of course they recognized the Martial Association's order. The one who holds this order is like the president himself. Are you kidding? The existence of this kind of Martial Association order, that is something that their president has to treat solemnly. They naturally don't dare to slack off the slightest bit. Mr. Yi, our chairman has been waiting for a long time. This way please. Entering the Martial Association, an elite bowed and apologized. My subordinate has just arrived. I hope Mr. Yi will not be offended. No harm done. Yi Xian smiled faintly. After all, the purpose of his visit was just to swipe money. Soon, the two arrived at the Martial Association's conference hall. President, Mr. Yi has arrived. That Martial Association elite breathed a deep sigh of relief. He was personally instructed by the president not to be offended. Benefactor, you're here. Feng Zhouyu hurriedly got up to personally welcome Yi Xian upon seeing him. Such treatment looked like a shock to the hearts of the entire conference hall. Are you kidding? It was the first time they had seen such treatment from President Feng. Moreover, the chairman called him a benefactor, meaning that he had saved his own chairman. After getting acquainted, Feng Zhouyu got to the point. Benefactor, I don't know if you have any suggestions for the Martial Association to form a chamber of commerce? Such a gesture also attracted the gazes of the crowd to look over. I can't talk about suggestions. Feeling the attention of the crowd, Yi Xian took out a card and smiled. This has 30 billion, as my support for the formation of the Chamber of Commerce. Cough. Just drank a mouthful of water of the senior members of the Martial Arts Association. A mouthful of tea all sprayed out. Almost did not be choked to death. Dao gaze incredulously looked toward Yi Xian. They didn't hear it wrong. $30 billion. Not waiting for them to react, Yi Xian then said, in addition, I can let the Jinling Qin family, Li family, Xia family, as well as the Imperial Prosperity Group to join and become the first batch of members of the Chamber of Commerce. Listening to Yi Xian unfold, the crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. The ones here were not cuties. The Jinling Qin family, the Li family and other forces, is now the most flourishing Four Directions forces in Jinling at the moment, especially the Emperor Lin Group. It has become the number one in the business world in Jinling. Not right. Soon, they realized something. Imperial Prosperity Group? This Yi Xian in front of them can make the D Lin Group join. Can't it be that? He is the mysterious boss behind the Emperor Pro Group. Thoughtfulness. Moreover, to know that there were also three parties of power such as the Qin family, one couldn't help but think of the Li family's drastic change. The dominant person behind all of this? Following. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Yi Xian. My ass. That person who annihilated the imperial capital's Chen family's Chen Tianxiong wouldn't be him. Benefactor's generosity. Why don't you be the president of the Chamber of Commerce? After a pause in his voice, Feng Zhui looked to the field. What does everyone think? Agree. I have no opinion. The people in the conference hall echoed. Jokingly, how could they dare to disagree? Not to mention that they would sing against the president. but also missed the opportunity to hook up with this big shot. They were naturally not stupid. This, not good, right? Yi Xian frowned under a slight freeze. Originally he only wanted to brush up on his money. Who had thought that he would be pushed into becoming the president of the Chamber of Commerce? Benefactor, don't push back. Feng Jiufeng took a deep breath and continued. Moreover, in the future, the Chamber of Commerce might even be able to help you a lot. Yes, Mr. Yi. The top management of the Martial Arts Association were all old foxes in existence. They naturally knew the truth that it was good to have a big tree at their backs. Although they didn't know what Yi Xian's background was, it was definitely far beyond their imagination. A little bit. Under the persuasion of the crowd, Yi Xian reluctantly agreed. After all, Jinling is where he has many attachments. If he can completely control the future, will save a lot of trouble. Also good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, while Feng Jiushue's heart shook. It was the other people in the Martial Arts Association who all had bright eyes. Great! Feng Jiushue's face was joyful without hiding it at all, and then said, by the way, Benefactor, I wonder what a good name for our Chamber of Commerce would be. Auction? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, his eyes gazing into the distance. Let's call it the Chamber of 10,000 Gold. 10,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce. Murmuring for a moment, Feng Jui nodded. That's a good name. Then in the future, the Jinling Martial Arts Association will be the first member of the 10,000 Gold Chamber of Commerce. Ding! Host spends 30 billion renminbi and gains wealth of 300 billion renminbi. The name of the Chamber of Commerce was determined, while Yi Xian's ears were ringing with the sound of wealth arriving, which added another point to his financial power. Following that, the attribute panel was called up. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Early Martial King. Age, 23 years old. Face value, max, second only to Tomato Reader. Great. Ability, Divine Car Skill, Divine Cooking, Divine Massage, Divine Treasure Appraisal. Sound, Divine Beast Royalty, Kato Finger. Permanent Experience, Music Almighty, Medical Sage. Items, Emperor's Abyss 1 Villa X1, 30 million Extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times Consumption Rebate, Permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, Unlimited Physical Enhancement Liquid, Exterminating Needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million Thunderbolt Helicopter Gunships, Wealth, 1.06 trillion RMB. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as his wealth broke the trillion in this. Everyone disperse. Under Feng Jiushue's wave of his hand, the crowd of the Martial Association dispersed, and soon only Yi Xian and his two men were left in the field. Dang! Without warning, Feng Jui knelt on one knee on the ground. Benefactor, please also save my father's life. Seeing Feng Jui's stance, Yi Xian was stunned. Your father? Obviously. This Feng Jiushu move made him frown. Feng Jiushu took a deep breath. Benefactor, truth be told, I am a person from the Feng family of the imperial capital. 3 days ago, my father was seriously injured by an expert of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital, and his life is still in danger. Listening to Feng Jiushue's words, Yi Xian was enlightened. This Feng Jiushue's identity was indeed not simple. After all, if it did not have the underpinnings, at his age he would not have become a mid-martial way sovereign at all. Who? Feng Jiufeng took a deep breath, then said, if Benefactor can save my father, Feng family would like to serve Benefactor for the rest of their lives. Lead the way. Seeing the apprehensive Feng Jiushu in front of him, Yi Xian slightly raised his hand, but an irresistible force lifted Feng Jiushu up. Such a move but let Feng Jiushu trembled all over. Benefactor's strength is so strong. But, Feng Jiushu did not know that he kneeled down, directly changed the fate of the imperial capital Feng family, and this is all the aftermath. Chapter 72. My lord, it's hard to. You had someone destroy the imperial capital Qin family. Jinling Martial Arts Association. Deep courtyard. Creak. The door to the room opened. Feng Jiushu brought Yi Xian to the room, and he was surprised to see an old man sitting in a wheelchair, his breath like a swimmer. This is, the tendons and veins are broken, and the heart has suffered a heavy blow. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. What a ruthless tactic, Martial Dao Grandmaster. No wonder, it was able to last until now. Perceiving the other party's aura, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. This Feng Jiushue's background was quite a bit more powerful than he thought. Cough. But at this moment, Feng Qianquan violently coughed, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, while his face paled a point paler. Father, is everything alright? Feng Jiushu rushed forward. Feng family experts full of worry to make way. The family head is the backbone of their Feng family. If something happens to it, the Feng family will be finished. Cough. No harm. The corners of Feng Qianquan's mouth grinned in a pale arc, which made Feng Jiushue's eyes red. Imperial capital Jiang family. They deserve to die. This one is? Although Feng Qianquan's life was in danger, his consciousness was still clear. Although Yi Xian was young, The fact that he could tell at a glance about his illness and strength was enough to show that he was extraordinary. Right, father, this is the lifesaver I told you about. Feng Juyu took a deep breath and was excited. Benefactor has excellent medical skills. He might be able to save you. Save me? Feng Qiankuan smiled bitterly. I'm afraid it's difficult. I'm afraid my days are numbered. Old master, you can't die with me here. Yi Xian smiled faintly, then said, President Feng, you get up first. I will now heal your father. The voice fell, not waiting for Feng Zhouyu to react. Dozens of golden needles with a rapid speed instantly did not enter Feng Qiankuan's body around the various large points. That speed is Feng Qiankuan are staggered, even giving him the feeling that even in its heyday he might not be able to dodge it. This is. Immediately after, Feng Qiankuan realized that his breathing actually smoothed much. Can't it be that he was really saved? Drink this too medicinal liquid. In the way of Feng Qiankuan's extremely heavy injuries, Yi Xian directly gave him 2 copies of the physique enhancement liquid. After all, this thing is inexhaustible. It does not matter to him. However, Feng Qiankuan was experiencing an unprecedented creation. Boom! In an instant, after the medicinal liquid was consumed, Feng Qiankuan felt as if his entire body was about to burst open. Following that, the superb aura directly lifted the Feng family experts as well as Feng Zhouyu out. Only Yi Xian did not move at all. After all, he was already in the realm of the martial king, and the breath of the district at the moment could not even be considered as an itch for him. The early stage of the Great Master, the middle stage of the Great Master, late Grandmaster. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Qiankuan's breath rose to the extreme, and only then stabilized, and at this moment Feng Qiankuan's face was rosy, his tendons and veins were restored, and his heart injuries had faded away. Good, so strong. Feng Zhouyu gulped down saliva and looked at his father incredulously. Father, actually broke through. Martial Grandmaster. Late stage. Feng Qiankuan who stood up, eyes full of vibration, followed by flopping kneeling on the ground. The ground clicked or issued cracks, followed by spreading away. Adult favor. Feng Qiankuan never forget. Feng Qiankuan was incomparably shocked. He certainly knew at this moment what he had experienced. Such a great favor, comparable to the sky high. What? Feng Zhouyu's entire body was dumbfounded. His eyes widened to the extreme. Father, you said, you are in the late stage of the martial Dao Grandmaster. Hiss. In a flash, Feng Zhui sucked in a breath of cool air, and the Feng family's late-stage martial Dao Grandmaster expert on the side almost didn't bite his tongue off. That was a late-stage martial Dao Grandmaster. Even the strongest of the 4 great families of the imperial capital was only a perfect martial Dao Grandmaster. It could be said, before, if the family had had the strength of a late martial Dao Grandmaster, even the 4 great families wouldn't have dared to act in such a manner. Not bad. Feng Qiankuan nodded heavily. He knew too well what this meant to the Feng family. Before his eyes, Yi Xian had not only saved him, but also saved hundreds of lives up and down the Feng family in the imperial capital. A great favor is not appreciated. Feng Qiankuan's eyes were filled with determination. My lord, in the future, this life of the old man's is yours. Get up. Yi Xian slightly raised his hand, but it filled Feng Qiankuan's heart with vibrations. My lord, you this wouldn't have already surpassed a martial grandmaster. Feng Jiuxue, transcending a martial Dao grandmaster. This, not bad. Yi Xian didn't hide it and slightly nodded his head, but it was the Feng family's expert whose eyes were limping in shock. All worry, beyond the martial Dao grandmaster. Wouldn't that be the legendary martial spirit realm? But, obviously this person in front of him is so young, less than 30 years old, right? A martial spirit powerhouse under the age of 30. Seeing this, Feng Zhouyu swallowed his saliva. Benefactor, that imperial capital Chen family Chen Tianxiong, could it be that you really exterminated it? Feng Qiankuan couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing this. The imperial capital Chen family Chen Tianxiong? They had offended his excellency. Although the imperial capital Chen family was not as good as their Feng family, it was also a first-class imperial capital family that could not be underestimated, and there was also a half-step martial Dao grandmaster in attendance. Father, it's like this. Feng Zhouyu then, will Chen Tianxiong ravage the Li family thing said again? But Feng Qiankuan mouth twitching, not worthy of is the adult art high people bold. This if replaced by the other person has long been dead a few hundred times. Adult, I do not know what to do next. Feng Qiankuan contemplated for a moment. His eyes looked out in the direction of the imperial capital. Obviously that Chen family to stay just a hidden danger. Plans? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, since the old man's strength is even better than the peak, then return to the imperial capital to annex the imperial capital's Chen family industry. I think that the Chen family should be almost exterminated by now. Feng Zhouyu's pupils shook greatly when he heard this, and that Feng clan expert was even more filled with dismay. Extinguished? Feng Qianquan obviously heard something and was incredulous. My lord, it's hard to believe that. You had someone exterminate the imperial capital Chen family. Yi Xian nodded slightly. His face did not have half a fluctuation. After all, this was just a matter of words for him. Feng Qianquan and the others were as if they were shocked by the waves. The imperial capital Chen family? What kind of existence was that? With a half-step martial arts grandmaster in attendance, even the 4 great families of the imperial capital had to plan for a long period of time when they made their move. And the adult in front of them said that they could be destroyed. Can do so. That is to say, the adults have martial Dao grandmasters under their command. And the number and quality of martial Dao grandmasters far exceeds that of the imperial capital Qin family. Otherwise, why would he say that he overthrew the imperial capital first-class family? Of course, the most important thing is that when the Lord said this, his mind did not fluctuate in the slightest. This kind of invisible self-confidence makes him convinced, following such a great man, in the future, the Feng family will be able to reign over the world. Chapter 73, Changes in the Imperial Capital. Chen family tragically extinguished. Imperial Capital. Chen family estate. What? Tian Xiong they can't be contacted. Chen Dingtian click in the hands of the teacup should be broken. A strong fluctuation spread out. Under the feet of the ground is a click sound. Cracks spread far away. Such a scene if the outside world to see will be shocked off the teeth. Because of such a strength is too strong. Even, has been far beyond the ordinary people cognitive. Late martial arts master. Hera, this is Chen Dingtian's strength. As the Chen family head of his natural strength is not weak. Especially its second uncle is a half-step Wudao grandmaster. Can be said to be quite strong. Otherwise, how could their Chen family gain a foothold in the huge imperial capital? Tiny Jinling, dare to touch my Chen family members. Whoever it is, must die. Indeed, at this moment, Chen Dingtian was furious. If this news was spread out, their Chen family would definitely become the laughingstock of all the major forces. And then their Chen family would also lose face. That kind of result, no matter what, was something they couldn't bear. Boom. At a certain moment, the study was broken open, and a martial arts master expert of the Chen family looked pale. Family master. It's not good. Chen Dingtian, who was already furious, was filled with displeasure when he saw his subordinates so flustered. What's the matter? So alarmed? Ahem. There is a strong enemy coming. Suspected. Martial Grandmaster. Puff. The words just fell. This martial Dao Grandmaster was chopped by the ghostly figure. Followed by several figures appeared in the field, the leader of which was none other than Divine Second. Striking with speed, after all, the master commanded that he would not dare to delay the slightest bit. And, if this matter is not related to the master, seriously this district Chen family is not qualified to let him take action at all. Who are you people? Chen Dingtian looked at the opposite side of Shen'er and the others with gloomy faces. His heart felt bad because, one of them was stronger than his second uncle by an unknown amount. And there were even 2 others with the same strength as his second uncle. Such a lineup that not many families in the entire imperial capital could take out. 1 martial arts grandmaster. 2 martial arts grandmasters. Can it be that? The 4 great families? This thought surged in Chen Dingtian's mind. This kind of strong person could only be taken out by the 4 great families of the imperial capital. Just why did that kind of existence strike out at their Chen family? This point was what he was most puzzled about. Moreover, if these people were not the 4 great families of the imperial capital, then who would they be? Kill. Looking across at Chen Dingtian, and at this moment, a bunch of Chen family experts came pouring in. The weakest were all top experts. It was evident that the strength of the Chen family was strong. However, in front of the crowd led by Divine Second, it was obvious that this point of the imperial capital Chen family was not enough to look at all. More than 10 divine guards converged on one place, and a massacre unfolded in a flash. Powerful chi flew horizontally and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the imperial capital Chen family's field had already been transformed into a sure hell. The images were shocking to the eyes. The thick smell of blood rose to the sky, as if it was a hell on earth. How dare you! The Chen clan's half-step martial grandmaster's face was icy cold as he suddenly sneak attacked in a bid to severely injure God 2, wanting to kill a ray of life with this. Obviously at this moment, the Chen clan's strongest person struck out. The target was pushed straight towards God 2. Who naturally knew that as long as this person was killed the rest of the people would not attack and break. Thumbs up. However, not waiting for the Chen family half-step martial arts grandmaster to get close, Shen'er flexed his fingers and flicked. A powerful chi instantly disappeared into his brow at a rapid speed. It was obvious that he had overestimated his strength. Put. Chen family half-step martial Dao grandmaster spat out blood from his mouth. The whole person stopped in place. His pupils widened in disbelief. You, intermediate martial Dao grandmaster, at such an age. How is it possible? Puff. Chen family half-step martial arts grade master just like this into a corpse. As for the Chen family, hundreds of experts at the moment also dead and wounded, nearly half. This kind of scene at the moment will mix the battlefield or hard stop. Second uncle. When Chen Dingtian saw that the strongest member of the Chen family had been killed, his eyes cracked in anger, and he looked at Shen Er with resentment. I'll kill you. Under the flash, Chen Dingtian was going to kill Shen Er, only before he could make a move, he was killed on the spot. Under the enhancement of the physique-enhancing liquid, the strength of the 36 divine guards was far from what it was before. However, Chen Dingtian would not be a match for Shen Er, and was blasted into a bloody mist in a single glance. 10 minutes later, all of the Chen family's experts were exterminated, and the rich smell of blood was sickening. Thus, the Chen family of the imperial capital had been tragically exterminated, and as for the reason, it was their fault for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. Retreat! Divine 2 flashed and disappeared into the field, followed by more than 10 divine guards who all left, leaving behind only the Chen family estate with its sky-high bloody odor lingering in the air for a long time without dispersing. About a quarter of an hour later, swish, a dozen figures appeared in the field. The leader of a very strong enough to have the realm of Grand Master of Martial Arts. This person is the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association Vice President Wan Xiaotian. At the same time, there is also an identity that is the Jinling destroyed Zhao family Zhao Yuyun's master. Vice President Wan. At this moment, a martial arts master bent down respectfully and looked at the field with a grave expression. No one from the Chen family survived. They were tragically exterminated. Wan Xiaotian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, flashing to the side of the Chen family's strongest person. A half-step martial Dao Grandmaster. What a decisive tactic. The person who made the move is feared to have the presence of a martial Dao Grandmaster. What? The moment these words came out, all the people of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association changed their colors drastically. Vice President Wan, are you sure? There's no mistake. Wan Xiaotian felt the remnants of his aura and said gruffly, moreover, it is highly likely that this person's strength is above me. Above you. Everyone's face changed drastically when they heard this. I'm afraid that the only ones who can do so are the 4 great families of the Imperial Capital. There's just no reason for them to make such a big deal out of it. Moreover, the 4 great families of the Imperial Capital are not little cuties. The 4 great families of the Imperial Capital are not little darlings. And to do something like this in such an open and honorable manner is completely asking for trouble. Block the news. Closely monitor the movements of the 4 great families. Wan Xiaotian took a deep breath, and he was only guessing. After all, the Imperial Capital in addition to the 4 great families have martial arts great masters, which is also hidden other martial arts great masters. To know, those hidden families are not vegetarian, and the so-called Imperial Capital 4 big families in front of those existences is completely a child playing house. It's best that it wasn't them, otherwise, the sky of the Imperial Capital is afraid to collapse. This matter also needs to be reported immediately, because it is already not something he can deal with. As for how the situation in the Imperial Capital will be next, no one knows, but everyone's self-protection is inevitable. Chapter 74 Comparing money with your family. Man, that golden rock group is looking for death. Night falls. Xia's group, Z, Xiaobingning just came downstairs not long ago, is to see the Devil's Son supercar from far and near to come? Separated from a long distance to recognize the car. Fioran, that unique supercar. She wanted to recognize the wrong or difficult. Bingning's wife, get in the car. Listening to someone's words, Xiaobingning's face is red and white eyes someone on the car. This guy is so high profile, fear of the group is not their relationship. Damn it, this guy is so really good at, good gas, good wanna bite him how to do. It's so let their future how to come to the company. Too bad. You cannot low profile point. Come to the car white eye someone. Mouth so say and the heart is sweet. This is the first time that guy to pick up their own home. Feel quite good. Forget it. See in the sake of it so heart, on the, forgive him this time. Of course, the most important thing was that she didn't resent it. Low key? Why low key? Yi Xian did not care to dote on rubbing the head of the stunning beauty, faintly smiled and said, our family Icening wife is so beautiful. If the husband does not look at the tight point to run away with someone how to do, jokingly looked at the body in front of the good people, but also carefully will be slightly messy hair behind the ears. Careful action led to the beautiful beauty of the face of the halo red 1 point. In order to Yi Xian's angle to see the past is very good looking. Run your big head. Xiao Bingning cannot pay attention to someone's eyes. Angry eyes Yi Xian secretly muttered. This big soul blindly say what it. The first sentence okay, after that sentence what with people ran really. This guy, 3 or 2 sentences to start immodest. Right. Flirting a bit. Xiao Bingning thought of the main thing, and stabilized her mind with a sigh of relief. That, hubby I have something I want to say to you. Stroked down the thought. Xiao Bingning wanted to speak again and again. This will be Xia's group now facing the situation set out. After all, this matter is not trivial. Jin Pang group? with Xia's group malicious competition, shortfall of $2 billion? Hearing this, Yi Xian froze. Yi Xian froze. Good guy. There are people who dare to hit their own woman idea. This is living impatient. But not see is not a good thing. After all, can use money to solve things? In his case are not a problem. Not to mention there will be such a good opportunity to brush money. Didn't think much. Fiddled with the cell phone to his wife to transfer a sum of money over. But it is more than a zero. Obviously it is intentional, so the district 2 billion to his wife he cannot take the hand. Naturally he does not believe that the Jinpeng Group malicious competition only this wave. Dear construction bank users, your tail number 3258 account, on April 25, 2024 to account 20 billion renminbi. Please pay attention to check. Construction bank, put, ahem. Xia Bingning, who just drank a mouthful of some guy's milk tea, was caught off guard by the sudden message, and the corners of her mouth were oozing out a little milk tea, which really made her unable to stay calm with the sudden message. Even, she once thought she had misread it, and looked at it several times before confirming it. 20 billion? The corners of Xia Bingning's mouth twitched, and she was really a bit shocked, looking incredulously at her own man beside her. Hubby, you're crazy. To know, that's 20 billion not 200 pieces. It's too much of a child's play, even if. Spoil yourself also don't need to be so right. Humph. Seeing the transfer amount, Yi Xian feigned froze steady as an old dog said. Didn't pay attention. Typed an extra zero. It's fine. These money first take emergency. Not enough then say to me. Yi Xian faintly laughed. With your family man then rich. That golden rock group is looking for death. Undoubtedly. At this moment, Yi Xian's face looked like the legendary rich man, but he was more heartless than the rich man. Hubby, are you sure that $20 billion to me? In fact, Xia Bingning was a bit confused. $20 billion was an astronomical figure for her, but if she had this money, the Golden Rock Group threat would be solved, and she could even fight back in all aspects. Thank you, husband. Under the emotion, Xia Bingning took a sip on her own man's handsome cheeks, and her face was slightly red for a minute, which was very charming, especially under the light. This guy so spoil yourself is not afraid of their own pride although, this feeling super like, yes, sniffing the overflowing nose tip of the absolutely beautiful wife body scent, up and down to measure the beauty of the figure, really wanna thank. Tonight will be good to serve bed for my husband. Xia Bingning, Yi Xian, you, shameless. Hearing a certain guy's words, Xia Bingning's beautiful eyes widened. That bastard, how could he do this? This guy actually took advantage of the fire. She wouldn't fall for it. However, the face is flushed up, head secondary floating all sorts of possible images. A heart is followed by thumping violently beating up. Poof, 3 or 2 sentences began to immodest. Just husband helped himself so much. His own betting should be normal, right? But, that guy feels so much more powerful than before. Some fear how to do? Ba 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 ba. Thinking of this, Xia Bingning's face flushed red, spreading to the root behind her ears, her heart beating fast to no end. Xia Bingning, how can you lose without a fight? Revitalize your wife's program is right. For a time, the heart of the absolutely beautiful beauty panicked. Chapter 75, silly girl, what's the point of being polite with me? Neezy, what are you thinking about? Yi Xian suspiciously looked at the stunning beauty beside him, just in time to see its look as if it had secretly made some kind of decision. No, nothing. Xia Bingning's vain face flushed red, but certain images were floating in her head. How could she possibly tell the truth to a certain guy? Is that so? Yi Xian looked at his own wife and wondered. It feels weird. Where is it weird? Drive properly. Xia Bingning digressed and said, while her heart breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't discovered by that guy, or else it would be a shame. Ding. Host consumed 20 billion renminbi, gained wealth of 200 billion renminbi. Between the blush of a good person, the ear came the sound of rebate. Not surprisingly a small profit, which makes Yi Xian mood is quite good. Ding bell. Right at this moment, a cell phone ringtone rang. It was Feng Zhuoxue who had just been separated not long ago. Hey, benefactor. Oh no, chairman. Answering the phone, Feng Zhui's voice came from the opposite side. Just now I got the news that the Golden Rock Group wants to target the Xia Group. Behind the Golden Rock Group is the Lu family, the #1 family in Zhonghai. I wonder if I should put pressure on it. No need. Yi Xian nodded and refused with a smile. Jokingly, such a good money-brushing tool person can't be easily pressurized. However, check the reason for their strike. Yes, President. Feng Zhui respectfully hung up the phone, then the first time to arrange down. Who is it? Xia Bingning looked towards Yi Xian and asked curiously. Oh, nothing. Something happened to the D Lin Group, Yi Xian casually said, and then thought of something snickering looking at the stunning beauty beside himself. Bingning wife, do you want to spar? Xia Bingning, think beautiful, glancing angrily at a certain guy. Of course she knew what that guy's so-called full body massage was, she wouldn't easily fall for it. While talking, the Imperial Abyss 1 villa was near in front of her eyes. POA. Ma. Hearing the sound of the supercar, the two little ones ran out excitedly, looking at the super extravagant villa. Until now they were a bit unfocused. Muah. Intimacy in the poop mama face kissed. Xia Bingning face slightly halo rather some embarrassed, uncle, aunt good. Ye mother heard her daughter-in-law's super sweet voice. Her face was overjoyed. Ye father was also quite enjoyable. How can he not be happy that his son has such a beautiful wife? Mom and dad, you guys chat. I'll prepare dinner. Favoringly rubbing the two little ones' heads, Yi Xian chuckled. Yes, I get to eat Pupa's cooking again. Sumuyu and the maids all had smiles on their faces that they couldn't help but smile as they listened to the two little ladies. A little while later, the tantalizing aroma from the kitchen overflowed from the nose. Even Sumuyu, who had learned 30 to 40% of the cooking skills, couldn't help but sigh. The young master's cooking skills were actually too much better than theirs. Mom and dad, eat while it's hot. Obviously, this meal is not simple. Directly to the old couple each used a physique enhancement liquid, so that in the future encounter some small problems can also cope. Of course, the physique enhancement liquid had another utility. It could prolong life to a certain extent. Oh, good. Ye father and ye mother naturally didn't know, so they used a physique enhancement liquid like this. Hiccup. After dinner, the two little ones burped, and Father Yi and Mother Yi also ate with great comfort. Ha! It feels a little hot. Ye mother at a certain moment. The medicinal liquid functions somewhat strangely. Obviously the temperature is not that high. Really? I thought it was just me. Ye father's face is also slightly red at this moment. Yi Xian laughed. It should be some water in soil. Mom and dad, I'll give you acupuncture. Acupuncture. Ye mother looked at her son suspiciously after hearing this. You still know acupuncture? Aha. Before, I learned a few moves from a master teacher. Yi Xian, who wanted to say good words out loud. Aside, Xia Bingning thought of the last time with her acupuncture picture. Face Ting's halo red up. Uncle and aunt. Yi Xian acupuncture is quite powerful. You kid, is it? Ye father looked at his son, not expecting that he would also have acupuncture. Come, first give me a try. Obviously, wanted to be the first to be his son's test subject. If it didn't feel good, then ye mother naturally forget about it. Good. Yi Xian naturally did not care about the order of precedence. Cast a dozen golden needles began to acupuncture. Naturally this acupuncture is to let the old couple better absorb the medicinal liquid. Soon, as the medicinal liquid was absorbed, ye father's spirit became much better. Ha! Feeling the refreshed state, ye father looked at his son in surprise. Brat, you can do this acupuncture. Shawan, you try it. It doesn't feel hot now either. Ye mother heard ye father's words and looked at her own son suspiciously. Really, the effect is that good? A quarter of an hour later, ye father and ye mother both absorbed the medicinal liquid and both became first-class experts. Of course the old couple didn't know that. In the villa bedroom, hubby, thank you, snuggled in the arms of her favorite person. Xia Bingning's beautiful eyes moved with love. Silly girl, what's the point of being polite with me? Yi Xian dotingly rubbed the face of the stunning beauty. Hubbies, isn't it my home Bingning's wife? Aha! Xia Bingning's face was blushing, tightly hugging her own man. As for the double bears had already changed shape. Hubby, you're not afraid that I'll be proud if you spoil me so much. Then, be proud. Scrape down the beauty of the small nose. Domineering, besides, your man is not spoiled. Chapter 76. What are you talking nonsense about? Who looks at you? Not far from the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Swish, the silhouettes appeared in the field, and the one at the head was very strong with the realm of martial way perfection. His name was Yufugue. My lord, ahead is the Jinling Martial Arts Association. A subordinate of this line respectfully said to Yufugue. After all, Yufugue is not only a martial arts Dao perfect expert, but also the heart of Vice President Wan. Is that so? Yufugue looked towards the Martial Association. The corner of his mouth coldly smiled. Feng Jui, blame it on you being a member of the Feng family. Feng Jui must die this time. As Wan Xiaotian's confidant, he naturally knew more. Vice President Wan was an imperial capital Zheng family provider, naturally hostile to the Feng family. Yufugue's purpose of coming here was to remove the obstacle for the Zheng family. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Jui left the Martial Association and drove towards the distance, but he came to a road that was less traveled. Snort! An attack forced him back, followed by dozens of figures appearing in the field. Feeling the aura on the other party, people from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association? You guys are so bold. Feng Joshua was incomparably surprised, knowing that he was the Inspector General of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Feng Jui, goodbye. Just then, a small voice came, followed by Yufugue appearing. Yufugue, Wan Xiaotian's traitor. Feng Juyu's heart sank when he saw the visitor. He had always been at odds with Wan Xiaotian, and the reason for this was that Wan Xiaotian was in fact the imperial capital's Jiang family provider. Humph. Yu Fuguei coldly smiled, sharp-tongued and sharp-mouthed. You still don't know yourself when you're at the end of your life. My lord, let me try him. At this moment, the corner of the mouth of a mid-martial grandmaster's expert arced as his figure moved like electricity towards Feng Jui. The speed was so fast that the attack arrived in an instant. Splat! Before this mid-martial Dao sovereign master expert could come back to his senses, he was directly smacked out by Feng Jui, and his entire person was heavily injured on the spot. Put! Blood sprayed out as that mid-martial Dao sovereign master was filled with dismay. You, martial Dao sovereign perfection. Feng Jiuyue, I didn't expect you to actually reach this level. Yu Fugui's face changed drastically. However, even so today is still certain death. Everyone, kill him. With a clatter, dozens of at least top experts swarmed up. Among them, there were no less than 5 martial arts masters. Such a lineup was unprecedentedly strong. Seek death. Feng Jiuyue's face was gloomy. Towards Yu Fuguei to kill. As long as the beheading of Yu Fuguei other people are not enough to worry about, at least his self-preservation is not in danger. A few minutes later, Feng Jiuyue puffed a mouthful of blood, the whole person's face pale. Obviously, how could he alone be the opponent of so many enemies? Die! When the force caught, Yu Fugui's machete attacked Feng Jiufeng with extreme speed. A group of men's faces were overjoyed. That Feng Jiufeng was dead. Is that so? But at this time, when Yu Fugui's sure kill blow was approaching, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Feng Jiuyue, and grabbed the incoming machete with his probing hand, and the person who came was precisely Shen. Boom! Terrifying chi energy scattered in all directions. Yu Fugui's face changed greatly, and the surrounding crowd was incredulous. What? Dao eyes fell in the field, clicked the ground unbearable to send cracks, and then spread out. You deacon must kill a blow actually by a man empty-handed to receive. To know this kind of attack, afraid of half-step martial arts grade masters do not dare to resist. This person's strength, so strong. Feng Jiuyue gulped and swallowed his saliva, looking at the man who appeared in front of him. He even felt that this person's strength was even more powerful than his father's. Ka-ching! However, before the crowd could react, the Xian iron-crafted curved sword in Yu Fugui's hand was gripped into pieces and scattered all over the place. PFF. Following that, Yu Fugui was lifted out by the terrifying energy, blood spraying from his mouth, his face as pale as paper. But a pair of eyes looked towards the opposite side in disbelief. You, how is it possible? Who are you? Shocked, too shocked. Yu Fugui's eyes were filled with horror, knowing that this kind of battle power was impossible for even Vice President Wan to possess. Kill them, leave no one behind. God Wan didn't pay any attention, but rather, his flat voice resounded in the air. Swish. Then, more than a dozen figures appeared in the field. However, upon perceiving the aura of the dozen people, all of Yu Fugui was dumbfounded. Martial Dao Masters, a dozen Martial Dao Sovereigns, quickly escape, do not even think about it, including Yu Fugui including all want to escape. Joking, how can this still fight? Completely not a level. Moreover, just now, God One crushed the Shin Iron Scimitar picture with his bare hands, still giving them palpitations. You can't kill me. I'm the Inspector General of the Imperial Martial Arts Association. Miserable screams, not more than a minute before and after. All of them, including the martial Dao sovereign perfection Yu Fugui, were dead. Following, dozens of bone-devouring scatters didn't enter on top of the corpses and turned into shovelfuls of flying ash. Chapter 77, Feng Qiankuan enraged. Killing God's Capital Martial Arts Association? Good. Feng Jiuyue look in the eyes. The whole person's eyelids wildly jump. Good ruthless means of destroying the corpse, but so super strength mo not. These people are under the president's benefactor. Many thanks, my lord, for coming to the rescue. Feng Jiufeng took a deep breath, bowing and bending. Even now he has martial arts grandmaster consummation, but among them there are still several breaths that make him feel pressure. I'm afraid that the strength is at least half a step of martial arts grandmaster, or even martial arts grandmaster. No harm done. God One waved his hand, then smiled. We are originally guarding the Chamber of Commerce. This is our part. Guardian Chamber of Commerce? Feng Jui froze upon hearing this, then said, could it be that the president's benefactor? Not bad. God One smiled faintly and looked at the thick bloodstained field. Withdraw. Following this, the figure flickered and disappeared in place, as if everything had never happened. Hiss. Feng Jiufeng took a deep breath, looking at the dozens of shovelfuls of flying ash floating in the wind on the ground. Everything was like a dream. As for Yu Fugui, no matter what, he could not have imagined that he originally came to Jinling to investigate the extermination of the Zhao family in Jinling, in addition to searching for the traces of Zhao Yuyun. but he did not expect that the mission would be planted in the hands of Feng Jiufeng before it even started. Sure enough, is it the chairman's people? A little while later, Feng Jiu came back to his senses, his gaze looking out in the direction of the Imperial Abyss Villa. Unbelievable. The chairman actually has at least a late-stage martial arts grandmaster under his command, and there are no less than dozens of martial arts grandmasters. How curious. What kind of existence is the chairman's benefactor? Between murmurs, Feng Jui thought of the image when he first met Yi Xian, and was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. Imperial capital, Feng family manor, ding bell. Feng Qiankuan, who was in the process of taking over the imperial capital's Chen family estate, received a phone call. Hello, father. Answering the call, Feng Jiushue's voice came from the opposite side. What did you say? Yufugue brought people to surround and kill you. How dare you? Good, I know. After hanging up the phone, Feng Qiankuan's face was gloomy, followed by a monstrous killing aura surging around his body. Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Wan Xiaotian is so bold. I don't dare to break with the Jiang family. You are a vice president of the Martial Arts Association. You really think you are an onion? Thinking about what the Jiang family had done, Feng Qiankuan was burning with rage. In that case, let's collect some interest first. Narrowing his eyes, the reason why Feng Qiankuan had this backbone was because under the mysterious medicinal liquid given by His Excellency, their Feng family still had 2 martial Dao grandmasters in addition to him, as many as 5 half-step martial Dao grandmasters, and no less than a dozen martial Dao grandmasters perfection. Such a lineup, even compared to the 4 great families of the imperial capital, were not weak at all. Of course, this was their Feng family's biggest card, and he wouldn't easily expose it until he had to. Come on people, follow me to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. I want to kill someone. Although he couldn't expose his bottom card, exposing it a little might have unexpected gains. Half a day later, Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. In front of the headquarters, Wan Xiaotian, come out and die. The sound of rolling thunder resounded throughout the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Many years of patience. This moment Feng Qiankuan wants to show his sword, and the object is the vice president of the association. Wan Xiaotian, swish. Then, no less than thousands of figures appeared in the field. The weakest are first-class masters, of which there are hundreds of top masters, martial arts masters, even dozens of people. Imperial Capital Feng family. It's actually Feng Qiankuan. Has that old man gone crazy? This is the headquarters of the Martial Association. Everyone looked at Feng Qiankuan incredulously. Obviously, even if the Feng family existed as a batch of existences second only to the 4 great families, to so blatantly lash out at the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association was undoubtedly looking for a dead rhythm, at least in their opinion. Feng Qiankuan, Wan Xiaotian face gloomy. He never thought that the Feng family will kill to the Martial Arts Association headquarters, and moreover did not expect that Feng Qiankuan actually did thing. It's not by the Jiang family martial arts grandmaster consummate to the strongest waist. Unavoidable feeling surged to the heart. Wan Xiaotian, you have big guts. Feng Qiankuan coldly smiled. Looking at the dead people generally look at Wan Xiaotian, sending his beloved Yufugue, intending to assassinate my son Zhou Yue. Today, even if with the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association as the enemy, I will also kill you here. Wow! The moment these words came out, the room was in an uproar. The eyes looked incredulously at Wan Xiaotian. Their vice president Wan actually sent someone to assassinate the Feng family grandmaster. Feng Qiankuan, you don't want to talk nonsense. Wan Xiaotian face icy cold. This matter if the truth. He is afraid to be finished. Today, I will kill Wan Xiaotian. Feng Qiankuan narrowed his eyes and fell to the side of the Zhou. Whoever dares to block is an enemy of my Feng family. Kill. Behind Feng Qiankuan, 2 half-step grandmasters, 5 martial Dao masters perfected their breath in full, and immediately shocked everyone. Feng family, actually, have so many experts. The faces of the crowd of the Martial Dao Association changed greatly. I'm afraid that such a lineup has far exceeded the first-rate families, although it is not comparable to the 4 great families, but it is already very powerful. What did you say? Wang Qianjie, the president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, who was about to make a move, heard the words of one of the vice presidents beside him, and his face changed gloomily. Yufugue really went to Jinling, and made a move against Feng Zhouyue. Wan Xiaotian, this is taking his own life. Wang Qianjie took a deep breath and looked towards Feng Qiankuan. Feng Qiankuan's qi is long and I'm afraid that his strength has increased quite a bit. Since Wan Xiaotian desires to become the Jiang family's sword, let's wait and see what happens. As a martial arts grand master consummate expert, Wang Qianjie naturally had to look at the big picture. The 4 great families said that if they could be weakened it would not be a good thing for the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association.